Heinrich Heine. Contents. Songs of love. Love's salutation. Love's lament. Yearning. The white flower. Presentiment. Germany. 1815. Dream. 1816. The consecration. The Moor's serenade. Dream and life. The lesson. To Francis VZ. A prologue to the heart's journey. Defend not. A parody. Walking Flowers at Berlin. Evening Songs. To Augustus William von Schlegel. To the same. To Counselor George S., of Göttingen. To J. B. Rousseau. The Night Watch on the Drachenfels. To Fritz von B. In Fritz Steinmann's album. To her. Goethe's monument at Frankfurt on the Main. 1821. Dresden Poetry. Breadless Art. Preface. Youthful Sorrows. Visions. Songs. Romances. The Mournful One. The Mountain Echo. The Two Brothers. Poor Peter. The Prisoner's Song. The Grenadiers. The Message. Taking the Bride Home. Don Ramiro. Belshazzar. The Minnesingers. Looking from the Window. The Wounded Knight. The Sea Voyage. The Song of Repentance. To a Singer, on her singing an old romance. The Song of the Ducats. Dialogue on Paderborn Heath. Life Salutations. Quite True. Sonnets. To A. W. von Schlegel. To My Mother, B. Heine, née von Geldern. To H. S. Fresco Sonnets to Christian S. Prologue. The God's Twilight. Ratcliffe. 8. Donna Clara. Almansor. The Dream. New Poems. Seraphina. Angelica. Diana. Hortense. Clarissa. Yolande and Mary. Emma. Frederica. Catherine. Songs of Creation. Abroad. Tragedy. The Tannhauser. A Legend. A Woman. Celebration of Spring. Childe Harold. The Exorcism. Extract from a Letter. The Evil Star. Anno 1829. Anno 1839. At Dawn. Sir Olave. The Water Nymphs. Bertrand de Born. Spring. Ali Bey. Psyche. The Unknown One. The Change. Lamentation of an Old German Youth. Away. Madame Med. The Meeting. King Harald Harfagar. The Lower World. Muletum. The Symbol of Madness. Pride. Away. Winter. The Old Chimney Piece. Longing. Helena. The Wise Stars. The Angels. Sound Doctrine. Adam the First. Warning. To a quondam follower of Goethe. The Secret. On the Watchman's Arrival in Paris. The Drum Major. 15. Degeneracy. Henry. Life's Journey. The New Jewish Hospital at Hamburg. George Herweg. 16. The Tendency. The Child. The Promise. The Changeling. The Emperor of China. 18. Church Counselor Prometheus. To the Watchman. Consoling Thoughts. The World Turned Upside Down. Enlightenment. Wait a While. Night Thoughts. New Spring. Prologue. Pictures of Travel. The Return Home. 1823-4. The Heart's Journey. Preface. The Baltic. Part I 1825. Evening Twilight. Sunset. The Night on the Strand. Poseidon. Homage. Declaration. In the Cabin at Night. Storm. Calm at sea. The ocean spectre. Purification. Peace. Part 2. 1826. Sea salutation. Thunderstorm. The shipwrecked one. Sunset. The song of the Oceanides. The gods of Greece. Questions. The phoenix. Echo. Seasickness. In harbor. Epilogue. Monologue. Adatrole, A Summer Night's Dream. Romancero. Book I. Histories. Rampsnitus. 64. The White Elephant. Knave of Bergen. The Valkyries. 67. Hastings Battlefield. Charles I. Marie Antoinette. The Silchion Weavers. 68. Pomare. The Apollo God. Hymn to King Louis. 69. Two Knights. Our Marine. 73. The Golden Calf. King David. King Richard. The Asra. The Nuns. Paul's Gravinuta. The Moorish King. Geoffrey Rudel and Melisande of Tripoli. The poet Fergussi. Voyage by Night. The Prelude. Vitzliputzli. Book 2. Lamentations. Wood Solitude. Spanish Lyrics. The Ex-Living One. The Ex-Watchman. Mythology. In Matilda's album. To the Young. The Unbeliever. Whither Now. An Old Song. Ready Money. The Old Rose. Auto da Fe. Lazarus. The Way of the World. Retrospect. Resurrection. The Dying One. Rascality. Retrospect. Imperfection. Pious Warning. The Cooled Down One. Solomon. Lost Wishes. The Anniversary. Meeting Again. MRS. Care. To the Angels. In October 1849. Evil Dreams. It Goes Out. The Will. Enfant Perdu. Book 3. Hebrew Melodies. Princess Sabbath. Jehuda ben Halevi. Disputation. Latest Poems. Peace Yearning. In May. Body and Soul. Red Slippers. Moral. Babylonian Sorrows. The Slave Ship. Part I. Part 2. A Frontenberg. Appendix to Lazarus. 87. The Dragonfly. Ascension. The Affianced Ones. The Philanthropist. The Whims of the Amorous. Mimi. Good Advice. Reminiscences of Hammonia. 88. The Robbers. The Young Cats Club for Poetry Music. Hans Lackland. Recollections from Krawinkel's Days of Terror. The Audience. Kobes I. Epilogue. Addenda to the Poems. 93. The Song of Songs. The Sutler's Song. Posthumous Poems. Horse and Ass. The Ass Election. Bertha. In the Cathedral. The Dragonfly. Old Sense. Mice Rare. To Matilda. For the Mush. 95. Early Poems. Songs of Love. 1. Love's Salutation. Darling maiden, who can be ever found to equal thee? To thy service joyfully shall my life be pledged by me. Thy sweet eyes gleam tenderly, like soft moonbeams o'er the sea. Lights of rosy harmony, o'er thy red cheeks wander free. From thy small mouth, full of glee, rows of pearls peep charmingly. But thy bosom's drapery veils thy fairest jewelry. Pure love only could it be, that so sweetly thrilled through me, when I whilome gazed on thee. Darling maid, so fair to see. 2. Love's Lament. On night's secrecy relying, silently I breathe my woes. from the haunts of mortals flying, where the cup of pleasure flows. Down my cheeks run tears all burning, silently, unceasingly. But my bosom's fiery yearning, quenched by tears can never be. When a laughing urchin, gaily, many a merry game I played, in life's sunshine basking daily, knowing not of grief or shade. For a garden of enjoyment was the world I then lived in, tending flowers my sole employment. Roses, violets, jessamine, by the brook's side, on the meadow. Sweetly mused I in those days. Now I see a pale thin shadow, when upon the brook I gaze. Pale and thin my grief hath made me, since mine eyes upon her fell. Secret sorrows now pervade me, wonderful and hard to tell. Deep within my heart I cherished angel forms of peace and love, which have fled, their short joys perished, to their starry home above. Ghastly shadows rise unbidden, black night round mine eyes is thrown, in my trembling breast is hidden a sad whispering voice unknown, a sad whispering voice unknown. Unknown sorrows, unknown anguish, toss me wildly to and fro, and I pine away and languish, tortured by an unknown glow. But the cause why I am lying, racked by fiery torments now, why from very grief I'm dying. Love, behold, the cause art thou. 3. Yearning. With sweetheart on arm, all my comrades with joy beneath the linden trees move, but I, alas, poor desolate boy, in utter solitude rove. Mine eye grows dim, my heart is oppressed, when happy lovers I see, for a sweetheart by me is also possessed. But, alas, far distant is she. I have borne it for years, with a heart fit to break, but no longer can bear with the pain, so pack up my bundle, my pilgrim staff take, and start on my travels again. And onward I go for hundreds of miles, till I come to a city renowned. A noble river beneath it smiles, with 3 stately towers 'tis crowned. And now my late sorrows no longer annoy, made happy at last is my love. For there, with my sweetheart on arm, I with joy can beneath the sweet linden trees rove. 4. The white flower. In father's garden there silently grows, a floweret mournful and pale. The springtime returns, the winter's frost goes, pale floweret remaineth as pale. The poor pale flower looks still, like a young bride that's ill. Pale floweret gently saith to me, dear brother, pluck me, I pray. I answer pale floweret that must not be, I never will take thee away. I seek with anxious care a purple floweret fair. Pale floweret saith seek here, seek there. Seek ye until the day of thy death. But still that purple floweret fair thou lt seek in vain, she saith. But, prithee, pluck me now, I am as ill as thou. Thus whispers pale floweret, beseeching me sore. I tremblingly pluck her, and lo! I find my heart suddenly bleeding no more, mine inward eye brightly doth glow. Mute angel rapture blessed now fills my wounded breast. 5. Presentiment. Yonder, where the stars glow nightly, we shall find those joys smile brightly, which on earth seem far away. Only in death's cold embraces, life grows warm, and light replaces night's dark gloom at dawn of day. 6. When I am with my sweetheart kind, a happy youth am I. So great the wealth within my mind, I the whole world could buy. But when her swan-like arms I quit, in that sad hour of pain, away my boasted wealth doth flit, and I am poor again. 7. I would the songs I'm singing had little flowrets been, I'd send them to my sweetheart, for her to smell, I ween. I would the songs I'm singing were kisses all unseen, I'd send them all in secret, upon her cheeks to glean. I would the songs I'm singing Were little peas so green, I'd make some capital pea soup. All in a soup tureen. 8. Of peace, and happiness, and heart. Of peace, and happiness, and heart. Thou, loved one, long time hast bereft me. And of the gifts that thou hast left me, not one of these doth form a part. For peace, heart, happiness, hast thou to me a lifelong sorrow given, with bitter words commingled even. Oh, take these back, my loved one, now. 9. Remember thou those fiery glances, in which his trust the novice plucked, that long denied first kiss of passion, the ardent lover stole in haste. O glances, yet experienced fish hooks, on which the fish is captive brought. O kiss, thou charming rod of honey, with which the bird is limed and caught. 10. Thou spak and gave a lock to me, of thy dear silken hair, wear this, and I forever thee within my heart will wear. Full oft have heart and hair been called to act this loving part. Now say, is not thy head yet bald, and full thy little heart? 11. You, loved one, assured me so strongly, I well nigh fancied it true, that you asserted it was so. Was no sign of folly in you, but that I almost believed it? But that I almost believed it, 'tis this that I so rue. 12. I've seen full many a tragedy played, extracting my tears like magic. But mongst them all, that touching scene had an end by far the most tragic, wherein thou tookest the principal part, while I at thy feet was panting. How well thou actedst the innocent one, thou actress most enchanting. 13. Ask not what I have, my loved one. Ask me rather what I am. For but little wealth I boast of, but I'm gentle as a lamb. Do not ask me how I'm living, but for what, that ask of me. For I live in want, and lonely. Yet I live alone for thee. Do not ask me of my pleasures. Ask not of my bitter smart. Pleasure ever flies his presence. Who doth own a broken heart? Miscellaneous Poems. Germany. 1815. Let me sing Germania's glory. Hearken to my noblest strains, while my spirit tells the story. Thrilling bliss runs through my veins. Time's book is before me lying. All things that have happened here, good with evil ever vying, all before my gaze stands clear. From the Frenchman's distant nation, hell approached, with impious hand, bringing shame and desecration on our much-loved German land. All our faith and virtue soiling, all our heavenly yearnings fled, all we deemed of worth, despoiling, giving sin and pain instead. German shame to gild refusing. Dark the German sun soon grew, and a mournful voice accusing pierced the German oak trees through. Now the sun once more is glancing, and the oak trees roar with joy. The avengers are advancing, shame and sorrow to destroy, and deceit's proud altars hateful totter, fall with hideous sound. Every German heart is grateful. Free is German holy ground. CST the glare yon mount illuming? Say, what can that wild flame be? Yes, that fire proclaims the blooming image pure of Germany. Image pure of Germany. From the night of sin emerging, Germany uninjured stands. Wildly is the spot still surging, where that fair form burst her bands. On the old oak stems in splendor, glorious blossoms fast unfold. Foreign blossoms fall, and tender breezes greet us as of old. All that's virtuous is returning, all that's good appears once more. And the German, fondly yearning, is exulting as of yore. Ancient manners, ancient German virtues, and heroic deeds. Valiantly each son of Hermann III waves his sword and proudly bleeds. Heroes never doves engender, lion-like is Hermann's race. Yet may love's religion tender well near valor take its place. Germans through their sorrows lonely learned Christ's gentle word to prize. Their land genders brethren only, and humanity is wise. Once again returns the glorious, noble love of minstrel's song, well becoming the victorious breasts of German heroes strong, as they to the war are going, with the Frank to cross the sword, to take signal vengeance glowing, for their perfidy abhorred, for their perfidy abhorred. And at home, no labor heeding, woman plies her gentle hand, tends the sacred wounds all bleeding, in defense of fatherland. In her black dress robed, entrancing, looks the beauteous German dame, decked with flowers and jewels glancing, diamond girded, too, her frame. But a nobler, prouder feeling, through me at her vision thrills, when, beside the sick bed kneeling, acts of mercy she fulfills. Heavenly angels she resembles, when the last draught she supplies, to the wounded man, who trembles, smiles his grateful thanks, and dies. He to whom to die 'tis given, on the battlefield, is blessed. But a foretaste 'tis of heaven, dying on a woman's breast. Poor, poor sons of France! Fate ever unto you unkind has been. On the Seine's banks, beauty never, save in search of gold is seen. German women! German women! What a charm the words convey! German women! German women! Flourish on for many a day. All our daughters like Louisa, all our sons like Frederick B. Hear me in the grave, Louisa. Ever flourish Germany. Ever flourish Germany. Dream. 1816. Son of folly, dream thou ever, when thy thoughts within thee burn. But in life thy visions never to reality will turn. Once in happier days chance bore me to a high mount on the Rhine. Smiling lay the land before me, gloriously the sun did shine. Far below, the waves were singing wild and magic melodies, in my inmost heart were ringing blissful strains in wondrous wise. Now, when gazing from that station on the land how sad its doom, I but see a pygmy nation crawling on a giant's tomb. So-called men wear silken raiment, deem themselves the nation's flower. Honors now are gained by payment. Rogues possess both wealth and power. Of descent they boast, not merit, 'tis their dress that makes them men. Old coats now alone the spirit of old times bring back again, when respect and virtue wholly, modestly went hand in hand. When the youth with deference lowly, by the aged took his stand. When a handshake was more valid than an oath or written sheet. When men, iron-clad, forth sallied, and a heart inside them beat, and a heart inside them beat. Our fair garden borders nourish many a thousand flowrets fair. In the fostering soil they flourish, while the sun smiles on them there. But the flower most fair, most golden, in our gardens ne'er is known. That one which, in days now olden, on each rocky height was grown. Which, in cold hill fortress dwelling, men endued with iron frame, deemed the flower all flowers excelling. Hospitality its name. Weary wanderer, never clamber to the mountain's fort-crowned brow, stead of warm and friendly chamber. Cold, hard walls receive thee now. From the watchtower blow no warders, not a drawbridge is let fall, for the castle's lord and warders in the cold tomb slumber all. In dark coffins, too, are sleeping those dear maids bards sang of old, shrines like these within them keeping greater wealth than pearls and gold. Strange soft whispers there are blended, like sweet mincing sleighs. To those dark vaults has descended the fair love of olden days. True, I also prize our ladies. For they blossom like the May. And delightful, too, their trade is. 'Tis to dance, stitch, paint all day. 'Tis to dance, stitch, paint all day. And they sing, in rhymes delicious, of old love and loyalty. Feeling all the time suspicious, whether such things could be. In their simple minds, our mothers used to think in days of yore, that the gem above all others, fair, man in his bosom bore. Very different from this is what their daughters' wisdom call, in the present day our misses love the jewels most of all. Lies, deceit, and superstition rule, life's charms are thrown aside, whilst Rome's sordid base ambition Jordan's pearls has falsified. To your dark domain return you, visions of far happier days. O'er a time which thus doth spurn you, vain laments no longer raise. The consecration, lonely in the forest chapel, at the image of the Virgin, lay a gentle, pallid stripling, bent in humble adoration. O Madonna, let me ever on the threshold here be kneeling. Thou wilt never drive me from thee to the world so cold and sinful. O Madonna, sunny radiance round thy head's bright locks is gleaming, and a mild sweet smile is playing round thy fair mouth's holy roses. O Madonna, thine eyes' lustre lightens me like stars in heaven, while life's bark doth drift at random. Stars lead on forever surely. O Madonna, without wavering, I have borne thy test of sorrow, on kind love relying blindly. In thy glow alone are glowing. O Madonna, this day hear me. Full of mercy, rich in wonders, grant me then a sign of favor. Just one little sign of favor. Then presently happened a marvelous wonder. The forest and chapel were parted in sunder. The boy understood not the miracle strange, for all around him did suddenly change. In a brilliant hall there sat the Madonna. Her rays were gone, as he gazed upon her. She bore the form of a lovely maid. Around her lips a childlike smile played. Around her lips a childlike smile played. And see, from her fair and flowing tresses, she steals a lock, as she thus addresses, in a heavenly tone, the raptured boy. The sweetest reward on earth enjoy. What attests this consecration? Sawest thou not the rainbow shedding its sublime illumination o'er the wide horizon spreading? Angels up and down are moving, loudly do their pinions flutter, breathing music strange and loving. Sweet the melodies they utter. Well the stripling knows the yearning through his frame that now doth quiver, to that land his footsteps turning, where the myrtle blooms forever. The Moor's serenade to my sleeping dear Zulima's bosom run, yet tears all burning. Then will her sweet heart for Abdul Jin to beat with tender yearning, round my sleeping dear Zulima's ear disport, yet tears of anguish. Then will her fair head in vision sweet for Abdul's love straight languish, o'er my sleeping dear Zulima's soft hand stream, my heart's blood gushing. Then will her sweet hand bear on it Abdul's heart's blood, crimson flushing. Sorrow is, alas, born voiceless. In its mouth no tongue is growing. It hath only tears and sighing, and blood from the heart's wounds flowing. Dream and life. The day was glowing, my heart, too, glowed. In silence I bore my sorrow's load. When night arrived, I hastened then to the blossoming rose in the silent glen. I softly approached, and mute as the grave, while tears my cheeks did secretly lave, I peeped in the cup of the rose so fair, and lo, a bright light was glimmering there. By the rose I joyfully fell asleep, when a sweet mocking dream did over me creep. The form of a rosy maid was revealed, a rosy bodice her bosom concealed. She gave me soon a rich golden store. To a golden cottage the prize I bore. Strange goings on in the cottage I found. Small elves are dancing in graceful round. 12 dancers are dancing, and taking no rest, and closely their hands together are pressed, and soon as a dance has come to a close, another begins, and each merrily goes. And the music they dance to thus sounds in my ear. The happiest of hours will ne'er reappear, the whole of thy life was only a dream, and this hour of pleasure a dream within dream. The dream is over, the sun is up. I eagerly peep in the rose's cup. Alas! In the place of the glimmering light, a nasty insect meets my sight. The lesson. Mother tells little bee, yonder wax taper flee. But for his mother's prayers, little bee little cares. Round the light hovers he, humming all merrily. Mother's cry hears not he. Little bee, youthful one, foolish one, poor little simpleton, in the flame rusheth he. Little bee, now the flame flickers high. In the flame he must die. Where of the maidens, then, sons of men? Sons of men. To Francis VZ. I'm drawn to the north by a golden star. Farewell, brother. Forget me not when I am far, to poetry ever faithful abide, and never desert that charming bride. As a priceless treasure preserve in thy breast the German language so fair and blessed, and shouldst thou e'er come to the northern strand, oh listen a while at that northern strand, and list till thou hearest a ringing remote that over the silent waters doth float. When this thou hearest, expect ere long the sound of the well-known minstrel's song. Then strike thou in turn thine echoing chord, and give me news that may pleasure afford. How matters with thee, dear minstrel, go, and with the others whom I loved so, and how it fares with the lovely girl who set so many young hearts in a whirl, and filled so many with yearnings divine, the blossoming rose on the blossoming Rhine. And give me news of my fatherland too, if still 'tis the land of affection true, if still the old God in Germany lives, and none to the evil one homage now gives. And when thy sweet song thus lovingly rings, and joyous stories with it thus brings far over the waves to the distant strand, the bard will rejoice in the far north land. A prologue to the heart's journey. All I saw and heard when traveling. All that soul and heart found pleasing. All that gave me food for cavilling. All that tedious was or teasing. Solemn jostlings, wild excitement, both of simpletons and sages. All shall swell the long indictment of my travels in these pages. Give not travels life twice over? When at home one lives once only. Wouldst thou nobler ends discover? Thou must leave thy closet lonely. On the world's wide stage, each player is a mimic or a puppet, rides his hobby his own way, or bids the others clamber up it. If we're laughed at by our neighbor, riding in this curious fashion, let us him in turn bellabore, jeering him without compassion. Read these travels in the manner and the sense in which I'm writing. Each one has his favorite banner, under which he fancies fighting. Defend not, defend it not, defend it not. This wretched world below. Defend its gaping people not, who care for naught but pomp and show. The tedious ones, defend them not, who cause us such ennui. The learned ones, defend them not, in their o'erpowering pedantry. The women, too, defend them not, though good ones may be there. The best amongst them scorneth not the man she loves not, to ensnare. And then my friends defend them not. Count not thyself one now, for thou those friends resemblest not. No. Firm, and good, and true art thou. A parody. Indeed they have wearied me greatly, and made me exceedingly sad. One half with their prose so wretched, the other with poetry bad. Their terrible discord has scattered what little senses I had. One half with their prose so wretched, the other with poetry bad. but mongst the whole army of scribblers. They most have stirred up my bile, who write in neither prosaic, nor true poetical style. Walking flowers at Berlin. Yes. Under the lindens, my dear friend. Thy yearnings may satisfied be. The fairest of womankind here, friend. All walking together, thou LTC. How charming they look, how delicious. In gay silken garments all dressed. A certain poet judicious walking flowers has named them in jest. How very charming each bonnet. Each Turkish shawl, how it gleams. Each cheek, what a bright glow upon it. Each neck, how swan-like it seems. Evening Songs. 1. Without any aim, forth I sallied, and roamed by the pond o'er the lea. The charming flowers looked pallid, and spectre-like gazed upon me. Upon me they gazed, and to chatter, and tell my dull tale I began. They asked me, what was the matter with me, poor sad-looking man. The truth, I valiantly said it. No love in the world can I find, and as I have lost all my credit, with want of cash 'tis command. 2. And over the pond are sailing 2 swans all white as snow. Sweet voices mysteriously wailing pierce through me as onward they go. They sail along, and a ringing sweet melody rises on high. And when the swans begin singing, they presently must die. 3. When in sorrow, they dare not show it, however mournful their mood. For the swan, like the soul of the poet, by the dull world is ill understood. And in their death hour they waken the air, and break into song. And, unless my ears are mistaken, they sing now, while sailing along. 4. The cloudlets are lazily sailing o'er the blue Atlantic Sea, and mid the twilight there hovers a shadowy figure o'er me. Full deep in my soul it gazes, with old time recalling eye, like a glimpse of joys long buried, and happiness long gone by. Familiar the vision appeareth. Methinks I know it full well, 'tis the much-loved shadow of Mary, who on earth no longer doth dwell. She beckons in friendly silence, and clasps me with gentle despair. But I seize hold of my glasses, to have a better stare. Sonnets. 1. To Augustus William von Schlegel. The worst of worms, the dagger thoughts of doubt, the worst of poisons, to mistrust one's power, these struggled my life's marrow to devour. I was a shoot, whose props were rooted out. Thou pittedst the poor shoot in that sad hour, and badst it climb thy kindly words about. To thee, great master, oh I thanks devout, should the weak shoot blossom into flower. Oh still watch o'er it, as it grows apace, that as a tree the garden it may grace of that fair fay, whose favourite child thou wert. My nurse used of that garden to assert that a strange ringing, wondrous sweet, there dwells, each flower can speak, each tree with music swells. 2. To the same. Contented not with thine own property, the Rhine's fair Nibelung treasure thou didst steal, the wondrous gifts the Thames far banks conceal, the Tagus flowers were boldly plucked by thee, thou madst the Tiber many a gem reveal, the Seine paid tribute to thine industry, thou pierced Sten to Brahma's sanctuary, pearls from the Ganges taking in thy zeal. Thou greedy man, I pray thee be content with that which seldom unto man is lent, instead of adding more, to spend prepare. And with the treasures which thou with such ease from north and south accustomed wert to seize, enrich the scholar and the joyful heir. 3. To Counsellor George S., of Gottingen. Though the demeanour be imperious, proud, yet round the lips may gentleness play still, though the eye gleam and every muscle thrill, yet may the voice with calmness be endowed. Thus art thou in the rostrum, when aloud thou speakest of governments and of the skill of cabinets, and of the people's will, of Germany's long strifes and ends avowed. Ne'er be thine image blotted from my mind. In times of barbarous self-love like these, How doth an image of such greatness please? What thou, in fashion fatherly and kind, spakest to my heart, while hours flew swiftly by, deep in my heart I still bear faithfully. 4. To J. B. Rousseau. Thy friendly greetings open wide my breast, and the dark chambers of my heart unbar. Home visions greet me like some radiant star, and magic pinions fan me into rest. Once more the Rhine flows by me, on its crest of waters mount and castle mirrored are, on vine-clad hills gold clusters gleam afar, vine dressers climb, while shoot the flowrets blessed. Could I but see thee, truest friend of all, who still dost link thyself to me, as clings the ivy green around a crumbling wall. Could I but be with thee, and to thy song in silence listen, while the red breast sings, and the Rhine's waters softly flow along. 5. A torture chamber was the world to me, where I suspended by the feet did hang. Hot pincers gave my body many a pang. A vice of iron crushed me fearfully. I wildly cried in nameless agony. From mouth and eyes the blood in torrents sprang. A maid passed by, who a gold hammer swung, and presently the coup de grace gave she. My quivering limbs she scans with eager eye. My tongue protruding, as death's hour draws nigh, from out my bleeding mouth, a ghastly sight, my heart's wild pantings hears she with delight. My last death rattle music is the while to her, who stands with cold and mocking smile. 6. The night watch on the Drachen Fells. To Fritz von B. 'Twas midnight as we scaled the mountain height, the wood pile neath the walls the flames devoured, and as my joyous comrades round it cowered, they sang of Germany's renown in fight. Her health we drank from Rhine wine beakers bright, the castle spirit on the summit towered, dark forms of armed knights around us lowered, and women's misty shapes appeared in sight. And from the ruins there arose low moans, owls hooted, rattling sounds were heard, and groans, a furious north wind blustered fitfully. Such was the night, my friend, that I did pass on the high Drachen Fells, but I, alas, a wretched cold and cough took home with me. 7. In Fritz Steinmann's album. The bad victorious are, the good lie low. The myrtles are replaced by poplars dry, through which the evening breezes loudly sigh, bright flashes take the place of silent glow. In vain Parnassus heights you'll plow and sow, image on image, flower on flower pile high, in vain you'll struggle till you're like to die, unless, before the egg is laid, you know how to cluck cluck, and, bull's horns putting on, learn to write sage critiques, both pro and con, and your own trumpet blow with decent pride. Write for the mob, not for posterity. Let blustering noise your poem's lever be. You'll then be by the public deified. 8. To her. The flowrets red and white that I hold here, which blossomed erst from out the heart's deep wound, into a lovely nosegay I have bound, and offer unto thee, my mistress dear. By its acceptance be thy bard's love crowned. I cannot from this earth scene disappear, till I have left a sign of love sincere. Remember me when I my death have found. Yet ne'er, O mistress, shalt thou pity me, my life of grief was enviable for in my heart I bore thee lovingly. And greater bliss shall soon be mine, when I shall, as thy guardian spirit, watch unseen, thy heart with peaceful greetings satisfy. 9. Goethe's monument at Frankfurt on the Main. 1821. Good German men, maids, matrons, pray give ear, collect subscribers with the utmost speed. The worthy folk of Frankfurt have agreed to build a monument to Goethe here. At fair time this will make it clear to foreign traders that we're of his breed, that 'twas our soil that nurtured such fair seed, and then in trade they'll trust us without fear. Oh, touch the bard's bright wreath of laurel never, and keep your money in your pockets too, 'tis Goethe's, his own monument to raise. He dwelt amongst you in his infant days, but half a world now severs him from you, whom a stream doth from Sachsenhausen forsever. 10. Dresden Poetry. At Dresden on the Elbe, that handsome city, where straw hats, verses, and cigars are made. They built a music club and music warehouse pretty. There meet the gentlemen and ladies witty, Herr Kuhn, 5 Miss Nasties adepts at the trade, spout verses, calling action to their aid. How grand! Avant, ye critics! More's the pity. Next day the paper tells us all the facts, bright six brightness flies, child's childishness is childlike, the critic's supplement is mean yet wildlike. Arnoldi takes the cash, as salesman acts, then Bodiger appears, with noise infernal 'tis a true oracle, that evening journal. 11. Breadless art. How soon my poverty would ended be. Could I the pencil use, and paint away the walls of castles proud and churches gay, adorning with my pictures merrily. How soon would wealth replace my penury. Could I the fiddle, flute, and piano play, and with such elegance perform each day, that lords and ladies all applauded me. But in Mammon's smiles I ne'er had part, for I have followed thee alone, alas! The poetry, most thankless, breadless art. When others drink their champagne from out a brimming glass, I needs must go without, or drink on credit. Book of Songs. Preface. This is the olden fairy wood. The linden blossoms smell sweetly. The strange mysterious light of the moon enchants my senses completely. I onward went, and as I went, a voice above me was ringing, 'tis surely the nightingale's notes that I hear of love and love sorrows she's singing. She sings of love and love sorrows as well, she sings of smiling and aching, she sadly exults, she joyfully sobs, forgotten visions awaking. I onward went, and as I went, I saw before me lying on open ground, a castle vast, with gables in loftiness vying. The windows were closed, and all things appeared to stillness and sadness converted, it seemed as though silent death had his home within those walls deserted. A sphinx was lying before the door, part comical, part not human. Its body and paws a lion's were, with the breasts and head of a woman fair. Her white eyes spoke of yearnings wild but tender. Her lips, all mute, were closely arched, and smiled a silent surrender. The nightingale so sweetly sang, I found it in vain to resist it. I kissed the beauteous face, and, was ruined as soon as I kissed it. Was ruined as soon as I kissed it. The marble figure with life was filled. The stone began sighing and groaning. She drank my kisses' tremulous glow, with thirsty and eager moaning. She well nigh drank my breath away, and then, with sensual ardor, embraced me, while her lion's paws pressed my body harder and harder. O blissful torment and rapturous woe! The pain, like the pleasure, unbounded. For while the mouth's kisses filled me with joy, the paws most fearfully wounded. The nightingale sang, O beauteous sphinx! O loved one, explain the reason why all thy raptures with pains of death are mingled, in cruel treason? O beauteous sphinx, explain to me the riddle so full of wonder. I over it many 1,000 years have never ceased to ponder. Youthful Sorrows. 1817-21. Visions. 1. Of love's wild glow I dreamt in former days. Of mignonette, fair locks, and myrtle twining, of lips so sweet, with bitter words combining, of mournful melodies of mournful lays. The dreams have long been scattered far and banished, my dearest vision fled for evermore, and, save the burning glow I used to pour into my tender numbers, all is vanished. Thou lingerest still, deserted song. Now go and seek that long-lost vision, shouldst thou meet it, on my behalf in loving fashion greet it, an airy breath to that dim shade I blow. 2. A dream both strange and sad to see. Once startled and delighted me. The dismal vision haunts me still, and in my heart doth wildly thrill. There was a garden wondrous fair. I fain would wander gladly there. The beauteous flowers upon me gazed, and high I found my rapture raised. The birds were twittering above, their joyous melodies of love. The sun was red with rays of gold, the flowers all lovely to behold. Sweet fragrance all the herbs exhale, and sweetly, softly blows the gale. And all things glisten, all things smile, and show their loveliness the while. Amid that bright and flowery land, a marble fountain was at hand. And there I saw a maiden fair, washing a garment white with care. Her cheeks were sweet, her eyes were mild. Fair-haired and saintly looked the child. And as I gazed, she seemed to be so strange, yet so well known to me. The beauteous girl, who made all speed. A song was humming, strange indeed, water, water, quickly run, let the washing soon be done. I went and stood then in her way, and whispered gently, prithee say, thou maiden sweet and wondrous fair, for whom dost thou this dress prepare? Then spake she quickly, ready be. I'm washing thine own shroud for thee. Scarce had her lips these words let fall, like foam the vision vanished all. And still entranced, ere long I stood within a desert, gloomy wood. To reach the skies the branches sought. I stood amazed, and thought, and thought. And hark! What hollow echoing sound! Like axe strokes fills the air around. Through waste and wood I speed apace, until I reach an open place. In the green plain before me spread, a mighty oak tree reared its head. And lo! The maiden, strange to see, was felling with an axe the tree. With blow on blow a song she sings. With blow on blow a song she sings. Unceasing, as the axe she swings, iron glittering, iron bright, hew the oaken chest aright. I went and stood then in her way, and whispered gently, prithee say, thou sweet and wondrous maiden mine, for whom dost hew the oaken shrine? Then spake she quickly, time is short, to hew thy coffin is my sport. Scarce had her lips these words let fall, like foam the vision vanished all. Bleak, dim was all above, beneath. Around was barren, barren heath. I felt in strange mysterious mood, and shuddering inwardly I stood. And as I roamed on silently, a whitish streak soon caught mine eye. I hastened toward it, and when there, behold, I found the maiden fair. On white heath stood the snowy maid, digging the ground with sexton's spade. Scarce dared I gaze on her aright, so fair yet fearful was the sight. The beauteous girl, who made all speed. A song was humming, strange indeed, spade, oh spade, so sharp and tried, dig a pit both deep and wide. I went, and stood then in her way, and whispered gently, prithee say, thou maiden sweet and wondrous fair, what means the pit that's lying there? Then spake she quickly, silent be. Then spake she quickly, silent be. A cold, cold grave I dig for thee. And when the fair maid thus replied, its mouth a pit straight opened wide. And when the pit was full in view, a chilling shudder pierced me through. And in the grave so dark and deep, headlong I fell, and woke from sleep. 3. In midnight vision I myself have spied, as for some festival, in ruffles dressed, in a black gallicoat and silken vest. My sweet and trusting love with scorn I eyed, and bowed low down, and said, art thou a bride? I wish thee joy, dear madam, I protest. And yet my lips reluctantly expressed the words so cold and tauntingly applied. And bitter tears then suddenly 'gan falling from her dear eyes, and in a sea of weeping, well nigh dissolved her image so enthralling. O lovely eyes, ye stars of love so kindly! What though ye, when awake, and when sleeping deceived me oft, I trust ye still as blindly. 4. In dream I saw a tiny mannikin, who went on stilts, with steps a yard apart. White was his linen, and his dress was smart, but he was coarse and most unclean within. Yes, worthless inwardly, and full of sin. Worthy to seem outside was his great art. Of courage he discoursed, as from his heart. Defiant, stubborn, neath a veil but thin. And knowest thou who he is? Come here and see. So spake the dream god, slyly showing me within a mirror's frame this vision then. The mannequin before an altar stood. My love beside him, both said yes, they would, and thousand laughing devils cried amen. 5. Why stirs and chafes my maddened blood? Why burns my heart in furious mood? My blood fast boils, and foams, and fumes. And passion fierce my heart consumes. My mad blood boils in foaming stream. Because I've dreamt an evil dream. Night's gloomy sun appeared one day. And bore me in his arms away. To a bright house soon brought he me. Where sounded harp and revelry. And torches gleamed and tapers shone. The hall I entered then alone. I saw a merry wedding feast. The glad guests round the table pressed. And when the bridal pair I spied, oh woe! My mistress was the bride. There was my love, and strange to say, a stranger claimed her hand today. Then close behind her chair of honor, I silent stood and gazed upon her. The music sounded still I stood. Their joy but swelled my mournful mood. The bride she looked so highly blessed. Her hand the while the bridegroom pressed. The bridegroom next filled full his cup. And from it drank, then gave it up. Unto the bride, she smiled a thank. Oh woe! My red blood 'twas she drank. The bride a rosy apple took. And gave it him with smiling look. He took his knife, and cut apart. Oh woe! It was indeed my heart. They lovingly each other eyed. The bridegroom boldly clasped the bride. And kissed her on her cheeks so red. Oh woe! Cold death kissed me instead. Like lead my tongue within me lay. Vainly I strove one word to say. A noise was heard, the dance began. The bridal pair were in the van. Whilst I stood rooted to the ground. The dancers nimbly whirled around. The bridegroom spoke a whispered word. She blushed, well pleased with what she heard. 6. In blissful dream, in silent night. There came to me, with magic might. With magic might, my own sweet love. Into my little room above. I gazed upon the darling child. I gazed, and she all gently smiled. And smiled until my heart swelled high. When storm-like daring words breathed I. Take thou everything that's mine, my all will I to thee resign, if I may be thy paramour from midnight till the morning hour. Then on me gazed the beauteous maid. With looks that inward strife betrayed. So sweet, so sad, while thus she said. Give me thy hope of heaven instead. Give me thy hope of heaven instead. My life so sweet, my youthful blood, I'll give with cheerful joyous mood, for thee, O maiden angel fair, but hope of heaven hereafter ne'er. My daring speech flowed readily. Yet ever fairer blossomed she. And still the beauteous maiden said, give me thy hope of heaven instead. These words fell on me heavily. Then rushed, like some fierce flowing sea, down to my spirit's depth most deep. I scarce had power my breath to keep. There came a band of angels white, graced with a golden halo bright. But wildly followed in their track a grisly train of goblins black. They wrestled with the angels white, and drove away those angels bright. And then the gloomy squadron too melted like morning mist from view. Fain had I died of rapture there. My arms upheld my maiden fair. She nestled near me like a roe, but also wept with bitter woe. Sweet maiden wept, well knew I why. Her rosy mouth to peace kissed I, oh still, sweet love, that tearful flood, surrender to my loving mood. Surrender to my loving mood. When sudden froze to ice my blood, the earth beneath me groaned and sighed, a yawning chasm opened wide. A yawning chasm opened wide. And from the chasm's gloomy veil, Rose the black troop, sweet love turned pale, my arms were of sweet love bereft, and I in solitude was left. The gloomy troop around me danced in wondrous circle, then advanced, and seized and bore me to the ground, while scornful laughter rose around. And still the circle narrower grew, and ever hummed the fearful crew, thy hope of heaven was pledged by thee, thou art ours for all eternity. 7. Thou now hast the money, why longer delay? Thou dark scowling fellow, why lingering stay? I sit in my chamber, and patiently wait, and midnight is near, but the bride is still late. From the churchyard the shuddering breezes arise, ye breezes, oh say, has my bride met your eyes? Pale demons come round me, and hard on me press, make curtsies with grinning, and nod their oh yes. Quick, tell me the message you're coming about, black villain, in livery of fire tricked out. My mistress sends word that she soon will be here, in a car drawn by dragons she'll shortly appear. Dear grey little man, say, what wouldst thou today? Dead master of mine, what's thy business, pray? He gazes upon me with mute mournful mien, shakes his head, turns away, and no longer is seen. His tail wags the shaggy old dog, and he whines, all brightly the eye of the black tomcat shines. All brightly the eye of the black tomcat shines, the women are howling with long flowing hair, why sings my old nurse my old cradle song there? Old nurse stops at home, to her song to attend, the epopeia is long at an end, today I am keeping my gay wedding feast, only watch the arrival of each gallant guest. Only watch them. Good sirs, how polite is your band. Ye carry your heads, stead of hats, in your hand, with your clattering bones, and like gallows birds dressed, why arrive here so late, when the wind is at rest? The old witch on her broomstick comes galloping on, ah, bless me, good mother, I'm really thy son. The mouth in her pale face beginning to twitch, forever, amen, soon replies the old witch. 12 withered musicians come creeping along, the limping blind fiddler is seen in the throng, Jack Pudding dressed out in his motley array, on the grave digger's back is grimacing away. With dancing 12 nuns from the convent advance, the leering old procuress leading the dance, 12 merry young priests follow close in their train, and sing their lute songs in a church-going strain. Till you're black in the face, good old clothes man, don't yell, your fur coat will nothing avail you in hell, 'tis heated for not all the year with odd things, stead of wood, with the bones of dead beggars and kings. The girls with the flowers seemed hunchbacked and bent, tumbling head over heels in the room as they went, with your faces like owls, and a grasshopper's leg, that rattling of bones discontinue, I beg. The squadrons of hell all appear in their shrouds, and bustle and hustle in fast swelling crowds. And bustle and hustle in fast swelling crowds, the waltz of damnation resounds in the ear, hush, hush. My sweet love is at length drawing near. Now, rabble, be quiet, or get you away. I scarcely can hear e'en one word that I say, hark. Is not the sound of a chariot at hand? Quick, open the door. Why thus loitering stand? Thou art welcome, my darling. How goes it, my sweet? You're welcome, good parson. Stand up, I entreat. Good parson, with hoof of a horse and with tail, I'm your dutiful servant, and wish you all hail. Dear bride, wherefore standest thou so pale and so dumb? The parson to join us together has come, full dear, dear as blood, is the fee I must pay, and yet to possess thee is merely child's play. Kneel down, my sweet bride, by my side prithee kneel. She kneels and she sinks, oh what rapture I feel. She sinks on my heart, on my fast heaving breast, with shuddering pleasure I hold her close pressed. Like billows her golden locks circle the pair, gainst my heart beats the heart of the maiden so fair, they beat with a union of sorrow and love, and soar to the regions of heaven above. While our hearts are thus floating in rapture's wide sea, in God's holy realms, all untrammeled and free, on our heads, as a terrible sign and a brand, has hell in derision imposed her grim hand. In propria persona the dark son of night. As parson bestows the priest's blessing tonight, from a bloody book breathes he the formula terse, each prayer execration, each blessing a curse. A crashing and hissing and howling is heard. Like rolling of thunder, like waves wildly stirred. Like rolling of thunder, like waves wildly stirred, when sudden a bluish tinged light brightly flames, forever, amen, the old mother exclaims. 8. I came from the house of my mistress dear, and wandered, half frenzied, in midnight fear, and when o'er the churchyard I mournfully trod, in solemn silence the grave seemed to nod. The musician's old tombstone seemed nodding to be, 'tis the flickering light of the moon that I see. There's a whisper, dear brother, I soon shall be here. Then a misty pale form from the tomb doth appear. The musician it was who arose in the gloom, and perched himself high on the top of the tomb, the chords of his lute he struck with good will, and sang with a voice right hollow and shrill. Ah, no, yes, still the olden song, that thrilled the breast with passion strong, yet chords so dull and unmoving? The angels they call it the joys of heaven, the devils they call it hell's torments even, and mortals they call it loving. The last word's sound had scarcely died, when all the graves their mouths opened wide, many airy figures step forward, and each the musician draws near, while in chorus they screech. Love, O love, thy wondrous might brought us to this dreary plight, closed our eyes in endless night, to disturb us why delight. Thus howl they confusedly, hissing and groaning, with roaring and sighing and crashing and moaning, the mad troop the musician surround as before, and the chords the musician strikes wildly once more. And the chords the musician strikes wildly once more. Bravo, bravo! How absurd! Welcome to yet. Plainly knew ye that I spake the magic word. As we pass the livelong year still as mice in prison drear, let's today be full of cheer. First, though, please see that no one else is here, fools were we as long as living, to love's maddening passion giving all our maddened energies. Let, by way of recreation, each one give a true narration of his former history, how devoured, how o'erpowered in love's frantic chase was he. Then as light as the air from the circle there broke a wizened thin being, who hummingly spoke. A tailor was I by profession, with needle and with shears, none made a better impression with needle and with shears. Then came my master's daughter with needle and with shears, and pierced my sorrowing bosom with needle and with shears. In right merry chorus the spirits then laughed, in solemn silence a second stepped aft. Great Rinaldo Rinaldini, Skinder Hanno, Orlandini, and Charles Moore especially, were my patterns made by me. Like those mighty heroes, I fell in love, I'll not deny, and the fairest woman most haunted me like any ghost. Sighing, cooing like a dove, I was driven mad with love, and my fingers, by ill luck, in my neighbor's pocket stuck. But the constable abused me, and most cruelly ill-used me, and I sought to hide my grief in my neighbor's handkerchief. Then their arms policemen placed quietly around my waist, and the bridewell then and there took me 'neath its tender care. There, with thoughts of love quite full, long time sat I, spinning wool, till Rinaldo's ghost one day came and took my soul away. In right merry chorus the spirits then laughed, a third, all berouged and bedizened, stepped aft. As monarch I ruled on the stage, the part of the lover played I, oft bellowed ye gods, in a rage, breathed many a heart-rending sigh. I played Mortimer's part best, methinks, Maria was always so fair, but despite the most natural winks, she never gave heed to my prayer. Once when I, with desperate look, Maria, thou holy one, cried, the dagger I hastily took, and plunged it too deep in my side. In right merry chorus the spirits then laughed, a fourth in a white flowing garment stepped aft. Ex cathedra kept prating the learned professor, he prated, and I went to sleep all the while, yet my pleasure had certainly not been the lesser, had I revelled instead in his daughter's sweet smile. From the window she oft to me tenderly beckoned, that flower of flowers, my life's only light, yet that flower of flowers was plucked in a second by a stupid old blockhead, an opulent wight. Then cursed I all women and rogues of high station, and mingled some poisonous herbs in my wine, and held with old Death a jollification, while he said, Your good health, from this moment you're mine. In right merry chorus the spirits then laughed. A fifth, with a rope round his neck, next stepped aft. There boasted and bragged a count, over his wine, of his daughter so fair, and his jewels so fine. What care I, Sir Count, for thy jewels so fine? Far rather would I that thy daughter were mine. 'Tis true under bar, lock, and key they both lay, and the Count many servants retained in his pay. What cared I for servants, for bar, lock, or key? Up the rungs of the ladder I mounted with glee. To my mistress's window I climbed with good cheer, where curses beneath me saluted my ear. Stop, stop, my fine fellow. I too must be there, I'm likewise in love with the jewels so fair. Thus jest the Count, while he grappled me tight, his servants came round me with shouts of delight. Pooh, nonsense, you rascals. No robber am I but came for my mistress, 'tis really no lie. In vain was my talking, in vain what I said, they got ready the rope, threw it over my head, and the sun, when he rose, with amazement extreme found me hanging, alas, from the gallows high beam. In right merry chorus the spirits then laughed. A sixth, with his head in his hand, next stepped aft. Love's torments made me seek the chase, rifle in hand, I roamed apace. Down from the tree, with hollow scoff, the raven cried, Head off, head off. Oh, could I only see a dove, I'd take it home for my sweet love. Thus thought I, and midst bush and tree with sportsman's eye sought carefully. What billing's that? What gentle cooing? It sounds like turtle dove's soft wooing. I stole up slyly, cocked my gun, and, lo, my own sweet love was won. It was indeed my dove, my bride, a stranger clasped her waist with pride. Old gun, now let thy aim be good. The stranger weltered in his blood. Soon through the wood I had to pass, with hangman by my side, alas. Down from the tree, with bitter scoff, the raven cried, Head off, head off. In right merry chorus the spirits then laughed. At length the musician in person stepped aft. I've sung my own song, friends, demurely, that charming song's at an end, when the heart is once broken, why surely the song may homeward wend. Then began the wild laughter still louder to sound, and the pale spectral troop in a circle swept round. From the neighboring church tower the stroke of one, fell, and the spirits rushed back to their graves with a yell. 9. I was asleep, and calmly slept. All pain and grief allayed. A wondrous vision o'er me crept. There came a lovely maid. As pale as marble was her face. And, oh, so passing fair. Her eyes they swam with pearl-like grace. And strangely waved her hair. And softly, softly moved her foot. The pale as marble maid. And on my heart herself she put. The pale as marble maid. How shook and throbbed, half sad, half blessed, my heart, which hotly burned. But neither shook nor throbbed her breast, which into ice seemed turned. It neither shakes nor throbs, my breast, and it is icy cold, and yet I know love's yearning blessed, love's mighty power of old. No colors on my lips and cheek, no blood my veins doth swell, but start not, thus to hear me speak, I love thee well. I love thee well. And wilder still embraced she me. And I was sore afraid. Then crowed the cock, straight vanished she, the pale as marble maid. 10. I oft have pale spectres before now. Conjured with magical might. They refuse to return any more now. To their former dwelling of night. The word that commands their submission. I forgot in my terror and fear. My own spirits now seek my perdition. Within their prison house drear. Dark demons, approach not a finger. Away, nor to torment give birth. Full many a joy still may linger in the roseate light of this earth. I needs must be evermore striving to reach the flower so fair. Oh, what were the use of my living, if I may cherish her ne'er? To my glowing heart fain would I press her, would clasp her for once to my breast, on her lips and her cheeks once caress her, with sweetest of torments be blessed. If once from her mouth I could hear it, could hear one fond whisper bestowed, I would follow thee, beckoning spirit, yea, e'en to thy darksome abode. The spirits have heard, and draw nigh me, and nod with terrific glee, and nod with terrific glee. Sweet love, with an answer supply me. Sweet love, O lovest thou me? 2. Songs. 1. Every morning rise I, crying, comes my love today? Then sink down at evening, sighing, she is still away. Sleepless and oppressed with sorrow, all night long I lie, dreaming, half asleep, the morrow. Sadly wander I. 2. I'm driven hither and thither along, but yet a few hours, I shall see her again. Herself, the most fair of the fair maiden train, true heart, what means thy throbbing so strong? The hours are only a slothful race. Lazily they move each day, and with yawning go their way. Hasten on, yes, slothful race. Wild raging eagerness thrills me indeed. Never in love have the hours delighted. So, in a cruel bond strangely united, slyly deride they the lover's wild speed. 3. By naught but sorrow attended, I wandered under the trees. That olden vision descended, and stole to my heart by degrees. Who taught you the word ye are singing? Ye birds in the branches on high? Oh hush, when my heart hears it ringing. Oh hush, when my heart hears it ringing. It makes it more mournfully sigh. A fair young maiden 'twas taught it, who came here, and sang like a bird, and so we birds easily caught it, that pretty, golden word. No more shall this story deceive me. Ye birds, so wondrously sly, of my sorrow ye fain would bereave me. On your friendship I cannot rely. 4. Sweet love, lay thy hand on my heart, and tell if thou hearest the knocks in that narrow cell. There dwells there a carpenter, cunning is he, and slyly he's hewing a coffin for me. He hammers and knocks by day and by night. My slumber already has banished outright. Oh, master carpenter, prithee make haste, that I some slumber at length may taste. 5. Beauteous cradle of my sorrow, beauteous grave of all my peace, beauteous town, we part tomorrow. Fare thee well, our ties must cease. Fare thee well, thou threshold holy, where my loved one sets her feet. Fare thee well, thou spot so holy, where we chanced at first to meet. Would that we had been forever strangers, queen of hearts so fair. Then it would have happened never, that I'm driven to despair. That I'm driven to despair. Ne'er to stir thy bosom thought I. For thy love I never prayed. Silently to live but sought I, where thy breath its balm conveyed. Yet thou spurnest me in my sadness. Bitter words thy mouth doth speak. In my senses riots madness, and my heart is faint and weak, and my limbs, in wanderings dreary, sadly drag I, full of gloom, till I lay my head all weary in a chilly distant tomb. 6. Patience, surly pilot, shortly to the port I'll follow you. From two maidens I'm departing, from my love and Europe too. Blood spring, from mine eyes gin running, blood spring, from my body flow, so that I then, with my hot blood, may write down my tale of woe. Ah, my body, wherefore shudder thus today my blood to see? Many years before thee standing, pale, heart bleeding, sawest thou me? Knowest thou still the olden story? Of the snake in paradise, who, accursed apple giving, caused our parents endless sighs. Apples brought all evils on us. Death through Eve by apples came. Death through Eve by apples came. Flames on Troy were brought by Eris. Both thou broughtest, death and flame. 7. Hill and castle fair are glancing o'er the clear and glassy Rhine, and my bark is gaily dancing in the sunlight all divine. On the golden waters, breaking sportively, my calm eyes rest. Gently are the feelings waking that I nourished in my breast. With a fond and kindly greeting, lure me those deep waters bright. Yet I know their smoothness cheating hides beneath it death and night. Joy above, below destruction. Thou art my loved one's image, stream. Blissful is her smile's seduction. Kind and gentle can she seem. 8. First methought in my affliction, I can never stand the blow. Yet I did strange contradiction. How I did, ne'er seek to know. 9. With rose and cypress and tinsel gay, I fain would adorn in a charming way this book, as though a coffin it were, and in it my olden songs inter. Oh, could I but bury love also there. On love's grave grows rests flowered fair. On love's grave grows rests flowered fair, 'tis there 'tis plucked in its sweetest bloom, for me 'twill not blossom till in my tomb. Here now are the songs that formerly rose, as wild as the lava from Etna that flows from out the depths of my feelings true, and glittering sparks around them threw. Like corpses now lie they, all silent and dumb and cold and pallid as mist they've become, but the olden glow their revival will bring when the spirit of love waves o'er them its wing. In my heart a presentiment loudly cries, the spirit of love will over them rise. This book will hereafter come to thy hand, my sweetest love, in a distant land. Then the spell on my song at an end will be. The pallid letters will gaze on thee, imploringly gaze on thy beauteous eyes, and whisper with sadness and loving sighs. 3. Romances. 1. The mournful one. Every heart with pain is smitten when they see the stripling pale, who upon his face bears written grief and sorrow's mournful tale. Breezes with compassion lightly fan his burning brow the while, and his bosom many a sprightly damsel fair would fain beguile. From the city's ceaseless bustle, to the wood for peace he flies. Merrily the leaves there rustle, merrier still the birds' songs rise. But the merry song soon ceases, sadly rustle leaf and tree, when he, while his grief increases, nears the forest mournfully. 2. The mountain echo. At sad slow pace across the vale, there rode a horseman brave. Ah, travel I now to my mistress's arms, or but to the darksome grave? The echo answer gave, the darksome grave. And farther rode the horseman on, with sighs his thoughts expressed, if I thus early must go to my grave, yet in the grave is rest. The answering voice confessed, the grave is rest. Adown the horseman's furrowed cheek, a tear fell on his breast. If rest I can only find in the grave, for me the grave is best. The hollow voice confessed, the grave is best. 3. The two brothers. On the mountain summit darkling, lies the castle, veiled in night. Lights are in the valley sparkling, clashing swords are gleaming bright. Brothers 'tis, who in fierce duel fight, with wrath to fury fanned. Tell me why these brothers cruel strive thus madly, sword in hand. By the eyes of Countess Laura, were they thus in strife arrayed? Both with glowing love adore her, the noble, beauteous maid. Unto which now of the brothers is her heart the most inclined? She her secret feelings smothers. Out, then, sword, the truth to find. And they fight with rage despairing. Blows exchange with savage might. Take good heed, ye gallants daring. Mischief walks abroad by night. Woe, oh woe, ye brothers cruel. Woe, oh woe, thou veil abhorred. Both fall victims in the duel, falling on each other's sword. Races are to dust converted. Many centuries have flown. And the castle, now deserted, sadly from the mount looks down. But at night time in the valley, wondrous forms appear again. At the stroke of 12, forth sally. To the fight the brothers twain. To the fight the brothers twain. 4. Poor Peter. While Hans and Gretel are dancing with glee, and each of them loudly rejoices, poor Peter looks as pale as can be, and perfectly mute his voice is. While Hans and Gretel are bridegroom and bride, and glitter in smart ostentation, poor Peter must still in his working dress bide, and bites his nails with vexation. Then softly Peter said to himself, as he gazed on the couple sadly, ah, had I not been such a sensible elf, it had fared with my life but badly. 2. Within my breast there sits a woe that seems my breast to sever, where'er I stand, where'er I go, it drives me onward ever. It makes me toward my loved one fly, as if she could restore me, yet when I gaze upon her my sorrows rise before me. I clamber up the mountain now, in lonely sorrow creeping, and standing silent on its brow, I cannot cease from weeping. 3. Poor Peter slowly totters by, pale as a corpse, and stealthily. The very people in the street, the very people in the street, stand still, when his sad form they meet. The maidens whispered as they pitied the grave he has this moment quitted. Ah no, my dear young maidens fair, he's just about to lie down there, as he is of his love bereft. The grave's the best place that is left, where he his aching heart may lay, and sleep until the judgment day. 5. The Prisoner's Song. When my grandmother once had bewitched a poor girl, the mob would have burned her quite readily, but though fiercely the judge his mustachios might twirl, she refused to confess her crime steadily. And when in the cauldron they held her fast, she shouted and yelled like a craven. But when the black vapor arose, she at last flew up in the air as a raven. My black and feathery grandmother dear, oh visit me soon in this tower. Quick, fly through the grating, and come to me here, and bring me some cakes to devour. My black and feathery grandmother dear, oh prithee protect me from sorrow. For my aunt will be picking my eyes out, I fear, when I merrily soar hence tomorrow. 6. The Grenadiers. 2 grenadiers traveled towards France one day, on leaving their prison in Russia, and sadly they hung their heads in dismay when they reached the frontiers of Prussia. For there they first heard the story of woe, that France had utterly perished. The Grand Army had met with an overthrow. They had captured their emperor cherished. Then both of the grenadiers wept full sore at hearing the terrible story. And one of them said, alas, once more, my wounds are bleeding and gory. The other one said, the game's at an end. With thee I would die right gladly. But I've wife and child, whom at home I should tend, for without me they'll fare but badly. What matters my child, what matters my wife? A heavier care has arisen, let them beg, if they're hungry, all their life, my emperor sighs in a prison. Dear brother, pray grant me this one last prayer, if my hours I now must number, oh take my corpse to my country fair, that there it may peacefully slumber. The Legion of Honor, with ribbon red, upon my bosom place thou, and put in my hand my musket dread, and my sword around me brace thou. And so in my grave will I silently lie, and watch like a guard o'er the forces, until the roaring of cannon hear I, and the trampling of neighing horses. And the trampling of neighing horses. My emperor then will ride over my grave, while the swords glitter brightly and rattle, then armed to the teeth will I rise from the grave, for my emperor hasting to battle. 7. The Message. Good servant, up, and saddle quick. and leap upon thy steed, and to King Duncan's castle then, through plain and forest speed, into the stable creep, and wait, till by the helper spied, then say, of Duncan's daughters, which has just become a bride? And if he says, the brown one 'tis, the news bring quickly home. But if he says, the fair one 'tis, more slowly thou mayst come. Then go to the rope maker's shop, and buy a rope for me, and riding slowly, bring it here, and mute and silent be. 8. Taking the bride home. I'll go not alone, my sweetheart dear. With me thou must go now, to the cheery, old, and cozy room, in the dreary cold abode of gloom, where at the door my mother keeps guard, and for her son's return looks hard. Away from me, thou gloomy man, who bid thee come hither? Thy hands like ice, thine eye glows bright, thy breath is burning, thy cheek is white. But I would rather my time beguile with smell of roses and sun's sweet smile. The roses may smell, and the sun may shine. My darling sweetheart, throw thy spreading white veil thy figure around, make the chords of the echoing lyre resound, and sing a wedding song to me, the night wind pipes the melody. 9. Don Ramiro. Donna Clara. Donna Clara. Through long years the hotly loved one thou hast willed now my destruction, willed it, too, without compassion. Donna Clara. Donna Clara. Very sweet the gift of life is, but beneath us all is fearful, in the tomb so dark and chilly. Donna Clara, joy, tomorrow will Fernando at the altar as his wedded bride salute thee, wilt thou ask me to the wedding? Don Ramiro. Don Ramiro. Bitterly thy words are sounding, bit rarer than you stars decree is, scoffing at my heart's own wishes. Don Ramiro. Don Ramiro. Shake thy gloomy sadness from thee, on the earth are many maidens, but by God have we been parted. Don Ramiro, who so bravely many Moors hast overpowered, overpower now thyself too, come tomorrow to my wedding. Donna Clara. Donna Clara. Yes, I swear it, yes, I'll come there. And the dance will lead off with thee. So good night, I'll come tomorrow. So good night. The window rattled, sighing stood below Ramiro, seeming turned to stone long stood he, then he vanished in the darkness. Then he vanished in the darkness. Lastly, after lengthened conflict, night to day in turn surrendered. Like a blooming flowery garden, lies extended fair Toledo. Palaces and splendid buildings glitter in the radiant sunlight, and the church's domes so lofty glisten proudly, as though gilded, humming like a busy beehive. Merrily the bells are sounding, sweetly rise the solemn psalm tunes from the God-devoted churches. But look yonder! But look yonder! Where from out the market chapel, midst the heaving crowd and uproar, streams the throng in checkered masses, glittering knights and stately ladies, in gay courtly dresses sparkle, and the clear-toned bells are ringing, and the organ peals between times. But with reverence saluted, in the people's midst are walking, nobly clad, the youthful couple, Donna Clara, Don Fernando. To the bridegroom's palace entrance slowly moves the gay procession. There begin the ceremonies, stately, and in olden fashion. Nightly games and merry feasting interchange with loud rejoicing. Swiftly fly the hours thus gladly, till the shades of night have fallen, and the wedding guests assemble in the hall, to hold the dances, and their checkered gala dresses, midst the glittering lights are sparkling. On a high exalted dais, bride and bridegroom are reclining. Donna Clara, Don Fernando, holding loving conversation. In the hall are gaily moving all the festal crowd of people, and the kettle drums sound loudly, and the trumpets, too, are crashing. Wherefore, O my heart's fair mistress, Are thy glances so directed toward the hall's most distant corner? Thus the knight exclaimed with wonder. Seest thou not, then, Don Fernando, yonder man in dark cloak hidden? And the knight with smiling answered. Ah, 'tis nothing but a shadow. But the shadow soon approached them. And a man was in the mantle. And Ramiro recognizing Clara greeted him with blushes. And the dancing has begun now. And the dancers whirl round gaily. In the waltz's giddy mazes. And the ground beneath them trembles. Gladly will I, Don Ramiro, in the dance become thy partner, but thou didst not well to come here. But thou didst not well to come here. In a black and night-like mantle. But with eyes all fixed and piercing. Looks Ramiro on the fair one. Clasping her, with gloom thus speaks he. At thy bidding have I come here. And the pair of dancers vanish. In the dance's giddy mazes. And the kettle drums sound loudly. And the trumpets, too, are crashing. Snow white are thy cheeks, Ramiro. Clara speaks with secret trembling. At thy bidding have I come here. In a hollow voice replies he. In the hall the wax lights glimmer. Through the ebbing, flowing masses. And the kettle drums sound loudly. And the trumpets, too, are crashing. Ice cold are thy hands, Ramiro. Clara speaks with shuddering terror. At thy bidding have I come here. And within the whirl they vanish. Leave me, Don Ramiro. Ah, thy breath is like a corpse's. Once again the dark words speaks he. At thy bidding have I come here. And the very ground seems glowing. Fiddle, viol sound right merry. Like a wondrous weft of magic. All within the hall is whirling. Leave me, Don Ramiro. Sadly sounds amidst the tumult, Don Ramiro ever answers. Don Ramiro ever answers. At thy bidding have I come here. In the name of God depart, then. Clara with a firm voice utters, and the words she scarce had spoken when Ramiro vanished from her. Clara, death in every feature. Chilly, night surrounded, stood there. And a swoon her lightsome figure to its darksome kingdom carries. But at last her misty slumber yields, at last her eyelids open. But again, with deep amazement, would she fain have closed her fair eyes. For since they began the dancing, from her seat had she not moved once. And she still sits by the bridegroom. And the anxious knight thus asks her. Say, why are thy cheeks so pallid? Wherefore is thine eye so darksome? And Ramiro, stammers Clara, and her tongue is mute with horror. But with deep and solemn wrinkles, is the bridegroom's brow now furrowed. Lady, bloody news why seekest thou? This day's noontide died Ramiro. 10. Belshazzar. The midnight hour was coming on. In death-like calm lay Babylon. But in the monarch's castle high, held the monarch's attendants gay revelry. And in the regal hall upstairs, a regal feast Belshazzar shares. The servants in glittering circles recline, and empty the goblets of sparkling wine. The servants are shouting, the goblets ring, delighting the heart of the ruthless king. The king's cheeks feel a ruddy glow. The wine doth swell his ardour so, and blindly led on by his ardour's wiles, the Godhead with blasphemous words he reviles, and wildly he curses and raves aloud. Approvingly bellow the serving crowd. The king commands with a look that burns. The servant hastens and soon returns. Many golden vessels he bears on his head, the spoils of Jehovah's temple dread. And the monarch straight seized on a sacred cup with impious hand, and filled it up. And down to the dregs he drains it fast. And with foaming mouth exclaims at last, Jehovah, thy power I here defy, the king of Babylon am I. But scarcely had sounded the fearful word, when the heart of the king with terror was stirred. The yelling laughter is silenced all, and death-like silence fills the hall. And see, On the wall so white, a human hand appears in sight. And letters of flame on the wall so white. It wrote, and vanished from sight. The king the writing with wonderment sees. As pale as death, and with trembling knees. The awestruck servants sat around. And silent sat, and uttered no sound. The magicians appeared, but none mongst them all could rightly interpret the words on the wall. But Belshazzar the king the self-same night was slain by his servants, a ghastly sight. 11. The Minnesingers. In the minstrels' strife engaging. Pass the mincingers by. Strange the war that they are waging. Strange the tourney where they be. Fancy, that for battle nerves him. Is the mincinger steed. Art as trusty buckler serves him. And his words a sword indeed. Beauteous dames, with glances pleasant. From the balcony look down. But the right one is not present. With the proper laurel crown. Other combatants, when springing to the lists, at least are sound. Mincingers must be bringing to the fray a deadly wound. He from whom the most there draineth song's blood from the inmost breast. He is victor, and obtaineth from fair lips the praise most blessed. 12. Looking from the window. Fair Hedwig lay at the window, to see if pale Henry would chance to detect her. She said half aloud, why goodness me, the man is as pale as a spectre. With yearning pale Henry looked above at her window, in hopes to detect her. Fair Hedwig now felt the torments of love, and she became pale as a spectre. Love sick, now stood fair Hedwig all day at her window, lest he should reject her. But soon in pale Henry's arms she lay all night, at the time for a spectre. 13. The Wounded Knight. I know a story of anguish, a tale of the times of old. A knight with love doth languish. His mistress is faithless and cold. As faithless must he esteem now her whom in his heart he adored. His loving pangs must he deem now disgraceful and abhorred. In vain in the lists would he wander, and challenge to battle each night. Let him whom my mistress dares slander make ready at once for the fight. But all are silent, save only his grief, that so fiercely doth burn. His lance he against his own lonely accusing bosom must turn. 14. The Sea Voyage. I leaning stood against the mast, and told each wave of ocean, farewell, my beauteous fatherland. My bark, how swift thy motion. I passed my lovely mistress' house. The windows gleamed all over. But though I gazed and gazed and gazed, no sign could I discover. Yet tears, obscure not thus mine eyes. On this too painful morrow, my lovesick heart, oh do not break with overweight of sorrow. 15. The Song of Repentance. Sir Ulrich rides in the forest so green. The leaves with joy seem laden. He sees, the trees' thick branches between, the form of a beauteous maiden. The youth then said, well know I thee. So blooming and glowing thy face is. Alluringly ever encircles it me. In deserts or crowded places. Those lips, by fresh loveliness ever stirred, appear a pair of roses, yet many a hateful bitter word that roguish mouth discloses. A pretty rosebush a mouth like this resembles very closely, where cunning poisonous serpents hiss amid the leaves morosely. Within those beauteous cheeks there lies a sweet and beauteous dimple, that is the grave where I fell by surprise, lured on by a yearning simple. There see I the beauteous locks of hair, that once so lovingly pleased me, that is the net so wondrous fair wherewith the evil one seized me. And that blue eye, that so sweetly fell, as clear as the ocean even, it proved to be the portal of hell, though I thought it the gateway of heaven. In the wood still farther Sir Ulrich doth ride, the leaves make a rustling dreary. A second figure afar he spied, that seemed so sad and weary. The youth then said, O mother dear, who loved est me to distraction. but to whom in life I caused many a tear, by evil word and action. Oh, would that to dry thine eyes could avail my sorrow so fiercely glowing. Oh, could I but redden thy cheeks so pale with the blood from my own heart flowing. And farther rides Sir Ulrich there. The night o'er the forest is falling. Many singular voices fill the air. The evening breezes are calling. The youth then hears his sorrowing words. Full often near him ringing, 'tis the notes of the mocking forest birds all twittering loudly and singing. Sir Ulrich sings a pretty song, we call it the Song of Repentance, and when he has reached the end of his song, he'll repeat it sentence by sentence. 16. To a singer, on her singing an old romance. Still think I of the magic fair one. How on her first my glances fell. How her dear tones resounded sweetly. How they my heart enthralled completely. How down my cheeks the tears coursed fleetly. But how it chanced, I could not tell. There over me had crept a vision. Methought I was again a child. And in my mother's chamber sitting. In silence, by the lamplight flitting. And reading fairy tales befitting. Whilst outside roared the tempest wild. The tales began with life to glimmer. The knights arise from out the grave. By Roncesvalles the battle rages. Sir Roland in the fight engages. And with him many a valiant page is. And also Gainlin, the knave. By him is Roland ill entreated. He swims in blood, fast ebbs his breath. Scarce can his horn, at such far distance, call Charlemagne to his assistance. So passed away the knight's existence. And, with him, sank my dream in death. It was a loud confused echo that from my vision wakened me. The legend that she sang was ended. The people heartily commended. And oft times shouted, bravo, splendid. Low bowed the singer gracefully. 17. The Song of the Ducats. O my golden ducats dear! Tell me why ye are not here? Are ye with the golden fishes, which within the stream so gaily leap and splash and wriggle daily? Are ye with the golden flowrets, which, o'er green fields scattered lightly, in the morning dew gleam brightly? Are ye with the golden birdkins, which we see in happy chorus, in the blue skies hovering o'er us? Are ye with the golden planets, which in radiant crowds each even smile in yonder distant heaven? Yea, alas, my golden ducats! Swim not in the streamlet bright, sparkle not on meadow green, hover not in sky serene, smile not in the heavens by night. Creditors, with greedy paws, hold you safely in their claws. 18. Dialogue on Paderborn Heath. Hearest thou not far music ringing, as of double bass and fiddle? Many fair ones there are springing gaily up and down the middle. Your mistaken friend, in speaking thus of fiddle and its brother, I but hear young porkers squeaking, and the grunting of their mother. Hearest thou not the forest bugle? Hunters in the chase are straying. Gentle lambs are feeding, frugal. Shepherds on their pipes are playing. Ah, my friend, what you just now heard, was not bugles, pipes, or hunters, I can only see the sow-herd slowly driving home his grunters. Hearest thou not the distant voices, in sweet rivalry contending? Many an angel blessed rejoices, strains like these to hear ascending. Ah, that music sweetly ringing is, my friend, no rival chorus, 'tis but youthful goose-herds, singing as they drive their geese before us. Hearest thou not the church bells holy, sweet and clear, with deep emotion? To the village chapel slowly wend the people with devotion. Ah, my friend, the bells 'tis only of the cows and oxen also, who, with sunken heads and lonely, go back to their gloomy stalls so. Go back to their gloomy stalls so. Seest thou not the veil just moving? Seest thou not those soft advances? There I see my mistress loving, humid sorrow in her glances. She, my friend, who nods so much, is an old woman, Betsy namely, pale and haggard, on her crutches o'er the meadow limps she lamely. Overwhelm me with confusion. At my questions, friend, each minute. Wilt thou deem a mere illusion what my bosom holds within it? 19. Life's salutations. This earth resembles a highway vast. We men are the travelers along it. On foot and on horseback we hurry on fast. And as runners or couriers throng it. In passing each other, we nod and we greet. With our handkerchiefs waved from the coaches, we fain would embrace, but our horses are fleet, and speed on, despite all reproaches. Dear Prince Alexander, as onward we go, we scarcely have met at a station, when the signal to start the post-aliens blow, compelling our sad separation. 20. Quite true. When the spring returns with the sun's sweet light, the flowers then bud and blossom apace, when the moon begins her radiant race, then the stars swim after her track so bright. When the minstrel sees two beautiful eyes, then songs from his inmost bosom arise, but songs and stars and flowrets gay, and eyes and moonbeams and sun's bright ray, however delightful they are, don't make up the world, friend, by far. 4. Sonnets. To A. W. von Schlegel. In dainty hoop, with flowers all richly dyed, with beauty patches on her painted face, with pointed shoes all hung about with lace, with toe-ring curls, and, wasp-like, fastened tight, thus was the spurious muse equipped that night when first she offered thee her fond embrace, but thou eludedst her and left'st the place, led by a mystic impulse from her sight, a castle in the desert thou didst find, where, like a lovely marble image shrined, lay a fair maid, in magic slumber sunk, but soon the spell was loosed, when kissed by thee, with smiles the lawful muse of Germany awoke, and sank within thine arms, love drunk. To my mother, be Heine, née von Geldern. 1. I have been wont to bear my head right high. My temper too is somewhat stern and rough. Even before a monarch's cold rebuff, I would not timidly avert mine eye. Yet, mother dear, I'll tell it openly. Much as my haughty pride may swell and puff, I feel submissive and subdued enough. When thy much cherished, darling form is nigh, is it thy spirit that subdues me then, thy spirit, grasping all things in its ken, and soaring to the light of heaven again? By the sad recollection I'm oppressed, that I have done so much that grieved thy breast, which loved me, more than all things else, the best. 2. With foolish fancy I deserted thee. I fain would search the whole world through, to learn if in it I perchance could love discern, that I might love embrace right lovingly. I sought for love as far as I could see, my hands extending at each door in turn, begging them not my prayer for love to spurn cold hate alone they laughing gave to me. And ever searched I after love, yes, ever searched after love, but love discovered never, and so I homeward went, with troubled thought, but thou wert there to welcome me again, and, ah, what in thy dear eye floated then that was the sweet love I so long had sought. To H.S. When I thy book, friend, open hastily, full many a cherished picture meets my view, and many a golden image that I knew in boyish dreams and days of infancy, proudly toward heaven upsoaring, then I see the pious dome, rotted by religion true. I bear the sound of bell and organ too, love's sweet lament at times addressing me. Well see I, too, how o'er the dome they skip, the nimble dwarfs, and with malicious joy the beauteous flower and carved work destroy. But though the oak of foliage we may strip, and rob it of its fair and verdant grace, when spring returns, fresh leaves it dons apace. Fresco Sonnets to Christian S. 1. I take no notice of the blockheads tame, who, seeming to be golden, are but sand. I never offer to that rogue my hand, who secretly would injure my good name. I bow not to the harlots who proclaim boldly their infamy throughout the land, and when in victor cars the rabble band Draw their vain idols, with them I ne'er came. Well know I that the oak must fall indeed, whilst by the streamlet's side the pliant reed stands in all winds and weathers, fearing not, but say, what is the reed's eventual lot? What joy? As walking stick it serves the dandy, or else for beating clothes they find it handy. 2. Give me a mask, I'll join the masquerade. As country clown, so that the rabble rot, who in their proud disguises strut about, may not suppose me one of their vile trade. Give me low manners, words on purpose made, to show vulgarity beyond all doubt. All sparks of spirit I'll with care put out, wherewith dull fools coquette in accents stayed. So will I dance then at the great masked ball, by German knights, monks, kings surrounded too, by harlequins saluted, known to few. With wooden swords they'll strike me, one and all. That is the joke. For if I show my face, the rascals will be silenced in disgrace. 3. I laugh at all the fools who at me gape, and whom with prying goat-like face I see. And whom with prying goat-like face I see. I laugh at every fox who knavishly and idly snuffs me like a very grape. I laugh at every vain pretentious ape, who a proud judge of genius claims to be. I laugh at all the knaves who threaten me with poisonous weapons whence there's no escape. For when the charming fancies joy once gave are wrested from us by the hands of fate, and at our feet in thousand atoms cast, and when our very heart is torn at last, all torn and cut and pierced and desolate, a fine shrill laugh we still have power to save. 4. A strange and charming tale still haunts my mind, wherein a song the leading part assumes, and in the song there lives and twines and blooms a lovely specimen of womankind, and in this maiden is a heart enshrined, and yet no love that little heart illumes, her loveless frosty disposition dooms her life to suffer from her pride so blind. Hear'st thou how in my head the tale comes back, and how the song sounds solemnly and sad, and how the maiden titters softly yet. I only fear lest my poor head should crack. Alas! It would indeed be far too bad, if my unlucky reason were upset. 5. At evening's silent, melancholy hour, long buried songs around me take their place, and burning tears course swiftly down my face, and my old heart wounds bleed with greater power. My love's dear image like a beauteous flower as in a magic glass again I trace, in bodice red she sits and sews apace, and silence reigns around her blissful bower. But on a sudden springs she from her seat, and cuts from her dear head a beauteous lock, and gives it me the very joys a shock. The evil one soon spoilt my rapture sweet, the hair he twisted in a rope full strong, and many a year has dragged me thus along. 6. When I a year ago again met thee, no kiss thou gavest me in that moment blessed, thus spake I, and my love a kiss impressed with rosy mouth upon my lips with glee. With a sweet smile she from a myrtle tree hard by us plucked a twig, and said in jest, Take thou this twig, in fresh earth let it rest, and o'er it place a glass. Then nodded she. 'Twas long ago. The twig died in the pot. 'Tis many a year since she hath crossed my sight, yet in my head that kiss still burneth hot. Lately returning home, I sought the place where dwells my love. Before her house all night I stood, and left when morning showed its face. 7. Of savage devils' brats, my friend, beware. But gentle angels' brats more hearts will break, once such a one a sweet kiss bid me take, but when I came, I felt sharp talons there. Of black and ancient cats, my friend, take care, but white young kittens are still more awake, once such a one my sweetheart did I make, my heart my sweetheart savagely did tear. O darling brat! O maiden passing sweet! How could thy clear ear deceive me so? How could thy paw give me such a blow? O my dear kitten's paw so soft and neat! Could I but press thee to my glowing lip? Could I but press thee to my glowing lip? And could my life blood meanwhile cease to drip? 8. Thou oft hast seen me boldly strive with those, both spectacled old fop and painted dame, who gladly would destroy my honest name, and gladly see my last expiring throes. Thou oft hast seen bow pedants round me close, how fools with cap and bells my life defame, how poisonous serpents gnaw my sinking frame, whilst from 1,000 wounds my life blood flows, but firm as any tower there stood thy form, thy head a lighthouse was amid the storm, thy faithful heart a haven was for me, though round that haven roars the raging main, and few the ships the landing place that gain, once there, we slumber in security. 9. Fain would I weep, but, ah, I cannot weep. Fain would I upwards full of vigour spring, but cannot, to the earth I needs must cling. Spurned by the reptiles that around me creep. Fain would I near my beauteous mistress keep, near my bright light of life be hovering, and in her dear sweet breath be revelling, but cannot, for my heart with sorrow deep is breaking, from my broken heart doth flow my burning blood, my strength within me fades and darker, darker grows the world to me. With secret awe I yearn unceasingly for yonder misty realm, where silent shades their gentle loving arms around me throw. Lyrical Interlude 1822-23. Prologue. There once lived a knight, who was mournful and bent, his cheeks white as snow were, and hollow, he tottered and staggered wherever he went, a vain vision attempting to follow. He seemed so clumsy and awkward and gauche, that the flowers and girls, when they saw him approach, their merriment scarcely could swallow. From his room's darkest corner he often ne'er stirred, esteeming the sight of men shocking, and extended his arms, without speaking a word, as though some vain phantom were mocking. But scarce had the hour of midnight drawn near, when a wonderful singing and noise met his ear, and he heard at the door a strange knocking. His mistress then secretly enters the room, in a dress made of foam of the ocean. She glows like a rosebud, so sweet is her bloom, her jeweled veils ever in motion, her golden locks play round her form slim and tall, their eyes meet with rapture, and straightway they fall in each other's arms with devotion. In his loving embraces the knight holds her fast, the dullard with passion is glowing, he reddens, the dreamer awakens at last, and bolder he's growing. But she grows more saucy and mocking instead, and gently and softly she covers his head, her white jeweled veil o'er him throwing. To a watery palace of crystal bright, the knight on a sudden is taken. His eyes are dazzled by radiant light. By his wits he is well nigh forsaken. But the nymph holds him closely embraced by her side. The knight is the bridegroom, the nymph is the bride, while her maidens the lute's notes awaken. So sweetly they play and so sweetly they sing, in the dance they are moving so lightly, that the knight before long finds his senses take wing, he embraces his sweet one more tightly, when all of a sudden the lights disappear, and the knight's once more sitting in solitude drear in his poet's low garret unsightly. 1. 'Twas in the beauteous month of May, when all the flowers were springing, that first within my bosom I heard love's echo ringing. 'Twas in the beauteous month of May, when all the birds were singing, that first I to my sweetheart my vows of love was bringing. 2. From out of my tears all burning, many blooming flowrets break, and all my sighs combining, a chorus of nightingales make. And if thou dost love me, my darling, to thee shall the flowrets belong. Before thy window shall echo the nightingale's tuneful song. 3. The rose and the lily, the dove and the sun, I loved them all dearly once, every one. I love them no longer, I love now alone. The small one, the neat one, the pure one, mine own. The small one, the neat one, the pure one, mine own. Yes, she herself, the fount of all love, is the rose and the lily, the sun and the dove. 4. When gazing on thy beauteous eyes, all thought of sorrow straightway flies. But when I kiss thy mouth so sweet, my cure is perfect and complete. When leaning on thy darling breast, I feel with heavenly rapture blessed. But when thou sayest, I love thee, I begin weeping bitterly. 5. Thy face, so lovely and serene, in vision I have lately seen. So like an angel's 'tis, and meek. Though bitter grief has blanched thy cheek. Thy lips alone, they still are red. Death soon will kiss them pale and dead. The heavenly light will soon be o'er, that from thine eyes is wont to pour. 6. O lean thy beauteous cheek on mine, that our tears together may mingle. Against my bosom press thou thine, that their flames may no longer be single. And when with the flame is mingled at last, the stream of our tears all burning, and mine arm is lovingly round thee cast, I'll die of my love's sweet yearning. 7. 7. I'll dip my spirit discreetly in the cup of the lily down here. The lily shall sing to me sweetly a song of my mistress dear. The song shall tremble and quiver like that delicious kiss, of which her mouth was the giver, in a wondrous moment of bliss. 8. The stars in yonder heavens immovably have stood for thousands of years, regarding each other in sad loving mood. They speak a mysterious language that's rich and sweet to the ear, yet no philologist living can make its meaning clear. But I've learned it, and ne'er will forget it, whatever the time and place, as my grammar I used for the purpose my own dear mistress's face. 9. On song's exulting pinion, I'll bear thee, my sweetheart fair, where Ganges holds his dominion. The sweetest of spots know I there. There a red blooming garden is lying, in the moonlight silent and clear. The lotos flowers are sighing for their sisters so pretty and dear. The violets prattle and titter. The violets prattle and titter, and gaze on the stars high above. The roses mysteriously twitter their fragrant stories of love. The gazelles so gentle and clever skip lightly in frolicsome mood, and in the distance roars ever the holy river's loud flood. And there, while joyously sinking beneath the palm by the stream, and love and repose while drinking of blissful visions we'll dream. 10. The lotos flower is troubled at the sun's resplendent light. With sunken head and sadly, she dreamily waits for the night. The moon appears as her wooer. She wakes at his fond embrace. For him she kindly uncovers her sweetly flowering face. She blooms and glows and glistens, and mutely gazes above. She weeps and exhales and trembles with love and the sorrows of love. 11. In the Rhine, that beautiful river, the sacred town of Cologne, with its vast cathedral, is ever full clearly mirrored and shown, a picture on golden leather. In that fair cathedral is seen, in that fair cathedral is seen, on my life, so sad altogether, it hath cast its rays serene. The flowers and angels hover round our dear lady there. Her eyes, lips, cheeks, all over, resemble my mistress fair. 12. Thou lovest me not, thou tellest me. It troubles me but slightly. But when thy beauteous face I see, no king's heart beats more lightly. Thou hatest me, thy red lips say, with well-pretended snarling. But when sweet kisses they convey, I'm comforted, my darling. 13. Full lovingly thou must embrace me, my mistress beauteous and sweet. With pliant form interlace me, and with thine arms and thy feet, the fairest of snakes are created, with vigor encircles anon, and clasps and twines round the elated and happy Lacoon. 14. Swear not at all, but only kiss. All woman's oaths I hold amiss. Thy word is sweet, but sweeter far the kisses that my guerdon are. These keep I, while thy words but seem a passing cloud, or fragrant dream. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Now then, my loved one, swear away. I'll credit all that thou dost say. And when I sink upon thy breast, I'll think that I am truly blessed. I'll think that, love, eternally. And even longer, thou lt love me. 15. Upon my mistress's eyes so clear, I write the fairest cantatas. Upon my mistress's mouth sincere, I write the best of tertinas. Upon my mistress's cheeks so dear, I write the cleverest stanzas. And had my mistress a heart, upon it, I soon would write a charming sonnet. 16. The world's an ass, the world can't see, and grows more stupid daily. It says, my darling child, of thee, thou livest far too gaily. The world's an ass, the world can't see, thy character not knowing. It knows not how sweet thy kisses be, how rapturously glowing. 17. Loved one, gladly would I know it. Art thou but a vision fair, such as in his brain the poet loves in summer to prepare? Loves in summer to prepare? No. Such eyes of magic splendor, lips so rosy and so warm, such a child, so sweet and tender, never did the poet form. Basilisks and vampires gory, dragons, monsters of the earth, such like evil beasts of story, in the poet's fire have birth. But thyself, thy wiles insidious, and thy face, so sweet and staid, and thy kindly looks perfidious, these the poet never made. 18. Gleams my love in beauty's splendor, like the child of ocean foam, as his bride my mistress tender, is a stranger taking home. Though 'tis treason, don't abuse it. Heart, thou much enduring one, bear it, and excuse it, what the beauteous fool hath done. 19. I'll not be angry, though my heart should break, evermore lost one. No complaint I'll make. Though thou mayst sparkle neath thy diamonds bright, no ray can pierce thy heart's unceasing night. I've known it long. In vision saw I thee. How night thy heart doth fill unceasingly, and how the serpent at thy heart doth gnaw, how wretched, love, thou art, too well I saw. 20. Thou art wretched, yes. But no complaint I'll make, my love, we both, alas, must wretched be. Till death our poor afflicted hearts doth break, my love, we both, alas, must wretched be. I see the scorn that round thy mouth doth play, I see thine eyes that glance so haughtily, I see the pride that doth thy bosom sway, yet thou art wretched, wretched e'en as I. Grief lurks around thy mouth, unseen indeed. With hidden tears thine eyes can scarcely see, and secret wounds on thy proud bosom feed, my love, we both, alas, must wretched be. 21. The flutes and fiddles are sounding, the trumpets ringing clear, in the wedding dance is bounding my heart's own mistress dear. The shawms and kettle drums vying, in noisy chorus I hear, but meanwhile good angels are sighing, and weeping many a tear. 22. Thou scarcely couldst have forgotten it faster, that I of thine heart so long was the master, thine heart so false, so small, and so sweet, a sweeter and falser I never shall meet. Thou now hast forgotten the love and disaster that made my heart throb all the faster. I know not if love was the greatest, or woe, that both were great, full well I know. 23. Oh, if the tiny flowers but knew of my wounded heart, their tears, like mine, in showers would fall, to cure the smart. If knew the nightingales only, that I'm so mournful and sad, they would cheer my misery lonely, with their notes so tuneful and glad. If the golden stars high o'er us but knew of my bitter woe, they would speak words of comfort in chorus, descending hither below. Not one of these can allay it. One only knows of my smart, 'tis she, I grieve to say it, who thus hath wounded my heart. 24. Oh, why have the roses lost their hue? Sweet love, oh tell me why? Why mutely thus do the violets blue in the verdant meadows sigh? Oh, why doth the lark up high in the air with a voice so mournful sing? Oh, why doth each fragrant floweret fair exhale like a poisonous thing? Oh, wherefore looks the sun today on the fields, so full of gloom? Oh, why doth the earth appear so grey and dreary as a tomb? Why feel I myself so mournful and weak? Sweet love, I put it to thee? Sweet love, I put it to thee? My own sweet darling, sweet love, oh speak. Oh, wherefore leavest thou me? 25. For thine ear many tales they invented, and loud complaints preferred. But how my soul was tormented! Of this they said not a word. They prated of mischief and evil, and mournfully shook their head. They likened poor me to the devil, and thou didst believe what they said. But, oh, the worst and the saddest, of this they nothing knew. The saddest and the maddest in my heart was hidden from view. 26. The linden blossomed, the nightingale sung. The sun was laughing with radiance bright. Thou kissedst me then, while thine arm round me clung, to thy heaving bosom thou pressedst me tight. The raven was screeching, the leaves fast fell, the sun gazed cheerlessly down on the sight, we coldly said to each other farewell. Thou politely didst make me a curtsy polite. 27. We have felt for each other emotions soft, and yet our tempers always were matching. At man and wife we have played full oft, and yet ne'er took to fighting and scratching. We have shouted together, together been gay, and tenderly kissed and fondled away. At last we played in forest and dell, at hide and seek, like sister and brother, and managed to hide ourselves so well, that never since then have we seen each other. 28. I've no belief in the heavens, of which the parsons rave. In thine eyes believe I only, in their heavenly light I lave. I've no belief in the Maker, of whom the parsons rave. In thine heart believe I only, no other God will I have. I've no belief in the devil, in hell or the pains of hell. In thine eyes believe I only, and thine evil heart as well. 29. To me thou wert faithful and steady, and madest for me supplication. In my troubles and sad tribulation, thy comfort always was ready. Food and drink thou gavest me in payment, and plenty of money didst lend me, and also a passport didst send me, as well as some changes of raiment, from heat and from coldness unpleasant. May heaven, my dear one, long guard thee, and may it never reward thee the kindness shown me at present. 30. 30. The earth had long been avaricious, but May, when she came, gave with great prodigality, and all things now smile with rapture delicious, but I for laughter have no partiality. The bluebells are ringing, their beauty displaying, the birds, as in fables, talk sentimentality, I take no pleasure in all they are saying, and I am quite wretched in sober reality. All men I detest, and now cannot meet one, not even my friend, with the least cordiality, and this all because my amiable sweet one they madam entitle, with chilling formality. 31. And when I so long had delayed, in foreign lands had in reveries stayed, my loved one found it too long to wait, and sewed herself a wedding dress straight, and then embraced in her arms, willy-nilly, as bridegroom, the youth in the world the most silly. My loved one is so beauteous and soft, before me still hovers her image oft, her rosy cheeks, her violet eyes, that all the year round glow bright as the skies. That I could fly from such charming attractions was the silliest far of my silliest actions. 32. The lovely eyes of violet blue, the beauteous cheeks of rosy hue, the hands so like white lilies too, all these still sweetly blossom and bloom. The heart alone is cold as the tomb. 33. The earth is so fair, and the heavens so bright, the breezes are breathing with soothing might, the blooming fields with flowers are dight, in the morning dew all radiant with light, all men are rejoicing that meet my sight, my bed in the grave I fain would be pressing, the corpse of my mistress dear caressing. 34. When in the tomb, my mistress fair, the chilly tomb, thou must hide thee. I'll soon descend to rejoin thee there, and fondly nestle beside thee. I wildly will press thee, embrace thee, and kiss my pale, cold, fearful to see love. I'll tremble, weep, shout with rapturous bliss, and soon be a corpse like thee, love. The dead will arise, when midnight is nigh, and dance in airy troops lightly. But we in the tomb will quietly lie, thine arms embracing me tightly. The dead will arise, when the loud trump of doom to bliss or to torment is calling, but regardless of all, we'll remain in the tomb, still clasped in embraces enthralling. 35. A lonely fir tree is standing on a northern barren height. It sleeps, and the ice and snowdrift cast round it a garment of white. It dreams of a slender palm tree, which far in the eastern land, beside a precipice scorching, in silent sorrow doth stand. 36. Fair, bright, golden constellation, seek my love's far habitation. Tell her that I still am true, sick at heart and pale-faced too. 37. Ah, were I but the footstool e'en, on which my loved one's foot doth rest, I ne'er to grumble should be seen, however hard I might be pressed. Ah, were I but the cushion soft, wherein her pins she's wont to stick, and 'twere her will to prick me oft, I should rejoice at every prick. Ah, were I but the paper dear, wherewith she's wont her hair to curl, I'd gently whisper in her ear the thoughts that in me live and whirl. 38. Since my darling one has left me, power of laughing is bereft me. Blockheads fain would raise a joke, but no laughter can provoke. Since I've lost my darling one, power of weeping, too, is gone. Though my heart with sorrow deep well nigh breaks, I cannot weep. 39. My little songs do I utter from out of my great, great sorrow. Some tinkling pinions they borrow, and toward her bosom they flutter. They found it, and over it hovered, but soon returned they, complaining, and yet to tell me disdaining what they in her bosom discovered. 40. Sweet darling, beloved by me solely, the thoughts in my memory dwell, that once I possessed thee wholly, thy soul and body as well. Thy body, so young and tender, I need, beyond all doubt. Thy soul to the tomb I'll surrender. I've plenty of soul without. I'll cut my soul in sunder, and half of it breathe into thee. And when I embrace thee, oh wonder, one soul and body will be. 41. The blockheads, their holidays keeping, are walking through forest and plain. They shout, and like kittens are leaping, and hail sweet nature again. They gaze, with glances that glisten, on each romantic thing. With ears like asses they listen, to hear the sparrows sing. My chamber window to darken, with black cloth I hang it by day. To the signal my spirits straight hearken, day visits they hasten to pay. My olden love also draws nigh me, from the realms of the dead she appears. She, weeping, sits gently close by me, and softens my bosom to tears. 42. Many visions of times long vanished arise from out of their tomb, and show me how once in thy presence I lived in my life's young bloom. All day I mournfully tottered through the streets, as though in a dream. The people gazed on me with wonder, so silent and sad did I seem. The night time suited me better. Deserted the streets were then, and I and my shadow together, we wandered in silence again, with footsteps echoing loudly. I wandered over the bridge. The moon with solemn look hailed me, as she burst through the cloudy ridge. I stood in front of thy dwelling, and fondly gazed up on high. I gazed up towards thy window. My heart breathed many a sigh. My heart breathed many a sigh. Well know I that thou from the window full often hast gazed below, and in the moonlight hast seen me stand fixed, the image of woe. 43. A youth once loved a maiden, who loved another instead. The other himself loved another, and with the latter did wed. The maiden, in scornful anger, straight married the first of the men who happened to come across her. The youth was heartbroken then. 'Tis only an old story, and yet it ever seems new. The heart of him whom it pictures will soon be broken in two. 44. Friendship, love, philosopher's stone. These three things men value alone. I, too, valued and sought them ever. But, alas, discovered them never. 45. On hearing the strains enthralling that my loved one sang to me erst, with torments fierce and appalling, my heart is ready to burst. Impelled by a gloomy yearning, I seek in the forest relief, and there in tears hotly burning, I quench my anguish and grief. 46. 46. The child of a king in dream have I seen. How tear-stained and pallid her face is, as we quietly sit 'neath the linden green, held fast in each other's embraces. Thy father's throne is nothing to me, nor yet his scepter all golden, and diamond crown, for nothing but thee, sweet love, will I be beholden. That may not be, the maiden replied, for I in my grave am lying, and only by night can I be by thy side, to thy loving caresses replying. 47. Sweet love, in fond converse together, in the light canoe sat we. Still the night was, and calm was the weather, as we skimmed o'er the wide-spreading sea. The fair spirit islands before us in the glimmering moonlight lay. Sweet tones came floating o'er us, while the mists were dancing in play. On danced they with merrier motion, and sweeter still sounded the song. But over the boundless ocean we mournfully floated along. 48. From older legends springing appears a snow-white band, with joyous strains, and singing, from some far magic land, where flowers in glowing splendor pine in the evening sun, and bridal glances tender cast sweetly every one, where all the trees, uniting in chorus, shout below, and bubbling brooks delighting the ear, like music flow, and love songs fierce and burning, unheard of bliss impart, till sweet and wondrous yearning befulls the throbbing heart. Ah, could I thither travel, and ease my aching breast, and all my grief unravel, and there be free and blessed, that land whence care and trouble are banished, that in dreams oft see I, like a bubble, dissolves, when morning beams. 49. I've loved thee long, and I love thee still, and e'en if the world were shattered, my glowing love would glisten and thrill, though widely earth's ruins were scattered. And when I thus have loved thee so well till the hour of death has sounded, I'll take with me e'en to my tomb's dark cell my love pangs fierce and unbounded. 50. In the glimmering summer morning, I pace the garden alone. I pace the garden alone. The flowers are whispering and speaking, but silently wander I on. The flowers are whispering and speaking. My form with compassion they scan. Oh, pray be kind to our sister, thou mournful and pale-faced man. 51. Her dark attire thus wearing, my love appears to my sight like a tale of sorrow despairing, that's told in the long summer night. In the magical garden there wander two lovers mute and alone, sweet sing the nightingales yonder, the moonbeams are over them thrown. Like a statue the maiden stands mildly, at her feet the faithful knight lies, the forest giant comes wildly, the sorrowing maiden soon flies. Soon the knight on the ground lies all gory, the giant goes home at his ease, and when I am buried, the story is ended as soon as you please. 52. They often have vexed me sadly, and worried me early and late, while some with their love have annoyed me, the others pursued me with hate. My bread they have utterly poisoned, and poisoned my cup too of late, while some with their love have annoyed me, the others pursued me with hate. But she who more than all others has vexed me, and worried, and chafed, she only with hate ne'er pursued me, she only her love ne'er vouchsafed. 53. There lies the glow of summer upon thy cheek confessed, and in thine heart cold winter has made its place of rest. All this will soon be altered, my dearest love and best. The winter on thy cheek be the summer in thy breast. 54. When two fond lovers are parted, they give each other the hand, to weep and to sigh, beginning and losing all self-command. But not one single tear wept we. No, or alas, did we sigh. Our tears and our sighs both together too surely came by and by. 55. They sat round the tea-table drinking, and speaking of love a great deal. The men of aesthetics were thinking, the ladies more prone were to feel. All love ought to be but platonical, the withered old counselor said. The withered old counselor said. His wife by a smile quite ironical rejoined, and then sighed, instead. Said the canon with visage dejected. Love ne'er should be suffered to go too far, or the health is affected. The maiden then simpered, how so? The countess her sad feelings vented. Said, love is a passion, I'm sure. And then to the baron presented his cup with politeness demure. A place was still empty at table. My darling, 'twas thou wert away. Thou hadst been so especially able the tale of thy love, sweet, to say. 56. My songs with poison are tainted. But how could it otherwise be? My blossoming life thou hast poisoned, and made it hateful to me. My songs with poison are tainted. But how could it otherwise be? In my heart many serpents I carry, and thee too, my dearest love, thee. 57. I dreamt once more the vision of yore. The time was a fair May even. We sat 'neath the linden, and there we swore to be faithful, in presence of heaven. And once and again we plighted our troth, and tittered, caressed, kissed so dearly. And lest I should fail to remember my oath, and lest I should fail to remember my oath, my hand thou then biddest severely. O sweetest love, with the eyes so bright, O sweet one, so fair and so biteful. The swearing was doubtless all proper and right, but the biting was rather too spiteful. 58. I stand on the brow of the mountain, and sentimentally sigh. Oh, were I only a bird now! I many a thousand times cry. Oh, were I only a swallow! My darling, to thee would I fly, and soon a nest would I build me, thy lattice window hard by. Oh, were I a nightingale only! I would fly, my darling, to thee, and sing my sweet songs by night time, perched high in the green linden tree. Oh, were I only a bullfinch! I would fly straight into thy heart. To the bullfinch thou always wert kindly, and healest the bullfinch's smart. 7. 59. My carriage is traversing slowly the greenwood merry and bright, through flowering valleys, like magic, illumined by the sun's glowing light. I'm sitting and thinking and dreaming, and muse on my mistress dear, when, nodding their heads at the window, 3 shadowy figures appear. They skip and they make wry grimaces, so scoffing and yet so shy, and twirling mist-like together, they titter and haste swiftly by. 60. In vision I lately was weeping. I dreamt thou wert laid in thy grave. I awoke, and the tears unceasing my cheeks continued to lave. In vision I lately was weeping. I dreamt I was left, love, by thee. I awoke, and weeping continued. Both long and bitterly. In vision I lately was weeping. I dreamt thou wert kind as of yore. I awoke, and my tears in torrents continued to flow as before. 61. All night in vision behold I thee, and see thee greeting me kindly. And loudly weeping then throw I me before thy sweet feet blindly. With sorrowing looks thou standest in my view, thy fair locks mournfully shaking, while tear-drops bright of pearly hue from thy dear eyes are breaking. A gentle word thou dost secretly say, and givest a cypress wreath sweetly. I awake, and the wreath has vanished away, and the word is forgotten completely. 62. 'Tis autumn, the night's dark and gloomy with rain and tempest above, where tarries, O tell it unto me, my poor and sorrowing love? By the window I see her reclining, in her chamber lonely and drear, and out in the night, sadly pining, she looks with many a tear. 63. The trees in the autumn wind rustle. The night is humid and cold. I ride all alone in the forest, and round me my grey cloak I fold. And as I am riding, before me, my thoughts unrestrainedly roam. They lightly and airily bear me to my own dear mistress's home. The dogs are barking, the servants with glittering torches appear. I climb up the winding staircase. My spurs ring loudly and clear. In her bright lighted tapestry chamber, so full of magical charms, my own sweet darling awaits me. I hasten into her arms. The wind in the leaves is sighing. The oak thus whispers to me, what means, thou foolish young horseman, thy foolish reverie? 64. A glittering star is falling from its shining home in the air. From its shining home in the air. The star of love 'tis surely, that I see falling there. The blossoms and leaves in plenty from the apple tree fall each day. The merry breezes approach them, and with them merrily play. The swan in the pool is singing, and up and down doth he steer, and, singing gently ever, dips under the water clear. All now is silent and darksome. The leaves and blossoms decay. The star has crumbled and vanished. The song of the swan died away. 65. The dream god brought me to a castle vast, where magic fragrance reigned and lights were gleaming, and through its mazy winding chambers passed a checkered throng, still onward, onward streaming. The pale crowd seek the exit portal fast, wringing their hands, and full of terror screaming, and knights and maidens mingle in the throng, and I myself am with them borne along. But suddenly I stand alone, for, lo! The crowd hath vanished and from sight departed. I wander on, and through the chambers go, all strangely winding, silent and deserted. My foot is leaden, and I scarcely know how to escape, thus saddened and faint-hearted. At length the farthest portal I descry, and seek to pass. Great heavens, what meets mine eye? It was my love, who at the door did stand. Grief on her lips, her brow in tribulation. I sought to fly, she beckoned with her hand, whether to warn me, or in indignation, yet gleamed her eye like some sweet glowing brand, setting my heart and brain in conflagration. And as she gazed with looks of passion deep, blended with sternness, I awoke from sleep. 66. The midnight was cold, in plaintive mood. I wandered mournfully through the wood. I shook the trees from out of their sleep. They shook their heads with pity deep. 67. Beneath the crossway buried, the suicide lies here, where grows a charming blue floret, the culprit flower so dear. I stood by the crossway sighing. The night was chilly and drear, while slowly moved in the moonlight the culprit flower so dear. 68. Wheresoe'er I go, there darkles round me gloom and utter night. Now that there no longer sparkles on me, love, thine eyes' sweet light. quenched are all the golden blisses. That love's star upon me smiled, neath my feet the dread abysses, night primeval, take thy child. 69. 69. Night lay upon mine eyelids. Upon my mouth lay lead. I in my grave was lying, with frozen heart and head. How long it was I know not, that I in slumber lay. I woke and heard a knocking upon my grave one day. Wilt thou not rise up, Henry? The judgment day is this, the dead have all arisen, to taste of endless bliss. I cannot rise, my darling, for I have lost my sight. Mine eyes, through very weeping, are veiled in darkest night. I'll kiss away the darkness, my Henry, from thine eyes, the angels shalt thou see then, the glory of the skies. I cannot rise, my darling. The wound is bleeding yet, made by thee in my bosom, with one sharp word and threat. My hand all gently, Henry, I'll lay upon thy heart, it then will bleed no longer, and healed will be the smart. I cannot rise, my darling. My head still bleeds amain. 'Twas there the bullet entered, when thou wert from me ta'en. When thou wert from me ta'en. With my long tresses, Henry, I'll stanch the bleeding wound, and drive the blood stream backwards, and make thy head thus sound. So gently, sweetly prayed she. I could not spurn her prayer. I sought to rise and hasten to join my mistress fair. Then all my wounds 'gan bleeding. Then, wildly rushing, broke from head and breast the blood stream. And lo! From sleep I woke. 70. The numbers old and evil. The dreams so harrowing. Let's bury all together. A mighty coffin bring. I'll place there much, but say not what 'tis, till all is done. The coffin must be larger than Heidelberg's vast tun. And also bring a death bier of boards full stout and sound. They also must be longer than Maensbridge renowned. And also bring 12 giants, whose strength of limb excels Saint Christopher's, whose shrine in Cologne Cathedral dwells. The coffin they must carry, and sink beneath the wave, and sink beneath the wave. For such a mighty coffin must have a mighty grave. Why was the coffin, tell me, so great and hard to move? I in it placed my sorrows, and in it placed my love. The gods' twilight. Fair May has come with her bright golden radiance and silken gales and fragrant spicy odors, and kindly lures us with her snowy blossoms, and from 1,000 blue-eyed violets greets us, and spreads abroad her flowery verdant carpet, with morning dew and sunshine interwoven, and summons all her favorite human children. At her first call the bashful people come, the men in haste put on their nankeen breeches, and Sunday coats with golden glassy buttons, the women don the white of innocence, the youths take care to curl their spring mustachios, the maidens bid their bosoms softly heave, the city poets cram into their pockets paper, lead pencil, and lorgnette, and gaily the eddying moving crowd draw near the gateway, and lie at ease on the green turf beyond, amazed to see how much the trees have sprouted, play with the tender-colored flowrets fair, list to the song of merry birds above them, and shout exulting towards the vault of heaven. To me came also May, and 3 times knocked she against my door and cried, Behold sweet May! Thou pale-faced dreamer, come, I fain would kiss thee. But I my door kept bolted, and I cried, In vain thou seek'st to tempt me, evil stranger. I long have seen thee through, I've seen through also the fabric of the world, and seen too much, and much too deep, and fled is all my pleasure, and endless torments quiver in my heart. I see through all the stony hard outsides of human houses and of human bosoms, and see in both deceit and woe and falsehood. I've learned to read the thoughts on every face, all evil. In the maiden's shamefaced blushes I see the trembling of a secret lust. On the inspired and haughty head of youth I see the laughing checkered fool's cap jingling, and characters alone and sickly shadows I see upon this earth, and live in doubt whether a madhouse 'tis, or hospital. The old earth's crust I see through but too plainly as though it were of crystal, see the horrors which May is vainly striving to conceal with pleasing verdure. There I see the dead, they lie beneath, in their small coffins prisoned, with hands together folded, eyes wide open, white is their garment, white their face as well, and yellow worms from out their lips are crawling. I see the son with his loved mistress sitting and toying with her on his father's grave. Derisive songs the nightingales are singing, the gentle meadow flowrets laugh with malice, and the dead father moveth in his grave, while the old mother earth with pain doth shudder. O thou poor earth, thy sorrows know I well. I see the glow that in thy breast is heaving, thy thousand veins I see all bleeding freely, and see thy gaping wounds all torn open, while flames and smoke and blood stream wildly forth. I see thy proud defiant giant children, primeval monsters, from dark gulfs arising, and swinging ruddy torches in their hands. Their iron scaling ladders they advance, and wildly rush to storm the forts of heaven, and swarthy dwarfs climb after them, with crackling each golden star on high like dust is scattered. With daring hand they tear the golden curtain from God's own tent, the blessed troops of angels fall headlong down with howling at the sight. The pale God sits upon his awful throne. Tears from his head his crown, and tears his hair. Still onward, onward press the savage crew, the giants fiercely hurl their blazing torches into the realms of heaven, the dwarfs strike wildly with flaming scourges on the angels' backs, who twist and writhe in ecstasy of anguish, and by the hair are seized and whirled away. And my own angel likewise see I there, with his blonde locks, his sweet expressive features, with everlasting love around his mouth, and with beatitude in his blue eyes. A fearful hideous swarthy goblin comes, tears him from off the ground, my poor pale angel, grins as he ogles his fair noble limbs, and clasps him firmly in his soft embraces. A yell re-echoes through the universe, the pillars crash, and earth and heaven are hurled headlong together, and old night is Lord. Ratcliffe. 8. The dream god brought me to a landscape fair, where weeping willows nodded me a welcome, with their long verdant arms, and where the flowers gazed on me mutely with wise sisters' eyes, where the birds twittering resounded sweetly, where the dogs barking seemed to me familiar, and voices kindly greeted me, and figures, like an old friend, and yet where everything appeared so strange, beyond description strange. Before a pretty country house I stood, my bosom in me moving, but my head all peaceful, and the dust with calmness shook I from off my travelling garments. Shrilly sounded the bell I rang, and then the door was opened. Inside were men and women, many faces to me well known. Still sorrow lay on all, and secret fearful grief. With strange emotion, well nigh with looks of pity, on me gazed they till my own soul with terror was pervaded, as though foreboding some unknown misfortune. Old Margaret I straightway recognized, gazed on her fixedly, but yet she spake not. Where is Maria? Asked I, yet she spake not, but softly seized my hand, and led me on through many a long and brightly lighted chamber, where splendor, pomp, and death-like silence reigned, and to a darksome room at length she brought me, and, with her face averted from me, pointed toward the form that sat upon the sofa. Art thou Maria? Asked I inwardly. I was myself astounded at the firmness with which I spoke. Like stone and hollow sounded a voice, that is the name they call me. A piercing agony straight froze me through. For that cold hollow tone, alas, was yet the once enchanting voice of my Maria. And yonder woman in pale lilac dress, in negligent attire, with unveiled bosom, with glassy staring eyes, like leather seaming the muscles of the cheeks of her white face, alas, that woman once was the most lovely, the blooming, pleasing, sweet and kind Maria. Your travels have been long, she said aloud in cold, unpleasing, but familiar accents. You look no longer languishing, my friend, you're well in health, your loins and calves elastic show your solidity. A silly smile played the while round her yellow, pallid mouth. In my confusion uttered I these accents. I been informed that thou art married now. Ah yes, she carelessly replied with laughing. I have a stick of wood that's covered over with leather, called a husband. Still, for all that, wood is but wood. And then she laughed perversely till chilling anguish through my spirit ran, and doubt upon me seized. Are those the modest, the flowery modest lips of my Maria? But presently she rose, took quickly up from off the chair her cashmere shawl, and threw it around her neck. My arm took hold of then, drew me away, and through the open house door, and led me on through thicket, field, and meadow. The sun's red glowing disk already downward was hastening, and its purple rays were beaming over the trees and flowers, and o'er the river that flowed majestically in the distance. Seest thou the large and golden eye that's floating in the blue water? Cried Maria quickly. Hush, thou poor creature, said I, as I spied in the dim twilight a strange wondrous motion. Figures of mist arose from out the plain, and with white tender arms embraced each other. The violets eyed each other tenderly, the lily cups with yearning bent together. A loving glow in every rose was gleaming. The pinks would fain in their own breath be kindled, in blissful odors revelled every flower, and every one wept silent tears of rapture, and all exulting shouted, Love! 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 The butterflies were fluttering, and the shining gold beetles hummed their gentle fairy songs, the winds of evening whispered, and the oaks all rustled, and the nightingale sang sweetly, and amid all the whispering, rustling, singing, prattled away, with thin cold soundless voice, the faded woman hanging on my arm. I know your nightly longing for the castle. Every long shadow is a simpleton, that nods and signs precisely as one wishes. The blue coat is an angel, but the red coat with his drawn sword, is very hostile to you. And many other things in this strange fashion continued she to say, till, tired at length, she sat down with me on the mossy bank that stands beneath the ancient noble oak tree. Together there we sat, both sad and silent, and gazed upon each other, growing sadder. The oak, as with a dying sigh, was murmuring, deep grieving, sang the nightingale down on us. But through the leaves a ruddy light was piercing, and flickered round Maria's pallid face, and lured a glow from out her rigid eyes, until with her old darling voice thus spoke she. How knewest thou that I am so unhappy? I read it lately in thy strange wild numbers. An ice-cold feeling pierced my breast, I shuddered at my own mad delirium, which the future saw through. My brain grew giddy with alarm, and through sheer terror I awoke from sleep. Donna Clara. In the evening shaded garden rambles the alcalde's daughter. Kettle drums and trumpets loudly echo from the lofty castle. Wearisome I find the dances, and the honeyed words of flattery, and the knights, who so gallantly tell me I the sun resemble. Everything is hateful to me since I by the beaming moonlight saw the knight whose lute allured me to the window every evening. As he stood, so slim, but daring, and his eyes shot lightning glances from his pale and noble features, truly he St. George resembled. In this manner Donna Clara thought, and on the ground then looked she. When she raised her eyes, the handsome unknown knight was standing by her, pressing hands with loving whispers. Wander they beneath the moonlight, and the zephyr gently woos them. Wondrously the roses greet them. Wondrously the roses greet them, like love's messengers all glowing. But, my loved one, prithee tell me why so suddenly thou reddenest? 'Twas the flies that stung me, dearest, and the flies are, all the summer, quite as much detested by me as the long-nosed Jewish fellows. As the long-nosed Jewish fellows. Never mind the flies and Jews, dear, said the knight, with fond caresses. From the almond trees are falling thousand white and fleecy blossoms. Thousand white and fleecy blossoms. Their sweet fragrance shed around them. But, my loved one, prithee tell me, is thy heart devoted to me? Yes, I truly love thee, dearest, and I swear it by the Saviour whom the God-detested Jews erst wickedly and vilely murdered. Never mind the Jews and Saviour, said the knight, with fond caresses. In the distance snow-white lilies, dreamily, light-bathed, are bending. Bathed in light the snow-white lilies gaze upon the stars above them, but, my loved one, prithee tell me, hast thou not a false oath taken? Falsehood is not in me, dearest, since within my breast there flows not e'en one single drop of Moor's blood, or of dirty Jew's blood either. Never mind the Moors and Jews, dear, said the knight, with fond caresses, and he to a myrtle bower leads the fair Alcalde's daughter. With the nets of love so tender, he hath secretly enclosed her. Short their words and long their kisses. And their hearts are overflowing. And their hearts are overflowing. Like a wedding song all melding. Sings the nightingale, the dear one. Glowworms on the ground are moving. As if in the torch dance circling. Silence reigns within the bower. Naught is heard except the stealthy whispers of the cunning myrtles, and the breathing of the flowrets. But soon kettle drums and trumpets echo from the lofty castle. And, awakening, Clara quickly from the knight's arm frees her person. Hark, they're calling me, my dearest, yet before we part, thou must thy dear name to me discover which thou hast so long concealed. And the knight, with radiant smiling, kissed the fingers of his Donna, kissed her lips and kissed her forehead. And at last these words he uttered. I, Señora, I, your loved one, am the son of the much-honored great and learned scribe, the Rabbi Israel of Saragossa. Almanzor. 1. In fair Cordova's cathedral stand the columns, 1300. 1300 giant columns bear the mighty dome in safety. And on dome and walls and columns, from the very top to bottom, the Quran's Arabian proverbs twine in wise and flowery fashion. Moorish kings erected whilome this vast house to Allah's glory. Yet in many parts 'tis altered, in the darksome whirl of ages. On the turret where the watchman summoned unto prayer the people, now the Christian bell is sounding, with its melancholy murmur. On the steps whereon the faithful used to sing the prophet's sayings, now bald-pate priests exhibit all the masses' trivial wonders. How they twirl before the colored puppets, full of antic capers, midst the incense smoke and ringing, while the senseless tapers sparkle. In fair Cordova's cathedral stands Almanzor ben Abdullah, viewing silently the columns, and these words in silence murmuring. O ye columns, strong, gigantic, once adorned in Allah's glory. Once adorned in Allah's glory, now must ye pay humble homage to this Christendom detested. To the times have ye submitted, and ye bear the burden calmly, still more reason for the weaker to be patient all the sooner. And Almanzor ben Abdullah bent his head with face unruffled o'er the font so decorated. In fair Cordova's cathedral. 2. The cathedral left he quickly, on his wild steed speeding onward, while his moist locks and the feathers in his hat the wind is moving. On the road to Alcalia, by the side of Guadalquivir, where the snowy almond blossoms, and the fragrant golden orange, thither bastes the merry rider, piping, singing, laughing gaily. And the birds all swell the chorus, and the torrent's noisy waters. In the fort at Alcalia dwelleth Clara de Alvarez. In Navarre her sire is fighting, and she revels in her freedom. And afar Almanzor heareth sounds of kettle drums and trumpets, and the castle lights beholds he, glittering through the trees' dark shadows. In the fort at Alcalia dance 12 gaily tricked-out ladies, with 12 knights attired as gaily. But Almanzor's the best dancer, as if winged by merry fancies. Round about the hall he flutters, knowing how to all the ladies to address sweet flattering speeches. Isabella's lovely hands he kisses quickly, and then leaves her. And before Elvira stands he, looking in her face so archly. He in turns assures each lady that he heartily adores her, on the true faith of a Christian swears he 30 times that evening. 3. In the fort at Alcalia. Merriment and noise have ceased now. Knights and ladies all have vanished. And the lights are all extinguished. Donna Clara and Almanzor in the hall above still linger. And one single lamp is throwing on them both its feeble luster. On the seat the ladies sitting, and the knight upon the footstool, and his head, by sleep o'erpowered, on her darling knees is resting. From a golden flask some rose oil pours the lady, sadly musing, on Almanzor's dark brown tresses. From his inmost bosom sighs he, from his inmost bosom sighs he. With her soft lips then the lady gives a sweet kiss, sadly musing, on Almanzor's dark brown tresses. And his brow is clouded over. From her light eyes tears in torrents weeps the lady, sadly musing, on Almanzor's dark brown tresses. And his lips begin to quiver. And he dreams he's once more standing, with his head bent down and weeping, in fair Cordova's cathedral. Many gloomy voices hearing, all the lofty giant columns, hears he murmuring full of anger, that no longer will they bear it. And they totter and they tremble, and they wildly fall together. Pale turn all the priests and people. Crashing falls the dome upon them. And the Christian gods wail loudly. The pilgrimage to Kevlar. 1. The mother stood by the window. The son in bed lay he. Wilt thou not rise up, William, the fair procession to see? I am so ill, my mother, I neither see nor hear, I think of my poor dead Gretchen, my heart is breaking near. Arise, let's go to Kevlar, take book and rosary too, the Mother of God will heal thee, and cure thy sick heart anew. In church-like tones they are singing. The banners flutter on high. At Cologne on the Rhine this happens. The proud procession moves by. The crowd the mother follows. Her son she letteth now. And both of them sing in chorus. O Mary, blessed be thou. 2. The Mother of God at Kevlar. Her best dress wears today. Full much hath she to accomplish. So great the sick folks' array. The sick folk with them are bringing, as offerings fitting and meet, strange limbs of wax all fashioned. Yes, waxen hands and feet. And he who a wax hand offers, finds cured in his hand the wound. And he who a wax foot proffers, straight finds his foot grows sound. To Kevlar went many on crutches, who now on the tight-rope skip. And many a palsied finger o'er the vial doth merrily trip. The mother took a wax light, and out of it fashioned a heart. My son, take that to God's mother, and she will cure thy smart. The son took sighing the wax heart, went with sighs to the shrine so blessed. The tears burst forth from his eyelids, the words burst forth from his breast. Thou highly favored blessed one, thou pure and godlike maid, thou mighty Queen of heaven, to thee my woes be displayed. I with my mother was dwelling in yonder town of Cologne, the town that many 100 fair churches and chapels doth own. And near us there dwelt my Gretchen, who, alas, is dead today. O, Mary, I bring thee a wax heart, my heart's wounds cure, I pray. My sick heart cure, O cure thou, and early and late my vow I'll pay, and sing with devotion. O Mary, blessed be thou. 3. The poor sick son and his mother in their little chamber slept. The Mother of God to their chamber all lightly crept. She bent herself over the sick one, her hand with action light upon his heart placed softly, smiled sweetly and vanished from sight. The mother saw all in her vision, saw this and saw much more. From out of her slumber woke she. The hounds were baying full sore. Her son was lying before her. And dead her son he lay. While over his pale cheeks gently the light of morning did play. Her hands the mother folded. She felt she knew not how. With meekness sang she and softly, O Mary, blessed be thou. The dream. A vision I dreamt of a lovely child. She wore her hair in tresses. In the blue nights of summer so calm and mild we sat in the greenwood's recesses. In mutual rapture and torture we vied. We loved and exchanged loving kisses. The yellow stars in the heavens all sighed, and seemed to envy our blisses. I now am awake, and around me gaze. In the darkness, alone and despairing. The stars in the heavens are shedding their rays in silence and all uncaring. New Poems. 1. Seraphina. 1. When at evening in the forest, in the dream-like wood I rove, ever doth thy slender figure close beside me softly move. See I not thy gentle features? Is it not thy veil that stirs? Can it be the moonlight only, breaking through the gloomy firs? Can it be mine own tears only, that I hear all lightly flow? Or my loved one, dost thou really close beside me weeping go? 2. O'er the silent strand of ocean, night appears in gloomy splendor. From the clouds the moon is breaking. As the waves these whispers send her. Yonder mortal, is he foolish, or is he by love tormented, that he looks so sad, yet joyous, so distressed, yet so contented? But the moon, with smiles replying, loudly said, full well I know it, he is both in love and foolish, and moreover is a poet. 3. 'Tis surely a snow-white sea-mew that I see fluttering there just over the darksome billows. Just over the darksome billows. The moon stands high in the air. The shark and the ray snap fiercely from out of the wave, and stare. The sea-mew is rising and falling. The moon stands high in the air. O dear and wandering spirit, so sad and full of despair, too near art thou to the water. The moon stands high in the air. 4. I knew that thou didst love me. I knew it long, dear maid. Yet when thou didst confess it, I felt full sore afraid. I clambered up the mountain, with loud exulting song. At sunset rambled weeping, the ocean shore along. The sun my heart resembleth, so flaming to the sight. And in a loving ocean, it setteth, great and bright. 5. How curiously the sea-mew looks over at us, dear. Because against thy lips I so firmly press my ear. She maybe would discover what from thy mouth did flow, if words alone or kisses thou in my ear didst throw. Thou in my ear didst throw. Oh, could I but decipher what 'tis that fills my mind. The words are with the kisses so wondrously combined. 6. As timid as the rose she fled, and with its fleetness vying, she clambered on from crag to crag, her hair behind her flying, where to the sea the cliffs descend. At length I caught the rover, and gently there with gentle words, her coy heart soon won over. High as the heavens we sat, both filled with heavenly blessed emotion. Beneath us by degrees the sun sank in the dark deep ocean. In the dark sea beneath us far, the beauteous sun sank proudly. The billows with impetuous joy were meanwhile roaring loudly. Weep not, the sun in yonder waves hath not forever perished, but lieth hidden in my heart, where all its glow is cherished. 7. Upon this rock we build the church, which proclaims the third New Testament, and ended is our sorrow. The twofold nature that so long, the twofold nature that so long deceived us, is abolished. Our old and fierce corporeal pangs are now at length demolished. Hearest thou the God in yon dark sea? He speaks with thousand voices. Seest thou how overhead God's sky with thousand lights rejoices? Almighty God is in the light, as in the dark abysses. And everything there is God. He is in all our kisses. 8. Grey night broodeth o'er the ocean, and the tiny stars are sparkling. Long protracted voices oft-times sound from out the billows darkling. There the aged north wind sporteth with the glassy waves of ocean, which like organ pipes are skipping with a never-ceasing motion. Partly heathenish, partly church-like, strangely doth this music move us, as it rises boldly upwards, gladdening and the stars above us. And the stars, still larger growing, with a radiant joy are gleaming, and at length around the heavens roam, with sun-like luster beaming, to far-reaching strains of music. They revolve in maddened legions. Sunny nightingales are circling in those fair and blissful regions. In those fair and blissful regions, with a mighty roar and crashing, sea and heaven alike are singing. And I feel a giant rapture wildly through my bosom ringing. 9. Shadowy love and shadowy kisses. Shadowy life, how wondrous strange. Fool, dost think, then, that all this is ever true and free from change? Like an empty dream hath vanished all we loved with love so deep. Memory from the heart is banished, and the eyes are closed in sleep. 10. The maid stood by the ocean, and long and deep sighed she, with heartfelt sad emotion, the setting sun to see. Sweet maiden, why this fretting? An olden trick is here, although before us setting, he rises in our rear. 11. With sails all black my ship sails on, far over the raging sea. Thou knowest full well how sad am I, and yet tormentest me. Thy heart is faithless as the wind, and flutters ceaselessly. With sails all black my ship sails on. With sails all black my ship sails on, far over the raging sea. 12. Though shamefully thou didst entreat me, to no man would I or unfold it, but travelled far over the billows, and unto the fishes I told it. I've left thee thy good reputation, with earth and the beings upon her, but every depth of the ocean knows fully thy tale of dishonour. 13. The roaring waves are dashing high on the strand, they're swelling and they're crashing over the sand. They come in noisy fashion, unceasingly, at length burst into passion. But what care we? 14. The runic stone mongst the waves stands high, there sit I, with thoughts far roaming, the wind pipes loudly, the sea mews cry, the billows are curling and foaming. I've loved full many a charming girl, loved many a comrade proudly. Where are they now? The billows curl and foam, and the wind pipes loudly. 15. The sea appears all golden. The sea appears all golden, beneath the sunlit sky. Oh, let me there be buried, my brethren, when I die. The sea I have always loved so, it oft hath cooled my breast with its refreshing billows, each in the other's love blessed. 2. Angelica. 1. Now that heaven my wish hath granted, why be dumb, like mutes inglorious? I who, when unhappy, chanted of my woe with noise uproarious, till 1,000 youths despairing sang like me with voices hollow, and the song I sang uncaring made still greater mischief follow? O ye nightingale-like chorus that I bear within my spirit, let your song of joy rise o'er us merrily, that all may hear it. 2. Once more behind thee thou wert looking, swiftly as thou didst past me glide, with open mouth, as if inquiring, and in thy look a stormy pride. Oh, that I ne'er had sought to grasp it! That flowing robe of snowy white? The little foot's enchanting traces. Oh, that they ne'er had met my sight! Thy wildness now indeed hath vanished. Like other women tame art thou, and mild, and somewhat over-civil. And, ah, thou even lovest me now. 3. I'll not credit, youthful beauty, what thy bashful lips may say. Eyes so black and large and rolling, eyes so black and large and rolling, are not much in virtue's way. Strip away this brown striped falsehood. Well and truly love I thee. Let thy white heart kiss me, dearest. White heart, understandest thou me? 4. Upon her mouth I give a kiss, and close her either eye. She gives me now no peace for this, but asks the reason why. From night to morn, because of this. This is her constant cry, when on my mouth thou givest a kiss, why close my either eye? I tell her not the cause of this, nor know the reason why. Yet on her mouth I give a kiss, and close her either eye. 5. When I am made blessed with kisses delicious, and lie in thine arms, oh, in that happy season thou ne'er must discourse of Germany, dearest, it spoils my digestion, there's plenty of reason. With Germany leave me in peace, I implore thee, thou must not torment me with question on question of home and relations and manner of living, there's plenty of reason, it spoils my digestion. The oaks there are green, and blue are the dear eyes of German women, they sigh as they please on the blisses of love and of hope and religion, it spoils my digestion, there's plenty of reason. It spoils my digestion, there's plenty of reason. 6. Whilst I after other people, and their treasures have been prying, and with ever restless yearning, at strange doors of love been spying, probably those other people have been taking their own pleasure, similarly, and been ogling at my window my own treasure. This is human. God in heaven, in our every action guard us. God in heaven give us blessings, and with happiness reward us. 7. Oh yes, thou art my ideal forsooth. I've often confirmed it till dizzy, with kisses and oaths unnumbered in truth. Today I however am busy. Return tomorrow between 2 and 3. And then a fresh kindled passion shall prove my love, and afterwards we will dine in a friendly fashion. And if I in time the tickets receive, we'll join in a merry revel, and go to the opera, where I believe they're playing Robert the Devil. A wondrous magic play is here, with devils, loves and curses. The music is by Meyerbeer. By Scribe the wretched verses. 8. 8. Dismiss me not, although thy thirst the pleasant draught has stilled. Some 3 months longer keep me on, till I too have been filled. If thou my love canst not remain, oh be my friend, I pray. For when one has outloved one's love, friendship may have its way. 9. This wild carnival of loving, this delirium of our bosoms, comes unto an end, and now we soberly gape on each other. Drain the cup is to the bottom, brimming with intoxication, foaming, glowing to the margin. Drain the cup is to the bottom, and the fiddles too are silent, which for dancing gave the signal for the dance of passion. Yes, the fiddles too are silent, and the lamps too are extinguished, which their wild light shed so brightly on the masquerade exciting. Yes, the lamps too are extinguished, and tomorrow comes Ash Wednesday, when I'll sign upon thy forehead with the cross of ashes, saying, Woman, that thou art dust, forget not. 10. Oh how rapidly develop, from mere fugitive sensations, passions that are fierce and boundless, tenderest associations. Towards this lady grows the bias of my heart on each occasion, and that I'm enamored of her has become my firm persuasion. Beauteous is her spirit, Truly. Thus I learned to rise superior to the overpowering beauty of her form and mere exterior. Ah, what hips! And, ah, what forehead! Ah, what nose! Could aught serener be than this sweet smile she's wearing? And how noble her demeanor! 11. Ah, how fair art thou, whenever thou thy mind disclosest sweetly, and thy language with the grandest sentiments o'erflows discreetly. When thou tellest me how thou always worthily and nobly thoughtest, how unto thy pride of heart thou greatest sacrifices broughtest, how with countless millions even men could woo and win thee never sooner than be sold for money, thou wouldst quit this world forever. And I stand before thee, listening to the end with due emotion. Like an image mute of faith, I fold my hands with meek devotion. Fold my hands with meek devotion. 12. Have no fear, dear soul, I pray thee. Thou art safe here evermore. Fear not lest they'll take away thee. For I'll forthwith bar the door. Though the wind may roar around us, it will do no mischief here. That a fire may not confound us. Let us put the light out, dear. Let me in mine arm, dear small one, thy enchanting neck enfold. In the absence of a shawl, one gets so very quickly cold. 3. Diana. 1. These fair limbs, of size so massive, of colossal womanhood, now are, in a yielding mood, under my embraces passive. Had I, with unbridled passion, trusting in my strength drawn near, I had soon had cause for fear. She had thrashed me in strange fashion. How her bosom, neck, throat charm me, ere alone I'd with her be, pray I that she may not harm me. 2. 'Twas in the Bay of Biscay that she first saw the light, 2 kittens in the cradle she squeezed to death outright. Across the Pyrenees she, with feet uncovered ran. Then for her size gigantic, was shown at Perpignan. She's now the grandest dame in the Faubourg Saint-Denis, where unto small Sir William some £1,000 costs she. 3. Often when I am with thee, much beloved and noble lady, the remembrance steals o'er me of Bologna's market shady. There a massive fount doth stand. 'Tis the giant's fountain pretty with a Neptune, by the hand of Giovanni of that city. 4. Hortense. 1. Once I thought each kiss a woman gives us, or receives instead, by some influence superhuman, was from old predestined. I both took and gave back willing kisses then as earnestly, as if I were but fulfilling actions of necessity. Kisses are superfluous, this I have discovered on life's stage, and with small concern now kiss I, heedless of the surplusage. 2. Beside the corner of the street, we stood in fond communion for full an hour, and talked about our spirits' loving union. We loved each other, this we said 100 times, repeating. Beside the corner of the street we stood, and went on greeting the goddess of occasion, brisk as waiting maids, and sprightly, passed by that way and saw us stand, and smiled, and went on lightly. 3. In all my dreams by daytime, in all my watchings nightly, thy sweet delicious laughter rings through my spirit lightly. Remember St. Montmorency, where, on the donkey riding, thou fell'st among the thistles, from off the saddle gliding? The ass stood still, the thistles demurely looking after. I never shall forget, love, thy sweet delicious laughter. 4. In the garden fair a tree stands, and an apple hangeth there, and around the trunk a serpent coils himself, and I can ne'er, from the serpent's eyes enchanting, turn away my troubled sight. And he whispers words alluring, and enthralls me with delight. 'Tis the fruit of life thou spiest, its delicious flavor taste, that thy life until thou deest may not be forever waste. Darling dove, sweet child, no sighing. Quickly taste, and never fear, follow my advice, relying on thy aunt's sage counsel, dear. 5. On my newly tuned guitar I play new tunes that seem much fitter. Play new tunes that seem much fitter. Old the text is, for the words are Solomon's, a woman's bitter. To her husband she is faithless, and she treats her friend with malice. Wormwood are the last remaining drops in love's once golden chalice. Tell me, is the ancient legend of the curse of sin no libel? Did the serpent bring it on thee, as recorded in the Bible? Creeping on the earth, the serpent lurks in every bush around thee. Still, as formerly, caresses, and her hisses still confound thee. Ah, how cold and dark 'tis growing! Round the sun the ravens hover, croakingly, and love and rapture now forevermore are over. 6. The bliss that thou didst falsely pledge, for but a short time cheated. Thine image, like a vision false, soon from my bosom fleeted. The morning came, the mist soon fled, before the sun's rays splendid, and well nigh ere it had commenced, our passing fondness ended. 5. Clarissa. 1. All my charming loving offers, thou art eagerly declining. If I say, is this refusal? Thou at once beginnest whining. Seldom pray I, but now hear me. Gracious God, O help this maiden, dry her sweet tears, and enlighten her poor brain so sorrow-laden. 2. Wheresoever thou mayst wander, thou dost every hour behold me, and I love thee all the fonder. When thou dost rebuke and scold me, charming malice will ensnare me, while I hate a kindly action, and the surest way to scare me is to love me to distraction. 3. May the devil take thy mother and thy father, for their cruel conduct at the play, in hiding thee from me, my precious jewel. There they sat, their spreading dresses leaving but few spaces only, through the which to spy thee sitting in the box's rear, all lonely. There they sat, and saw two lovers, both destroyed, with eyes admiring, and they clapped aloud approval, when they saw them both expiring. When they saw them both expiring. 4. Go not through the naughty quarters, where the pretty eyes are living. Ah, they fain would spare their lightnings, with a semblance of forgiving, from the high bow window looking, in a loving way they greet thee, smiling kindly, sister-like their glances meet thee. But thou art on thy way already, and in vain is all thy striving. Thou wilt have a very breastful of distress, when home arriving. 5. It comes too late, thy present smiling. It comes too late, thy present sigh. The feelings all long since have perished, that thou didst spurn so cruelly. Too late has come thy love responsive. My heart thou vainly seekest to stir, with burning looks of love, all falling like sunbeams on a sepulchre. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This would I learn, when life is ended. Oh, whither doth our spirit go? Where is the flame when once extinguished? The wind, when it hath ceased to blow. 6. Wounded, in distress, and sickly. Wounded, in distress, and sickly. On a lovely summer's morrow, men I fly, and very quickly. In the wood my bitter sorrow, as I move, in mute compassion. All the noisy birds are vying at my grief in wondrous fashion. Each dark linden tree is sighing. In the vale I sadly sit on some green bank, sweet balm exhaling. Kitten, oh my pretty kitten, and the hills repeat my wailing. Kitten! O my pretty kitten! Why delightest thou to do ill? Sadly is my poor heart smitten by thy tiger talons cruel. For my heart, grown stern and saddened, long had been to joy a stranger, till by new love I was gladdened at thy sight, and feared no danger. Thou in secret seemedst to mew thus. Have no fear of being bitten, prithee trust me when I sue thus, I'm a very gentle kitten. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 7. Whilst sweet Philomel in airy woods at random sings and wildly, thou preferest the canary. Doubtless, as it flutters mildly in the cage I see thee feeding. This small bird, so tame and yellow, and it picks thy fingers, pleading. And it picks thy fingers, pleading for some sugar, pretty fellow. Charming is the scene and moving. Angels must enjoy the notion. I myself, with look approving, drop a tear of deep emotion. 8. With wedding gifts the spring has arrived. With music and exultation, it brings the bridegroom and the bride its hearty congratulation. It brings its violets, rosebuds fair, and jasmine and herbs sweet scented. And for the bride asparagus too. The bridegrooms with salad contented. 9. God protect thee from overheating, and thy heart from palpitation. Keep thee from excessive eating, and excessive perspiration, as upon thy day of marriage. May thy love be ever blessed. Ne'er the bridal yoke disparage. Be thy frame with health possessed. 10. Pretty maid, if so inclined, thou mayst now thus think anent me. This man's conduct is unkind, for he's seeking to torment me. Me, who never said a word that could possibly offend him. That could possibly offend him. Who, when others blame I heard, did my utmost to befriend him. Me, who had resolved in fact, by and by to love him dearly. Had he not begun to act as if he were frantic nearly. 11. How thou snarlest, laughest, broodest. How thou in ill humour twistest, when thou, to all love a stranger, yet on jealousy existest. 'Tis not red and fragrant roses thou dost smell and love so dearly, no, amongst the thorns thou sniffest, till they scratch thy nose severely. 6. Yolande and Mary. 1. Both these ladies know by instinct how a poet well to treat, for they asked me and my genius luncheon with them once to eat. Ah! The soup was quite delicious, and the wine was old and rare, and the game was really heavenly, and well larded was the hare. They of poetry kept talking, till I had enough at last, and I thanked them for the honor of this very kind repast. 2. With which shall I become enamoured, since both are lovable and mild? The mother's still a pretty woman, the daughter is a pretty child. The white and inexperienced members are very pleasant to the view, and yet the genial eyes that answer our tenderness are charming too. My heart the jackass grey resembles, who when twixt two hay bundles placed, eyes them with hesitation, doubting which of the two the best will taste. 3. The bottles are empty, the breakfast was good, the ladies are gay and impassioned, they open their corsets in right merry mood. They open their corsets in right merry mood. Methinks they with point lace are fashioned. Their bosoms how fair, their shoulders how white. My heart is soon trembling all over, they presently jump on the bed with delight, and hide themselves under the cover. The curtains around them before long they pull, and snore away, free from intrusion. I stand in the chamber alone, like a fool, and stare at the bed in confusion. 4. Now that I'm fast growing older, youth's by keener fire replaced, and my arm, becoming bolder, circles many a loving waist. Though at first they were affrighted, yet they soon were reconciled. Modest doubts and wrath united were overcome by flattery mild. Yet the best of all is wanting. When I taste my victory, can it be my youth's enchanting, bashful weak stupidity? 5. This tricoloured flower now worn is in my breast, to show I'm free, proving that my heart freeborn is, and a foe to slavery. Sweet Queen Mary, who thy quarters in my heart hast fixed, pray list many of earth's fairest daughters. There have reigned, then been dismissed. There have reigned, then been dismissed. 7. Emma. 1. He stands as firm as a tree stem, in heat and tempest and frost. His toes in the ground are planted, his arms are heavenward tossed. Thus long is Bajirata tortured, and Brahma his torments would end. He makes the mighty Ganges down from the heavens descend. But I, my loved one, am vainly tormented and stricken with woe. From out of thine heavenly eyelids no drops of pity flow. 2. 24 hours I still must wait, to see my bliss complete. As her sidelong glances tell me, glances, oh how dazzling sweet. Language is but inexpressive, words are awkward and in vain. Soon as they are said, the pretty butterfly flies off again. But a look may last forever, and with joy may fill thy breast, making it like some wide heaven, full of starry rapture blessed. 3. Not one solitary kiss, after months of loving passion. So my mouth must still continue. So my mouth must still continue dry, in very wretched fashion. Happiness seemed once at hand, and her breath I felt nigh me, but without my lips touching. She, alas, soon fleeted by me. 4. Emma, for my satisfaction, say if I'm distracted driven by my love, or is love only the result of my distraction? Ah! I'm tortured, charming Emma. Not alone by my mad loving, not alone by loving madness, but besides by this dilemma. 5. When I'm with thee, strife and need, so I on my travels started. Yet my life, when from thee parted, is no life, but death indeed. Pondering all the livelong night, I twixt death and hell lay choosing. Ah, methinks this strife confusing now has driven me mad outright. 6. Fast is creeping on us dreary night with many a ghostly shape, and our souls are growing weary, and we at each other gape. Thou art old and I still older, and our spring has ceased to bloom, and our spring has ceased to bloom. Thou art cold, and I still colder, at the approach of winter's gloom. At the end, how all is saddened, after love's sweet cares are past. Cares draw nigh, by love ungladdened. After life comes death at last. 8. Frederica. 1. O leave Berlin, with its thick lying sand, weak tea, and men who seem so much to know that they both God, themselves, and all below with Hegel's reason only understand. O come to India, to the sunny land, where flowers ambrosial their sweet fragrance throw, where pilgrim troops on Toardi the Ganges go with reverence, in white robes, a festal band. There, where the palm trees wave, the billows smile, and on the sacred bank the lotos tree soars up to Indra's castle blue, yes there will I kneel to thee in trusting style, and press against thy foot, and say to thee, Madam, thou art the fairest of the fair. 2. The Ganges roars, amid the foliage see the sharp eyes of the antelope, who springs disdainfully along, their colored wings. The peacocks as they move, show haughtily. Deep from the bosom of the sunny lea rises a newborn race of flowers, sweet things, with yearning maddened voice Kosala sings, yes, thou art fair, no woman's like to thee. God, 9 lurks in all thy features fair. He dwells within thy bosom's tents so white, and breathes to thee the sweetest songs he knows. Upon thy lips Vasant 10 has made his lair. I find within thine eyes new worlds of light. In my own world no more I find repose. 3. The Ganges roars, the mighty Ganges swells. The Himalaya glows in evening's light. And from the banyan forest's gloomy night, the elephantine herd breaks forth and yells. Oh, for a type to show how she excels. A typo of thee, so lovely to the sight. Thee the incomparable, good and bright. So that sweet rapture in my bosom dwells. In vain thou seest me seek for types, and prate, seest me with feelings struggle, and with rhyme, and, ah, thou smilest at my pangs of love. But smile. For when thou smilest, Gandharva straight seize on the sweet guitar, and all the time sing in the golden sunny halls above. 9. Catherine. 1. A beauteous star arises o'er my night. A star which smiles down on me comfort bright, and new life pledges to supply, oh do not lie. As leaps to the moon the sea with sullen roar, so gladly, wildly, doth my spirit soar up to thy blissful light on high, oh do not lie. 2. Will you not be presented to her? The Duchess whispered once to me. On no account, for I to woo her methinks have too much modesty. How gracefully she stands before me. I fancy, when I near her go, a newborn life is stealing o'er me. With newborn joy and newborn woe, I'm from her kept as though by anguish, while yearning drives me to draw near. Her eyes, as they so sweetly languish, the wild stars of my fate appear. Her brow is clear, yet in the distance, the future lightning gathers there. The storm which, spite of all resistance, my spirit's deepest seat will tear. Her mouth is lovely, but with terror I see beneath the roses hiss the serpents which will prove my error. With honeyed scorn and treacherous kiss, impelled by yearning, still more near I draw to the dear but dangerous place. Her darling voice already hear I. Bright flames her every sentence grace. Sir, what's the name? I hear her utter these words of her whose voice I heard. I only answer with a stutter. Madam, I did not hear one word. 3. Yes, I now, a poor magician, like sage Merlin, am held fast in my magic ring at last. In disconsolate condition, at her feet imprisoned sweetly, I am lying all the while, gazing on her eyes' sweet smile. And the hours are passing fleetly. Thus, for hours, days, weeks behold me. Like a vision time has fled. Scarcely know I what I said. And I know not what she told me. Just as if her lips were dearly pressed to mine, beyond control. I am stirred, till in my soul I can trace the flames full clearly. 4. Thou liest in my arms so gladly. So gladly thou liest on my heart. I am thy one soul heaven. My dearest star thou art. The foolish race of mortals is swarming far below. Is swarming far below. They're shouting and storming and scolding. Their cap and bells they jingle, and quarrel without a cause. And with their heavy club sticks, they break each other's jaws. How happy are we, my darling, that we so far away are. Thou hidest in thy heaven thy head, my dearest star. 5. I love such white and snowy members, the thin veil of a spirit tender, wild and large eyes, a brow encompassed with flowing locks of swarthy splendor. Thou art indeed the very person whom I in every land have sought for, while girls like thee, a man of honor, like me, have always cared and thought for. The very man thou standest in need of is found in me. At first thou lt pay me richly with sentiments and kisses, and then, as usual, wilt betray me. 6. the spring's already at the gate. With looks my care beguiling, the country round appeareth straight, a flower garden smiling. My darling sitteth by my side, in carriage onward fleeting. She looks on me with tender pride. She looks on me with tender pride. Her heart, I feel it beating. What warbling, what fragrance the sun's light awakes. Like jewels the verdure is gleaming, his snowy blossoming head soon shakes the sapling with joyous seeming. The flowers peep forth from the earth to see, with longing in every feature, the lovely woman won by me, and me, the happy creature. O transient bliss! Across the corn, tomorrow will pass the sickle. The beauteous spring wither, and I all forlorn be left by the woman fickle. 7. Lately dreamt I was walking in the happy realms of heaven. Walking with thee, for without thee, heaven itself would be a hell. There I saw elect together, all the righteous and the godly, who had for their souls salvation mortified on earth their bodies. Fathers of the Church, apostles, Capuchins and holy hermits. Strange old fellows, some strange young ones, 'twas the latter looked the ugliest. Very long and saintly faces, ample bald pates, also grey beards passed us, looking stern and solemn. Not one look upon thee throwing. Not one look upon thee throwing. Although thou, my pretty darling, on my arm wert hanging, toying, smiling, and coquetting. One alone upon thee looked, and he was the only handsome man of all the number, and majestic were his features. Round his lips was human kindness, in his eyes divine repose, and he mildly gazed upon thee, as upon the Magdalene. Ah! I know, he meant it kindly. None was so pure and noble. But I was notwithstanding moved as by an envious feeling. And, I must confess, I found it far from pleasant up in heaven. May God pardon me. Our Saviour, Jesus Christ, I deemed intrusive. 8. Each person to this feast enchanting his mistress takes, and with delight roams in the blooming summer night. I wander alone, for my loved one is wanting. Like some sick man, I wander all lonely, and far from the mirth and dancing go. The music sweet and the lamp's bright glow. My thoughts are away, and in England only. I pluck the pinks and I pluck the roses, distractedly and full of woe, and know not on whom the flowers to bestow. My heart soon withers along with the posies. 9. Long songless and oppressed with sadness, I now compose again with yearning, like tears that from us burst with madness. My songs are suddenly returning. Again I chant, with voice melodious, of great love and still greater sorrow, of hearts which, to each other odious, today, when parted break tomorrow. I oft times think I feel the greeting of German oak trees waving o'er me, with whispers of a glad remeeting. A dream. They vanish from before me. I oft times think I hear the singing of German nightingales once cherished. Sweetly their notes are round me clinging. A dream. The vision soon has perished. Where are the roses whose delicious perfume once blessed me? Every blossom, long since has died, with taint pernicious. Their ghostly scent still haunts my bosom. 10. Songs of Creation. 1. God at first the sun created, then each nightly constellation, from the sweat of his own forehead. Oxen were his next creation. Wild beasts he created later. Lions with their paws so furious. In the image of the lion, made he kittens small and curious. Afterwards, the wilds to people. Man to spring to being bade he. And in man's attractive image, interesting monkeys made he. Satan saw it, full of laughter. Copies from himself he's taking. In the image of his oxen calves he finally is making. 2. To the devil spake the Lord thus. Copies of myself I'm taking. After sun come constellations. After oxen, calves I'm making. After lions with their furious paws, I'm making kittens curious. After men come monkeys clever. Thou canst nothing make, however. 3. I made for my glory and edification. Men, lions, and oxen, and sunlight splendid. But calves, cats, monkeys, and each constellation. But calves, cats, monkeys, and each constellation for naught but my own delight I intended. 4. With one short week of preparation, the whole of the world was made by me. And yet I worked out the plan of creation. For thousands of years full thoughtfully. Creation itself is a mere act of motion. That's easily done in a very short time. And yet the plan, the primary notion, 'tis that proves the artist sublime. 300 long years have I been taking in solving the question by slow degrees, as to which was the proper manner of making both doctors of law and little fleas. 5. On the 6th day spake the Lord thus. I have finished finally all this vast and fair creation. And that all is good, I see. How the sun's rays, golden rose-like, o'er the ocean brightly gleam. Every tree is green and glittering, and enamelled all things seem. On the plain yon lambkins sporting are like alabaster white. Oh, how natural and perfect nature seemeth to the sight. Earth and heaven alike are teeming with my glorious majesty. And through long and endless ages, man will praise and worship me. Man will praise and worship me. 6. The stuff out of which a poem is wrought is not to be sucked from the finger. No God created the world from naught, any more than an earthly singer. 'Twas mud primeval that formed the source whence the body of man I created, and from the ribs of man in due course fair woman I separated. The heavens I formed from out of the earth, and angels from women completed. The raw material first gets its worth from being artistically treated. 7. The chiefest reason why I made the earth, I will confess with gladness. Within my soul, like fiery madness, a burning call to do so played. Illness was the especial ground of my creative inclination. I might recover by creation. Creation made me once more sound. 11. Abroad. 1. From place to place thou art wandering still. Thou scarcely knowest why. A gentle word the wind doth fill. Thou lookest round wanderingly. My loved one, who was left behind, is calling softly now, return, I love thee, oh be kind, my only joy art thou. But on, still on, no peace, no rest. Thou never still mayst be. What thou of yore didst love the best, thou ne'er again shalt see. 2. Thou art today of sadder seeming than thou hast been for long before. Mute tears upon thy cheeks are gleaming. Thy sighs wax louder more and more. Of thy far home long vanished is it, that thou art thinking, full of pain? Wouldst thou not joyfully revisit thy much-loved fatherland again? Art thinking now of her who sweetly, with tiny rage enchanted thee? Vexed by her oft, yes soon completely, were reconciled, and laughed with glee. Art thinking of the friends whom yearning impelled to fall upon thy breast? Within the heart the thoughts were burning, and yet the lips remained at rest. Or of the sister and the mother art thinking, who approved thy suit? Methinks within thy breast, good brother, wild passions fast are growing mute. Of the fair garden art thou thinking, its birds and trees, where love's young dream oft times sustained thy spirit sinking, and hope shone forth with trembling beam? 'Tis late. The snow has fallen thickly, bright night illumes the humid mass, I now must go, and hasten quickly to dress for company, alas! 3. Of my fair fatherland I once was proud. Beside the stream, the oak soared high, the violets gently bowed, it was a dream. German the kisses were, in German too they spake the words, yes, I love you. It was a dream. 12. Tragedy. 1. Oh, fly with me, and be my wife. And to my heart for comfort come. Far, far away hence be my heart. Thy fatherland and father's home. If thou lt not go, I here will die. And all alone abandon thee. And if thou in thy father's home dost stay, thou lt seem abroad to be. 2. A genuine national song, heard by Heine on the Rhine. There fell a frost in a night of spring. It fell on the tender flowrets blue. They all soon withered and faded. A youth once loved a maiden full well. They secretly fled away from the house, unknown to father and mother. They wandered here and they wandered there, and neither joy nor star could they find. And so they drooped and they perished. 3. Upon her grave a linden is springing, where birds and the evening breeze are singing, and on the green sward under it the miller's boy and his sweetheart sit. The winds are blowing so softly and fleetly. The birds are singing so sadly and sweetly. The prattling lovers are mute by and by. They weep and they know not the reason why. They weep and they know not the reason why. 13. The Tannhauser. A legend. 1. O all good Christians, be on your guard, lest Satan's wiles ensnare you. I'll sing you the song of the Tannhauser bold, that ye may duly beware you. The noble Tannhauser, a valiant knight, for love and pleasure yearning, to the Venus Mount travelled, and there he dwelt 7 years without returning. Dear Venus, lovely mistress, farewell. Though much thou mayst enchant me, no longer will I tarry with thee, permission to leave now grant me. Tannhauser, dear and noble knight, today you have kept from kissing, so kiss me quickly and tell me true, what is there in me you find missing? Have I each day the sweetest wine not poured out for you gaily? And have I not always crowned your head with fragrant roses daily? Dear Venus, lovely mistress, in truth my soul no longer finds pleasing these endless kisses and luscious wine, I long for something that's teasing. Too much have we jested, too much have we laughed, my heart for tears has long panted, each rose on my head I fain would see. Each rose on my head I fain would see by pointed thorns supplanted. Tannhauser, dear and noble knight, you fain would vex and grieve me, an oath you have sworn 1,000 times that you would never leave me. Come, let us into the chamber go, to taste of love's rapture and gladness, and there my fair and lily-white form shall drive away thy sadness. Dear Venus, lovely mistress, thy charms will bloom forever and ever, as many already have glowed for thee, so men will forget thee never. But when I think of the heroes and gods who erst have taken their pleasure in clasping thy fair and lily-white form, my anger knows no measure. Thy fair and lily-white figure with dread is filling me even this minute, when thinking how many in after times will still take pleasure in it. Tannhauser, dear and noble knight, you should not utter such treason, 'twere better to beat me, as you have before oft done for many a season. 'Twere better to beat me, than such harsh words of insult thus to have spoken, whereby, O Christian ungrateful and cold, the pride in my bosom is broken. Because I love you so much, I forgive your evil words, thankless mortal. Farewell, I grant you permission to leave, I'll open myself the portal. 2. In Rome, in the holy city of Rome, with singing and ringing and blowing, a grand procession is moving on. The Pope in the middle is going. The pious Pope Urban is his name. The triple crown he is wearing. He wears a red and purple robe, and barons his train are bearing. O Holy Father, Pope Urban, stay. I will not move from my station, until thou hast saved my soul from hell, and heard my supplication. The ghostly songs are suddenly mute. The people fall backwards dumbly. Oh, who is the pilgrim pale and wild? Who bends to the Pope so humbly? O Holy Father, Pope Urban, to whom to bind and to loose not too much is, O save me from the pangs of hell, and out of the evil one's clutches. By name, I'm the noble Tannhauser called, for love and pleasure yearning, to the Venus Mount I travelled and dwelt 7 years there without returning. This Venus is a woman fair with charms of dazzling splendor, like light of sun and flowers sweet scent her voice is gentle and tender. As a butterfly flutters around a flower. As a butterfly flutters around a flower and from its calyx sips too, so flutters my soul for evermore around her rosy lips too. Around her noble features entwine her blooming black locks wildly, thy breath would be gone if once her great eyes were fixed upon thee mildly. If her great eyes upon thee were fixed they surely would harass thee greatly, 'twas with the greatest trouble that I escaped from the mountain lately. From out of the mountain I made my escape and yet forever pursue me the looks of the beautiful woman, which seemed to say oh hasten back to me. A wretched spectre by day I've become, at night I vainly would hide me in sleep, for I dream that my mistress dear is sitting and laughing beside me. How clearly, how sweetly, how madly she laughs, her white teeth all the while showing. Whenever I think of that laugh, in streams the tears from my eyes begin flowing. I love her indeed with a boundless love that scorches me up to a cinder, 'tis like a wild waterfall, whose fierce flood no barrier ever can hinder. It nimbly leaps from rock to rock with noisy foaming and boiling, its neck it may break 1,000 times, yet on, still on, it keeps toiling. If all the expanse of the heavens were mine. If all the expanse of the heavens were mine, to Venus the whole I'd surrender, I'd give her the sun, I'd give her the moon, I'd give her the stars in their splendor. I love her indeed with a boundless love, whose flame within me rages, oh say can this be the fire of hell, the glow that will last through all ages? O Holy Father, Pope Urban, to whom to bind and to loose not too much is, O save me from the pangs of hell, and out of the evil one's clutches. His hands the Pope raised sadly on high, and sighed till these words he had spoken, Tannhauser, most unhappy knight, the charm can never be broken. The devil whom they Venus call is mighty for hurting and harming, I'm powerless quite to rescue thee from out of his talons so charming. And so thy soul must expiate now thy fleshly lusts infernal, yes, thou art rejected, yes, thou art condemned to suffer hell's torments eternal. 3. The night Tannhauser roamed until his feet were sore with his wanderings dreary. At midnight's hour he came at length to the Venus mountain, full weary. Fair Venus awoke from out of her sleep, and out of her bed sprang lightly, and clasped her fair and lily-white arms around her beloved one tightly. Around her beloved one tightly. From out of her nose the blood fell fast. The tears from her eyes descended. She covered the face of her darling knight with blood and tears closely blended. The knight lay quietly down in the bed, and not one word has he spoken, while Venus went to the kitchen, to make some soup, that his fast might be broken. She gave him soup, and she gave him bread. She washed his wounded feet, too. She combed his rough and matted hair, and laughed with a laugh full sweet, too. Tannhauser, dear and noble knight, full long hast thou been wandering, O say in what lands hast thou thy time so far from hence been squandering? Dear Venus, lovely mistress, in truth in Italy I have been staying, I've had some business in Rome, and now return without further delaying. Rome stands on the Tiber, just at the spot where 7 hills are meeting. In Rome I also beheld the Pope he sends thee his greeting. And Florence I saw, when on my return, and then through Milan I haste, and next through Switzerland scrambled fast, and not one moment wasted. And when I travelled over the Alps, the snow already was falling, the blue lake sweetly on me smiled, the eagles were circling and calling. The eagles were circling and calling. And when on the Mount St. Gothard I stood, below me snored Germany loudly, beneath the mild sway of 36 kings it slumbered calmly and proudly. In Swabia I saw the poetical school of dear little simpleton creatures, they sat together all ranged in a row, with very diminutive features. In Dresden I saw a certain dog, a sprig of the aristocracy, his teeth he had lost, and barked and yelled like one of the vulgar democracy. At Weimar, the Muses' widowed seat, I heard them their sentiments giving, they wept and lamented that Goethe was dead, and Eckermann still mongst the living. At Potsdam I heard a very loud cry. I said in amaze, what's the matter? 'Tis Ganz 11 at Berlin, who last century's tale is reading and making this clatter. At Göttingen knowledge was blossoming still, but bringing no fruit to perfection. 'Twas dark as pitch when I got there at night, no light was in any direction. In the bridewell at Zell Hanoverians alone were confined, at our next Reformation a national bridewell and one common lash we must have for the whole German nation. At Hamburg, in that excellent town, many terrible rascals dwell still, and when I wandered about the exchange, I fancied myself in Zell still. At Hamburg I Altona saw, 'tis a spot in a charming situation, and all my adventures that there I met I'll tell on another occasion. 12. 14. Romances. 1. A woman. They loved each other beyond belief. The woman a rogue was, the man was a thief. At each piece of knavery, daily, she fell on the bed, laughing gaily. In joy and pleasure they passed the day. Upon his bosom all night she lay. When they carried him off to Old Bailey, at the window she stood, laughing gaily. He sent her this message, "Oh, come to me. I yearn, my love, so greatly for thee. I want thee, I pine, and look palely." Her head she but shook, laughing gaily. At 6 in the morning they hanged the knave. At 7 they laid him down in his grave. At 8 on her ears this fell stalely, and a bumper she drank, laughing gaily. 2. Celebration of Spring. Oh, list to this springtime's terrible jest. In savage troops the maidens fair are rushing along with fluttering hair, and howls of anguish and naked breast. Adonis! Adonis! The night falls fast. By torchlight clear, they sadly explore each forest track, which mournful answers is echoing back, of laughter, sobs, sighs, and cries of fear. Adonis! Adonis! That youthful figure, so wondrous fair, now lies on the ground all pale and dead. His blood has dyed each floweret red, and mournful sighs resound through the air. Adonis! Adonis! 3. Childe Harold. Slow and weary, moves a dreary, stout black bark the stream along, visors wearing, all uncaring. Funeral mutes the benches throng. Mongst them dumbly, with his comely face upturned, the dead bard lies, living seeming, toward the beaming light of heaven still turn his eyes. From the water, like a daughter of the stream's voice, comes a sigh, and with wailing unavailing gains the bark the waves dash high. 4. The Exorcism. The young Franciscan friar sits in his cloister silent and lonely. He reads a magical book, which speaks of exorcisms only. And when the hour of midnight knelled, an impulse resistless came o'er him. The underground spirits with pallid lips he summoned to rise up before him. Yes, spirits, go, fetch me from out of the grave the corpse of my mistress cherished, for this one night restore her to life, rekindling joys long perished. The fearful exorcising word he breathes, and his wish is granted. The poor dead beauty in grave clothes white appears to his vision enchanted. Her look is mournful, her ice-cold breast her sighs of grief cannot smother. The dead one sits herself down by the monk. In silence they gaze on each other. 5. Extract from a letter. What matter all my looks to thee? It is the well-known right of the sun to shed down his rays on every one. I beam because 'tis proper for me. What matter all my looks to thee? Thy duties bear in mind, poor elf. Quick, marry, and get a son to thyself, and so a German worthy be. I beam because 'tis proper for me. I wander up and down in the sky. From mere ennui I peep from on high. What matter all my looks to thee? It is in truth my special merit, that I can bear thy radiant light, pledge of an endless youthful spirit. Thou dazzling beauty, blessed and bright. But now mine eyes are growing weary. On my poor eyelids fast are falling, like a black covering, the dreary dark shades of night with gloom appalling. We monkeys, like impudent flunkies, stare at the sun. Who can't prevent its being done? The water is better, but also much wetter, than 'tis in the air. And merrily there, we love to gaze on the sun's bright rays. How foolish people are to chatter of beams and sunny rays bewitching. With us, they but produce an itching. We scratch it and so end the matter. How boastingly the sun displays his very fleeting daily rays. But I'm not so immodest quite, and yet I'm an important light. I mean by night. 6. The evil star. The star, after beaming so brightly from the sky fell, a vision unsightly. What is the love by poets sung? A star amid a heap of dung, like a poor mangy dog, when he's dying. Beneath all this filth it is lying. Shrill crows the cock, loud grunts the sow, and wallows in the fearful slough. In the garden had I descended, by fair flowrets lovingly tended, where I oft yearned to find my doom, a virgin death, a fragrant tomb. 7. Anno 1829. Give me a wide and noble field, where I may perish decently. O let me in this narrow world of shops be not condemned to die. They eat full well, they drink full well, and revel in their mole-like bliss. Their magnanimity's as great as any poor box opening is. Cigars they carry in their mouths, their hands we in their breeches view, and their digestive powers are great. Oh, could we but digest them too! They trade in every spice that grows upon the earth, yet we can trace, despite their spices, in the air, the odor of a groveling race. Could I some great transgressions, yes, colossal bloody crimes but see, aught but this virtue flat and tame, this solvent strict morality. Ye clouds on high, oh bear me hence, to some far spot without delay, to Lapland or to Africa, to Pomerania and away. Oh bear me hence. They hearken not. The clouds on high so prudent are. They fly above this town, to seek with trembling haste some region far. 8. Anno 1839. Dear distant Germany, how often I weep when I remember thee. Gay France my sorrow cannot soften. Her merry race gives pain to me. In Paris, in this witty region, 'tis cold dry reason that now reigns. O bells of folly and religion, how sweetly sound at home your strains. Courteous the men, their salutation, I yet return with feelings sad. The rudeness shown in every station, in my own country made me glad. Smiling the women, but their clatter, like mill wheels, never seems to cease. The Germans prefer I, who lie down in peace, and all things here with restless passion keep whirling, like some maddened dream. With us, they move in jog-trot fashion, and well nigh void of motion seem. Methinks I hear the distant ringing of the soft bugle's note serene. The watchmen's songs I hear them singing, with Philomel's sweet strains between. At home the bard, a happy vagrant, in Skylda's oak woods loved to rove, from moonbeams fair and violets fragrant, my tender verses there I wove. 9. At dawn, on the Faubourg Saint-Marceau, lay the mist this very morning, mist of autumn, heavy, thick, and a white-hued night resembling. Wandering through this white-hued night, I beheld before me gliding an enchanting female form, which the moon's sweet light resembled. Yes, she was, like moonlight sweet, lightly floating, tender, graceful. Such a slender shape of limbs I had here in France ne'er witnessed. Was it Luna's self perchance, who with some young dear and handsome, fond Endymion had today, in Quartier Latin been lingering? On my way home thus I thought. Wherefore fled she when she saw me? Did the goddess think that I was perchance the sun god Phoebus? 10. Sir Olave. I. At the door of the cathedral stand two men, both wearing red coats. And the first one is the monarch, and the headsman is the other. To the headsman spake the monarch, by the priest's song I can gather that the wedding is now finished, keep thy trusty hatchet ready. To the sound of bells and organ, from the church the people issue, in a motley throng, and mongst them move the gay-dressed bridal couple. Pale as death and sad and mournful looks the monarch's lovely daughter. Bold and joyous looks Sir Olave, and his ruddy lips are smiling. And with smiling ruddy lips he thus the gloomy king addresses. Father of my wife, good morning. Forfeited today my head is. I today must die, oh suffer me to live till midnight, that I may with feast and torch dance celebrate my happy wedding. Let me live, oh let me live, sire, till I've drained the final goblet, till the final dance is finished, suffer me to live till midnight. To the headsman spake the monarch, to our son-in-law a respite. To our son-in-law a respite of his life we grant till midnight, keep thy trusty hatchet ready. 2. Sir Olave he sits at his wedding repast, and every goblet is drained at last. Upon his shoulder reclines his wife and pines. At the door the headsman is standing. The dance begins, and Sir Olave takes hold of his youthful wife, and with haste uncontrolled they dance by the torches' glow their last dance below. At the door the headsman is standing. The fiddles strike up, so merry and glad. The flutes they sound so mournful and sad. Whoever their dancing then saw was filled with awe. At the door the headsman is standing. And as they dance in the echoing hall, to his wife speaks Sir Olave, unheard by them all, my love will be ne'er known to thee, the grave yawns for me. At the door the headsman is standing. 3. Sir Olave, 'tis the midnight hour. Thy days of life are numbered. In a king's daughter's arms instead, thou thoughtest to have slumbered. The monks they mutter the prayers for the dead, the man the red coat wearing already before the black block stands, his polished hatchet bearing. His polished hatchet bearing. Sir Olave descends to the court below, where the swords and the lights are gleaming, the ruddy lips of the night they smile, and he speaks with a countenance beaming. I bless the sun, and I bless the moon, and the stars in the heavens before me, I bless too the little birds that sing in the air so merrily o'er me. I bless the sea and I bless the land, and the flowers that the meadows life are, I bless the violets, which are as soft as the eyes of my own dear wife are. Ye violet eyes of my own dear wife, my life for your sakes I surrender. I bless the elder tree, under whose shade we plighted our vows of love tender. 11. The water nymphs. The waves were plashing against the lone strand, the moon had risen lately, the night was lying upon the white sand, in vision musing greatly. The beauteous nymphs arose from the deep. Their veils around them floated. They softly approached, and fancied that sleep the youth's repose denoted. The plume of his helmet the first one felt, to see if perchance it would harm her. The second took hold of his shoulder belt, and handled his heavy chain armor. The third one laughed, and her eyes gleamed bright, as the sword from the scabbard drew she, on the bare sword leaning, she gazed on the night, and heartfelt pleasure knew she. The fourth one danced both here and there, and breathed from her inmost bosom, oh would that I thy mistress were, thou lovely mortal blossom. The fifth her kisses with passionate strength on the hand of the night kept planting, the sixth one tarried, and kissed at length his lips and his cheeks enchanting. The knight was wise, and far too discreet to open his eyes midst such blisses. He let the fair nymphs in the moonlight sweet continue their loving kisses. 12. Bertrand de Born. A noble pride on every feature, his forehead stamped with thought mature. He could subdue each mortal creature. Bertrand de Born, the troubadour. How wondrously his sweet notes caught her Plantagenet, the lion's queen, both sons as well as lovely daughter. He sang into his net, I ween. The father too he fooled discreetly. Hushed was the monarch's wrath and scorn, on hearing him discourse so sweetly. The troubadour, Bertrand de Born. 13. Spring. The waters glisten and merrily glide. How lovely is love midst spring's splendor. The shepherdess sits by the streamlet's side, and twines her garlands so tender. All nature is budding with fragrant perfume. How lovely is love midst spring's splendor. The shepherdess sighs from her heart, oh, to whom shall I my garlands surrender? A horseman is riding beside the clear brook. A kindly greeting he utters. The shepherdess views him with sorrowful look, the plume in his hat gaily flutters. She weeps and into the gliding waves flings her flowery garlands so tender. Of kisses and love the nightingale sings. How lovely is love midst spring's splendor. 14. Ali Bey. Ali Bey, the true faith's hero, happy lies in maid's embraces. Allah granteth him a foretaste here on earth of heavenly rapture. Odalisques, as fair as houris, like gazelles in every motion, while the first his beard is curling. See, the second smooths his forehead, and the third the lute is playing, singing, dancing, and with laughter, kissing him upon his bosom, where the flames of bliss are glowing. But the trumpets of a sudden sound outside, the swords are rattling, calls to arms, and shots of muskets. Lord, the Franks are marching on us. And the hero mounts his war steed, joins the fight, but seems still dreaming, for he fancies he is lying, as before in maid's embraces, whilst the heads of the invaders he is cutting off by dozens. He is smiling like a lover. Yes, he softly smiles and gently. 15. Psyche. In her hand a little lamp, and mighty passion in her breast. Psyche creepeth to the couch where her dear sleeper takes his rest. How she blushes, how she trembles, when his beauty she descries. He, the god of love, unveiled thus, soon awakes and quickly flies. 1800 years repentance, and the poor thing nearly died. Psyche fasts and whips herself still, for she a more naked spied. 16. The unknown one. Every day I have a meeting with my golden-tressed beauty, in the Tuileries fair garden, underneath the chestnut's shadow. Every day she goes to walk there, with two old and ugly women. Are they ants? Or else two soldiers, muffled up in women's garments, overawed by the mustachios of her masculine attendants, and still farther overawed too by the feelings in my bosom. I ne'er ventured e'en one sighing word to whisper as I passed her, and with looks I scarcely ventured ever to proclaim my passion. For the first time I today have learned her name. Her name is Laura, like the Provençal fair maiden, whom the famous poet loved so. Laura is her name. I've gone now just as far as Master Petrarch, who the fair one celebrated in canzonas and in sonnets. Laura is her name. Like Petrarch, I can now platonically revel in this name euphonious. He himself no further ventured. 17. The change. With brunettes I now have finished, and this year am once more fond of the eyes whose color blue is, of the hair whose color's blonde. Mild the blonde one, whom I love now, and in meekness quite a gem. She would be some blessed saint's image. Held her hand a lily stem. Slender limbs of wondrous beauty. Little flesh, much sympathy. All her soul is glowing but for faith and hope and charity. She maintains she understands not German, but it can't be so. Hast ne'er read the heavenly poem Klopstock wrote some time ago? 18. Fortune. Madam Fortune, thou in vain act st the coy one. I can gain by my own exertions merely all thy favors prized so dearly. Thou art overcome by me. To the yoke I fasten thee. Thou art mine beyond escaping. But my bleeding wounds are gaping. All my red blood gushes out. My life's courage to the rout soon is put, I'm vanquished lying. And in victory's hour am dying. 19. Lamentation of an old German youth. The man on whom virtue smiles is blessed. He is lost who neglects her instructions. Poor youth that I am ruined by evil companions' seductions. For cards and dice soon dispossessed my pockets of all their money. At first the maidens consoled me with smiles as luscious as honey. But when they had fuddled with wine their guest, and torn my garments, straightway they seized me, and bundled me out at the gateway. On waking after a bad night's rest. Sad end to all my ambition. Poor youth that I was filling at castle a sentry's position. 20. Away. The day's enamoured of the night. The springtime loves the winter. And life's in love with death. And thou lovest me. Thou lovest me, thou art already seized by fear-inspiring shadows. And all thy blossoms fade. To death thy soul is bleeding. Away from me, and only love the butterflies, gay triflers, who in the sunlight sport. Away from me and sorrow. 21. Madam Met. Says Bender to Peter over their wine. I'll wager that though your fine singing may conquer the world, my wife 'twill conquer never. Then Peter replied, I'll wager my horse to your dog, or the devil is in it, I'll sing Madam Met into my house this evening, at 12 to a minute. And when the hour of midnight drew near, friend Peter commenced his sweet singing. Right over the forest, right over the flood. His charming notes were ringing. The fir trees listened in silence deep. The flood stood still and listened. The pale moon trembled high up in the sky. The wise stars joyously glistened. Madam Met awoke from out of her sleep. What singing! How sweet the seduction! She put on her dress, and left the house. Alas, it proved her destruction. Right through the forest, right through the flood, she speeded onward straightway, while Peter, with the might of his song, allured her inside his own gateway. And when she at morning returned back home, at the door her husband caught her. Pray tell me, good wife, where you spent the night? Your garments are dripping with water. I spent the night at the water nymph stream, and heard the future told by them. And heard the future told by them, the mocking fairies wetted me through with their splashes, for going too nigh them. You have not been to the water nymph stream, the sand there could ne'er make you muddy, your feet, good wife, are bleeding and torn, your cheeks are also bloody. I spent the night in the elfin wood, to see the elfin dances, I wounded my feet and face with the thorns and fir boughs cutting like lances. The elfins dance in the sweet month of May on flowery plains, but the chilly bleak days of autumn now reign on the earth, the wind in the forests howls shrilly. At Peter Nielsen's I spent the night, he sang so mightily to me, that through the forest, and through the flood he irresistibly drew me. His song is mighty as death itself, to night and perdition alluring, its tuneful glow still burns in my heart, a speedy death ensuring. The door of the church is hung with black. The funeral bells are ringing. Poor Madam Met's terrible death, to public notice bringing. Poor Bender sighs, as he stands at the bier, 'twas sad to hear him call so. I now have lost my beautiful wife, and lost my true dog also. 22. The meeting. The music under the linden tree sounds. The boys and the maidens dance lightly. Amongst them two dance, whom nobody knows. Of figures noble and sightly. They float about here, they float about there, in a way that strange habits expresses, they smile at each other, they shake their heads, the maiden the youth thus addresses. My handsome youth, upon thy hat there nods a lily splendid, that only grows in the depths of the sea, from Adam thou art not descended. The Kelpie art thou, who the fair village maids would st allure with thy arts of seduction. I knew thee at once, at the very first sight, by thy teeth of fish-like construction. They float about here, they float about there, in a way that strange habits expresses, they smile at each other, they shake their heads, the youth the maid thus addresses. My handsome maiden, tell me why thy hand so icy cold is? And tell me why thy snow-white dress so moist in every fold is? I knew thee at once, at the very first sight, by thy bantering salutation, thou art no mortal child of man, but the water nymph, my relation. The fiddles are silent, and finished the dance, they part like sister and brother, they know each other only too well, and shun now the sight of each other. And shun now the sight of each other. 23. King Harald Harfagar. The great King Harald Harfagar. In ocean's depths is sitting. Beside his lovely water fay. The years are over him flitting. By water sprites magical arts chained down. He is neither living nor dead now. And while in this state of baneful bliss, 200 years have sped now. The head of the king is laid on the lap of the beautiful woman, and ever he yearningly gazes up toward her eyes, and looks away from her never. His golden hair is silver gray. His cheekbones project like a ghost's from his yellow face. His body is withered and broken. And many a time from his sweet dream of love, he suddenly is waking. For over him wildly rages the flood, the castle of glass rudely shaking. He oftentimes fancies he hears in the wind the Northmen shouting out gladly. He raises his arms with joyous haste, then lets them fall again sadly. He oftentimes fancies he hears far above the seamen their voices raising the great King Harald Harfagar in songs heroical praising. And then the king from the depth of his heart begins sobbing and wailing and sighing, when quickly the water fay over him bends, with loving kisses replying. With loving kisses replying. 24. The lower world. Many a time poor Pluto sighed thus. Were I but a single man. Since my married life began, hell, I've learned, was not a hell till I to a wife was tied thus. Would that I remained still single. Since I Proserpine did wed, each day wish I was dead. With the bark of Cerberus her loud scoldings ever mingle. Each attempt I make is fruitless after peace. There's not a ghost half so sad in all my host, and I envy Sisyphus, and the Danaids labor bootless. 2. On golden chair in the regions infernal. Beside her spouse, the monarch eternal. Queen Proserpine sitting. With mien ill-befitting her station, and sadly she's sighing. For roses I yearn, and the rapturous blisses of Philomel's song, and the sun's sweet kisses, and here mongst the pallid lemurs and squalid dead bodies, my youth's days are flying. I'm firmly bound in the hard yoke of marriage in this hole, which I'm sure e'en a rat would disparage, and the spectres unsightly through my window peep nightly, their wails with the Styx's groans vying. Their wails with the Styx's groans vying. This very day I've invited to dinner old Karen, the bald-pate spindle-shank sinner, and also the judges, those wearisome drudges, such companies really too trying. 3. Whilst these murmurs unavailing in the lower world found vent, Ceres on the earth was wailing. And the crazy goddess went, with no cap on, with no collar, and with loose dishevelled hair, uttering, in a voice of dolor, that lament known everywhere, 13. Is 't the beauteous spring I see? Hath the earth grown young again? Sunlit hills glow verdantly, bursting through their icy chain. From the streamlet's mirror blue smiles the now unclouded sky, zephyr's wings wave milder too, youthful blossoms ope their eye. In the grove sweet songs resound, while the Oread thus doth speak. Once again thy flowers are found, vain thy daughter 'tis to seek. Ah, how long 'tis since I went first in search o'er earth's wide face. Titan, all thy rays I sent, seeking for the loved one's trace. Of that form so dear, no ray hath as yet brought news to me, and the all-discerning day cannot yet the lost one see. Cannot yet the lost one see. Hast thou, Zeus, her from me torn? Or to Arcus' gloomy stream, hath she been by Pluto borne, smitten by her beauty's beams? Who will to yon dreary strand be the herald of my woe? Ever leaves the bark the land, yet but shadows in it go. To each blessed eye evermore closed those night-like fields remain, stakes no living form bore, since his stream first washed the plain. Thousand paths lead downward there, none lead up again to light, and her tears no witness brings to her sad mother's sight. 4. Ceres, my good wife's relation. Prithee cease to weep and call so. I now grant your application. I have suffered greatly also. Comfort take, we'll share your daughter's sweet society, and let her have on earth 6 months her quarters yearly, if you like it better. She, when men in summer swelter, can assist your rural labors, neath a straw hat taking shelter, flow arbidizant, like her neighbors. She can rant, when colors glowing robe the evening sky in splendor, when beside the stream is blowing on his flute a bumpkin tender. She'll rejoice with lads and lasses at the harvest home's gay dances, and amongst the sheep and asses be a lioness, the chances. I'll recruit my spirits sinking here in Arcus in a canter, mingled punch and lethe drinking, and forget my wife instanter. V. Methinks at times thy brow is shaded with yearnings that in secret dwell, thy hapless lot I know full well, lost love, a life untimely fated. Thou noddest a sad assent. I never can give thee back thy youthful prime, thy heart's woes cannot heal with time. A fated life, love lost forever. 15. Miscellanies. 1. Mulatum. Thy father, as is known to all, a donkey was, beyond denial. Thy mother on the other hand, a noble brood mare proved on trial. Thy mulish nature, worthy friend, though little liked, a thing of course is. Yet thou canst say, with perfect truth, that thou belongest to the horses. Thou springest from proud Bucephalus. Thy fathers were with the invaders, who to the holy sepulchre of old time went, the famed crusaders. Thou countest mongst thy relatives the charger ridden by the glorious Sir Godfrey of Bouillon the day he took God's town with arm victorious. Thou canst aver that Bayard's steed thy cousin was, and say thine aunt the knight Don Quixote bore the most heroic Rozinante. But Sancho's donkey thou lt not own as kin, he being much too lowly. Thou lt and disown the ass's foal that whilome bore the Saviour holy. And thou art not obliged to stick a long ear surely in thy scutcheon. Of thine own value be the judge, and thou wilt never lay too much on. 2. The symbol of madness. We'll now begin to sing the song of a number of much reputation, known by the name of number 3. To joy succeeds vexation, though sprung from an old Arabian stock. In Christian estimation, nothing in Europe higher stood than this number of proud reputation, a very pattern of modesty. How great was her indignation at finding the man in bed with the maid. She gave them a sound castigation. In summer her coffee at 7 a.m. she drank with much gratification. In winter at 9, and slept all night, without the least molestation. But now 'tis time to alter our rhyme. Today is changed to tomorrow. And, sad to say, poor number 3 must suffer pain and sorrow. There came a cobbler who said, the head of number 3 at present is like a small 7 that's placed on the top of the moon when she's shaped like a crescent. The 7, the mystical number, is of the ancient Pythagoreans, the crescent Diana's worship denotes, and also recalls the Sabaeans. The 3 herself, the famed shibboleth, is of the senior bonds of Babel, intriguing with whom she at length gave birth to the Holy Trinity's fable. To the Holy Trinity's fable. A tailor came next, with a smile on his face. Poor number 3, he insisted, was not but a name, and nowhere else except upon paper existed. When poor 3 heard these cruel words, like a duck in a state of distraction, she waddled here and waddled there, lamenting with vehement action, I'm just as old as the sea and the wold, as the stars that in heaven are blinking. I've seen kingdoms ascend, and presently end, and nations rising and sinking. I've stood on the ceaselessly whirling loom of time for many long ages. I've peeped into nature's fashioning womb, where everything rushes and rages. And nevertheless I withstood all assaults of darkness and sensuality, and safely preserved my virgin charms, despite their cruel brutality. What use is my virtue now? By the wise and the fools I am evil entreated, the world is wicked, and ne'er content till every one is cheated. But cheer up, my heart, thou still hast left thy faith and hope and charity, with excellent coffee and glasses of rum above the reach of vulgarity. 3. Pride. O Countess Goodall of Goodallfeld town! Because you are wealthy, you're held in renown with not less than 4 horses contented, at court you are duly presented, in carriage of gold you go lightly to the castle, where wax lights gleam brightly, up the marble stairs rustle your clothes with their bustle, and then at the top, on the landing the servants in gay dresses standing shout, Madame la Comtesse de Goodallfeld. Your fan in your hand, talking loudly. Through the chamber you wander on proudly, with diamonds gaily bedizened, in pearls and Brussels lace prisoned. Your snowy bosom with madness is heaving in uncontrolled gladness. What smiles, nods, polite interjections! What curtsies and deep genuflections! The Duchess of Pavia calls you her cara mia. The nobles and courtiers advancing invite you to join in the dancing. And the heir to the crown says loudly, how graceful and pretty are all the stern movements of Goodallfeld. But if, poor creature, you money did lack, the world would straightway show you its back, the very lackeys with loathing would spit on your clothing, stead of bows and civility, not but vulgar scurrility. The Duchess would cross herself rudely, and the Crown Prince take snuff, and say shrewdly, she smells of garlic this Goodallfeld. 4. Away. If by one woman thou art jilted, love another, and so forget her. To pack up thy knapsack, and straight remove from the town will be still better. Thou lt soon discover a blue lake fair, by weeping willows surrounded. Thy trifling grief thou lt weep away there, thy pangs so little founded. Whilst climbing up the hillside fast, thou lt pant and groan full loudly. But when on the rocky summit at last, thou lt hear the eagle scream proudly. An eagle thyself thou lt seem to be. New life the change will bestow thee. Thou lt feel thou hast lost, when thus set free, not much in the world below thee. 5. Winter. The cold may burn us sadly, like fire, and mortals hurry amidst the snowdrift madly, with still increasing flurry. O winter stern and chilly, when frozen are our noses, and piano strumming silly, our ears so discomposes. I like the summer only, when in the wood I'm roving, with my own griefs all lonely, and scanning verses loving. 6. The old chimney piece. Outside fall the snowflakes lightly. Through the night, loud raves the storm. In my room the fire glows brightly, and 'tis cozy, silent, warm. Musing sit I on the settle, by the firelight's cheerful blaze, listening to the busy kettle, humming long-forgotten lays. And beside me sits a kitten, warming at the blaze her feet. Strangely are my senses smitten, as the flickering flames they meet. Many a dim long-buried story o'er me soon begins to rise, but with dead and faded glory, and in strange and masked disguise. Lovely women with shrewd faces greet me with a secret smile. Then the harlequins run races, laughing merrily the while. Distant marble gods nod kindly, dreamily beside them grow fable flowers, whose leaves wave blindly in the moonlight to and fro. Magic castles, once resplendent, ruined now, in sight appear. Knights in armor, squires attendant, quickly follow in their rear. All these visions I discover, as with shadowy haste they pass. Ah, the kettle's boiling over, and the kitten's burned, alas! And the kitten's burned, alas! 7. Longing. Thou beholdest in thy vision fable's silent flowers before thee, and a yearning wild steals o'er thee, at their fragrant scent Elysian. But thou from those flowers art parted, by a gulf both deep and fearful. Thou becomest sad and tearful, and at last art broken-hearted. How they glitter! How they lure me! Could I but the gulf pass over, how the secret to discover, and a bridge across procure me? 8. Helena. Thou hast called me forth from out of the grave by means of thy magic will now, and filled me full of love's fierce glow. This glow thou never canst still now. O press thy mouth against my mouth. Man's breath with heaven is scented. Thy very soul I'll drain to the dregs. The dead are never contented. 9. The wise stars. The flowrets sweet are crushed by the feet, full soon, and perish despairing. One passes by, and they must die. The modest as well as the daring. The pearls all sleep in the caves of the deep, where one finds them, despite wind and weather. A hole is soon bored and they're strung on a cord, and they're fast yoked together. The stars are more wise, and keep in the skies, and hold the earth at a distance. They shed their light in the heavens so bright, in safe and endless existence. 10. The angels. Faithless as Saint Thomas, never could I in the heaven believe, which both Jew and priest endeavor to compel men to receive. That the angels, though, are real, I have never held in doubt. Spotless, and of grace ideal, on this earth they move about. Still I doubt if such a being winged is, it must be confessed. I have recently been seeing wingless angels, I protest, with their dear and loving glances, with their loving hands so white, men they guard, and all advances of misfortune put to flight. Every one can comfort borrow from their favor and regard, most of all that child of sorrow, whom the people call a bard. 16. Poems for the times. 1. Sound doctrine. Quick, beat the drum, and be not afraid. The subtler maiden lovingly kiss. This is the whole of knowledge, in truth. The deepest book learning lies in this. Quick, drum the people out of their sleep, and drum the reveille with the ardor of youth, and as you march, continue to drum. This is the whole of knowledge, in truth. All Hegel's philosophy here is found. The deepest book learning lies in this. I've found it out, because I'm no fool. And also because I drum not amiss. 2. Adam the First. Gendarmes of heaven with flaming swords. Thou sent'st in cruel fashion, and drovest me out of paradise, without the least compassion. In search of another country, I and my wife from Eden haste. Thou canst not alter the fact that there the tree of knowledge I tasted. Thou canst not alter the fact that I know thy weakness and many blunders, however mighty thou seemest to be, when wielding death and thunders. O heavens, how pitiful is this! Concilium abeundi. I call it a magnificus. Of earth, a lumen mundi. I shall not miss the spacious realms. Of paradise 1 minute. It is no genuine paradise. When trees forbidden are in it. I claim my full unfettered rights. The slightest limitation changes my paradise at once to hell and desolation. 3. Warning. Worthy friend, 'twill be perdition. Books like this to think of printing. Wouldst thou money earn or honor? Thou must bend in meek submission. Never in this manner flighty. Shouldst thou before the public thus have spoken of the parsons, and of monarchs high and mighty. Friend, thou lt be by all forsaken. Princes have long arms, the parsons have long tongues, and then the public have long ears, or I'm mistaken. 4. To a quondam follower of Goethe. Hast thou, then, superior risen to the chilly dream of glory, which great Weimar's poet hoary wove around thee, like a prison? Are thy old friends bores now voted? Clara, Gretchen, names familiar. Serlo's chaste maid, and Ottilia. In the Walverwandschaft noted? Thou art with Germany enchanted. Art become a mignon hater. And thou seekest for freedom greater than Philina ever granted. Like a burgomaster, thou dost battle for the nation, holding up to execration kings, as causing all disaster. And I hear with pleasure hearty what a pitch thy praises grow to, and how thou art a Mirabeau, too, at each Lundberg tea party. 5. The secret. We sigh not, and the eyes not moistened. We laugh at times, we often smile. In not a look, in not a gesture. The secret comes to light the while. Deep in our bleeding spirit hidden. It lies in silent misery. If in our wild heart it finds language, the mouth still closed convulsively. Ask of the suckling in the cradle. Ask of the dead man in the grave. They may perchance disclose the secret, to which I never utterance gave. 6. On the watchman's arrival in Paris. Good watchman with face so sad and despairing, why runnest thou hither with headlong speed? My dear fellow countrymen, how are they faring? My fatherland, is it from tyranny freed? All's going on well, and liberty's blessing is showering silently on us its stores. And Germany, calmly and safely progressing, unfolds and develops herself within doors. Unlike France, superficial are none of her blossoms, their freedom but touches the outside of life, 'tis but in the depths of their innermost bosoms that freedom with Germans is found to be rife. They'll finish Cologne's great cathedral, they tell us, the Hohenzollerns have brought this to pass, a Habsburg has shown himself equally zealous, a Wittelsbach 14 gives it some fine painted glass. That true Magna Carta, a free constitution. They promised, and surely their promise they'll keep, a king's word's a prize, without circumlocution, like the Nibelung stone in the Rhine it lies deep. The Brutus of rivers, the free Rhine, they surely can never remove him from out of his bed, the Dutchman his feet have fastened securely, the Switzers securely are holding his head. God will grant us a fleet, if we prove persevering, our patriotic exuberant strength will find a vent in sailing and steering, the pain of imprisonment ending at length. The seeds cast their shells and the springs blooming sweetly, we draw a free breath at this time of the year, if permission to print is denied us completely. If permission to print is denied us completely, the censorship will of itself disappear. 7. The drum major. 15. The old drum major it is that we see. Poor fellow, he's pulled down sadly. In the emperor's time a youngster was he, and merrily lived and gladly. He used to balance his ponderous stick, while a smile on his face played lightly. The silver lace on his tunic so thick, in the rays of the sun gleamed brightly. Wiener with the mighty roll of the drum, He entered a village or city. He caused an echo responsive to come. In the heart of each girl, plain or pretty. He came and saw and conquered too. Each fair one welcomed him in. His black mustache was wetted through with tears of German women. Resistance was vain. In every land that the foreign invaders came to, the emperor vanquished the gentleman, and the drum major each maiden and dame too. Our sorrows full long we patiently bore, like oaks, with no one to heed 'em, until the authorities gave us once more the signal to battle for freedom. Like buffaloes rushing onto the fray, we tossed our horns up proudly. The yoke of France we cast away. The songs of corner sang loudly. Oh, terrible verses! The tyrant's ear at their awful sound revolted. At their awful sound revolted. The emperor and the drum major in fear precipitately bolted. They both of them reaped the wages of sin, and came to an end inglorious. The Emperor Napoleon tumbled in the hands of the Britons victorious. In Saint Helena his time he now passed, in martyrdom, banished from France, sir. And, after long suffering, died at last of that terrible ailment cancer. The poor drum major, too, fell in disgrace, and lost his situation. In our hotel he took the place of boots. What degradation! He warms the oven, he scours the pots, and wood and water fetches. His grey head wags as he wheezingly trots up the stairs, so weak the poor wretch is. When Fritz comes to see me, he finds himself inclined to jeer and rally the comical lanky poor old elf, and his motions shilly-shally. Oh Fritz, a truce to raillery, please. The sons of Germany never should fallen greatness love to tease, or to torment endeavor. Such people you ought to regard with pride, and filial piety rather. Perchance upon the mother's side, the old man is your father. 8. Degeneracy. Has nature's self been going backward, and human faults assuming, then? The very plants and beasts, I fancy, now lie as much as mortal men. I trust not in the lily's chasteness. The colored fop, the butterfly, toys with her, kisses, round her flutters, till lost is all her purity. The violet's modesty moreover, I hold full cheap. The little flower, with the coquettish breezes trifles, in secret pants for fame and power. I doubt if Philomel appreciates the time she sings with pompous mien. She overdoes it, sobs, and warbles, methinks from naught but pure routine. Truth from the earth is fast departing. The days of faith are also o'er. The dogs still wag their tails, smell bully, and yet are faithful now no more. 9. Henry. In Canassa's castle courtyard stands the German Caesar Henry, barefoot, clad in penitential shirt. The night is cold and rainy. From the window high above him peep two figures, and the moonlight Gregory's bald head illumines, and the bosom of Matilda. Henry, with his lips all pallid, murmurs pious paternosters. Yet in his imperial heart he secretly revolts and speaks thus. In my distant German country upward rise the sturdy mountains, in the mountain pits in silence grows the iron for the war axe. In my distant German country upward rise the fine oak forests, in the loftiest oak stem mongst them grows the handle for the war axe. Thou, my dear and faithful country, wilt beget the hero also who in time will crush the serpent of my sorrows with his war axe. 10. Life's journey. What laughter and singing! The sun's rays crossing each other gleam brightly, the billows are tossing the joyous bark, and there I reclined with friends beloved and lightsome mind. The bark was presently wrecked and shattered, my friends were poor swimmers, and soon were scattered, and all were drowned. In our fatherland, I was thrown by the storm on the Seine's far strand. Another ship I now ascended. My journey by new companions attended. By strange waves tossed and rocked, I depart. How far my home? How heavy my heart? Once more arises that singing and laughter. The wind pipes loud, the planks crack. Soon after in heaven is quenched the last star. How heavy my heart? My home how far? 11. The new Jewish hospital at Hamburg. A hospital for Jews who were sick and needy. For those unhappy threefold sons of sorrow. Afflicted by the three most dire misfortunes. Of poverty, disease, and Judaism. The worst by far of all the three, the last, is, that family misfortune, 1,000 years old, that plague which had its birth in Nile's far valley, the old Egyptian and unsound religion. Incurable deep pain. Gainst which avail not. Nor douche nor vapor bath, the apparatus of surgery, nor all the means of healing, which this house offers to its sickly inmates. Will time, eternal goddess, extinguish this glowing ill, descending from the Father upon the Son, and will the grandson ever be cured, and rational become and happy? I cannot tell. Yet in the meantime let us extol that heart which lovingly and wisely sought to alleviate pain as far as may be, into the wounds a timely balsam pouring. Dear worthy man! He here has built a refuge for sorrows which by the physician's science are curable, providing cushions, refreshing drinks, and food, and nurses. A man of deeds, he did his very utmost. Devoted to good works his hard-earned savings in his life's evening, kindly and humanely, recruiting from his toils by acts of mercy. He gave with open hand, but gifts still richer. His tears, full often from his eyes were rolling, tears fair and precious, which he wept deploring his brethren's great, incurable misfortune. His brethren's great, incurable misfortune. 12. George Herweg. 16. When Germany first drank her fill, you then were her obedient vassal, believing in each pipe bowl still, and in its black red golden tassel. But when the fond delirium ceased, good friend, how great your consternation! The public seemed a very beast, after its sweet intoxication, pelted by vile abusive swarms, with rotten apples, in disorder, under an escort of gendarmes. You reached at length the German border. There you stood still. A tear you wiped away, the well-known posts on spying, which like the zebra's back are striped, with heavy heart as follows sighing. Arrangeways, in lightsome mood once stayed I in thy hall so splendid, when I before King Philip stood, by all his proud grandees attended. He gave me an approving smile when I the Marquis Posa acted, my prose he could not relish, while my verses his applause attracted. 17. 13. The tendency. German bard. Extol our glorious German freedom, that thy lay may possess our souls, and fire us, and to mighty deeds inspire us. Like the Marseillaise notorious. Be no more, like Werther, tender, who for Lottie sighed all day. Thou shouldst tell the people proudly what the bells proclaim so loudly. Speak of dirks, swords, no surrender. Gentle flutes no more resemble. Be not so idyllic, pray. Fire the mortars, beat to quarters. Crash, kill, thunder, make them tremble. Crash, kill, thunder like a devil, till the last foe flies away. To this cause devote thy singing, thy poetic efforts bringing to the common public's level. 14. The child. The good their gifts in dream enjoy. How did it fare with thee? Scarce feeling it, you've got a boy. Poor virgin Germany. This boy an urchin frolicsome. Ere long shall we behold a first-rate archer he'll become, as Cupid was of old. He'll pierce the soaring eagle through, and, proudly though he fly, the double-headed eagle too, struck by his bolt, shall die. But that blind heathen god of love, will he resemble not, in wearing neither clothes nor glove, nor be a sans-culotte. The seasons in our land combine, with morals and police, to make both old and young incline, to wear their clothes in peace. 15. The promise. You no more shall barefoot crawl so, through the dirt, poor German freedom. Stockings you shall have, and stout boots also, as respects your head, upon it, to protect your ears from freezin'. In the chilly winter season, you shall have a nice warm bonnet. You shall have, too, savory messes. Grand the future that's before you. Let no satyr, I implore you, lure you onward to excesses. Do not haste on fast and faster. Render, as becomes inferiors, due respect to your superiors, and the worthy burgomaster. 16. The changeling. A child with monstrous pumpkin head, grey pigtail, and mustache light red, with lanky arms and yet stupendous, no bowels, yet with maw tremendous. A changeling which a corporal into our cradle had let fall, on stealing from it our own baby. This monster, falsehood's child, what need to say how much we spurn it? For heaven's sake, drown it or else burn it. 17. The Emperor of China. 18. My father was a dreadful bore, a good-for-nothing dandy. But I'm a mighty emperor, and love a bumper of brandy. These glorious draughts all others surpass, in this, their magical power. As soon as I have drained my glass, all China bursts into flower. The Middle Kingdom bursts into life, a blossoming meadow seeming. A man I well nigh become, and my wife soon gives me signs of teeming. On every side abundance reigns. The sick no longer need potions. Confucius, court philosopher, gains distinct and positive notions. The rye bread the soldiers used to eat, of almond cakes is made now. The very vagabonds in the street, in silk and satin parade now. The nightly order of mandarins, those weak old invalids, daily, are gaining strength and filling their skins, and shaking their pigtails gaily. The great pagoda, faith symbol prized, is ready for those who are believing. The last of the Jews are here baptized, the dragon's order receiving. The noble Mancos exclaim, when freed from the presence of revolution. From the presence of revolution. The bastinado is all that we need, we want no constitution. The pupils of Aesculapius perhaps may tell me that drink's dissipation. But I continue to drink my schnapps, to benefit the nation. And so in drinking I persevere. It tastes like very manna. My people are happy, and drink their beer, and join in shouting Hosanna. 18. Church Councillor Prometheus. Good Sir Paulus, 19 noble robber. All the gods are on thee gazing, with their brows in anger knitted, furious at the theft amazing thou hast practiced in Olympus. Sorry for it they will make thee fear the fate of poor Prometheus, if Jove's bailiffs overtake thee. Worse indeed his theft, because he stole the light in heaven dwelling, to enlighten us weak mortals. Thou didst steal the works of Schelling, just the opposite of light, nay, darkness we can feel and handle, like the old Egyptian darkness. Not one solitary candle. 19. To the watchman. If heart and style remain still true, I'll not object, whatever you do. My friend, I never will mistake you. E'en though a counselor they make you, they now are raising a terrible din. Because you've been sworn as a counselor in, from the Seine to the Elbe, regardless of reason, for months they've declaimed thus against your sad treason. His progress onward is changed of late. To progress backward, oh, answer us straight on Swabian crabs are you really riding? Is-t only court ladies you now take pride in? Perchance you are tired, and long for rest. All night on your horn you've been blowing your best, and now on a nail you quietly stow it, no longer for Germany's hobby you'll blow it. You lie down in bed, and straightway close your eyes, but vainly you seek for repose. Before the window the mockers salute us. Awake, liberator! What? Sleeping, Brutus? Ah, bawlers like these can never know why. The best of watchmen ceases to cry. These young braggadocios cannot discover why man his exertions at length gives over. You ask me how matters are going on here? No breeze is stirring, the atmosphere's clear, the weathercocks all are perplexed, not discerning the proper direction in which to be turning. 20. Consoling thoughts. We sleep as Brutus slept of yore. And yet he awoke, and ventured to bore in Caesar's bosom his chilly dagger. The Romans their tyrants loved to stagger. No Romans are we, tobacco we smoke. Each nation its favorite taste can invoke. Each nation its special merit possesses. The finest dumplings Swabia dresses. But Germans are we, kind-hearted and brave. We sleep as soundly as though in the grave. And when we awake, our thirst is excessive. But not for the blood of tyrants oppressive. 'Tis our great pride to be as true as heart of oak and linden too. The land which oaks and lindens gives birth to can never produce a Brutus of worth too. And e'en if amongst us a Brutus were found, no Caesar exists in the country round. Despite all his search, he would find him never. We make good gingerbread however. We've 36 masters and lords, who wear their swords and stars on their regal breasts to protect them. The Ides of March can never affect them. We call them father, and fatherland. We call the country they command by right of descent, and love to call so. We love sauerkraut and sausages also. And when our father walks in the street, we take off our hats with reverence meet. Our guileless Germany, injuring no man, is not a den of murderers Roman. Is not a den of murderers Roman. 21. The world turned upside down. The world is topsy-turvy turned. We walk feet upwards in it. The woodcocks shoot the sportsmen down. A dozen in a minute. The calves are seen to roast the cook. On men are riding the horses. On freedom of teaching and laws of light, the Catholic owl discourses. The herring is a sansculotte. The truth is told by Bettina. And Puss in Boots brings Sophocles on the stage, with learned demeanor. An ape for German heroes has built a pantheon, for glory zealous. 20. And mass man has lately been using a comb. As German papers tell us, the German bears, I grieve to say, are atheists unbelieving. And in their place the parrots of France, the Christian faith are receiving. The monitor of Uckermark, with equal frenzy seems smitten. The dead have on the living there the vilest epitaph written. 21. Then let us not swim against the stream. Good friends. 'Twould serve us but badly. But let us ascend the Tempelhof hill. 22. Long life to the king, shouting gladly. 22. Enlightenment. Have the scales that dimmed thy vision fallen, Michael? Canst thou see how they're stealing in derision all the choicest food from thee? In return, divine enjoyment promise they in realms above, where the angel's sole employment is to cook us fleshless love. Michael, hath thy faith grown weaker, or thy appetite more strong? Thou dost grasp life's sparkling beaker, and thou singest a hero song. Fear not, Michael. Take thy pleasure while on earth, and eat what's good. When thou art dead, thou lt have full leisure to digest in peace thy food. 23. Wait a while, because my lightnings are so striking. You think that I can't thunder too? You're wrong, for I've a special liking For thunder, as I'll prove to you. This will be seen with awful clearness. When the right moment is at hand, you'll hear my voice in startling nearness, the word of thunder and command. The raging storm will surely shiver. Full many an oak upon that day. Each palace to its base shall quiver. And many a steeple proud give way. 24. Night Thoughts. When, Germany, I think of thee. At night, all slumber flies from me. I cannot close mine eyes for yearning. And down my cheeks run tears all burning. How swiftly speeds each rolling year, since I have seen my mother dear. 12 years have passed away, the longer I wait, my yearning grows the stronger. My yearning's growing evermore. That woman has bewitched me sore. Dear, dear old woman. With what fervour I think of her. May God preserve her. The dear old thing in me delights. And in the letters that she writes, I see how much her hand is shaking. Her mother's heart, how nearly breaking. My mother's ever in my mind. 12 long, long years are left behind. 12 years have followed on each other, since to my heart I clasped my mother. For ages Germany will stand. Sound to the core is that dear land. Its oaks and lindens I shall ever find just the same, they alter never. For Germany I less should care, if my dear mother were not there. My fatherland will never perish, but she may die, whom most I cherish. Since I my native land saw last, into the tomb have many passed, whom I so loved when of them thinking. Whom I so loved when of them thinking. How sadly bleeds my spirit sinking. I needs must count them, as I count my sorrows higher, higher mount. I feel as though each corpse were lying upon my breast. Thank God, they're flying. Thank God. For through the window pane, France's clear daylight breaks again. My fair wife enters, sweetly smiling, and all my German cares beguiling. New Spring. Prologue. Sometimes when o'er pictures turning, you have seen the man perchance, who is for the battle yearning, well equipped with shield and lance. Yet young loves are hovering round him, stealing lance and sword away. They with flowery chains have bound him, though he struggle in dismay. I, too, in such charming fetters, bind myself with sad delight, and I leave it to my betters, in time's mighty fight to fight. 1. 'Neath the white tree sitting sadly, thou dost hear the far winds wailing, seest how the mute clouds o'er thee are their forms in mist fast veiling. Seest how all beneath seems perished, wood and plain, how shorn and dreary. Round thee winter, in thee winter, frozen is thy heart and weary. Sudden downward fall upon thee, flakes all white, and with vexation, thou dost think the tree is showering snow dust from that elevation. Soon with joyful start thou findest 'tis no snow dust cold and freezing, fragrant blossoms 'tis of springtime see overing thee and fondly teasing. What a shuddering sweet enchantment! Into May is winter turning. Into May is winter turning. Snow hath changed itself to blossoms, and thy heart with love is yearning. 2. In the wood, the verdures shooting, joy oppressed, like some fair maiden. Yet the sun laughs sweetly downward. Welcome, young spring, rapture laden. Nightingale, I hear thee also, piping, blissful sad and lonely, sobbing tones and long protracted, and thy song of love is only. 3. The beauteous eyes of the spring's fair night with comfort are downward gazing, if love hath made thee so small in our sight, yet love hath the power of raising. Sweet Philomel sits on the linden green, her notes melodiously blending, and as to my soul her song pierceth e'en. My soul once more is dist ending. 4. Which flower I love, I cannot discover. This grief doth impart. In every calyx I search like a lover, and seek a heart. The flowers smell sweet in the sun setting splendor, the nightingale sings. I seek for a heart that like my heart is tender, and like it springs. The nightingale sings, his sweet song, void of gladness. The nightingale sings, his sweet song, void of gladness, comes home to my breast, we're both so oppressed and heavy with sadness, so sad and oppressed. 5. Sweet May hath come to love us. Flowers, trees, their blossoms don. And through the blue heavens above us, the rosy clouds move on. The nightingales are singing on leafy perch aloft. The snowy lambs are springing in clover green and soft. I cannot be singing and springing. Ill in the grass I lie. I hear a distant ringing, and dream of days gone by. 6. Softly through my spirit ring blissful tones loved dearly. Sound, thou little song of spring, echoing far and clearly. Sound, till thou the home comest nigh, of the violet tender. And when thou a rose dost spy, say, my love I send her. 7. With the rose the butterflies deep in love, 1,000 times hovering round. But round himself, all tender like gold, the sun's sweet ray is hovering found. With whom is the rose herself in love? An answer I'd fain receive. Is it the singing nightingale? Is it the silent star of eve? I know not with whom the rose is in love, but every one love I. The rose, the nightingale, sun's sweet ray, the star of eve and butterfly. 8. All the trees with joy are shouting. All the birds are singing over us. Tell me, who can be the leader in this green and forest chorus? Can it be the grey old plover, wise nods evermore renewing? Or yon pedant, who is ever in such measured time cuckooing? Can it be yon stork, the grave one, his director's airs betraying, and his long leg rattling loudly, whilst the music's round him playing? No, the forest concert's leader in my own heart hath his station. All the while he's beating time there. Amor is his appellation. 9. The nightingale appeared the first, and as her melody she sang, the apple into blossom burst, to life the grass and violets sprang. She her own bosom then did bite, her red blood flowed, and from the blood, her red blood flowed, and from the blood a beauteous rose tree came to light, to whom she sings in loving mood. That blood atones for, to this day, us birds within the forest here, yet when the rose song dies away, will all the wood too disappear. Thus to his youthful brood doth speak the sparrow in his oaken nest. His mate pips, while she trims her beak, and proudly sits and looks her best. She is a homely wife and kind, broods well, and ne'er is seen to pout. The father makes his children find pastime in studying things devout. 10. The warm and balmy spring night's air hath wakened every flower, and take I not the greatest care. My heart must succumb to love's power. But which of all the flowery throng is likely most to snare me? The nightingales say, in their blissful song, of the lily I ought to beware me. 11. I'm sore perplexed, the bells are ringing, and by my senses I feel forsaken. The spring and two fair eyes together against my heart an oath have taken. The spring and two fair eyes together lure on my heart to a new illusion. Methinks the nightingales and roses, methinks the nightingales and roses have much to do with all my confusion. 12. Ah! I yearn for tears all burning, tears of love and gentle woe, and I tremble lest this yearning at the last should overflow. Ah! Love's pangs, that sweetly languish, and love's bitter joy, so blessed, creep again, with heavenly anguish, into my scarce healed breast. 13. The eyes of spring, so azure, are peeping from the ground. They are the darling violets, that I in nosegays bound. I pluck them, thinking deeply. And all the thoughts so dear, that in my heart are sighing. The nightingale sings clear. Yes, all my thoughts she singeth, and warbleth, echoing far, so that my tender secrets, known to the whole wood are. 14. When thy dress doth gently touch me, as thou passest before my face, how my heart exults, how wildly follows it thy lovely trace. Then thou turnest round and gazest, with thy large bright eyes on me, and my heart doth feel so startled, and my heart doth feel so startled, that it scarce can follow thee. 15. The slender water lily peeps dreamingly out of the lake. The moon, oppressed with love's sorrow, looks tenderly down for her sake. With blushes she bends to the water, once more her head so sweet. Then sees she the poor pale fellow, lying before her feet. 16. If thou hast good eyes, and lookest in my songs, when thou hast tried them, thou wilt see a fair young maiden, wandering up and down inside them. If thou hast good ears as well, thou canst hear her voice quite clearly, and her sighing, laughing, singing. Thy poor heart will madden nearly, for she will, with look and word, thee, like me, make well nigh crazy. An enamoured springtime dreamer, thou wilt tread the forest mazy. 17. What drives thee on, in the spring's clear night? Thou hast driven the flowers all mad with fright, the violets tremble and shiver, the roses are all with shame so red, the lilies are death pale, and hang their head, they mourn, and falter, and quiver. O darling moon, what an innocent race those sweet flowers are! They are right in this case, I really have acted badly, yet how could I tell that in wait she would lie, when I was addressing the stars on high, with fierce love raving so madly? 18. Thou sweetly lookest on me, with eyes so blue and meek, my senses feel all dreamy, and not a word can I speak. I everywhere am thinking of thy blue eyes' sweet smile. A sea of blue thoughts is spreading over my heart the while. 19. Once again my heart is vanquished, and my rancour is subsiding. Once again hath May breathed on me feelings tender and confiding. Once more late and early haste I through the walks the most frequented. Under every bonnet seek I for my fair one's face lamented. Once more at the verdant river, on the bridge I take my station. Peradventure she will come there, and will see my desolation. In the waterfall's loud music, hear I once again soft sighing, and my gentle heart well knoweth what the white waves are replying. Once again in mazy pathways am lost in dreamy vision, and the birds in every thicket hold the fond fool in derision. 20. The rose is fragrant yet if she divineth her own sweet fragrance, if the nightingale herself feels what round man's soul softly twineth, when echoes her sweet song across the vale. I cannot tell. Yet man is with vexation oft filled by truth. If nightingale and rose, the feeling only feigned, the fabrication would still be useful, we may well suppose. 21. Because I love thee, be not scornful. If, flying, I avoid thy face, how ill accords my visage mournful with thine, so fair and full of grace. Because I love thee, every feature grows pale and thinner day by day. Thou lt find me but a hideous creature. I'll shun thee, be not scornful, pray. 22. I wander mid the flowers, and blossom with them too. I wander as in vision, and at each step totter anew. O hold me fast, my loved one, or at thy feet I'll fall, with love intoxicated, in the garden, in presence of all. 23. As the moon's fair image quaith in the raging waves of ocean, whilst she, in the vault of heaven, moves with silent peaceful motion. Thus, beloved one, thou art moving, still and peaceful, and not quaked. In my heart save thy dear image, while my own heart 'tis that shaketh. 24. The hearts of us two, my loved one, a holy alliance have made. They well understood each other, when close together laid. Alas! the rose so youthful, that decks thy gentle breast, our poor ally and associate, to death was well nigh pressed. 25. Tell me who first taught clocks to chime, made minutes, hours, divisions of time? It was a cold and sorrowful elf. He sat in the winter night, wrapped in himself, and counted the mouse's squeakings mysterious, and the woodworm's regular tick so serious. Tell me who first did kisses suggest? It was a mouth all glowing and blessed. It kissed and it thought of nothing beside. The fair month of May was then in its pride. The flowers were all from the earth fast springing, the sun was laughing, the birds were singing. 26. How the pinks are breathing fragrance! How the thronging stars so tender, golden bee-like, sadly glimmer mid the heaven's blue-violet splendor. Through the gloom of yonder chestnuts, gleams the manse, so white and stately. And I hear the glass door rattling, while the dear voice thrills me greatly. Sweet alarm and blissful tremor, soft embraces, terror bringing. And the youthful rose is listening, and the nightingales are singing. 27. Have I not the self-same vision, dreamt before of all these blisses? Were there not these same Elysian looks of love, and flowers, and kisses? By the stream the moon was peeping, through the foliage of our bower, marble gods still watch were keeping, at the entrance in that hour. Ah! I know how soon is over every sweet and blissful vision, how the snow's cold dress doth cover heart and tree in sad derision, how e'en we are fast congealing, careless, and no love possessing. We, who are now so softly feeling, heart to heart so softly pressing. 28. Kisses that one steals in darkness, and in darkness then returns, and in darkness then returns. How such kisses fire the spirit, if with honest love it burns, pensive, and with fond remembrance, then the spirit loves to dwell, much on days that long have vanished, much on future days as well. Yet methinks that too much thinking dang rouses, if kiss we will weep, then, rather, darling spirit, for to weep is easier still. 29. There was an aged monarch. His heart was sad, his head was grey. This poor and aged monarch a young wife married one day. There was a handsome page, too. Fair was his hair, and light his mien. The silken train he carried of the aforesaid young queen. Dost know the ancient ballad? It sounds so sweet, it sounds so sad. They both of them must perish, for too much affection they had. 30. In my remembrance blossom the images long forsaken. Within thy voice what is there, by which so deeply I'm shaken? Say not that thou dost love me. I know that earth's fairest treasure, sweet love and happy springtime. Sweet love and happy springtime, 'twould shame beyond all measure. Say not that thou dost love me. A silent kiss I'll bestow thee. Then smile, when I tomorrow the withered roses show thee. 31. Linden blossoms drunk with moonlight fly about in fragrant showers, and the nightingale's sweet music fills the air and leafy bowers. Ah, how sweet it is, my loved one, 'neath these lindens to be sitting, when the glimmering golden moonbeams through the fragrant leaves are flitting. If thou lookest on the lime leaf, thou a heart's form wilt discover, therefore are the lindens ever chosen seats of each fond lover. Yet thou smilest, as though buried in far distant visions yearning. Speak, beloved, all the wishes that in thy dear heart are burning. Ah, my darling, I will tell thee, whence my thoughts proceed, and whither. Fain I'd see the chilly north wind sudden bring white snowstorms hither, so that we, with furs well covered, and in gaudy sledges riding, cracking whips, with bells loud ringing, might o'er stream and plain be gliding. 32. 32. Through the forest, in the moonlight, I the elves saw riding proudly, and I heard their trumpets sounding, and I hear their bells ring loudly. Their white horses had upon them golden stag horns, whilst proceeding swiftly on like flights of wild swans. Through the air the train was speeding. Smilingly the queen bent towards me, smiling, as the band rode by me. Is 't a sign that new love's coming, or a sign that death is nigh me? 33. In the morning send I violets, early in the wood discovered, and at evening bring I roses, plucked while twilight's hour still hovered. Knowest thou the hidden language, by these lovely flowrets spoken? Truth by daytime, love at night time. 'Tis of this that they're the token. 34. Thy letter, sent to prove me, inflicts no sense of wrong. No longer wilt thou love me. Thy letter, though, is long, 12 sides, to tell thy views all. A manuscript, in fact. In giving a refusal, far otherwise we act. 35. 35. Care not, if my love I'm telling unto all the world around, when my mouth, thy beauty praising, full of metaphor is found. Underneath a wood of flowers, lies in shelter safe below, all that deep and glowing secret, all that deep and secret glow. If suspicious sparks should issue from the roses, fearless be. This dull world in flames believes not, but believes them poetry. 36. Day and night alike the springtime makes with sounding life all teeming. Like a verdant echo can it enter even in my dreaming. Then the birds sing yet more sweetly than before, and softer breezes fill the air. The violet's fragrance with still wilder yearning pleases. E'en the roses blossom redder, and a childlike golden glory bear they, like the heads of angels, in the pictures of old story. And myself I almost fancy some sweet nightingale, when singing of my love to those fair roses, wondrous songs my vision bringing, till I'm wakened by the sunlight, or by that delicious bustle, or by that delicious bustle of the nightingales of springtime, that before my window rustle. 37. Stars with golden feet are wandering yonder, and they gently weep that they cannot earth awaken. Who in night's arms is asleep, listening stand the silent forests. Every leaf an ear doth seem, how its shadowy arm the mountain stretcheth out, as though in dream. What called yonder? In my bosom rings the echo of the tone. Was it my beloved one speaking, or the nightingale alone? 38. The spring is solemn, mournful only are all its dreams. Each flower appears weighed down by grief, the song all lonely of Philomel wakes secret tears. Oh, smile thou not, my darling beauty. Oh, smile not, full of charming grace, but weep, that it may be my duty to kiss a tear from off thy face. 39. Once more from that fond heart I'm driven, which I so dearly love, so madly. Once more from that fond heart I'm driven, beside it would I linger gladly. The chariot rolls, the bridge is quaking, the stream beneath it flows so sadly. The stream beneath it flows so sadly. Once more the joys am I forsaking of that fond heart I love so madly. In heaven rush on the starry legions, as though before my sorrow flying. Sweet one, farewell. In distant regions, My heart for thee will still be sighing. 40. My cherished wishes blossom, and wither again at a breath, and blossom again and wither, and so on until death. This know I, and it saddens. All love and joy, once so blessed. My heart is so wise and witty, and bleeds away in my breast. 41. Like an old man's face confounded, is the sky so broad and airy, red, one-eyed, and close surrounded by the grey clouds locks all hairy. When upon the earth it gazes, flower and bud grow pale and sickly. Love and song in all their phases fade away from men's minds quickly. 42. With sullen thoughts in chilly bosom cherished, I travel sullen through the world so cold. The autumn's end hath come, a humid mist doth hold deep veiled from sight the country drear and perished. The winds are piping, hither, thither bending the red-tinged leaves, that from the trees fall fast. The red-tinged leaves, that from the trees fall fast, the bare plain steams, the wood sighs neath the blast, the worst of all comes next the rains descending. 43. Late autumnal mists all dripping, spread o'er hill and valley fair. Storms the trees of leaves are stripping, and they ghostly look, and bare. But one single sad tree only, silent and unstripped is seen, moist with tears of woe, and lonely. Shaketh he his head still green. Ah! This waste my heart displayeth, and the tree, still full of life. Summer green, thy form portrayeth, much beloved and beauteous wife. 44. Grey's the sky and everyday like, and the town still looks afflicted, ever weak and castaway like. In the Elbe its forms depicted, long each nose is, and its blowing, tedious an affair as ever. All with pride are overflowing, both at pomp and cringing clever. Beauteous south, oh, how adore I all thy gods, thy sky's sweet blisses. Since these human dregs once more I see, and whether foul as this is. Pictures of travel. The return home. 1823-4. 1. On my life, a life of darkness. Once a vision sweet shone bright. Now that vision sweet hath faded, and I'm veiled in utter night. When in darkness children wander, soon their spirits die away. And to overcome their terror, some loud song straight carol they. I, a foolish child, am singing in the darkness spread around. Though my song may give no pleasure, yet mine anguish it hath drowned. 2. In vain would I seek to discover why sad and mournful am I. My thoughts without ceasing brood over a tale of the times gone by. The air is cool, and it darkleth, and calmly flows the Rhine. The peak of the mountain sparkleth, while evening's sun doth shine. Yon sits a wondrous maiden, on high, a maiden fair, with bright golden jewels all laden. She combs her golden hair, she combs it with comb all golden, and sings the while a song. How strange is that melody olden, as loudly it echoes along. It fills with wild terror the sailor, at sea in his tiny skiff. He looks but on high, and grows paler, nor sees the rock-girded cliff. The waves will the bark and its master at length swallow up, then methought 'tis Lorelei who this disaster with her false singing hath wrought. 3. My heart is mournful, yet May is gleaming like gold. I stand, 'gainst the linden reclining, high over the bastion old. Beneath, the moat's blue water flows peacefully along. A boy his bark is steering, and fishes, and pipes his song. Beyond, in pleasing confusion, in distant and checkered array, are men, and villas, and gardens, and cattle, woods, meadows so gay. The maidens are bleaching the linen, and spring on the grass, like deer. The mill wheels powdering diamonds, its distant murmur I hear. Beside the old grey tower, a sentry box is set. A red-accoutred fellow walks up and down there yet. He's playing with his musket, while gleameth the sun o'erhead. He first presents and shoulders. I would that he'd shoot me dead. I would that he'd shoot me dead. 4. With tears through the forest I wander. The throstle sitting on high. She, springing, sings softly yonder. Oh, wherefore dost thou sigh? Sweet bird, thy sister the swallow can tell thee the cause of my gloom. She dwells in a nest all hollow, beside my sweetheart's room. 5. The night is damp and stormy. No star is in the sky. In the wood, 'neath the rustling branches, in silence wander I. A distant light is twinkling from the hunter's lonely cot. But within, the scene is but saddening, and the light can allure me not. The blind old grandmother's sitting in her leather elbow chair, all gloomily fixed like a statue. Not a word escapeth her there. With curses to and fro paces the forester's red-headed son. With fury and scorn he's laughing, as he throws gainst the wall his gun. The fair spinning maiden's weeping, and moistens the flax with her tears. The father's terrier, whining, curled up at her feet appears. 6. When I, on my travels, by hazard, my sweetheart's family found, her sister and father and mother, they gave me a welcome all round. When they for my health had inquired, they added, all of a breath, that they thought me quite unaltered, though my face was pale as death. I asked for their aunts and their cousins, and many a tiresome friend. I asked for the little puppy, whose soft bark knew no end. And then for my married sweetheart, I asked, as if just called to mind. And they answered, in friendly fashion, that she had but just been confined. I gave them my very best wishes, and lovingly begged them apart, that they'd give her 1,000 greetings, from the bottom of my heart. Then cried the little sister. The small and gentle hound grew to be big and savage, and in the Rhine was drowned. That little one's like my sweetheart, so like when she wears a smile. Her eyes are the same as her sister's, which cowsed all my misery the while. 7. We sat by the fisherman's cottage. O'er ocean cast our eye. O'er ocean cast our eye. Then came the mists of evening, and slowly rose on high. The lamps within the lighthouse were kindled, light by light. And in the farthest distance, a ship was still in sight. We spoke of storm and shipwreck, and of the sailor's strange life, twixt sky and water, twixt terror and joy in endless strife. We spoke of distant regions, of north and south spoke we, the many strange races yonder, and customs, strange to see. The air on the Ganges is balmy, and giant trees extend, and fair and silent mortals before the lotos bend. In Lapland, the people are dirty, flat-headed, broad-mouthed, and small. They squat round the fire, bake fishes, and squeak, and speak shrilly, and squall. The maidens earnestly listened. At length not a word was said. The ship from sight had vanished, for darkness o'er all things was spread. 8. Thou pretty fisher maiden, quick, push thy bark to land. Come hither, and sit beside me, and toy with me, hand in hand. Recline thy head on my bosom, nor be so fearful of me. Thou trustest thyself, void of terror, each day to the raging sea. My heart is like the ocean, hath tempest, ebb, and flow, and many pearls full precious lie in its depths below. 9. The moon hath softly risen, and o'er the waves doth smile. Mine arms hold my sweetheart in prison, our hearts both swelling the while. Blessed in her sweet embraces, I calmly repose on the strand. Here st thou out in the wind as it races, Why shrinks thy snow-white hand? Oh, 'tis not the tempest's commotion, 'tis the song of the mermaids below, 'tis the voice of my sisters, whom ocean swallowed up in its depths long ago. 10. On the clouds doth rest the moon, like a giant orange gleaming. Broad her streaks, with golden rays, o'er the dusky ocean beaming. Lonely roam I by the strand, while the billows white are breaking. Many sweet words hear I there, from the water's depths awaking. Ah! The night is long, full long, and my heart must break its slumbers. And my heart must break its slumbers. Beauteous nymphs, come forth to light. Dance, and sing your magic numbers. To your bosom take my head. Soul and body I surrender. Sing me dead, caress me dead. Drain my life with kisses tender. 11. In their grey-hued clouds enveloped, now the mighty gods are sleeping, and I listen to their snoring. Stormy weather o'er us creeping. Stormy weather. Raging tempests. On the poor ship bring disaster. On these winds who'll place a bridle? On these waves that own no master? I the storm can never hinder, nor the mast and planks from creaking. So I wrap me in my mantle, like the gods for slumber seeking. 12. The wind puts on its breeches again, its white and watery breeches. It flogs each billow with might and main, till it howls and rushes and pitches. From the darksome height, with furious might, pours the rain in wild commotion. It seems as though the ancient night would drown the ancient ocean. To the ship's high mast the sea mew clings, with hoarse and shrill shrieking and yelling. In anxious wise she flutters her wings. In anxious wise she flutters her wings, approaching disasters foretelling. 13. The storm strikes up for dancing. It blusters, pipes, roars with delight. Hurrah, how the bark is springing! How merry and wild is the night! A living watery mountain. The raging sea builds toward the sky. A gloomy abyss here is gaping. There, mounts a white tower on high. A vomiting, cursing, and praying. From the cabin bursts forth mid the roar. I cling to the mast for protection, and wish I was safely on shore. 14. 'Tis evening, darker 'tis getting, mist veils the sea from the eye, the waves are mysteriously fretting, white shadows are rising on high. From the billows the mermaid arises, and sits herself near me on shore. The veil which her figure disguises, her snow-white bosom peeps o'er. She warmly doth caress me, and takes my breath away. Too closely dost thou press me, thou lovely water-fay. My arms thus closely caress thee, I clasp thee with all my might, in hope of warmth do I press thee, for cold indeed is the night. For cold indeed is the night. The moon from her dusky cloister of clouds, sheds a paler ray. Thine eye grows sadder and moister, thou lovely water-fay. No sadder nor moister 'tis growing, mine eye is moist and wet, for when from the wave I was going, a drop remained in it yet. The sea mew mourns shrilly, while ocean is growling and heaving its spray. Thy heart throbs with raging emotion, thou lovely water-fay. My heart throbs with raging emotion, emotion raging and wild, for I love thee with speechless devotion, thou darling human child. 15. When I before thy dwelling at morning happen to be, I rejoice, my little sweet one, when thee at thy window I see, with thy dark brown eyes so piercing, my figure thou dost scan. Who art thou, and what ails thee, thou strange and sickly man? I am a German poet, well known in the German land. When the best names in it are reckoned, my name amongst them will stand. My little one, that which ails me ails crowds in the German land, when the fiercest sorrows are reckoned. When the fiercest sorrows are reckoned, my sorrows amongst them will stand. 16. The gleam o'er the ocean had faded not, while the eve's last rays were flitting. We sat by the lonely fisherman's cot, alone and in silence sitting. The waters swelled, while the mist rose above, the restless emu was screaming, from out thine eyes, so full of love, the tears were quickly streaming. I saw them falling on thy fair hand, and on my knees soon sank I. And then from off thy snow-white hand, the tears with rapture drank I. Since that hour, my body hath fast decayed. My soul is dying with yearning. I was poisoned, alas, by the hapless maid, with her falling tears so burning. 17. Up high on yonder mountain stands a stately castle alone, where dwell 3 beauteous maidens, whose love in turns I have known. On Saturday Harriet kissed me, while Sunday was Julia's right. On Monday Cunigund followed, who well nigh stifled me quite, to hold a fete in the castle. On Tuesday my maidens agreed, the neighboring lords and ladies, all came with carriage or steed. All came with carriage or steed. But I was never invited. To your great wonder, no doubt, the whispering aunts and cousins observed it, and laughed right out. 18. On the dim and far horizon appeareth, misty and pale, the city, with all its towers, in evening twilight's veil. A humid gust is ruffling the path o'er the waters dark. With mournful measure, the sailor is rowing my tiny bark. The sun once more ariseth, and over the earth gleams he, and shows me the spot out yonder, where my loved one was lost to me. 19. All hail to thee, thou stately, mysterious town, all hail, who erst within thy bosom my loved one's form didst veil. O say, yet towers and gateways, oh where can my loved one be? To your keeping of yore was she trusted, and ye must her bail be to me. The towers, in truth, are guiltless. From their places they could not come down, when she, with her trunks and boxes, so hastily went from the town. The gates, however, they suffered my darling to slip through them straight. A gate is ever found willing to let a fool gang her endgate. 23. 20. Once more my steps through the olden path, and the well-known streets are taken, until I come to my loved one's house, so empty now and forsaken. How narrow and close the streets appear, how nauseous the smell of the plaster. The houses seem tumbling down on my head, so I haste away, fearing disaster. 21. Once more through the halls I passed, where her troth to me was plighted, on the spot where her tears fell fast, a serpent's brood had alighted. 22. The night is still, and the streets are deserted. In this house my love had her dwelling of yore. 'Tis long since she from the city departed, yet her house still stands on the spot as before. There stands, too, a man, who stares up at her casement, and wrings his hands with the weight of his woes. I look on his face with shuddering amazement, the moon doth the form of myself disclose. Thou pallid fellow, thou worthless double, why dare to mimic my love's hard lot, which many a night gave me grief and trouble, in former days, on this very spot. 23. How canst thou sleep in quiet, and know that I'm still alive? I burst the yoke that's upon me, when my olden wrath doth revive. Dost know the ancient ballad, how of yore a dead stripling brave, at midnight came to his loved one, and carried her down to his grave? Believe me, thou wondrous beauty, thou wondrously lovely maid, I'm alive still, and feel far stronger than the whole of the dead's brigade. 24. The maiden's asleep in her chamber, in peeps the quivering moon, outside is a singing and jingling, as though to a waltz's tune. I needs must look through my window, to see who's disturbing my rest. There stands a skeleton ghastly who's fiddling and singing his best. Thy hand for the dance thou didst pledge me, and then thy promise didst break, Tonight there's a ball in the churchyard, come with me, the dance to partake. He forcibly seizes the maiden, and lures her from out her abode. She follows the skeleton wildly, who fiddles and sings on the road. He hops and he skips and he fiddles, his bones they rattle away. His bones they rattle away, with his skull he keeps knitting and nodding, by the moonlight's glimmering ray. 25. I stood, while sadly mused I, and her likeness closely did scan, and her beloved features to glow with life began. Around her lips there gathered a sweet and wondrous smile, and as through tears of sorrow, her clear eyes shone the while. And then my tears responsive adown my cheeks did pour, and I scarce can believe it, that I've lost thee evermore. 26. Unhappy Atlas that I am, I'm doomed to bear a world, a very world of sorrows. Unbearable's the load I bear, and the heart within me's breaking. O thou proud heart, thy doing 'twas indeed. Thou wouldst be happy, utterly be happy, or utterly be wretched, O proud heart. And now in truth thou art wretched. 27. The years are coming and going, to the grave whole races descend, and yet the love in my bosom shall never wax fainter or end. O could I but once more behold thee! O could I but once more behold thee! Before thee sink down on my knee, and die, as these words I utter. Dear madam, I love but thee. 28. I dreamt, the quivering moon gleamed above, and the stars cast a mournful ray. I was borne to the town where dwelleth my love, many 100 miles away, and when I arrived at her dwelling so blessed, I kissed the stones of the stair, which her little foot so often had pressed, and the train of her garment fair. The night was long, the night was chill, and cold were the stones that night. Her pallid form from the window sill looked down in the moonbeam's light. 29. What means this tear all lonely, that troubles now my gaze? Of olden times the offspring, still in mine eye it stays. It had its shining sisters, who all have faded from sight, with all my joys and sorrows. Yeah, faded in storm and night. Like clouds have also fleeted the stars so blue and mild, which into my yearning bosom those joys and sorrows once smiled. Ah! Even my love's devotion, like idle breath did decay. Thou old, old tear all lonely. Thou old, old tear all lonely. Do thou, too, pass away. 30. The pallid autumnal half-moon looks down from the clouds on high. The parsonage, silent and lonely, by the side of the churchyard doth lie. The mother is reading her Bible. The son on the light turns his eyes. All sleepy, the elder daughter doth stretch, while the younger thus cries. Good heavens, how dreadfully tedious the days are! I'm quite in despair. 'Tis only when there's a burial one sees aught of life, I declare. The mother then says, midst her reading, You're mistaken, for only have died since the time when they buried your father by the gate of the churchyard outside. The elder daughter says gaping, I'll starve no longer with you, I'll go to the count tomorrow, he's rich and he loves me too. The son bursts out into laughter. At the tavern drink huntsmen 3, they're making money, and gladly would teach the secret to me. The mother then throws her Bible full hard in his lanky face. Wouldst thou dare, thou accursed of heaven, as a robber thy friends to disgrace? They hear a knock at the window, and see a beckoning hand, and see a beckoning hand, and behold, outside the dead father, in his black preaching garment doth stand. 31. The weather is bad and stormy, with rain and tempest and snow. I sit at the window, gazing on the gloomy darkness below. One single light I see glimmering, that slowly moves in the street. 'Tis a woman holding a lantern, and walking with tottering feet. I expect that she's making a purchase of meal and butter and eggs, 'tis to bake a cake for her daughter that she is out now on her legs. The daughter's at home in the armchair, and sleepily looks at the light. Her golden locks stray over her face so lovely and bright. 32. 'Tis thought that I am tormented, by love's bitter sorrow distressed, and at length I myself believe it as well as all the rest. Thou great-eyed little maiden, I ever have whispered apart, I love thee beyond expression, while love is gnawing my heart. 'Twas but in my lonely chamber that I dared my love to proclaim, and, ah, I have ever been silent. And, ah, I have ever been silent. When into thy presence I came, when there, the evil angels appeared, and my lips they held. And, ah, 'tis by evil angels that my joy hath now been dispelled. 33. Oh, thy tender lily fingers! Could I once again but kiss them, press them softly to my heart, and then die in silent weeping. Oh, thy violet eyes so radiant, hover near me day and night, and I'm troubled, what forebodeth all this sweet, this blue enigma? 34. Hath she then no word spoken of thy passion, hapless lover? In her sweet eyes couldst thou never signs of answering love discover? Through her sweet eyes couldst thou never reach her soul, and so get at her? Yet thou art not thought a blockhead, worthy friend, in such a matter. 35. They loved each other, but neither would be the first to confess. Like foes, they gazed at each other, and would die of their love's distress. They parted at length, and thereafter, except in vision, ne'er met. Except in vision, ne'er met. From life they long have departed, and scarcely know of it yet. 36. And when I to you my grief did confide, you only yawned, and nothing replied. But when I reduced my sorrow to rhyme, you praised me greatly, and called it sublime. 37. I called the devil, and he came, and with wonder his form did I closely scan. He is not ugly, and is not lame, but really a handsome and charming man. A man in the prime of life is the devil. Obliging, a man of the world, and civil. A diplomatist too, well skilled in debate. He talks right glibly of church and state. He's rather pale, but it's really not strange, for his studies through Sanskrit and Hegel range. Fouque is still his favorite poet, but criticism he'll touch no more, but has handed that subject entirely o'er to his grandmother Hecate, that she may know it. My juridical works did he kindly praise, his favorite hobby in former days. He said that my friendship was not too dear, and then he nodded, and looked severe, and afterwards asked if it wasn't the case. We had met at the Spanish ambassador's rout, and when I looked him full in the face, I saw him to be an old friend without doubt. 38. Man, revile not thou the devil, for the path of life is short, and damnation everlasting. And damnation everlasting is too true, not mere report. Man, pay all the debts thou owest, for the path of life is long, and thou lt often have to borrow, just as usual, right or wrong. 39. The three holy kings from the eastern land inquired in every city, where goeth the road to Bethlehem? Ye boys and maidens pretty? The young and the old, they could not tell. The kings went onward discreetly. They followed the track of a golden star that sparkled brightly and sweetly. The star stood still over Joseph's house, and they entered the dwelling lowly. The oxen bellowed, the infant cried, while sang the three kings holy. 40. My child, we once were children. 2 children, little and gay. We crawled inside the henhouse, and hid in the straw in play. We crowed as the cocks are accustomed, and when the people came by, cock-a-doodle-doo. and they fancied 'twas really the cock's shrill cry. The chests within our courtyard, with paper we nicely lined, and in them lived together, in a dwelling quite to our mind. The aged cat of our neighbor came oft to visit us there. We made her our bows and our curtsies, and plenty of compliments fair. For her health we used to inquire, in language friendly and soft. Since then we have asked the same question of many old cats full oft. We used to sit, while we wisely discoursed, in the way of old men, and lamented that all was better in the olden days than then. How love and truth and religion from out of the world had fled. How very dear was the coffee, how scarce was the gold, we said. Those childish sports have vanished, and all is fast rolling away. The world, and the times, and religion, and gold, love, and truth all decay. 41. My heart is sore oppressed, with sighing. I think upon the days of yore. The world was then in calmness lying, and men were peaceful evermore. All now is changed, in mournful chorus. Want and confusion round us spread. The Lord seems dead that erst ruled o'er us. Beneath us, is the devil dead. All now appears so drear and saddened, decayed and cold, of joy bereft, that, were we not by love still gladdened, no single resting place were left. No single resting place were left. 42. As the gleaming moon is piercing through the darksome clouds above, so from out time's darksome mirror peeps a vision full of love. All upon the deck were sitting, proudly sailing down the Rhine, and the shores, in summer verdure, in the setting sun did shine. Thoughtfully was I reclining, bent before a lovely maid, in her beauteous, pallid features. Lo, the golden sunlight played. Lutes were sounding, youths were singing. Wondrous was our joy that day. And the heavens became still bluer, and our souls soared high away. Hills and castles, woods and meadows, like a vision fleeted by, and I saw them all reflected in the lovely maiden's eye. 43. In vision saw I my loved one, a worn, sad woman one day. Her once so blooming figure had withered and fallen away. A child in her arms she carried, by the hand another she led, and grief and poverty plainly in her walk, looks, and garments I read. Across the market she tottered, and then did I meet her eye. She looked upon me, and gently I spake to her thus, with a sigh. Come with me to my dwelling, for thou art pale and ill, and food and drink I'll earn thee by industry and skill. I'll also nourish and cherish the children that with thee I see, but, my child so poor and unhappy, I'll care the most for thee. I never will remind thee that I loved thee so dearly of yore, and when at length thou deest, I'll weep at thy grave full sore. 44. Friend, why always thus endeavor to repeat the same old story? Wilt thou brooding sit forever on love's eggs grown old and hoary? Ah! 'Tis but the usual custom, chickens from the shells are crawling, in a book thou seek'st to thrust while they're fluttering and calling. 45. Prithee, be not thou impatient, if there still are loudly ringing many of my old sad numbers in the newest songs I'm singing. Wait a while, and soon the echo will have died away of sorrow, will have died away of sorrow, and a newborn song spring softly from the healed heart shoot tomorrow. 46. 'Tis now full time that my folly I drop, and return to sober reason. This comedy now 'twere better to stop that we've played for so long a season, in a gay and highly romantic style. The gorgeous coulisses were painted, my knight's cloak glittered, while I was the while with the finest sensations acquainted. And now that I, while more sober I grow, am against this toying inveighing, I feel that I'm still as wretched as though a comedy still I were playing. alas! Unconsciously and in jest. Of my feelings was I the narrator. And I played, with my own death in my breast, the dying gladiator. 47. The monarch Wiswamitra is restlessly striving now. He must needs, by fighting and penance, obtain Vasishta's cow. O monarch Wiswamitra! Oh, what an ox art thou! To have all this fighting and penance, and all for naught but a cow. 48. Let not grief, my heart, come o'er thee. Bear thy lot with faith unshaken. For what winter may have taken, will returning spring restore thee. And how much remaineth over, and how fair the world is still. And, my heart, if 'tis thy will, thou of all mayst be the lover. 49. A flow ret thou resemblest, so pure and fair and blessed. But when I view thee, sorrow straight creepeth to my breast. I feel as though inspired, my hands on thy head to lay, and pray that God may keep thee so blessed, fair, pure, for I. 50. Child, it would be thy perdition, and the greatest pains I've taken, ne'er within thy fond heart to arde me loving feelings to awaken. Now that I've so soon succeeded to my vow, I'm well nigh faithless, and this thought steals o'er me often. Would that thou couldst love me nathless. 51. When on my couch I'm lying, in night and pillows concealed, a sweet and charming image before me stands revealed. As soon as silent slumber hath closed mine eyes in sleep, into my dream this image doth softly, gently creep. Yet with the dream of morning, it ne'er doth melt away, for in mine inmost bosom I bear it all the day. 52. Maiden with the mouth so rosy, with the eyes so sweet and bright, O my darling little maiden, I of thee think day and night. Long is now the winter evening, fain would I disperse its gloom, sitting by thee, talking with thee, in thy trusty little room. To my lips I'd fain be pressing thy dear little snowy hand, with my falling tears caressing thy dear little snowy hand. 53. Though outside snow piles are forming, though 'tis hailing, though 'tis storming, rattling gainst the window pane, nevermore will I complain, for within my breast I bear spring joys and love's image fair. 54. Some make prayers to the Madonna, others unto Paul and Peter. The alone, of sons the fairest. The alone, of sons the fairest. The alone will I or honor. Let me be with kisses laden. Be thou kindly, be thou gracious, mongst all maidens son the fairest, neath the sun the fairest maiden. 55. Did not my pallid face betray my loving woe unto thee? And wilt thou that my haughty mouth with begging words shall woo thee? Alas! This mouth is far too proud, 'twas made but for kissing and sighing, perchance it may speak a scornful word, while I with sorrow am dying. 56. Worthy friend, thou art deep in love, and beneath new pangs thou art fretting. Darker grows it in thy head, in thy heart 'tis lighter getting. Worthy friend, thou art deep in love, and thou fain wouldst hide thy yearning. Yet I see thy heart's fierce glow through thy waistcoat hotly burning. 57. I fain would linger by thee, and rest beside thee too. Away thou needs must hie thee, thou hast so much to do. I said that I surrendered my very soul to thee, my very soul to thee. An answering bow was tendered. Thou laughedst full of glee. Thou cruelly didst use me, and treat my love amiss. At last thou didst refuse me the usual parting kiss. Don't think that I deem it my duty to shoot myself any the more. For all of this, my beauty has happened to me before. 58. A pair of sapphires are thine eyes, So clear, so sweetly roving. Oh, 3 times happy is the man, whom those fair eyes are loving. Thy heart, it is a diamond, a sparkling radiance throwing. Oh, 3 times happy is the man, for whom with love 'tis glowing. Thy lips are very rubies bright, one never can see fairer. Oh, 3 times happy is the man, who of their love is sharer. Oh, did I know the happy man, oh, could I unattended, within the greenwood meet with him, his luck would soon be ended. 59. While with loving words, but lying, I have bound me to thy breast, now in my own fetters dying. Into earnest turns my jest, into earnest turns my jest, when thou jestingly dost fly me, by a rightful impulse led, then the powers of hell draw nigh me, and I really shoot me dead. 60. Too fragmentary is world and life. I'll go to the German professor, who's rife with schemes for putting life's pieces together, whereby a passable system's unfurled, ragged nightcaps and dressing gowns keep out the weather, stop the gaps in the edifice cracked of the world. 61. This evening they've a party. The house is filled with light. By yonder shining window, a shadowy form's in sight. Thou seest me not, in darkness. I stand below and apart. Still less canst thou see ever, inside my darksome heart. My darksome heart doth love thee. It loves thee and it breaks, and breaks, and bleeds, and quivers. But thou seest not how it aches. 62. I would that my woes all their fullness, in one single word could convey. To the merry winds straight would I give it, who would merrily bear it away. That word so teeming with sadness, they would carry, my loved one, to thee. Thou wouldst hear it at every moment, wouldst hear it where'er thou mightst be. As soon as thine eyelids at night time are peacefully closed in sleep, my word would straightway pursue thee, far into thy visions most deep. 63. Thou hast pearls, thou hast diamonds also, hast all that mortals adore. Thine eyes are among the fairest. My loved one, what wouldst thou have more? Upon thine eyes so beauteous, I've written many a score of sweet immortal ballads. My loved one, what wouldst thou have more? And with thine eyes so beauteous, hast thou tormented me sore, and brought me to utter perdition. My loved one, what wouldst thou have more? 64. He who for the first time loveth, though 'tis hopeless, is a god. But the man who hopeless loveth, for the second time's a fool. I, a fool like this, am loving once more, with no love responsive. Sun and moon and stars are laughing. I, too, join the laugh and die. 65. Never matched the timid coldness of thy spirit, from the first, with my love's untutored boldness, which through rocks delights to burst. Thou in love dost love the highway, and I see thee walk through life, with thy husband taking thy way, as an honest teeming wife. 66. Counsel they gave me, and good instruction, poured on me honors, by way of seduction. Said I had only to wait for a while, and their protection upon me should smile. Spite the protection they bid me hold cherished, I before long should of hunger have perished, had I not happened a good man to see, who took an interest kindly in me. Good man indeed, for he gives me my food. Never can I forget conduct so good. Pity I cannot with kisses reply, for the good man is no other than I. 67. This young man, so good and worthy, cannot be too much respected. Oft he gives me wine and oysters, gives me liquors well selected. Coat and trousers fit him neatly, his cravat is still more sightly. And so comes he every morning, for my health to ask politely. Of my widespread glory speaks he, of my talents and my graces, of my talents and my graces. eagerly at my disposal. All his services he places. And in company at evening, with a face as if inspired, he declaims before the ladies all my poems so admired. Oh, it is indeed most pleasant, such a young man to discover, in the present day, when surely all things good will soon be over. 68. I dreamt that I was Lord of all, and sat in heaven proudly. The angels, ranged around my throne, all praised my verses loudly. And cakes I ate, and comfits too, in value many a florine. And cardinal I drank the while, and had no need of scorin. Plagued by ennui, I longed to be on earth, with all its evil. And were I not the Lord of all, I'd fain have been the devil. Thou long-legged angel, Gabriel, go and hasten downward thither, and find my worthy friend Eugene, and bring him to me hither. Within the college seek him not, but o'er a glass of brandy. Seek for him not in Hedwig's church, but at Miss Meyer's so handy. The angel then spread out his wings, and with his whole soul in it, flew down, and seized my worthy friend, and brought him in a minute. I, youth, I am the Lord of all, and rule o'er every nation. I always told thee I should come to power and reputation. Each day I work such miracles as greatly would delight thee. The town of A I'll happy make today, and so excite thee. The paving stones upon the road shall all be now converted, and, lo, an oyster, fresh and clear, in each shall be inserted a constant shower of lemon juice, like dew, shall serve as pickle. And in the gutters of the streets, the finest wine shall trickle. How all the AERs straight rejoice, and to the banquet hasten. The judges from the gutter drink, as if it were a basin. And how at this divine repast rejoice the poets needy. Lieutenants lick the streets quite dry, and ensigns poor and greedy. The ensigns and lieutenants are wise in their generation. They always think the present time the weightiest in creation. 69. 69. From beauteous lips compelled to part, and carried away from beauteous arms fast clasped around me, yet one more day I gladly would have tarried, when came the postboy with his steeds, and found me. Child, this is very life, an endless wailing, an endless farewell taking, endless parting. Is then thy heart to clasp mine unavailing? Could not thine eye retain me, e'en at starting? 70. We travelled alone in the gloomy post-chaise the whole of the night. Each leaned on the other's bosom, and jested with hearts so light. When morning dawned upon us, my child, how we did stare! For the blind passenger, 24 or more, was sitting between us there. 71. Heaven knows where the haughty hussy may have willed to pitch her tent, swearing, with the rain fast falling. All the city through I went, from one tavern to another, ran I swiftly in the rain, and to every surly waiter did I turn myself in vain. Then I saw her at a window, nodding, tittering as well. Could I tell that thou wouldst live in, maiden, such a grand hotel? 72. Like darkling visions the houses are standing all in a row, deep hidden in my mantle. In silence I onward go. The high cathedral tower, the hour of 12 doth proclaim. My love, with her charms and kisses, awaits me with rapturous flame. The moon is my attendant, and kindly gleams in the sky. And when I arrive at her dwelling, I joyfully call up on high. I thank thee, my olden companion, that thou hast thus lighted my way. I now at length can release thee. Light the rest of the world now, I pray. And find st thou some mortal enamoured, in solitude mourning his fate, as me thou of old time didst comfort him also O comfort thou straight. 73. Oh what falsehood lies in kisses! In mere show what joys conveyed! In betrayal, oh what bliss is! Sweeter still to be betrayed. Though thou mayst resist me, fairest, yet I know what thou allowest. I'll avow whate'er thou swearest. I will swear what thou avowest. 74. Upon thy snowy bosom my head all softly I lay, and secretly can listen to what thy heart doth say. The blue hussars are blowing, and riding in at the gate. Tomorrow my heart beloved one will surely desert me straight. If thou wilt desert me tomorrow, at least today thou art mine, and in thine arms so beauteous, with twofold bliss I'll recline. 75. The blue hussars are blowing, and riding out at the gate. I come then, my loved one, and bring thee a nosegay of roses straight. Those were indeed wild doings, much folk and warlike display. By far too many were quartered within thy bosom that day. 76. I in youthful years did languish, suffered many a bitter anguish from love's fiery glow. Wood is now so dear, the fire will for lack of fuel expire. Ma foi. 'Tis better so. Think of this, O youthful fair one. Chase away the tears that wear one, and all foolish love's alarms. If thy life may not have perished, O forget thy love once cherished. Ma foi. Within my arms. 77. The eunuchs contract overt. When I raised up my voice, they grumbled and asserted my singing was not choice. And then they all raised sweetly their voicelets petty and shrill. They sang so finely and neatly, like crystal sounded their trill. They sang of love's fierce yearning, of loving effusions and love, to tears the ladies all turning, with tunes so adapted to move. 78. I left you at first in July at the warmest. In January now I find you once more. In the midst of the heat you then were complaining, and now you are cooled, and cold to the core. I shall soon leave again, and when next I'm returning neither warm shall I find you, nor yet quite cold. I shall walk o'er your grave with silent composure, while my own heart within me is wretched and old. 79. Art thou then indeed so hostile? Art thou towards me changed so sadly? I by all means shall lament it. Thou hast treated me so badly. O ungrateful lips, how could yet speak with malice cruel-hearted? Speak with malice cruel-hearted of the man who oft times kissed you lovingly, in days departed? 80. Ah! Once more the eyes are on me, which did greet me once with gladness, and the lips once more address me, which once sweetened life's long sadness. E'en the voice I hear, whose accents charmed me, as they sweetly faltered. I alone am not the same one, having home returned, all altered by those arms so white and beauteous, lovingly embraced and closely. To her heart I now am clinging, dull of feeling and morosely. 81. On the walls of Salamanca, soft refreshing winds are playing. There, with my beloved Donna, on a summer's eve I'm straying. Round the fair one's slender body doth my arm with rapture linger, and her bosom's haughty motion feel I with a loving finger. Yet a whisper fraught with sorrow through the linden trees is moving, and, beneath, the dusky mill stream murmurs sad dreams, disapproving. Ah, Señora, a foreboding tells me, I shall hence be driven on the walls of Salamanca. On the walls of Salamanca ne'er again to walk 'tis given. 82. Thy voice and thine eye, when we first saw each other, convinced me thou sawest me with heart not estranged, and had it not been for thy tyrant mother, I think that we kisses should straight have exchanged. Tomorrow again I depart from the city, and on, in my olden course, wander I. At the window my fair one is lurking in pity, and friendly greetings I throw up on high. 83. Over the mountains the sun mounts in splendor, afar sound the bells of the lambs as they stray, my loved one, my lamb, my son bright and tender, how gladly once more would I see thee today. I gaze up on high, with looks fond and loving my child, fare thee well, I must wander from thee, in vain. For her curtain is still and unmoving, she slumbering lieth and dreameth of me. 84. At Halle, in the market, two mighty lions are standing. Thou lion scorn of Halle, methinks they've tamed thee finely. At Halle, in the market, a mighty giant's standing. He hath a sword, and moves not. He's turned to stone by terror. At Halle, in the market, a mighty church is standing. The students of each faction, have there a place for praying. 85. Glimmering lies the summer even, over wood and verdant meadows. And the gold moon, fragrance shedding, gleameth from the azure heaven. Crickets at the brook with shrillness chirp, there's motion in the water. And the wanderer hears a splashing, and a breathing in the stillness. Yonder at the lone stream sparkling, see, the beauteous elf is bathing. Arm and neck, so white and lovely, glisten in the moonbeams darkling. 86. On the strange roads night is lying. Heart is sick and limbs are weary. But the moonbeams, softly vying, shed their light like blessings cheery. Ah, sweet moon, thy radiant splendor scares away each terror nightly. All my woes dissolve, and tender dew o'erflows my eyelids lightly. 87. Death nothing is but cooling night, and life is not but sultry day. Darkness draws nigh, I slumber, wearied by day's bright light. Over my bed ariseth a tree. There sings the youthful nightingale. There sings the youthful nightingale. She sings of love exulting. In dreams 'tis heard by me. 88. Say, where is thy beauteous mistress, whom thou sangest in the hour when thy heart was pierced so strangely by the flames of magic power? All those flames are now extinguished, and my heart is cold and weary. And this book's the urn that holdeth my love's ashes sad and dreary. 89. Full long have I my head tormented with ceaseless thinking, day and night. And yet thy darling eyes compel me to love thee, in my own despite. Now stand I, where thine eyes are gleaming, charmed by their sweet expressive light. That I should love again thus deeply, I scarcely can believe aright. 90. When thou hast become my wedded wife, thy joy shall know no measure. Thou lt live in happiness all thy life, in uninterrupted pleasure. And I will very patient be, e'en neath thy reviling and curses. But we must part most certainly, if thou abusest my verses. 91. Little by thee comprehended, little knew I thee, good brother. When we in the mud descended, soon we understood each other. 92. Near me dwelleth Don Heinrichs, as the handsome known and fated. Our apartments are adjoining, by a thin wall separated. Salamanca's dames are blushing, as he in the streets is walking, rattling spurs, mustachios twirling, with his dogs behind him stalking. But at evening's silent hour he, all alone at home is sitting, his guitar his fingers twanging, sweet dreams through his fancy flitting. On the chords with vigor plays he, his wild fantasies beginning. Oh, it drives me mad to hear him, keeping up his wretched dinning. The Heart's Journey. 1824. Preface. In black coats and silken stockings, white and courtly frills they hide them. Gentle speeches and embraces, had they only hearts inside them. Hearts within the breast, and love, too. In the heart, yeah, love all burning. Ah, I'm sick of their false prating, of love's sorrows and love's yearning. I'll ascend the distant mountains, where the peaceful huts are standing, where the breezes free are blowing, and the bosom free's expanding. I'll ascend the distant mountains, where the dusky firs are springing, and the haughty clouds are roaming. Brooks are murmuring, birds are singing. Fare ye well, ye polished chambers, polished lords and dames beguiling, to the mountains now ascending. I'll look down upon you, smiling. 1. On the mountain stands the cottage of the aged mountaineer. There the dark green fir is rustling, and the golden moon shines clear. In the cottage stands an armchair, richly carved and wondrously. He that on it sits is happy, and the happy one am I. On the footstool sits the maiden, on my knee her arms repose. Eyes are like two stars all azure, mouth is like the purple rose, and the stars so sweet and azure, large as heaven, she on me throws. And she puts her lily finger, mocking on the purple rose. No, we're seen not by the mother, for with industry she spins the guitar the father playing. Some old melody begins, and the maiden whispers softly, softly, in a tone suppressed, many a most important secret she to me hath soon confessed. Since the death of aunt, however, we can't go to see the sight of the shooting match at Goslar, which was such a great delight. Whereas here 'tis very lonely on the mountain top, you know, all the winter we're entirely as though buried in the snow. And I am a timid maiden, and as fearful as a child of the wicked mountain spirits, who at night roam fierce and wild. Sudden is the sweet one silent, terrified by what she said, and her little eyes she covers with her little hands in dread. Louder roars outside the fir tree, louder roars outside the fir tree, and the spinning wheel loud hums. Meanwhile the guitar is tinkling, and the olden tune it strums. Fear thee not, my little darling, at the wicked spirit's might, angels keep, my little darling, safe watch o'er thee, day and night. 2. Fir tree with green fingers knocking at the window small and low, and the moon, the yellow listna, through it her sweet light doth throw. Father, mother, gently snoring, in the neighboring chamber sleep, yet we two are gaily talking, so that wide awake we keep. That thou art wont to pray too often, is a thing I'll credit ne'er, for thy lips' convulsive quivering ill accords with thoughts of prayer. That quivering, cold and evil, every time affrights me sore, yet thine eyes' mild lustre husheth thy sad anguish evermore. I, too, doubt if thou believest all that is the Christian's boast, dost believe in God the Father, in the Son and Holy Ghost. Ah, my child! When yet an infant, sitting on my mother's knee, I believed in God the Father, ruling all things wondrously, ruling all things wondrously, who the beauteous earth created, and the men that on it move, who to suns, moons, stars predestined, all their tracks wherein to rove. When, my child, I grew still bigger, many more things I conceived, and my reason waxed yet stronger, and I in the Son believed, in the Son beloved, who, loving, opened to us love's door wide, and who in reward, as usual, by the mob was crucified. Now that I am grown, have read much, wandered over many a coast, doth my heart swell, and in earnest, I believe the Holy Ghost. He hath done the greatest marvels, and still greater doth he. He hath burst the tyrant's strongholds, servants from their yoke set free. Olden deadly wounds he healeth, and renews the olden law. All men equal are, and noble, from the earliest breath they draw. Every evil cloud he chaseth, drives the brain's dark weft away, that corrupteth love and pleasure, grinning at us night and day. Thousand knights well armed for battle, hath the Holy Ghost ordained, all his pleasure to accomplish, all by mighty zeal sustained, all by mighty zeal sustained. See, their trusty swords are gleaming. See, their noble banners wave. Ah, my child! Hast thou seen ever knights like this, so proud and brave? Now, my child, look on me boldly. Kiss me, look upon me nigh. Such a daring knight, my fair one. Of the Holy Ghost am I. 3. Silently the moon is hiding in the dark green fir tree's rear, and our lamp within the chamber flickers faint, with glimmer drear. But my azure eyes are beaming with a light that brighter plays, and the purple rose is glowing. And the darling maiden says, little elves and little people pilfer all our bread and bacon, in the drawer at night they're lying, but by morning all is taken. Next our cream the little people from the milk are wont to sup, leaving, too, the bowl uncovered, and the cat the rest drinks up. And the cat a witch indeed is, for she crawls, while night storms lower, up the spirit mountain yonder to the ancient ruined tower. There a castle erst was standing, full of joy and glittering arms. Full of joy and glittering arms, knights and squires, in merry torch dance, mingled with the ladies' charms. Then a wicked old enchantress men and castle too bewitched, naught remaineth but the ruins, where the owls their nest have pitched. Yet my late aunt used to tell us, if the proper word is said at the proper hour at night time at the proper place o'erhead, then the ruins will be changed to a castle fair once more, knights and squires and ladies gaily will be dancing as of yore. Him by whom that word is spoken men and castle will obey, drums and trumpets will proclaim him, heralding his sovereign sway. Thus the charming legends issue from the mouth so like a rose, while an azure starry radiance from her sweet eyes overflows. Round my hand the little maiden twines her golden hair with glee, calls by pretty names my fingers, kisses, laughs, then mute is she. All within that silent chamber on me looks with trusting eye. Table, cupboard, I could fancy I had seen them formerly. Like a friend the house clock prattles, the guitar scarce audibly of itself begins to tinkle, and as in a dream sit I. Now's the proper place discovered, now the proper hour hath sounded, if the proper word I uttered, maiden, thou wouldst be astounded. If that word I straightway uttered, midnight would grow dim and quake, fir and streamlet roar more loudly, and the aged mountain wake. Lute soft strains and pygmy music from the mountain's clefts would burst, and a flowering would shoot from them, as in joyous springtime erst. Flowers, all hardy magic flowers, leaves of size so fabulous, fragrant, varied, hasty quivering, as though passion stirred them thus. Roses, wild as flames all glowing, dart from out the mass like gems. Lilies, like to crystal arrows, upward shoot toward heaven their stems. And the stars, like suns in greatness, downward gaze with yearning glow. In the lily's giant calyx, they their gushing radiance throw. Yet ourselves, my darling maiden, altered more than all we seem. Gold and silk and torches luster, joyously around us gleam. Thou, yea thou, becomest a princess. To a castle turns this cot. Knights and squires and ladies gaily. Knights and squires and ladies gaily dance with rapture, tiring not. Thee and all, both men and castle, I, yea I, have gained today. Drums and trumpets loud proclaim me, heralding my sovereign sway. 4. Shepherd boy's a king, on green hills. As a throne he sitteth down. O'er his head the sun all radiant is his ever golden crown. At his feet the sheep are lying, gentle fawners, streaked with red. Calves as cavaliers attend him, proudly o'er the pastures spread. Kids are all his court performers, with the birds and cows as well. And he has his chamber music, to the sound of flute and bell. And it sounds and sings so sweetly, and the time so sweetly keep. Waterfall and nodding fir trees. And the king then goes to sleep. In the meantime acts as ruler, his prime minister, the hound. While his loud and surly barking echoes all the country round. Sleepily the young king murmurs, "'Tis a heavy task to reign, ah, right gladly would I find me with my queen at home again. In my queen's arms soft and tender. In my queen's arms soft and tender calmly rests my kingly head, and my vast and boundless kingdom in her dear eyes lies outspread." 5. Brighter in the east 'tis growing, through the sun's soft glimmering motion. Far and wide the mountain summits float within the misty ocean. With the speed of wind I'd hasten, if I 7-league boots had only, over yonder mountain summits, to my darling's dwelling lonely. Gently would I draw the curtain from the bed wherein she's lying. Gently would I kiss her forehead, and her mouth, with rubies vying. Still more gently would I whisper in her lily ear so tender, "Think in dreams, we love each other, and our love will ne'er surrender." 6. I am the Princess Ilse, and dwell in Ilsenstein. Come with me to my castle, and there midst pleasures be mine. Thy head I'll softly moisten with my pellucid wave. Thou shalt forget thine anguish, poor sorrow-stricken knave. Within my arms so snowy, upon my snowy breast, shalt thou repose, and dream there of olden legends blessed. I'll kiss thee and embrace thee, as I embraced and kissed the darling Kaiser Henry, who doth no longer exist. None live except the living. The dead are dead and gone, and I am fair and blooming. My laughing heart beats on, and as my heart is beating, my crystal castle doth ring. The knights and maidens are dancing, the squires all joyfully spring. The silken trains are rustling, the spurs of iron are worn. The dwarfs beat drum and trumpet, and fiddle and play the horn. But thee shall my arm hold warmly, as Kaiser Henry it held. I held him fast imprisoned, when loudly the trumpet's note swelled. The Baltic. Part I 1825. 1. Evening twilight. By ocean's pallid strand sat I, tormented in spirit and lonely. The sun sank lower and lower, and threw red glowing streaks upon the water, and the snowy, spreading billows, by the flood hard pressed, foamed and roared still nearer and nearer. A wonderful sound, a whispering and piping, a laughing and murmuring, sighing and rushing, between times a lullaby home-sounding singing. Methinks I hear some olden tradition, primeval, favorite legend, which I erst as a stripling learned from the neighbor's children, when we, on the summer evenings, on the house door steps all cowered cozily for quiet talking, with our little hearts all attentive, and our eyes all wisely curious, whilst the bigger maidens, close by their fragrant flower pots sat at the opposite window rosy their faces, smiling, illumined by the moon. 2. Sunset. The glowing ruddy sun descends down to the far up shuddering silvery grey world ocean. Airy images, rosily breathed upon, after him roll, and over against him. Out of the autumnal glimmering veil of clouds, with face all mournful and pale as death, bursteth forth the moon, and behind her, like sparks of light, misty broad, glimmer the stars. Once in the heavens there glittered, joined in fond union, Luna the goddess and Sol the god. And around them the stars all clustered, their little, innocent children. But evil tongues then whispered disunion, and they parted in anger, that glorious, radiant pair. Now, in the daytime, in splendor all lonely, wanders the sun god in realms on high, on account of his majesty greatly sung to and worshipped by haughty, bliss-hardened mortals. But in the night time, in heaven wanders Luna, unhappy mother, with all her orphaned starry children, and she gleams in silent sorrow, and loving maidens and gentle poets devote to her tears and songs. The gentle Luna, womanly minded, still doth she love her beautiful spouse. Towards the evening, trembling and pale, peeps she forth from the light clouds around. Peeps she forth from the light clouds around, and looks at the parting one mournfully, and fain would cry in her anguish, "Come! Come!" The children all long for thee, but the disdainful sun god, at the sight of his spouse, gins glowing with still deeper purple in anger and grief, and inflexibly hastens he down to his flood-chilly widowed bed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Evil and backbiting tongues thus brought grief and destruction. E'en mongst the Godheads immortal. And the poor Godheads, yonder in heaven, wander in misery, comfortless over their endless tracks. And death cannot reach them. And with them they trail their bright desolation. But I, the mere man, the lowly planted, the blessed with death one, I sorrow no longer. 3. The night on the strand. Starless and cold is the night. The ocean boils. And over the sea, flat on its belly, lies the misshapen northwind, with groaning and stifled mysterious voice. A sullen grumbler, good-humored for once, prats he away to the waves, telling many a wild tradition, giant legends, murderous humorous, primeval sagas from Norway. And the while, far echoing, laughs he and howls he exorcist songs of the Edda, grey old runic proverbs, so darkly daring, and magic forcible, that the white suns of ocean spring up on high, all exulting, in maddened excitement. Meanwhile, along the flat shore, over the flood-moistened sand, paces a stranger, whose heart within him is wilder far than wind and waters. There where he walks, sparks fly out, and shells are crackling. And he veils himself in his dark grey mantle, and quickly moves on through the blustering night, guided in safety by yon little light, that sweetly, invitingly glimmers, from the lone fisherman's cottage. Father and brother are out on the sea. And all alone is staying within the hut the fisherman's daughter, the wondrously lovely fisherman's daughter. By the hearth she's sitting, and lists to the water kettle's homely, sweet foreboding humming, and shakes in the fire the crackling brushwood, and on it blows, so that the lights, all ruddy and flickering, magic sweetly are reflected on her fair blooming features, on her tender, snowy shoulder, which, moving gently, peeps from out her coarse grey smock, and on her little, anxious hand, which fastens firmer her undergarment, over her graceful hip. But sudden, the door bursts open. The nightly stranger entereth in. Love secure, his eye reposes on the snowy, slender maiden, who, trembling, near him stands, like to a startled lily. And he throws his mantle to earth, and laughs and speaks. See now, my child, I've kept my word, and I come, and with me hath come the olden time, when the gods from the heavens came down to earth, to the daughters of mortals, and the daughters of mortals embraced they, and from them there issued scepter-bearing races of monarchs, and heroes, wonders of earth. But start not, my child, any longer because of my Godhead, and I pray thee give me some tea mixed with rum, for 'tis cold out of doors, and amid such night breezes freeze even we Godheads immortal, and easily catch the divinest of colds, and a cough that proves quite eternal. 4. Poseidon. The sun's bright rays were playing over the wide rolling breadth of the sea. Far in the roadstead glittered the ship, destined to home to convey me. But a propitious wind was yet wanting, and I sat on the white downs all calmly, hard by the lonely strand, and I read the song of Odysseus, the olden, ever youthful song, from out whose sea-befluttered leaves joyfully rose to meet me the breath of the deities. and the shining springtime of mortals, and the blooming heaven of Hellas. My generous heart accompanied truly. The son of lairds in wanderings and troubles, placed itself with him, spirit tormented, at guestly hearths, where beauteous queens were spinning their purple, and helped him to lie, and succeed in escaping from giants' caverns and nymphs' embraces, followed him down to Cimmerian night, and in tempest and shipwreck, and with him endured unspeakable torments. Sighing spake I, Thou wicked Poseidon, thine anger is fearful, I myself am anxious as to my own return. Scarce breathed I these words, when the sea foamed on high, and out of the snowy billows arose the sedge-becrowned head of the sea-god. And scornfully cried he, Fear not, little poet. I'll not for one moment endanger thy poor little vessel, and thy dear life shall not be tormented by any critical tossing. For thou, little poet, hast never annoyed me, no single turret was injured by thee in Priam's sacred fortress, no single hair didst thou e'er singe in the eye of my son Polyphemus, and thou hast ne'er been advised or protected by the goddess of wisdom, Pallas Athene. Thus cried Poseidon, and sank 'neath the ocean again. And at the vulgar seaman's wit, laughed under the water Amphitrite, the clumsy fish-woman, and the silly daughters of Nereus. 5. Homage. Yes, songs. O my trusty numbers! Up, up, and on with your arms. Bid the trumpet to blow, and raise high on my shield the youthful maiden, who's now to rule my heart, my undivided heart, as queen. Hail to thee, youthful queen! From the sun on high, tear I his sparkling ruddy gold, and of it weave a diadem for thine anointed head. From the fluttering blue silken heaven's veil, wherein night's diamonds are gleaming, cut I a costly piece, and hang, as coronation mantle, upon thy regal shoulders. I give to thee, as courtiers, some well-bedizened sonnets, haughty tertinas and courtly stanzas. My wit shall serve thee as footman, and as court-fool my fantasy. As herald, the laughing tears on my scutcheon, my humour shall serve thee. But I, O my queen, before thee kneel down, in homage, on red velvet cushion, and to thee hand over the small bit of reason, which, out of compassion, was left me by her who last governed thy kingdom. 6. Declaration. Onward glimmering came the evening, wilder tossed the flood, and I sat on the strand, regarding the snowy dance of the billows, and soon my bosom swelled like the sea. A deep homesickness yearningly seized me for thee, thou darling form, who everywhere surroundest me, and everywhere callest me. Everywhere, everywhere. In the moan of the wind, in the roar of the ocean, in the sigh within my own breast. With brittle reed I wrote on the sand, Agnes, I love thee. But wicked billows soon poured themselves over the blissful confession, effacing it all. Ah, too fragile reed, all fast scattered sand, ah, fugitive billows, I'll trust you no more. The heavens grow darker, my heart grows wilder, and with vigorous hand from the forests of Norway tear I the highest fir tree, and plunge it deep in Etna's glowing abyss, and thereafter with fire-imbued giant pen I write on the dark veil of heaven. Agnes, I love thee. Every night gleams thenceforward on high that eternal fiery writing, and all generations of farthest descendants read gladly the heavenly sentence. Agnes, I love thee. 7. In the cabin at night, the sea its pearls posses saith, and heaven its stars containeth. But, O my heart, my heart, my heart its love hath also. Vast is the sea and the heavens, yet vaster is my heart, and fairer than pearls or the stars glittereth and beameth my love. Thou little youthful maiden, come to my heart so vast, my heart and the sea and the heavens, for very love are dying. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Gainst the azure veil of heaven, where the beauteous stars are twinkling, Fain I'd press my lips with ardour, press them wildly, madly weeping. Yonder stars the very eyes are of my loved one, thousand changing. Glimmer they and greet me kindly from the azure veil of heaven. Toward the azure veil of heaven. Toward the eyes of my beloved one. Lift I up my arms in worship. And I pray, and thus beseech them. Beauteous eyes, ye lights of mercy. O make happy my poor spirit. Let me die, and as my guerdon, win both you and all your heaven. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. From those heavenly eyes above me, light and trembling sparks are falling through the night, and then my spirit, loving wide and wider stretcheth. O ye heavenly eyes above me, weep yourselves into my spirit, that my spirit may run over with those tears so sweet and starry. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Cradled by the ocean billows, and by thoughts that seem like visions. Silent lie I in the cabin, in the dark bed in the corner. Through the open hatchway see I, there on high the stars all radiant. Those sweet eyes so dearly cherished, of my sweet and dearly loved one. Those sweet eyes so dearly cherished, far above my head are watching. And they tinkle and they beckon, from the azure veil of heaven. Toward the azure veil of heaven, gaze I many an hour with rapture, till a white and misty curtain from me hides those eyes so cherished. Gainst the boarded side of the ship, where my dreaming head is lying, rave the billows, the furious billows. They roar and they murmur thus soft in my ear. O foolish young fellow! Thine arm is short, and the heavens are wide, and yonder stars are firmly nailed there. And yonder stars are firmly nailed there, in vain is thy yearning, in vain is thy sighing, the best thou canst do is to sleep. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I dreamt, and dreaming saw a spacious heath, far overspread with whitest snow, and neath that white snow buried I was lying, and slept the lonesome, chilly sleep of death. Yet from on high, from out the darkling heavens, looked down upon my grave those eyes all starry, those eyes so sweet. In triumph they were gleaming in calm and radiant but excessive love. 8. Storm. The tempest is raging. It floggeth the billows. And the billows, fierce foaming and rearing, rise up on high, and with life are all heaving the snowy watery mountains, and the small bark climbs o'er them, laboring hastily, and suddenly plungeth it down in the black, wide gaping abyss of the flood. O sea! Mother of beauty, the foam-arisen one! Grandmother of love! O spare me! Already flutters, corpse-scenting, the snowy, spirit-like sea mew, and whetteth his beak gainst the mast, and longs, eager to taste, for the heart, which proclaimeth the fame of thy daughter, and which thy grandson, the little rogue, chose for his plaything. In vain my entreaties and prayers. My cry dies away in the blustering storm, in the wind's battle shout. It roars and pipes and crackles and howls, like a madhouse of noises. And, between times, I audibly hear harp strains alluring, songs all wild and yearning, spirit melting and spirit rending. And the voice I remember, far away, on the rock coast of Scotland, where the old grey castle projecteth over the wild raging sea. There at the lofty and arched window standeth a woman, beauteous but ill, softly transparent and marble pale, softly transparent and marble pale. And she's playing her harp and she's singing, and the wind through her long locks forceth its way and beareth her gloomy song over the wide and tempest-tossed sea. 9. Calm at sea. Calm at sea. His beams all radiant, throws the sun across the water, and amid the heaving jewels, furrows green the ship is tracing. Near the steersman lies the boatswain, on his stomach, snoring gently. Near the mast, the sails repairing, squats the cabin boy, all tarry. but behind his cheeks so dirty. Red blood springs, a mournful quivering. Round his wide mouth plays, and sadly stare his eyes, so large and handsome. For the captain stands before him, raving, cursing, thief exclaiming, thief, a herring you have stolen from the barrel, oh you rascal! Calm at sea. From out the waters lifts himself a clever fishkin. In the sun his head he warmeth, splashing with his tail so gaily. But the sea mew, soaring over, shoot down upon the fishkin, and his sudden prize fast holding in his bill, again mounts upward. 10. The ocean spectre. But I upon the ship's edge was lying, and gazed with my eyes all dreamy down on the glassy pellucid water, and gazed yet deeper and deeper, till, deep in the ocean's abysses, at first like a glimmering mist, then, bit by bit, with hues more decided, domes of churches and towers appeared, and at last, clear as sunlight, a city, antiquarian Netherlandish, and swarming with life. Reverent men, in garments of black, with snowy frills and chains of honor, and lengthy swords and lengthy faces, over the crowded market are pacing. Toward the high-staired council chamber, where emperors' stony images keep guard with scepter and sword. Hard by, in front of the long row of houses, with mirror-like glistening windows, stand the lindens all trimmed into pyramids, and silken rustling maidens are wandering, a golden band round their slender bodies, their blooming faces neatly surrounded by headdresses velvet and black, from whence their abundant locks are escaping. Gay young fellows, in Spanish costume, proudly are passing and nodding. Aged women, in garments all brown and strange looking, psalm book and rosary in hand, hasten with tripping step toward the cathedral church, impelled by the sound of the bells, and the rushing notes of the organ. Mysterious awe seizeth me too, caused by the distant sound, caused by the distant sound. Aner ending yearning and sadness deep steal o'er my heart, my scarcely healed heart. It seems as though its bitter wounds by dear lips were kissed open, and once again were bleeding, with drops hot and ruddy, which long and slowly downward fall upon an ancient house below, in yon deep ocean city, upon an ancient and high-gabled house, where sits in lonely melancholy a maiden at the window, her head on her arm reclined, like to some poor, forgotten child. And I know thee, thou poor, forgotten child. Thus deep, then, thou hidst thyself from me, in some childish conceit, and couldst not reascend, and sattest strange, among strange people, 500 years. And I meanwhile, with soul full of grief, sought thee over all the earth, and ever sought thee, thou ever beloved one, thou long time lost one, thou finally found one. I found thee at last, and again behold, thy countenance sweet, thine eyes so prudent and faithful, thy smile so dear, and never again will I leave thee, and downward hasten I to thee, and with wide-spreading arms throw myself down on thy heart. But just in time, I was seized by the foot by the captain, and torn from the side of the ship, while he cried, laughing bitterly, "Why, doctor, are you mad?" 11. Purification. Remain thou in thy ocean depths, delirious dream, that erst so many a night my heart with false joy hast tormented, and now, an ocean spectre, e'en in bright daylight threatens me. Remain below, eternally, and I'll throw down to thee there all my sins and my sorrows, and folly's cap and bells, that round my head so long have rattled, and the cold and glistening serpent skin, of hypocrisy, which so long hath twined round my spirit, my sickly spirit, my God-denying, angel-denying, unhappy spirit. Hoi ho! Hoi ho! Here comes the wind. Over the plain so destructive when smooth, hastens the ship, and my rescued spirit rejoices. 12. Peace. High in the heavens there stood the sun, cradled in snowy clouds. The sea was still, and musing I lay at the helm of the ship, dreamily musing, and half in waking, and half in slumber, I gazed upon Christ, the Saviour of man. In streaming and snowy garment, he wandered, giant great, over land and sea. His head reached high to the heavens, his hands he stretched out in blessing, over land and sea. And as a heart in his bosom, bore he the sun all ruddy and flaming. And the ruddy and flaming sunny heart shed its beams of mercy, and its beauteous, bliss-giving light, lighting and warming, over land and sea. Sounds of bells were solemnly drawing, here and there, like swans were drawing, by rosy bands the gliding ship, and drew it sportively toward the green shore, where men were dwelling, in high and turreted o'erhanging town. O blessings of peace! How still the town! Hushed was the hollow sound of busy and sweltering trade, and through the clean and echoing streets were passing men in white attire, palm branches bearing. And when two chanced to meet, they viewed each other with inward intelligence, and trembling, in love and sweet denial, kissed on the forehead each other, and gazed up on high, at the Saviour's sunny heart, which, glad and atoningly, beamed down its ruddy blood. And 3 times blessed, thus spake they: Praised be Jesus Christ. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Couldst thou this vision have only imagined? What wouldst thou not give for it? My dearest friend, thou who in head and loins art so weak, and so strong in thy faith, and the Trinity worshipest in unity, and the dog and the cross and the paw of thy lofty patronus daily kissest, and hast worked thy way upward by contéing, as an aulic counselor, magistrate, and at last as a government counselor, in the pious town 25, where flourish both sand and religion, and the patient water of sacred spree washes souls and dilutes the tea. Couldst thou this vision have only imagined? My dearest friend, thou hadst borne it up high, to the marketplace, thy countenance pallid and blinking had been dissolved in devotion and lowliness, and her serene highness, enchanted and trembling with rapture, had with thee sunk in prayer on the knee, and her eyes, beaming brightly, had promised, by way of increase of salary, 100 Prussian dollars sterling, and thou, with folded hands, wouldst have stammered: Praised be Jesus Christ. Part 2. 1826. 1. See salutation. Thal-Ada. Thal-Ada. Hail to thee, O thou ocean etern! Hail to thee 10,000 times! From hearts all exulting, as formerly hailed thee 10,000 Grecian hearts, misfortune contending, homeward aspiring, world-renowned Grecian hearts. The billows were heaving. They heaved and they blustered. The sun shed hastily downwards, his light so sportive and rosy-hued. The sudden startled flocks of sea mews fluttered along, loud screaming. The horses were stamping, the bucklers were ringing, and afar there resounded triumphantly: Thal-Ada! Thal-Ada! Hail to thee, O thou ocean etern! Like voices of home thy waters are rushing, like visions of childhood saw I a glimmering over thy heaving billowy realm. An olden remembrance again tells me stories of all the darling, beautiful playthings, of all the glittering Christmas presents, of all the ruddy coral branches, the goldfish, pearls, and colored shells, which thou mysteriously dost keep down yonder in bright crystal house. Oh, how have I languished in drear foreign lands! Like to a withered flower in the tin case of a botanist, lay in my bosom my heart. Methought whole winters long I sat an invalid, in darksome sick room, and now I suddenly leave it, and with dazzling rays am I greeted. And with dazzling rays am I greeted. By emerald springtime, the sunny awakened. And the snowy blossoming trees are all rustling, and the youthful flowers upon me gaze with eyes all checkered and fragrant. There's a perfume and humming and breathing and laughing, and the birds in the azure heavens are singing Thalata. Thalata. Thou valiant retreating heart. How oft, how bitter oft, wast thou hard pressed by the northern barbarian women. From large victorious eyes shot they their burning arrows. With words both crooked and polished, they threatened to cleave my breast. With cuneiform billets do harass they my poor distracted brain. In vain I held my shield to resist them. The arrows whizzed and the blows crashed heavily, and by the northern barbarian women back to the sea was I driven, and freely breathing I hailed the sea, the darling life-saving sea, Thalata. Thalata. 2. Thunderstorm. Heavily lies on the ocean the storm. And through the darksome wall of clouds quivers the forked lightning flash, suddenly gleaming and suddenly vanishing, like a thought from the head of Cronion. Over the desert, far heaving water, afar the thunders are rolling. The snowy billowy horses are springing, which Boreas self did engender, out of the beautiful mares of Ericton. And the seafowl are mournfully fluttering, like shadowy corpses by Styx, by Charon repulsed from his desolate bark. Poor, but merry little ship, yonder dancing the strangest dance. Aeolus sends it his briskest attendants, who wildly strike up for the frolicsome dance. The one is piping, another is blowing, the third is beating the hollow double bass, and the staggering sailor stands at the rudder, and on the compass is steadily looking, that trembling soul of the vessel, and raises his hands in entreaty to heaven. O rescue me, Castor, thou hero gigantic, and thou, knight of the ring, Polydeuces. 3. The shipwrecked one. Hope and love, all crumbled to atoms. And I myself, like to a corpse, thrown up by the growling sea, lie on the strand, the dreary, naked strand. Before me, the watery waste is heaving. Behind me lie but sorrow and misery. And over me high are passing the clouds, the formless grey-hued daughters of air, who out of the sea, in misty buckets, draw up the water, and wearily drag it, then spill it again in the sea. A mournful and tedious business, and useless as e'en my own life. The billows murmur, the sea mews are screaming, olden remembrances over me drift, dreams long forgotten and images perished, painfully sweet come to light. In the north a woman is living, a beauteous woman, royally fair. Her slender figure, like a tall cypress, by an alluring white robe is embraced. Her dark and flowing tresses, like to a blissful night, are streaming down from her lofty, braid-crowned head, and dreamily sweetly form ringlets over her sweet pale face, and out of her sweet pale face, large and o'erpowering, beams an eye, like a black sun in radiance. O thou black sun, how often, enchantingly often, I drank from thee wild flames of inspiration, and stood and reeled, all drunk with fire. Then hovered a mild and dove-like smile. Then hovered a mild and dove-like smile round the high contracted haughty lips. And the high contracted haughty lips breathed forth words as sweet as moonlight, and tender as the rose's fragrance. And then my spirit ascended, and flew, like an eagle, straight up into heaven. Peace, ye billows and sea mews. All is now over, happiness, hope, and love. I lie on the shore, a lonely and shipwrecked man. and press my countenance glowing deep in the humid sand. 4. Sunset. The beauteous sun hath calmly descended down to the sea. The heaving waters already are dyed by dusky night. Not but the evening's red with golden light still spreadeth o'er them. And the rushing force of the flood gainst the shore presseth the snowy billows which merrily, hastily skip, like wool-covered flocks of lambkins whom the singing sheep-boy at even homeward doth drive. How fair is the sun! So spake, after long silence, my friend, who with me wandered along the strand, and half in sport and half in sad earnest assured he me that the sun was only a lovely woman, 26 whom the old sea god out of convenience married. All the day long she joyously wandered in the high heavens, decked out with purple, and glittering with diamonds, and all beloved and all admired by every mortal creature, and every mortal creature rejoicing with her sweet glances light and warmth. But in the evening, impelled all disconsolate, once more returneth she home to the moist house and desert arms of her grey-headed spouse. Believe me, here added my friend, with laughter and sighing and laughter again. They're living below in the tenderest union. Either they're sleeping or quarrelling fiercely, so that up here and the ocean is roaring. And the fisherman hears in the rush of the waves how the old man's abusing his wife. Thou round wench of the universe, beaming coquettish one, all the day long thou art glowing for others, at night for me thou art frosty and tired. After this curtain lecture, as a matter of course, the proud sun bursts into tears, lamenting her misery, and cries so sadly and long, that the sea god suddenly springs from his bed all distracted, and hastily swims to the surface of ocean, to recover his breath and his senses. I saw him myself, in the night just past, rising out of the sea as high as his bosom, a jacket of yellow flannel he wore, and a lily-white nightcap, and a face all withered and dry. 5. The Song of the Oceanides. Shadows of evening o'er ocean are falling. And lonely, with none but his lonely soul with him, sits there a man on the dreary strand, and looks, with death-chilly look, up on high THIRD the spacious, death-chilly vault of heaven, and looks on the spacious billowy main, and over the spacious billowy main like airy sailors, his signs are floating, returning again despondingly, for they have found fast closed the heart wherein they fain would anchor, and he groans so loud, that the snowy sea mews, startled away from their sandy nests, flutter around him in flocks, and he speaks unto them these laughing words. Ye black-legged birds, with snowy pinions o'er the sea fluttering, with crooked beaks the sea water sucking up, and train oily seals flesh devouring, your life is bitter as is your food. But I, the happy one, taste not but sweetness. I taste the rose's sweet exhalation, the moonlight-nourished bride of the nightingale. I taste, too, the sweetness of all things. Loving and being loved. She loves me, the beauteous maiden. Now stands she at home in her house's high balcony, and looks in the twilight abroad, o'er the highway, and darkens, and for me doth yearn, I assure you. In vain she looked around and she sigheth, and sighing descends she down to the garden, and wanders in fragrance and moonlight, and speaks to the flowers and telleth them how I, the beloved one, so precious am, so worthy of love, I assure you. And then in bed, in slumber, in dream, my darling form around her sports blissfully, and then at morning at breakfast upon her glistening bread and butter sees she my countenance smiling, and she eats it for love, I assure you. Thus is he boasting and boasting. And between times the sea mews are screaming, like old iron icle chuckling. The mists of twilight rise up on high. Out of the violet clouds, all gloomily, peepeth the grass-yellow moon. High are roaring the billows of ocean, and from the depths of the high-roaring sea, mournful as whispering gales of wind, soundeth the song of the Oceanides, the beauteous compassionate sea nymphs, and loudest of all the voice so enthralling, of Peleus' spouse, the silvery-footed one. And their sighing and singing. O fool, thou hectoring fool! Thou sorrow-tormented one! Cruelly murdered are all thy bright hopes, thy bosom's frolicsome children, and thy heart, thy Niobe heart through grief turned to stone. Within thy head 'tis now night, and through it are flashing the lightnings of frenzy, and thou boastest of sorrow. O fool, thou hectoring fool! Headstrong art thou as thy forefather, the lofty Titan, who heavenly fires stole from the gods and gave unto mortals, and, vulture tormented, chained to the rock, defied e'en Olympus, defied, groaning loudly, so that in ocean's far depths did we hear it, and to him came with a comforting song. O fool, thou hectoring fool! But thou art more powerless even than he, and thou wouldst do well to honor the deities, and patiently bear the burden of sorrow, and patiently bear with it, long, full long, till Atlas himself his patience hath lost, and the heavy world from his shoulders throws off into eternal night. Thus sounded the song of the Oceanides, the beauteous compassionate water nymphs. Till still louder billows at last overpowered it. Then went the moon in the rear of the clouds, and night 'gan to yawn, and long I sat in the darkness, with weeping. 6. The gods of Greece. Full blossoming moon, in thy fair light, like liquid gold, the ocean gleams. Like daylight's clearness, yet charmed into twilight, over the strand's wide plain all is lying, in the starless clear azure heavens hover the snowy clouds, like colossal figures of deities of glittering marble. No, 'tis not so, no clouds can they be. 'Tis they themselves, the gods of old Hellas, who once so joyously ruled o'er the world, but now, tormented and perished, like monster specters are moving along over the midnight heaven. Wandering and strangely blinded, observed I the airy pantheon, the solemnly mute and fearfully moving figures gigantic. He yonder's Cronion, the monarch of heaven. Snow white are the locks of his head, locks so famous for shaking Olympus. He holds in his hand his extinguished bolt, and in his face lie misfortune and grief, and yet without change his olden pride. Those times indeed were better, O Zeus, when thou didst take pleasure divinely in youths and in nymphs and in hecatombs. But even the gods can reign not forever. The younger press hard on their elders, as thou didst once on thy grey-headed father, and all thy Titan uncles hard press. Jupiter parasita. Thee, too, I recognize, haughty here. Spite of all thy jealous anxiety, hath another thy scepter obtained. And thou art no longer the queen of the heavens, and fixed is now thy beaming eye, and powerless lie thy lily-white arms, and never more thy vengeance can reach the god-impregnated virgin, and the wonder-working son of the deity. Thee, too, I recognize, Pallas Athene. With shield and wisdom couldst thou not avert the destruction of deities. Thee, too, I recognize, thee, Aphrodite. Erst the golden one, now the silver one. True thou art still decked with the charms of thy girdle, yet I secretly tremble at thought of thy beauty, and would I enjoy thy bountiful charms, like heroes before me, of fear I should die. To me thou appearest the goddess of corpses, Venus Libitina. No longer with love is toward thee looking, yonder, the terrible Ares, and sadly is looking Phoebus Apollo, the stripling. His lyre is silent that sounded so joyous at feasts of the gods. Still sadder appeareth Hephaestus, and truly, the lame one. No longer fills he the office of Hebe, and busily pours, in the gods' congregation, the nectar delicious, and long is extinguished the inextinguishable laughter of deities. O ye gods, I never could love you. For ever distasteful I've found the Grecians, and the Romans I greatly hate. Yet holy compassion and shuddering pity stream through my heart, when I now behold you on high, godheads deserted, dead and night-wandering shadows, misty and weak, scared by the very wind. And when I bethink me how airy and cowardly the godheads are, who overcame you. The new, now ruling, mournful godheads. The mischievous ones in the sheepskin of meekness, then over me steals a glorious resentment, and fain would I break the newborn temples, and fight on your side, ye ancient deities, for you, and your good ambrosial rites, and before your lofty altars, the once more restored, the sacrifice steaming, fain would I kneel down and pray, and, praying, raise toward you my arms. For evermore, ye ancient deities, have ye been wont, in the combats of mortals, to join yourselves to the side of the victor, and therefore is man more high-minded than ye, and in combats of deities deem I it right to take the part of the vanquished deities. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Thus did I speak, and visibly reddened yon pale cloudy figures on high, and on me they gazed like dying ones. Sorrow illumined, and suddenly vanished. The moon, too, hid herself behind the clouds that darkly came over her. High up roared the sea, and then triumphantly stood in the heavens the stars all eternal. 7. Questions. By the sea, by the desert night-covered sea, standeth a youth, his breast full of sadness, his head full of doubtings, and with gloomy lips he asks of the billows, "O answer me life's hidden riddle, the riddle primeval and painful, over which many a head has been poring, heads in hieroglyphical nightcaps, heads in turbans and swarthy bonnets, heads in perukes, and 1,000 other poor and perspiring heads of us mortals. Tell me what signifies man? From whence doth he come? And where doth he go? Who dwelleth amongst the golden stars yonder? The billows are murmuring their murmur eternal, the wind is blowing, the clouds are flying, the stars are twinkling, all listless and cold, and a fool is awaiting an answer." 8. The Phoenix. There comes a bird who hath flown from the westward, he flies toward the east, toward the eastern garden home, where the spices so fragrant are growing, and palms are waving and wells are cooling, and, flying, the wondrous bird thus singeth, she loves him, she loves him. His image she bears in her little bosom, and bears it sweetly and secretly hidden, nor knows it herself. But in her vision, before her he stands, she prays, and she weeps, and she kisses his hands, and calls on his name, and calling awakes she and lieth all startled, and rubbeth her beauteous eyes in amazement. She loves him. She loves him. 9. Echo. Gainst the mast reclining, and high on the lofty deck stood I, and heard I the song of the bird. Like black-green steeds, with silvery manes, the white and curling billows were springing, like flocks of swans were sailing past us, with glittering sails, the men of Heligoland, the nomads bold of the Baltic. Over my head, in the azure etern, snowy clouds were fluttering on, while sparkled the sun everlasting, the rose of the heavens, the fiery blooming one, who joyfully mirrored himself in the ocean, and heaven and ocean, and with them my heart in echo resounded, she loves him. She loves him. 10. Seasickness. The dark grey clouds of the afternoon, deeper are sinking fast over the sea, which darkly seemeth to rise to meet them, and between them the ship drives on. Seasick sit I unmoved by the mast, and make observations respecting myself. Primeval, ash-grey observations, which Father Lot of old did make, when he had drunk too much of the grape, and afterwards found himself amiss. At times I bethink me of olden stories, how cross-marked pilgrims of olden days, in stormy journeys the comforting image, religiously kissed of the Holy Virgin. How nights, when sick in such sea misery, the darling glove of their worshipped mistress pressed to their lips, and then were comforted. But I am sitting, and chew with vexation an ancient herring, the comforter salty after hard drinking or indigestion. All this time the ship is fighting with the furious, heaving flood. Now like a rearing battle steed stands it on its hinder part, so that the rudder cracks. Now it plunges head forward down again in the howling abyss of the waters, again, as though carelessly love faint, thinks it to lay itself down on the black breast of the billow gigantic, who mightily onward roars, and sudden, a desolate ocean waterfall, in snowy curlings plunges down headlong, and covers me over with foam. All this swaying and veering and tossing is quite unendurable. Is quite unendurable. In vain doth my eye keep watch and seek for the German coast. But, alas, not but water. Ever more water, fast-moving water. As the winter wanderer at evening longs for a comforting warm cup of tea, so now doth long my heart for thee, my German fatherland. For ever may thy sweet soil be covered with whims and hussars and horrible verses, and lukewarm slender treatises. For ever may thy stately zebras feed upon roses instead of on thistles. For ever may thy noble baboons in idle adornment trick themselves out, and think themselves better than all the other low-minded heavy and lumbering cattle. For ever may thy assemblage of snails look on themselves as immortal, because they creep so slowly along, and may they daily collect men's opinions whether the cheese might belongs to the cheese, and hold for a long time grave consultations, how the Egyptian sheep to improve, so that their wool may be better in quality, and the shepherd may shear them like all other sheep, without a distinction. For evermore may folly and wrong cover thee, Germany, utterly. Still am I yearning for thee, for thou art terra firma at least. 11. In harbor. Happy the man who arrives safe in harbor, and behind him hath left the ocean and tempests, and now so warmly and quietly sits in the town hall cellar of Bremen. See how the world is truly and lovingly in the bumper fully depicted, and how the heaving microcosm sunnily flows to the thirsty heart. All I discern in the glass, olden and new traditions of nations, Turks and Greeks, and Hegel and Gans, 27, citron forest and watch parades, Berlin and Skilda and Tunis and Hamburg, but most of all the form of my loved one, that angel head on the Rhenish wine's gold ground. Oh, how fair art thou, loved one! Thou art a very rose. Not like the rose of fair Shiraz, the nightingale's bride, of whom Hafiz once sang, not like the rose of Sharon, the sacred and red one, the prophet-honored one, but thou art like the rose in the cellar at Bremen. 28. That is the rose of all roses, the older she grows, the fairer she blossoms, and her heavenly fragrance hath gladdened my bosom, hath served to inspire me, served to enchant me. And did the head of the cellar of Bremen not hold me fast, yes, fast by my hair, I surely had tumbled. The worthy man. We sat together, and drank like brethren. We spoke of lofty mysterious things. We sighed and sank in the arms of each other, and he did convert me to love's religion. I drank to the health of my bitterest enemies, and every wretched poet I pardoned. And every wretched poet I pardoned, as I myself for pardon would hope. I wept with devotion, and lastly, the doors of the place were unto me opened, where the 12 apostles, the sacred tons, silently preach, though understood plainly by every nation. True men indeed, in wooden coats, from without all invisible. Inwardly are they more radiant and fairer than all the haughty priests of the temple, and Herod's satellites cringing and courtiers, all glittering in gold and clothed in purple. Ever my wont is to say, not amongst the mere common people, no, in the best and politest society, constantly lived the monarch of heaven. Hallelujah! How sweetly wave round me the palm trees of Bethel! How fragrant the myrrh is of Hebron! How Jordan is roaring, and reeling with rapture, while my immortal soul also is reeling, and I reel with it, and whilst thus reeling, I'm brought up the stairs and into the daylight by the worthy head of the cellar of Bremen. Thou worthy head of the cellar of Bremen, see where sit on the roofs of the houses the angels, all well drunken and singing. The glowing sun high up in the heavens is not but the red and drunken nose which the world spirit sticks out, and round the world spirit's red nose whirleth the whole of the drunken world. 12. Epilogue. As on the plain shoot up the wheat stalks, so do the thoughts in the spirit of man grow up and waver. But the gentle thoughts of the poet are as the red and blue-colored flowers, merrily blooming between them. Red and blue-colored flowers, The surly reaper rejects you as useless. Wooden flails all scornfully thresh you. Even the needy traveler, whom your sight rejoices and quickens, shaketh his head, and calleth you pretty weeds. But the rustic virgin, the twiner of garlands, doth honor and pluck you, and with you decketh her beauteous locks, and thus adorned, makes haste to the dance, where pipes and fiddles sweetly are sounding, or to the silent beech tree, where the voice of the loved one still sweeter doth sound than pipes or than fiddles. Monologue. In olden legends, golden castles stood, where harps were sounding, beauteous maidens danced, and spruce attendants flashed, and jessamine and rose and myrtle shed their fragrance round, and yet one single word of disenchantment made all this splendor in a moment vanish, and naught remained behind but olden ruins and croaking birds of night and drear morass. So have I, too, with but one single word, all nature's blooming glories disenchanted. There lies she now, as lifeless, cold, and pale as some bedizened regal corpse might be, whose cheekbones have been colored red by art, and in whose hand a scepter hath been placed. His lips however withered look and yellow, for they forgot to dye them red as well, and mice are springing o'er his regal nose, and ridicule the pond rouse golden scepter. Atatrol, a summer night's dream. Caput I. Hemmed close in by gloomy mountains, proudly o'er each other rising, lulled to sleep by wildly dashing cataracts, like some fair vision. In the valley lies the charming Cauterets. Its snow-white houses all have balconies, upon them stand fair ladies, laughing loudly. Laughing loudly, downward look they on the checkered noisy market, where there dance a male and female bear, to sound of bagpipe music. Atatrol and his dear wife 'tis, who are dancing, and with wonder the Biscayans are rejoicing. Stately, and with solemn grandeur, dances noble Atatrol. Yet his shaggy partner's wanting, both in dignity and manners. Yes, I have a shrewd suspicion that she is too much accustomed to the vulgar shameless dances at the Grand Chaumière at Paris. And the excellent bear leader, who with chain conducts the couple, seems the immorality of her dance to notice plainly, and he oft bestows upon her, with his whip fast falling lashes, with his whip fast falling lashes, and the swarthy mumma howls then, and awakes the mountain echoes. This bear leader 6 Madonnas wears upon his pointed hat, to protect his head from bullets, or from lice perchance it may be. O'er his shoulder there is hanging, many-hued, an altar covering, doing office as a mantle. Knife and pistol lurk beneath it. He had been a monk when younger, then became a robber captain. Then, to join the two vocations, took the service of Don Carlos. When Don Carlos had to scamper with the knights of his round table, and his paladins were driven to pursue some honest calling, then our knight became bear leader, and across the country traveled leading Atatrol and Mumma. And in sight of all the people, in the market, they must dance now. Atatrol must in the market of this city dance in fetters. Troll, who once was dwelling like a haughty desert monarch on the airy mountain, dances in a valley to the rabble, and for filthy lucre merely. He must dance, who formerly. He must dance, who formerly, in the majesty of terror, felt himself so high exalted. When his younger days recalls he his lost lordship of the forest, then growl forth despairing noises from the soul of Atatrol. Gloomy looks he, like a swarthy Moorish prince of Frilagrath, 29. As the latter drums but badly, so with rage he badly dances. But instead of pity, wakes he only laughter. Even Juliet from the balcony laughs downward at his leaps of desperation. Juliet has not in her bosom any feelings, French by nation. Outwardly she lives, her outside is delightful and enchanting. Her sweet looks compose a blissful net of rays, within whose meshes is our heart fast held in prison, like a fish, and gently struggles. Caput 2. That a swarthy Phrylograthean Moorish prince with anxious longing on the big drum skin should rattle, till with violence 'tis broken, is a very drum affecting, and a drum skin breaking matter. But just fancy the confusion, when a bear has burst his fetters. Both the music and the laughter straight are hushed, with screams of terror. Rush the people from the market. Pale as death turn all the ladies. Yes, from out his slavish fetters. Atatrol has freed himself. Suddenly, and springing wildly. Through the narrow streets he hastens. Up the rocks he nimbly clambers, then looks down, as if in scorn, then vanishes within the mountains. On the empty market stand now swarthy mumma, and bear leader. All alone. In angry fury. On the ground his hat he flingeth. Trampling on it, the Madonnas. Trampling also, tears the covering from his ugly naked body. Swears at such ingratitude. Such black bear's ingratitude. For he constantly had treated Atatrol in friendly fashion. And instructed him in dancing. And instructed him in dancing. All he had to him was owing. E'en his very life. In vain they offered him $100 for the skin of Atatrol. Then upon the poor black mumma, who, a form of silent sorrow, on her hinder paws imploring, stood before the much enraged one, fell the much enraged one's fury. With redoubled strength, he beats her, calls her even Queen Christina, Madame Munoz and Putina. All this happened in a beauteous, sultry summer afternoon. And the night which then succeeded to that day was quite superb. Almost half that night consumed I on the house's balcony. Juliet was beside me standing, gazing on the stars above us. Sighing said she, "Ah, in Paris fairest are the stars of all, when they on a winter evening in the street mud are reflected." Caput 3. Summer Night's Dream. All fantastic. Aimless is my song. Yes, aimless. As our love and as our living. As creator and creation. His own will alone obeying. Galloping along or flying. Revels in the realms of fable. My beloved Pegasus. He's no serviceable, virtuous cart horse of the citizens. Nor a battle steed of party. With pathetic neighs and stamping. Golden mounted are the hoofs all of my white and winged charger. Cords of pearls the guiding reins are. And at will I let him wander. Bear me wheresoe'er thou wouldest. Over steep and merry hill paths. Where cascades with mournful shrieking warn gainst madness's abysses. Bear me on through silent valleys. Where the solemn oaks are standing. While primeval sweet traditions from their knotted roots have birth. Let me drink there, while I moisten my dim eyes. Ah, now I languish for the sparkling wondrous water that imparts both sight and knowledge. All my blindness goes. My gaze pierces to the deepest rock cleft, to the cave of Atatrol. And I understand his language. And I understand his language. Strange 'tis how familiar to me this bare language now appeareth. In my dear home have I never heard those sounds in earlier days? Caput 4. Roncesvalles, thou noble valley. Whensoe'er I hear thy name, that blue flower so long departed o'er my bosom sheds its fragrance. Then the glittering dream world rises, which for 1,000 years had faded. And the mighty spirit eyes gaze upon me, till I'm awestruck. Rattling sounds awake their struggle. Saracen and Frankish night As though bleeding and despairing, ring Orlando's bugle notes. In the vale of Roncesvalles, hard beside Orlando's gap, christened thus, because the hero, seeking how to force a passage, with his trusty sword Duranda, struck with such death-dealing fury, on the wall of rock, that plainly, to this day are seen its traces. There within a gloomy hollow, close surrounded by a thicket of wild fir trees, safely hidden, lies the cave of Adatrole. In the bosom of his family rests he after all the hardships of his flight and the distresses of his public show and travels. Sweet the meeting, all his young ones found he in that happy cavern, where with Mumma he begot them. For his sons, and daughters too. For his sons, and daughters too. Well-licked maidens were the latter. Fair their hair, like parsons' daughters. Brown the youths, the youngest only. With the single ear is black. Now this youngest was the darling of his mother, who when playing, happened once to bite his ear off. And for very love she ate it. He's a very genial stripling, at gymnastics very clever, and he turns a somersault, like the posture master Massman. Sprig of autochthonic humor, he his mother tongue loves only, and has never learnt the jargon of the Grecian and the Roman. Fresh and free and good and merry, soap he holds in detestation, like the posture master Massman. But our young friend is most genial, where upon the tree he clambers, which along the steepest rock side, from the deep abyss upriseth, and extendeth to the summit. When the family at night time gather all around their father, toying in the evening coolness, then the old one loves to tell them what he in the world has witnessed, how he many men and cities had beheld, and greatly suffered. Had beheld, and greatly suffered, like Laird's noble offspring, but in one thing still unlike him, namely, that his wife went with him, his dear black Penelope. Adatrole then also tells them of the wondrous approbation that he, by his skill in dancing, had acquired in every quarter. He assured them young and old had exultingly admired him when he danced upon the market, to the sweet notes of the bagpipe. In particular the ladies, those dear connoisseurs of all things, had with vehemence applauded, and had ogled him with favor. Oh, the vanity of artists! Our old dancing bear with simpers calls to mind the time when late he to the public showed his talent. Overcome by self-laudation, he would fain by act exhibit that he's no mere boaster only, but a really first-rate dancer. From the ground then sudden springs he, on his hinder paws upstanding, and, as formerly, he dances the gavotte, his favorite dance. Mute, with muzzles gaping open, the young bears look on with wonder, while their father in the moonlight capers here and there thus strangely. Capers here and there thus strangely. Capet v. In the cavern, by his young ones. Sick at heart, upon his back lies Adatrole, while thoughtful sucks he at his paws, and sucks, and growls. Mumma, mumma, swarthy jewel, whom I out of life's wide ocean once did fish, in life's wide ocean once again I now have lost thee. Shall I ne'er again behold thee, or beyond the grave perhaps only, where, set free from earthly trammels, thy dear soul is glorified? Would that I, alas, could once more lick thy well-beloved muzzle, my dear mumma, which so sweetly stroked me over, as with honey. Would that I again could snuffle that sweet smell, thy own peculiar, O my dear and swarthy mumma, charming as the scent of roses. But, alas, my mumma's pining in the fetters of those rascals, who, the name of men adopting, deem themselves creation's masters. Death and hell. These men unworthy aristocracy's arch-emblems, look down on the animal kingdom proudly and disdainfully. Take away our wives and children, fetter us, ill-treat us, even kill us, for the sake of selling our poor hide and our poor carcass. Our poor hide and our poor carcass. And they think themselves permitted wicked deeds like this to practice gainst us bears especially, and the rights of man they call it. Rights of man indeed. Fine rights these. Tell me who bestowed them on you. Nature certainly ne'er did so, for she's not unnatural. Rights of man indeed. Who gave you this great privilege, I wonder? Reason certainly ne'er did so, for she's not unreasonable. Men, pray are ye any better than we others, just for eating all your dinners boiled or roasted? In a raw state we eat ours. Yet is the result the same to us both. No, food can never make one noble, he is noble who both nobly feels and acteth. Men, pray are ye any better just because the arts and science with success ye follow? We now never give ourselves the trouble. Are there not such things as learned dogs, and horses too, who reckon just like counselors of commerce? Do not hares the drum play finely? Are not many beavers adepts in the art of hydrostatics? Were not clysters first invented by the cleverness of storks? By the cleverness of storks? Write not asses criticisms. Are not apes all good comedians? Is there any greater mimic than Batavia, long-tailed monkey? Are not nightingales good singers? And is Frylagrath no poet, who can sing of lions better than his countryman the camel? I myself the art of dancing have advanced as much as Romer that of writing. Writes he better than I dance, yes, I the bear? Men, why are ye any better than we others? Upright hold ye, it is true, your heads, but in them low-born thoughts are ever creeping. Men, pray are ye any better than are we, because your skin is smooth and glistening? This advantage ye but share with every serpent. Human race, two-legged serpents. Well I see the reason why ye breeches wear, with foreign wool ye hide your serpent nakedness. Children, guard yourselves against these hairless and misshapen creatures. My dear daughters, never marry any monster that wears breeches. More than this I'll not report now. How the bear in his wild mania for equality, kept reasoning. All about the human race. All about the human race. For, to say the truth, I also am a man, and never will I tell again such foolish libels, which are, after all, offensive. Yes, I am a man, and better than the other sucking creatures, and the interests of the race ne'er will I renounce promoting. In the fight with other creatures, faithfully I'll ever struggle for humanity, the holy rights of man that he is born to. Caput 6. Yet perchance 'tis beneficial for us men, who form the higher kind of livestock, to discover how they reason down below us. Yes, below us, in the gloomy, mournful spheres of fellowship. In the beast's inferior strata brood resentment, misery, pride. That which natural history ever, equally with common custom, has for centuries admitted, is denied with impious muzzle. That false doctrine by the aged, in the young one's ears is grumbled, which assails both cultivation and humanity on earth. Children. At a troll thus growled, as he hither rolled and thither on his carpet-wanting couch. Unto us belongs the future. If each bear but thought as I do, if all beasts but thought so too, with united forces would we take up arms against the tyrants. Then the bear would form alliance with the horse, the elephant twine his trunk in loving fashion round the valiant ox's horn. Bear and wolf of every color, goat and monkey, and the hare for a time would work in common, and our triumph would be certain. And our triumph would be certain. Union is the essential requisite. Alone, we're conquered easily, but joined together we would overreach the tyrants. Union, and we'll triumph, and monopoly's vile sway be o'erthrown, and will establish a just kingdom for us beasts. Full equality for all, then, of God's creatures, irrespective of their faith, or skin, or odor, be its fundamental maxim. Strict equality. Each donkey be entitled to high office, on the other hand, the lion carry to the mill the sack. As respects the dog, indeed he is a very servile rascal, since for centuries has man like a dog ne'er ceased to treat him. Yet in our free state we'll give him once again his olden rights, his prescriptive birthright, and he soon again will be ennobled. Yes, the Jews shall then enjoy too all the rights of citizens, and by law be made the equals of all other sucking creatures. Only dancing in the market for the Jew shall not be lawful, this amendment I insist on in the interest of my art. In the interest of my art. For a sense of style, of rigid plastic art in motions wanting to that race, who really ruin what there is of public taste. Caput 7. Gloomy, in his gloomy cavern. Squats, in his beloved home circle. Atatrol, the misanthrope. And he shows his teeth, and growls thus. Men, the pert and vulgar fellows. Smile away. From all your smiling and from your offensive yoke too shall the coming day release us. I am always most offended by that sour sweet kind of quivering round the mouth, these smiles of man find I really past all bearing. When I in his pallid visage see displayed that fatal quivering, all my entrails in my body turn right round with indignation. More impertinently even than by words, a man lays open by his smile the deepest hidden insolence of his vile spirit. They are always smiling. Even when by decency is needed real solemnity of feature, e'en in love's most solemn moment. They are always smiling. Even when they're dancing. In this manner they degrade this noble science, which should be a kind of worship. Yes, the dance throughout all ages was a pious act of faith. Solemnly around the altar turn the priests in mystic circle. Turn the priests in mystic circle. Thus in olden time King David danced before the Ark of Covenant. Dancing was an act of worship, was a prayer upon the legs. I have ever understood thus dancing, when upon the market to the people I was dancing, who with their applause repaid me. This applause, I must confess it, often made me feel quite happy, for extorting admiration from one's foes is very sweet. But in their enthusiasm still they smile. The art of dancing powerless is to make them better, and they frivolous remain. Caput 8. Many a very virtuous burgher smells but badly, whilst the servants of a king with ambergris, or else lavender are scented. Virgin spirits may be met with, which of green soap bear the odor, whilst the criminal with rose oil may have washed himself demurely. Do not therefore turn your nose up, gentle reader, if the cave of Atatrol may not remind you of Arabia's sweetest spices. Tarry in that reeking circle, mid those miserable stenches, where to his young son the hero as from out a cloud thus speaks. Child, my child, thou youngest offspring of my loins, now place thy one ear close beside thy father's muzzle, and suck in my solemn words. Guard against man's ways of thinking, they destroy both soul and body. Mongst all men there's no such thing as any ordinary man. E'en the Germans, once so noble, e'en the very sons of Tuisco, our own primitive relations, they too have degenerated. They've become now faithless, godless, even preaching atheism. Child, my child, be on thy guard, gainst both Feuerbach and Bauer. 30. Never be an atheist, monster void of all respect for the Creator. A Creator 'twas who made this universe. High above us, sun and moon and the stars too are reflections of his power. Down below us, land and sea are the echo of his glory, and each living creature praises evermore his excellencies. E'en the smallest silver louse that in the aged pilgrim's beard in life's pilgrimage is sharer, sings the great Eternal's praises. In yon starry bright pavilion, on the golden seat of power, world-directing and majestic, sits a mighty polar bear. Free from spot and snow white glittering is his skin, his head is covered with a crown of diamonds, which illumines all the heavens. In his face is harmony, and the silent deeds of thinking. If he signs but with his scepter, all the spheres resound with singing. At his feet bare saints are sitting piously, who meekly suffered while on earth, and in their paws they hold the palms of martyrdom. Oft times one amongst them rises, then another, by the Spirit seeming moved, and straightway dance they their most solemn sacred dance. Sacred dance, where mercy's radiance renders talent quite superfluous, and the soul for very rapture from the skin attempts to leap. Oh, shall I, unworthy troll, partake this great salvation? And from earth's debasing sorrows to the realms of bliss soar upwards? Oh, shall I, all drunk with heaven, in the stars' pavilion yonder, with the pomp and with the glory, dance before the Master's throne? Caput 9. Like the tongue as red as scarlet, which a swarthy Phrylograthean Moorish prince with scornful fury from his sullen mouth protruded, so the moon from out the gloomy clouds of heaven advanced. Afar off, cataracts are roaring, sleepless and morosely through the night. At a troll upon the summit of his favourite rock stands lonely, and to the abyss downward howls he in the night wind. Yes, I am a bear, I am so, him ye christen Shaggy Bear, Growler, Ysgrim, and Bruin, and heaven knows how many others. Yes, I am a bear, I am so, the uncouth and boorish creature, I'm the awkward dromedary of your scorn and cruel laughter. I'm the butt of all your wit, I'm the bugbear, with whose terrors yet at night your children frighten, human children, when they're naughty. I'm the joke of all your idle misery stories, well I know it, and I now proclaim it loudly to man's paltry world below. Hear it, hear, a bear am I, my descent I'm not ashamed of, but am proud of it, as though I sprang from Moses Mendelssohn. Caput X. Two dark figures, wild and surly, and upon their all fours gliding, force their way across the gloomy grove of firs at midnight's hour. This is Atatrol, the father, and his son, young Master One Ear. Where the wood grows somewhat lighter, by the stone of blood they halted. This old stone, growled Atatrol, is the altar where the Druids in the days of superstition human sacrifices offered. Oh, their cruelty accursed! All the hair upon my back bristles when I think upon it. Blood was poured out to God's honor. Now these men are more enlightened, and no longer kill each other merely in excessive zeal for the interests of heaven. 'Tis no longer pious fancies, madness, nor enthusiasm, but mere vanity and self-love makes them now commit their murders. On the good things of the earth eagerly they're ever seizing, 'tis an endless round of fighting, for himself each person stealeth. Yes, the heritage of all is the individual's booty, of the rights, then, of possession speaks he, thinking of his own. Speaks he, thinking of his own. Of his own possessions rights too. Oh, the cruel theft, the lying. None but man could have invented such commingled fraud and madness. Private property was never made by nature, pocketless, with no pockets in our skins, we every one the world first entered. Not a single one amongst us at his birth had such a pocket in his body's outer skin, where he might conceal his robberies. Man alone, that smooth-skinned being, who with foreign wool so nicely clothes himself, had the sharpness to provide himself with pockets. Pockets. They're as much gainst nature as is private property, as possessions rights themselves are. Men in fact are but pickpockets. Fiercely hate I them. My hatred unto thee, my son, bequeath I. Here upon this altar shalt thou swear to man undying hatred. Be implacably the death foe of those wicked vile oppressors to the very end of life, swear it here, my son. And the youngster swore, as once did Hannibal. The moon, all yellow, on the stone of blood looked wildly. And the pair of misanthropes. By and by we'll tell the story. How the young bear ever faithful To his oath remained. Our lyre shall in another epic praise him. As respects friend Adatrol, we will leave him for the present. Presently to come across him, all the surer, with a bullet. All thy stealthy machinations, traitor gainst man's majesty, now at length are terminated, and thy hour will sound tomorrow. Caput 11. Like some drowsy bayadires, look the mountains, standing shivering, in their snowy shirts of clouds, fluttering in the breeze of morning. Yet they soon become enlivened by the sun god stripping from them all the veil that's hanging over them, lighting up their naked beauty. Early in the morn I started, with Lascaro on our journey, bound to hunt the bear. At noonday, we arrived at Pont d'Espagny. So they call the bridge which leadeth out of France and into Spain, to the land of West barbarians, who are 1,000 years behind us. Yes, 1,000 years behind us. In all modern civilization, my barbarians to the eastward, but 100 years behind are. Slowly, almost trembling, left I France's sacred territory, blessed fatherland of freedom, and the women that I love. On the middle of the bridge, a poor Spaniard sat. Deep misery lurked behind his tattered mantle. Misery in his eyes was lurking. An old crazy mandolin, with his withered fingers pinched he. Shrill the discord which re-echoed from the rocks, as in derision. From the rocks, as in derision. Oftentimes his figure bent he downward toward the abyss with laughter, tinkling harder than ever, while the following words he sang. In the middle of my bosom stands a little golden table, round the little golden table stand 4 little golden chairs. On the golden chairs are sitting little ladies, golden arrows in their hair, at cards they're playing, but 'tis only Clara wins. As she wins, she laughs with slyness. Ah, within my bosom, Clara, thou'lt be every time a winner, for thou holdest not but trumps. Wandering onward, to myself I spoke, 'tis singular that madness sits and sings upon yon bridge, that from France to Spain leads over. Is this madman but the emblem of the interchange mongst nations of their thoughts, or his own country's wild and crazy title page? We arrived not until evening, at the wretched small posada, where an olla podrida in a dirty dish was smoking. There I swallowed some garbanzos, heavy, large as musket bullets, indigestible to Germans, though to dumplings they're accustomed. Fit companion to the cooking was the bed, with insects peppered, it appeared. The bugs, alas, are far the greatest foes of man, fiercer than the wrath of 1,000 elephants. I find the hatred of one tiny little bug. When across my bed it crawleth, one must let them bite in quiet. This is bad enough, still more 'tis if one crushes them. The stink then keeps one all night long in torment. Yes, the fiercest earthly trouble is the fight with noxious vermin, who a stench employ as weapons, is a duel with a bug. Caput 12. How they rave, the race of poets, and the tame ones, singing ever, and exclaiming, Nature's surely the Creator's mighty temple, is a temple all whose glories to our Maker's fame bear witness, sun and moon and stars all hanging in its cupola as lamps. Well and good, my worthy people. Yet confess that in this temple are the stairs uncomfortable, bad and inconvenient stairs. All this up and down stairs going, mountain climbing and this jumping over rocks is very tiring, to the legs as well as spirit. Close beside me walked Lascaro, pale and lanky, like a taper. Never spoke he, never laughed he. He, the dead son of the sorceress. Yes, 'tis said that he's a dead man. dead long since, but yet his mother. Old Eureka's magic science kept him living in appearance. That accursed temple staircase. It exceeds my comprehension. How my neck escaped from breaking, stumbling o'er a precipice. How the cataracts were shrieking. How the tempest flogged the fir trees, till they howled. The clouds began to crashing suddenly bad weather. Crashing suddenly bad weather. In a little fishing cottage by the Lactagobe soon found we shelter and some trout for luncheon. Most delicious were the latter. In an armchair was reclining, ill and grey, the ferryman. On him his two pretty nieces, like a pair of angels, waited. Stoutish angels, rather Flemish, seeming from a frame descended. Of a Rubens, gold their tresses, full of health their eyes, and liquid. Their vermilion cheeks were dimpled, with a secret slyness in them. Strong their limbs were, and voluptuous, giving pleasure to the fancy. Dear, affectionate young creatures, keeping up a sweet discussion as to which drink would be relished most of all by their sick uncle, if the one the cup should bring him, full of well-boiled linden blossoms. Then the other hastes to feed him with an elderflower decoction. I'll not drink of either of them, cried impatiently the old man, fetch some wine, that I may offer to my guests some better drink. Whether it was wine they gave me at the Lactagobe, I really cannot say. Methinks in Brunswick, by the name of mum they'd call it. By the name of mum they'd call it. Of the very best black goat skin was the wine skin, stinking foully. Yet the old man drank with pleasure, and he seemed quite well and joyous. He recounted the achievements of the smugglers and banditti, merrily and freely living in the Pyrenean forests. Many old traditions also. Well he knew, amongst the others, were the battles of the giants with the bears in times primeval. Yes, the bears then and the giants struggled fiercely for the mastery of these mountains and these valleys, ere by man they were discovered. But when man arrived, the giants fled away from out the country, stupefied, for little brains are contained in heads gigantic. And 'tis said the silly fellows, on arriving at the ocean, and observing how the heavens in its azure depths were mirrored, cleverly supposed the ocean to be heaven, and plunged down in it, full of godlike confidence, and were drowned, the whole together. As respects the bears, however, they are gradually being killed by man, their numbers yearly in the mountains still decreasing. In the mountains still decreasing. Thus on earth, exclaimed the old man, one gives place unto another, and when men are put an end to, then the dwarfs will be the masters. Yes, the clever little people, who the mountain's womb inhabit, mongst the golden mines of riches digging and collecting nimbly. How they from their hiding places with their small sly heads keep peeping. Oft I've seen them in the moonlight, and then trembled at the future. At the power their gold will give them. I fear lest our descendants fly for refuge, like the stupid giants, to the watery heaven. Caput 13. In the black and rocky cauldron rest the waters deep of ocean. Stars, all pale and melancholy, peep from heaven. Night reigns, and silence. Night and silence. Oars are moving. Like a splashing wonder, a secret floats the bark. The old man's nieces play the part of ferryman, joyously and nimbly rowing. Oft times glisten in the darkness their stout naked arms, illumined by the stars, their great blue eyes, too. By my side Lascaro sitting is as pale and mute as usual. And the fearful thought shoots through me. Is he but a very corpse then? I myself, am I dead also? And embarking on my journey, with my ghostly comrades by me, to the chilly realm of shadows. And this lake, can it be Styx's gloomy flood? Has Proserpina, in default of Charon's presence, sent her waiting maids to fetch me? No. I am not yet departed. And extinguished, in my spirit, is the living flame of life still, glowing, blazing, and exulting. And these maidens, gaily pulling at their oars, and o'er me splashing, with the water dripping from them, full of merriment and laughter, full of merriment and laughter. These two fresh and sprightly damsels are most certainly not ghostly chambermaids in hell residing, waiting maids of Proserpina, that I might be fully certain of their upper worldliness, and by practical experience ascertain my own existence. Hastily my lips applied I to their rosy cheeks' soft dimples, and then framed this syllogism: yes, I kiss, and so I'm living. When we reached the shore, again I kissed the pair of kindly maidens. In this coin, and no other, would they take the passage money. Caput 14. Violet-colored mountain summits smile from out the sunny gold ground to the slope a village clingeth, seeming like a daring bird's nest. When I climbed up to it, found I that the old ones all had flown, and that none were now remaining, save the young, who could not fly yet, pretty boys, and little maidens, almost hidden in their scarlet or white woolen caps, whilst playing at a marriage, in the market. Still they played regardless of me, and I saw how the enamoured mouse prince knelt pathetically to the fair cat emperor's daughter. Poor young prince! Alas! He's married to the beauty. She morosely wrangles, bites him, and then eats him. When he's dead, the game is over. Almost all the day I lingered with the children, and we chatted like old friends. They fain would ask me who I was, and what my business. Dear young friends, my native country is called Germany, I told them. Bears are found there in abundance, and my business is bear hunting. There I've torn the skin from many of their bearish ears, and sometimes found myself full sorely handled by the paws of Master Bruin. By the paws of Master Bruin. Yet with ill-licked doltards daily I was forced to keep on wrangling in my own dear home, and found it get at length beyond all bearing. And accordingly here came I, some more noble prey desiring, and I fain would try my forces gainst the mighty Atatrol. He's a noble adversary, worthy of me. Ah! I often have in Germany been victor, when my victory ashamed me. When I took my leave, around me danced the pretty little beings in a rondo, whilst thus sang they: Giroflino, giroflet. Full of charming impudence, stepped at last the youngest THIRD me, bowing lowly twice, thrice, 4 times, while with pleasing voice thus sang she: When the king I chance to meet with, then I make him 2 low curtsies, when the queen I chance to meet with, then I make her curtsies 3. But whene'er the devil happens with his horns to come across me, then I curtsy twice, thrice, 4 times Giroflino, giroflet. Giroflino, giroflet. Sang the chorus, and with bant ring round my legs kept gaily whirling with their circling dance and sing-song. With their circling dance and sing-song. Whilst descending to the valley, that sweet echo still pursued me evermore, like birds soft chirping. Giroflino, giroflet. Caput 15. Rocky blocks, of size gigantic, all misshapen and distorted, gaze upon me like fierce monsters, turned to stone, from times primeval. Strange the sight? Grey clouds are hovering high above me, like their double. They're the pallid counterfeit of those wild and stony figures. In the distance roars the streamlet, and the wind howls through the fir trees. 'Tis a noise inexorable, and as wretched as despair. Solitude most terrible. Troops of jackdaws black are sitting on the battered crumbling fir trees, fluttering with their lame wings strangely. Close beside me goes Lascaro. Pale and silent, I myself, too. Looking like incarnate madness. With grim death as my companion. Wild and wretched is the country. Lies it 'neath a curse? Methinks I. On the roots of yonder stunted tree can marks of blood discover. It o'ershadoweth a cottage, which is modestly half hidden in the earth, with meek entreaty. Seems its thatch to gaze upon thee. They who this poor cot inhabit are Coggets, 31 surviving relics of a race that deep in darkness lives a sad despised existence. In the hearts of the Biscayans still is rooted fast the loathing of Coggets, dark heritage from dark days of superstition. In Bagnery's cathedral even is a narrow grated entrance. This, the sacristan informed me, was the door Coggets went in at. Once to them all other ingress to the church was interdicted, and by stealth they had to enter in God's holy house, like felons. There, upon a lowly footstool, sat the poor Coggets, and prayed there, all alone, as though infected, severed from the congregation. But the consecrated tapers of this century flare brightly, and their luster scares the evil shadows of the Middle Ages. So outside remained Lascaro, whilst I the Coggets' poor cottage entered, and my hand extended kindly to my suffering brother. And I also kissed his infant, who, close clinging to the bosom of his wife, sucked greedily, looking like a sickly spider. Caput 16. When thou seest yon mountain summits from a distance, they are gleaming as though decked with gold and purple, proud and princely in the sunlight. But when close at hand, this splendor vanishes, and, as in other earthly loveliness and glory, 'tis the play of lights deceived thee. What to thee seemed gold and purple is, alas, but common snow. Common snow, which, pale and wretched, lives a weary life and lonely. Just above me heard I plainly how the hapless snow was crackling, to the heartless cold winds telling all the tale of its white sorrows. Oh, how slowly pass here, sighted, in the desert waste the hours. Oh, these hours that seem quite endless, like eternities hard frozen. Hapless snow. Oh, had I only, stead of on these mountain summits, fallen into yonder valley, yonder vale, where flowers are blooming. Then should I have softly melted, and become a brook, whilst fairest village maidens in my waters would have washed their smiling faces. Yes, perchance I should have floated to the ocean, there becoming some fair pearl, and so be destined to adorn a monarch's crown. To adorn a monarch's crown. When I heard this pretty language, said I, darling snow, I'm doubtful whether such a brilliant future would have met thee in the valley. Comfort take. But few amongst you turn to pearls, thou wouldst have fallen probably in some small puddle, and become a piece of dirt. Whilst I in this friendly fashion, with the snow held conversation, came a shot, and from above me fell to earth a tawny vulture. 'Twas a joke of friend Lascaro, sportsman's joke, and yet his features still continued fixed and solemn, his gun barrel only smoking. He in silence tore a feather from the bird's tail, and then stuck it on the top of his peaked felt hat, and then hastened on as usual. Well nigh ghostly 'twas to see him, as his shadow with the feather on the white snow of the mountain, black and long, was onward moving. Caput 17. Like a street there runs a valley, known by name of Spirit Hollow. Rugged cliffs on either side of rise to giddy elevation. On the widest, steepest slope there peers Eureka's daring cottage, Like a watchtower o'er the valley. Thither followed I Lascaro. With his mother held he counsel. In mysterious signal language. As to how great Atatrol might be best allured and vanquished. For we had explored his traces carefully, and he no longer could escape us. Now are numbered. Atatrol, thy days on earth. As to whether old Eureka was in truth a mighty witch of distinction, as the people in the Pyrenees asserted, I'll not venture to determine. This much know I, her exterior was suspicious, and suspicious was her red eyes' constant dripping. Evil was her look, and squinting. And the poor cows, whom she looked on, in their udders, had the milk dried suddenly. It is even said that many fat swine and strongest oxen she had put to death, by merely stroking with her withered hands. Stroking with her withered hands. She at times for such offences was exposed to accusations to the justice. But the latter was a follower of Voltaire. Just a modern, shallow worldling, void of faith and penetration. And the accusers sceptically were dismissed, well nigh with insult. Publicly Eureka followed quite an honest occupation. Namely, selling mountain simples and stuffed birds to those who sought them. Full her cottage was of such like curiosities, and frightful was the smell of fungi in it. Cuckoo flowers and elderberries. There was quite a fine collection of the vulture tribe displayed there, with their wings extended fully, and their monstrous beaks projecting. Was the strange plant smell that mounted to my head and stupefied me? Wondrous feelings stole across me as I gazed upon those birds. There perchance enchanted mortals, who, by magic art o'erpowered, to the wretched stuffed condition of poor birds have been converted. Fixedly they gaze upon me. Sadly, yet with much impatience. Often they appear to throw toward the which shy glances also. Toward the which shy glances also. But the latter, old Eureka, close beside her son Lascaro, cowers in the chimney corner, melting lead and casting bullets. Bullets that by fate are destined to destroy poor Atatrol. How the flames with hasty motion quiver o'er the witch's features. She incessantly keeps moving her thin lips, but nothing says she. Mutters she the witch's blessing, that the casting be successful? Oft she chuckles and oft nods she to her son, but he continues earnestly his occupation, and as silently as death. Sweltering neath my awestruck feelings, to the window went I, seeking for fresh air, and then looked downward o'er the valley far below me. What I saw on that occasion tween the hours of 12 and 1, I will faithfully and neatly tell you in the following chapters. Caput 18. And it was the time of full moon, on St. John the Baptist's evening, when the wild hunt's apparition rushed along the spirit hollow, from the window of Eureka's, which like hut I excellently could observe the spirit army, as it sped along the valley. Capital the place I stood in, for observing what was passing. I enjoyed a full sight of the grave arisen dead men's pastime, cracking whips and shouts and hallooing, yelping dogs and neighing horses, notes of hunting horns and laughter. How they joyously re-echoed. On in front by way of vanguard ran the wondrous game they hunted. Stag and sow, in herds enormous, with the pack of hounds behind them. Huntsmen out of every region and of every age were gathered. Hard by Nimrod of Assyria, for example, rode Charles X. High upon their snowy horses. On they rushed, on foot there followed the piqueurs, the leashes holding, and the pages with the torches. Many in the wild procession, seemed to me well known. The horseman, in the golden glistening armor, was he not the great King Arthur? And Sir Ogier, he of Denmark, wore he not his green and glancing coat of ringed mail, that gave him all the appearance of a frog? In the long train also saw I many intellectual heroes. There I recognized our Wolfgang, by his eyes exceeding luster, being damned by Hank Stenberg. In his grave he cannot slumber, but his earthly love for hunting with the heathen throng continues. By his mouth's sweet smile I also knew again the worthy William, 32, whom the Puritans had likewise cursed with bitterness. This sinner needs must join at night that savage army, on a black steed mounted on an ass, and close beside him rode a man, and, oh good heavens, by his weary, praying gestures, by his pious snow-white nightcap, by his grief of soul, I straightway knew our old friend, Francis Horne, just for writing commentaries on the world child Shakespeare, must he, after death, poor fellow, with him ride amidst the wild hunt's tumult. Ah! He now must ride, poor Francis, who to walk was well nigh frightened, who ne'er moved, except when praying, who ne'er moved, except when praying, or when chatting o'er the tea-tray. Would not all the aged maidens, long accustomed to caress him, shudder if they came to hear that Francis was a savage huntsman? When he breaks into a gallop, the great William with derision looks on his poor commentator, who at donkey's pace goes after, helplessly and wildly clinging to the pommel of his donkey, yet in death as well as lifetime, following faithfully his author. Many ladies saw I also, in the spirit's wild procession, many beauteous nymphs amongst them, with their slender, youthful figures. They astraddle sat their horses, mythologically naked, yet their long and curling tresses fell low down, like golden mantles. Garlands on their heads they carried, and with saucy backward bending, supercilious wanton postures, leafy wands kept ever swinging. Hard beside them saw I certain closely buttoned dames on horseback, on their ladies' saddles sitting, with their falcons on their fists, as in parody behind them. On their knackers, lanky ponies, rode a troop of gay bedizened women, looking like comedians. Full of beauty were their features, but perchance a little bold. Madly were they shouting with their cheeks so full and wanton painted. How they joyously re-echoed notes of hunting horns and laughter, yelping dogs and neighing horses, cracking whips and shouts and hallooing. Caput 19. But, resembling beauty's trefoil, in the midst of the procession, figures three I noticed, ne'er I can forget those lovely women. Easily the first one knew I, by the crescent on her forehead, like a statue pure, all proudly onward rode the mighty goddess. High upturned appeared her tunic, half her breast and hip disclosing. Torchlight, moonlight both were playing gaily round her snowy members. White as marble were her features, cold as marble too, and fearful was the numbness and the paleness of that face, so stern and noble. Yet within her black eye plainly, terribly but sweetly sparkled a mysterious, glowing fire, spirit dazzling and consuming. Oh, how altered was Diana, who, with haughty chastity, to a stag once turned Actaeon, and as prey to dogs abandoned. Does she expiate this crime now, joined to these gallant companions? Like a wretched spectral creature, nightly through the air she travels. Late, indeed, but all the stronger, she to thoughts of lust awakens, and within her eyes 'tis burning. Like a very brand of hell. Like a very brand of hell. All the lost time now laments she. When mankind were far more handsome. And by quantity perchance she now makes up for quality. Close beside her rode a beauty, whose fair features were not chiseled in such Grecian mold, yet glistened with the Celtic race's charms. This one was the Fay Abunda, whom I easily distinguished by the sweetness of her smile, and her mad and hearty laughter. Hale and rosy were her features, as though limned by Master Groite. Heart-shaped was her mouth, and open, showing teeth of dazzling whiteness. Night dress blue and fluttering wore she, that the wind to lift attempted. Even in my brightest visions, never saw I such fair shoulders. Scarcely could I keep from springing out of window to embrace them. Ill should I have fared, however, for my neck should I have broken. She, alas, would but have tittered, if before her feet, all bleeding, in the deep abyss I tumbled. Ah! A laugh like this well know I, and the third of those fair women, who so deeply stirred thy bosom, was she but a female devil, like the other two first mentioned? Like the other two first mentioned? Whether devil she or angel, know I not. In case of women, one knows never where the angel ceases, and the deuce commences. On her glowing sickly features lay an oriental charm, and her costly robes reminded of Scheherazades' sweet stories. Soft her lips, just like pomegranates, and her nose a bending lily, and her members cool and slender as the palms in the oasis. On a snowy palfrey sat she, whose gold bridle by two negroes was conducted, who on foot by the princess' side were walking. And in truth she was a princess, was the queen of far Judea, was the lovely wife of Herod, who the Baptists had demanded. For this deed of blood she also was accursed, and as a spectre, with the wild hunt must keep riding, even to the day of judgment. In her hands she evermore bears the charger with the Baptists' head upon it, which she kisses. Yes, the head she kisses wildly. For she once loved John the Baptist. In the Bible 'tis not written, yet in popular tradition lives Herodias' bloody love. Lives Herodias' bloody love. Otherwise there's no explaining that strange fancy of the lady. Would a woman ever ask for that man's head for whom she cared not? She was somewhat angry, maybe, with him, had him, too, beheaded. But when she upon the charger saw the much-loved head lie lifeless, sore she wept, and lost her senses. And she died of love's delirium. Every night arising, bears she, as I've said, the bloody head in her hand as she goes hunting. Yet with foolish woman's fancy, she at times the head hurls from her through the air, with childish laughter, and then catches it again, very nimbly, like a plaything. And as she was riding by me, on me looked she, and she nodded so coquettishly and fondly, that my inmost heart was shaken. 3 times up and downward moving, the procession passed, and 3 times did the lovely apparition greet me, as she rode before me. When the train at last had faded, and the tumult was extinguished, still that loving salutation glowed within my inmost brain. Glowed within my inmost brain. And throughout the livelong night, I my weary limbs kept tossing on the straw, and methought, what meaning was there in that strange, mysterious nodding? Wherefore didst thou gaze upon me with such tenderness, Herodias? Caput XX. 'Twas the sunrise. Golden arrows shot against the white mist fiercely, which turned red, as though sore wounded, and in light and glory melted. Finally the victory's won, and the day, the triumphator, stood, in full and beaming splendor, on the summit of the mountain. All the birds in noisy chorus twittered in their secret nests, and a smell of herbs arose too, like a concert of sweet odors. At the earliest dawn of morning, to the valley we descended, and whilst friend Lascaro followed, on the traces of the bear, I the time to kill attempted, with my thoughts, and yet this thinking made me at the last quite weary, and a little mournful even. Weary, then, and mournful sank I, on the soft moss bank beside me, under yonder mighty ash tree, where the little streamlet flowed, which, with its mysterious plashing, so mysteriously befooled me, that all thoughts and power of thinking from my spirit passed away, and a raging yearning seized me, for a dream, for death, for madness, for that woman rider, whom I, in the spirit march had seen, in the spirit march had seen. Oh yeah, lovely nightly faces, scared away by beams of morning. Tell me, whither have ye fleeted? Tell me, where ye dwell at daytime, under olden temples' ruins. Far away in the Romagna Diana refuge seeks by day from Christ's dominion. Only in the midnight darkness, from her hiding place she ventures, and rejoices in the chase, with her heathenish companions. And the beauteous Feabunda of the Nazarenes is fearful, and throughout the day she lingers, safe within her Avallon. This fair island lies deep hidden, far off, in the silent ocean of romance, that none can reach save on the fabled horse's pinions. Never there casts care its anchor, never there appears a steamer, full of wonder-seeking blockheads, with tobacco pipes in mouth. Never reaches there the languid sound of bells, so dull and tedious, that incessant bim-bom clatter, which the fairies so detest. There, in never-troubled pleasure, and in youth eternal blooming, still resides the joyous lady, our blonde dame, the Feabunda. Laughingly her walks there takes she, under lofty heliotropes, with her talking train beside her, world-departed paladins. Well, and thou, Herodias, prithee, say where art thou? Ah, I know it. Thou art dead, and liest buried by the town Jerusalem. Stiffly sleeps by day thy body, in its marble coffin prisoned. Yet the cracking whips and hallooing waken thee at midnight's hour, and the wild array thou followest, with Diana and Abunda, with thy merry hunting comrades, who hold cross and pain detested. Oh, what sweet society could I hunt with you by night time, through the forests, by thy side. Always would I ride, Herodias, for 'tis thee I love the dearest, more than yonder Grecian goddess, more than yonder northern fairy. Love I thee, thou Jewess dead. Yes, I love thee. Well I know it, by the trembling of my spirit. Love thou me, and be my darling. Sweet Herodias, beauteous woman, I'm the very knight thou wantest. Little truly it concerns me, that thou art dead and damned already. That thou art dead and damned already. For I'm free from prejudices. My own happiness 'tis only that concerns me, and at times I feel inclined to doubt if truly to the living I belong. Take me as thy knight, I pray thee, as thy cavalier servant, and thy mantle will I carry, and e'en all thy whims put up with. Every night I'll ride beside thee, with the army wild careering. Merrily we'll talk and laugh then, at my frenzied conversation. Thus the time I'll shorten for thee, in the night, but yet by daytime, all our joy will fly, and weeping, on that grave I'll take my seat. Yes, I'll sit by daytime weeping, on the regal vault's sad ruins, on the grave of thee, my loved one, by the town Jerusalem. Jews, who chance to pass me. Then will surely think I'm sorrowing for the temple's desolation, and the town Jerusalem. Caput XXI. Argonauts without a ship, who on foot the mountain visit, and instead of golden fleeces, aim at nothing but a bear's skin. We're, alas, poor devils only, heroes of a modern fashion, and no classic poet ever will in song immortalize us. Yet we notwithstanding suffered serious hardships. Oh, what rain fell upon us on the summit, where no tree or hackney coach was. Fierce the storm, its bonds were broken, and in buckets it descended. Jason surely was at Colchis, never drenched in such a shower bath. An umbrella? Gladly would I give you 36 kings 33 for the loan of one umbrella. Cried I, and the water dripped still. Fagged to death, and out of temper, we returned, like half-drowned puppies, late at night, as best we could, to the witch's lofty cottage. There beside the glowing fireplace sat Eureka, busy combing her great fat and ugly pug dog. Quickly she dismissed the latter to attend to us instead, and my bed she soon got ready, loosening first my espardelas. That uncomfortable footgear helped me to undress my stockings. Pulling off, I found them sticking to my legs, as close and faithful as the friendship of a blockhead. Quick, a dressing gown. I'd give you 36 kings for only one dry dressing gown, exclaimed I, as my wet shirt steamed upon me. Freezing and with chattering teeth, I stood a while upon the hearth, by the fire, then driven senseless. On the straw at length I sank, but I slept not. Blinking looked I on the witch, who by the chimney sat, and held the head and shoulders of her son upon her lap, helping to undress him. Near her stood upright her ugly pug dog, and he in his front paw managed cleverly to hold a pot. From the pot Eureka took some reddish fat, and with it rubbed the ribs and bosom of her son, rubbing hastily, with trembling. And while rubbing him and salving, she a cradle song was humming through her nose, whilst strangely crackled on the hearth the ruddy flames. Like a corpse, all yellow, bony, on his mother's lap the son lay, sorrowful as death, wide open. Stared his hollow, pallid eyes. Is he truly but a dead man, who each night by love maternal hath a life enchanted given him, by the aid of strongest witch salve? Wondrous the half-sleep of fever, where the leaden limbs feel weary, as though fettered, and the senses are excited, wide awake. How the herb smell in the chamber troubled me. With painful effort, thought I where I had already smelt the same, but vain my thoughts were. How the wind down the chimney gave me pain. Like sighs it sounded, of dejected dried up spirits, like the sound of well-known voices. Most of all was I tormented by the stuffed birds, which were standing on a shelf above my head, near the place where I was lying. They their wings were slowly flapping, and with awful motion, bending downward toward me, forward pushing their long beaks, like human noses. Ah! Where have I seen already noses such as these? At Hamburg? Or at Frankfurt, in the Jew Street? Sad the glimmering recollection. I at last was overpowered, quite by sleep, and in the place of wakeful, terrible phantasmas, came a healthful, steady dream. And I dreamt that this poor cottage suddenly became a ballroom, which by columns was supported, and by candelabra lighted. Some invisible musicians played from out Robert Le Diable, that fine crazy dance of nuns. All alone I walked about there. But at length the doors were opened wide and then advanced, with a step both slow and stately, guests of wonderful appearance. They were solely bears and spirits, walking bold upright, each bear led a spirit as his partner, in a snow-white grave cloth hidden. In this manner paired, began they, waltzing up and down with vigor. In the hall, the sight was curious, laughable, but also fearful. For the awkward bears soon found it difficult to keep in step with the white and airy figures, who whirled round with easy motion. But those poor unhappy creatures were inexorably driven, and their snorting overpowered e'en the orchestral double bass. Oftentimes one couple jostled gainst another, and the bear gave the spirit that had pushed him some hard kicks on his hind quarters. Some hard kicks on his hind quarters. Often in the dance's bustle would a bear tear off the shroud from the head of his companion, and a death's head was disclosed then. But at length with joyous uproar crashed the trumpets and the cymbals, and the kettle drums loud thundered, and there came the gallopade. To the end of this I dreamt not, for a stupid clumsy bear trod upon my corns, and made me cry aloud, and so awoke me. Caput XXII. Phoebus in his sunny droshka lashed his flaming horses onwards, and had half his course already through the spacious heavens completed, whilst I still in slumber lay, and of bears and spirits, strangely intertwining with each other, in quaint arabesque, was dreaming. Midday 'twas ere I awakened, and I found myself alone. Both my hostess and Lascaro, for the chase had started early. In the hut the pug dog only still remained. Beside the hearth he stood upright before the kettle, while his paws a spoon were holding. Admirably had they taught him, when soe'er the broth boiled over, hastily to stir it round, and to skim away the bubbles. But am I myself bewitched? Or still blazes there the fever in my head? I scarce can credit my own ears. The pug dog's talking. Yes, he's talking, and his accent gentle is and Swabian, dreaming, as though buried in deep thought, speaks he in the foal-wing fashion. Poor unhappy Swabian poet! In a foreign land I sadly languish, as a dog enchanted, and a witch's kettle watch. And a witch's kettle watch? What a shameful sin is witchcraft! Oh, how sad, how deeply tragic is my fate, with human feelings underneath a dog's exterior. Would that I at home had tarried with my trusty school companions. There at any rate no wizards, ne'er bewitched a single being. Would that I at home had tarried with Charles Meyer, with the fragrant wallflowers of my native country, with its pudding broth delicious. I'm half dead now with nostalgia. Would that I could see the smoke rising from the chimneys where they vermicelli cook at Stuttgart. When I heard this, deep emotion came across me. Quickly sprang I from the couch, approached the fireplace, and addressed him with compassion. Noble bard, say how it happens that thou art in this witch's cottage? Tell me wherefore have they changed thee cruelly into a pug dog? But with joy exclaimed the other. Then thou art really not a Frenchman, but a German, understanding all my silent monologue? Ah, dear countryman, how sad that council l'obligation call, when we o'er our pipes and glasses held discussions in the beer shop. Held discussions in the beer shop. Always harped upon the thesis that by traveling alone we could obtain that polish, which he had from foreign lands imported. So, that I might wipe away all that raw crust which stuck upon me, and like Coll might acquire elegant and polished manners. From my country I departed, and while thus the grand tour making, came I to the Pyrenees, to the cottage of Eureka. An introduction brought her from just Enu's Kerner 34, never thinking that this so-called friend was in wicked league with witches. Kindly welcomed me Eureka, yet, to my alarm, her friendship kept on growing, till converted at the last to sensual passion. Yes, immodesty still flickered wildly in the withered bosom of this wretched, worthless woman, and she now must needs seduce me. Yet implored I, excuse me, worthy madam. I'm no Frivolos Goethe's pupil, but belong to the poet school of Swabia. Modesty's the muse we worship, and the drawers she wears are made of thickest leather. Good madam, do not violate my virtue. Do not violate my virtue. Other poets boast of genius, others fancy, others passion, but the pride of Swabian poets is especially their virtue. That's the only wealth we boast of. Do not rob me of the modest and religious simple garment which my nakedness doth cover. Thus I spoke, and yet the woman smiled ironically, smiling she a switch of mistletoe took, and then my head touched with it. Thereupon I felt a chilly strange sensation, like a goose skin being o'er my members drawn, yet in truth a goose skin 'twas not. On the contrary, a dog skin was it rather, since that fearful moment have I been converted as thou seest me, to a pug dog. Poor young fellow! Through his sobbing, not a word more could he utter. And he wept with so much fervour, that in tears well nigh dissolved he. Listen now, I said with pity. Can I possibly relieve you of your dog skin, and restore you to humanity and verses? But the other raised his paws up in the air disconsolately and despairingly. At length he spake with sighing and with groaning. Spake with sighing and with groaning. Till the judgment day, alas! I in this dogskin must be prisoned, if I'm freed not from enchantment by a virgin's self-devotion. Yes, a pure unsullied virgin, who ne'er touched a human being, and the following condition truly keeps, alone can free me. This unsullied virgin must, in the night of Saint Sylvester, read Gustavus Pfizer's 35 poems, and not go to sleep one moment. If she keeps awake while reading, and her modest eye ne'er closes, then shall I be disenchanted, be a man, yes, be undogged. In that case, good friend, replied I at any rate can never undertake to disenchant you, for I'm no unsullied virgin. And still less should I be able to fulfill the task of reading all Gustavus Pfizer's poems, and not fall asleep instanter. Caput XXIII. From the witch's entertainment to the valley we descended, and our footsteps to the region of the positive returned. Hence, yes spirits, nightly spectres, airy figures, feverish visions, we find rational employment. Once again with Atatrol. In the cavern, by his young ones, lies the old bear, soundly sleeping, with the snore of conscious virtue. And at length he wakes with gaping. Near him squats young Master One Ear, and his head he's gently scratching, like a bard whose rhyme is wanting. And upon his paws he's scanning, likewise by their father's side. On their backs are dreaming lying innocent four-footed lilies, Atatrol's beloved daughters. Say, what tender thoughts are pining in the softly blooming spirits of these snowy young bear virgins? Moist with tears their eyes are glistening. Most of all appears the youngest, deeply moved. Within her bosom she a blissful twinge is feeling, and to Cupid's might succumbs she. Yes, that little god's sharp arrow through her thick skin penetrated, when she saw him. Oh, good heavens! Him she loves, a living man is a man, yclept Schnafhansky. Whilst before his foes retreating, he arrived by chance one morning at the mountain in his flight. Woes of heroes touch all women, and within our hero's features were depicted want of money, pale distress and gloomy sorrow. All his military chest, 22 silver groschen, which he had when Spain he entered, was the prey of Espartero. E'en his watch was not preserved him, but remained at Pampeluna. In a pawn shop. 'Twas an heirloom, costly and of genuine silver. And with long legs swiftly ran he, but unconsciously whilst running, won he something that's far better than the best of fights, a heart. Yes, she loves him, the archfoe. O thou most unhappy Barras! If thy father knew the secret, he would growl in frightful fashion. As the aged Odoardo 36 stabbed Emilia Galati in his pride of citizenship, so would also Adatrole sooner have destroyed his daughter. Yes, with his own paws destroyed her, than permitted her to tumble. In the arms of any monarch. Yet he at this very moment is of tender disposition, with no wish to crush a rosebud, ere the hurricane has stripped it. 37. Tenderly lies Adatrole in the cavern, by his young ones. O'er him creep, like death's forebodings, mournful yearnings for the future. Children, sighed he, as his great eyes suddenly 'gan dripping, children, all my earthly pilgrimage is accomplished, we must part now. For today at noon whilst sleeping came a vision full of meaning, and my soul enjoyed the blissful foretaste of an early death. Now, I'm far from superstitious, I'm no giddy bear, yet are there certain things twixt earth and heaven unaccountable to thinkers. Over world and fate whilst poring, fell I fast asleep, with yawning, and I dreamt that I was lying underneath a mighty tree. From the branches of this tree there trickled down some whitish honey, gliding in my open muzzle, and I felt a sweet enjoyment. As I blissfully peered upwards, saw I on the very tree top 7 tiny little bears. 7 tiny little bears sliding up and down the branches. Tender, pretty little creatures, with a skin of rose-red color, while, like silk, from their dear shoulders hung a something, like 2 pinions. Yes, those rose-red little bears were adorned with silken pinions, and with sweet celestial voices, sounding like a flute's notes, sang they. As they sang, my skin turned ice cold, and from out my skin there mounted, like a soaring flame, my spirit, radiantly to heaven ascending. Thus spake Adatrole in quivering, tender grunting tones. A moment paused he, full of melancholy. But his ears with sudden impulse pricked he up, and strangely shook they. Whilst from off his couch up sprang he, trembling, bellowing with rapture. Do ye hear that sound, my children? Is it not the darling accents of your mother? Oh, well know I, 'tis the roaring of my mamma. Mamma? Yes, my swarthy mamma. Adatrole, these words pronouncing, hastened, like a crazy being, from the cavern to destruction. Ah, he rushed to meet his doom. Caput XXI. In the vale of Roncesvalles. On the very spot where whilome Charlemagne's unhappy nephew to the foe his life surrendered. There, too, fell poor Adatrole. And he fell by cunning, like him, whom the base equestrian Judas, Gainlin of Mainz, betrayed. Ah! That noblest bear's emotion, namely his uxorious feelings, was a snare which old Eurica cunningly availed herself of. She the growl of swarthy mamma copied with such great perfection, that poor Adatrole was tempted. Out of his secure bear's cavern, on the wings of yearning ran he. Through the vale, oft stood he, gently snuffing at a rock in silence, thinking mamma was concealed there. Ah! Concealed there was Lascaro, with his musket, and he shot him through the middle of his heart, whence gushed a ruddy stream of blood. Once or twice his head he waggled, but at last with heavy groaning fell he down, and wildly gasped he. And his latest sigh was mamma. Thus the noble hero fell. Thus he died. And yet immortal will he in the poet's numbers. After death the rise in glory? After death the rise in glory? Yes, he'll rise again in numbers. And his glory, grown colossal, on four-footed solemn trochees, o'er the face of earth stride proudly. And his tomb Bavaria's monarch will erect in the Valhalla, writing on it this inscription, in true lapidary style. Adatrol, a bear of impulse, devotee, a loving husband, full of Sanskalitic notions, thanks to the prevailing fashion. Wretched dancer, strong opinions bearing in his shaggy bosom, often stinking very badly, talentless, a character. Caput XXV. 33 aged women, wearing on their heads the scarlet, old Biscayan caps we read of, stood around the village entrance. One, like Deborah, amongst them, beat the tambourine, and danced too. And she sang a song of triumph o'er Lascaro, the bear slayer. 4 strong men upon their shoulders bore the vanquished bear in triumph. Upright sat he on the seat, like a sickly bathing patient. And behind, as if related to the dead bear, went Lascaro. With Eureka, right and left she bowed her thanks, though much embarrassed. And the mayor's assistant gave them quite a speech before the town hall, when the grand procession got there. And he spoke on many subjects, as, for instance, on the increase of the navy, on the press, on the weighty beetroot question, on the curse of party spirit. After fully illustrating Louis Philippe's special merits, he proceeded to the bear and Lascaro's great achievement. "Thou, Lascaro," cried the speaker, as with his tricolored sash he wiped the sweat from off his forehead, "thou, Lascaro! Thou, Lascaro! Thou, Lascaro! Thou, Lascaro! Thou who bravely hast delivered France and Spain from Adatrol, thou art the hero of both countries, Pyernine Lafayette." When Lascaro in this manner heard officially his praises, in his beard with pleasure laughed he, and quite blushed with satisfaction, and in very broken accents, one word o'er another stumbling, gave he utterance to his thanks for this most exceeding honor. Every one with deep amazement gazed upon this sight unwonted, and the aged women muttered in alarm, beneath their breath, "Why, Lascaro has been laughing. Why, Lascaro has been blushing. Why, Lascaro has been speaking. He, the dead son of the witch Adatrol, that very day was flayed, and then they sold by auction his poor skin. A furrier bought it for 100 francs, hard money. He most beautifully trimmed it with a lovely scarlet border, and then sold it for just double what it cost him in the first place. Juliet then became its owner at third hand, and in her bedroom lies it now in Paris, serving as a rug beside her bed. As a rug beside her bed. Oh, with naked feet how often have I stood at night upon this earthly brown coat of my hero, on the skin of Adatrol, and overcome by sad reflections. Schiller's words I then remembered, what in song shall be immortal must in actual life first die. 38. Caput XXVI. Well, and Mumma? Ah, poor Mumma is a woman. Frailty is her name. Alas! All women are as frail as any porcelain. When by fate's hand she was parted from her glorious noble husband, she by no means died of sorrow, nor succumbed to her affliction. On the contrary, she gaily went on living, went on dancing, as before, with ardor wooing for the public's daily plaudits. Finally she found a solid situation, and provision for the whole of life, at Paris, in the famed Jardin des Plantes. When I chanced the other Sunday with my Juliet to go thither, and expounded nature to her. Of the plants and beasts conversing, showing the giraffes and cedars. Of Mount Lebanon, the mighty dromedary, the gold pheasants, and the zebra, as we chatted. It so happened that at length we stood before the pit's close railing, where the bears are all collected. Gracious heavens, what saw we there? An enormous desert bear, from Siberia, white and hairy. With a lady bear was playing. With a lady bear was playing. A too tender game of love there. And the latter was our mama. Was the wife of Adatrol. Well, I knew her by the tender, humid glances of her eye. Yes, 'twas she. The South's black daughter. She it was, yes, Madam Mama. With the Russian is now living. With a northern wild barbarian. With a simpering face a Negro. Who approached us, thus addressed me, "Is there any sight more pleasing than to see two lovers happy?" I replied, "Pray tell me whom, sir, I've the honor of addressing." But the other cried with wonder, "Don't you really recollect me? Why, the Moorish prince am I who in Freilagrath was drumming. Things in Germany went badly, I was far too isolated. Here, however, where as keeper I am stationed, where I'm living mongst the lions, plants, and tigers of my home within the tropics. Here I find it much more pleasant than your German fairs attending, where I day by day was drumming and was fed so very badly. I quite recently was married to a fair cook from Alsatia, when within her arms reposing feel I then at home completely. Feel I then at home completely. Her dear feet remind me closely of our darling elephants. When she speaks in French, her language my black mother tongue resembles. Oft she scolds me, and I think then of the rattling of that drum which had skulls around it hanging, snake and lion fled before it. Yet with feeling in the moonlight weeps she, like a crocodile peeping from the tepid river to enjoy a little coolness. And she gives me charming tidbits, and I thrive upon them, eating once again, as on the Niger, with old African enjoyment. I am getting fat, my belly's grown quite round, and from my shirt it is projecting, like a black moon from the snow-white clouds advancing. Caput XXVII. Where in heaven, Master Lewis, did you pick up all this crazy nonsense? These the very words were Hitch the cart Nal Dest made use of, when he read the well-known poem of Orlando's frantic doings, which politely Ariosto to his eminence inscribed. Yes, my good old friend Varnhagen. Yes, I round thy lips see plainly. Overhearing those exact expressions, by the same sly smile attended. Often dost thou laugh whilst reading, yet at intervals thy forehead solemnly is wrinkled over. And these thoughts then steal across thee. Sounds it not like those young visions that I dreamt once with Chamisso and Brentano and Fouque, in the blue and moonlight evenings? 39. Is it not the dear notes rising from the long-lost forest chapel? Sound the well-known cap and bells not roguishly at intervals? In the nightingale's sweet chorus breaks the bear's deep double bass, dull and growling, interchanging in its turn with spirit whispers. Nonsense, which pretends to wisdom. Wisdom, which has turned quite crazy. Wisdom, which has turned quite crazy. Dying sighs, which suddenly into laughter are converted. Yes, my friend, the sounds indeed 'tis from the long-departed dream time. Save that modern quavers often midst the olden keynotes jingle. Signs of trembling thou lt discover. Here and there, despite the boasting. I commend this little poem to thy well-proved gentleness. Ah! Perchance it is the last free forest song of the romantic. In the daytime's wild confusion, will it sadly die away? Other times and other birds too. Other birds and other music. What a crackling, like the geese's, who preserved the capital. What a twittering, 'tis the sparrows, while their claws hold farthing rushlights. Yet they're strutting like Jove's eagle with the mighty thunderbolt. What a cooing! Turtle doves 'tis. Sick of love, they now are hating. And henceforward, stead of Venus, draw the chariot of Bellona. What a humming, world convulsing! 'Tis in fact the big cockchafers of the springtime of the people, smitten with a sudden frenzy. Other times and other birds too. Other birds and other music. Other birds and other music. They perchance could give me pleasure, had I only other ears. Germany. 40. A Winter Tale. Caput I. In the mournful month of November 'twas. The winter days had returned. The wind from the trees the foliage tore. When I towards Germany journeyed. And when at length to the frontier I came, I felt a mightier throbbing within my breast, tears filled my eyes, and I well nigh broke into sobbing. And when I the German language heard, strange feelings each other succeeding, I felt precisely as though my heart right pleasantly were bleeding. A little maiden sang to the harp, real feeling her song was conveying, though false was her voice, and yet I felt deep moved at hearing her playing. She sang of love, and she sang of love's woes, of sacrifices, and meeting again on high, in yon better world where vanish our sorrows so fleeting. She sang of this earthly valley of tears, of joys which so soon have vanished, of yonder, where revels the glorified soul, in eternal bliss, grief being banished. The song of renunciation she sang, the heavenly Epopeia, wherewith the people, the booby throng, are hushed when they soothing require. I know the tune, and I know the text. I know the people who wrote it. I know that in secret they drink but wine, and in public a wickedness vote it. And in public a wickedness vote it. A song, friends, that's new, and a better one, too, shall be now for your benefit given. Our object is, that here on earth we may mount to the realms of heaven. On earth we fain would happy be, nor starve for the sake of the stronger. The idle stomach shall gorge itself with the fruit of hard labor no longer. Bread grows on the earth for every one. Enough, and en in redundance. And roses and myrtles, beauty and joy. And sugar plums too in abundance. Yes, sugar plums for every one. As soon as the plums are provided, to angels and sparrows we're quite content. That heaven should be confided. If after death our pinions should grow, we'll pay you a visit auspicious. In regions above, and with you we'll eat sweet tarts and cakes delicious. A song that's new, and a better one, too, resounds like fiddle and flute now. The Miserere's at last at an end. The funeral bells are mute now. The maiden Europe has been betrothed to the handsome genius Freedom. They clasp and kiss each other with warmth, as their newborn passions lead em. The priestly blessing may absent be, but the wedding is still a wedding. So here's long life to the bridegroom and bride, and the future fruit of their bedding. And the future fruit of their bedding. An epithalamium is my song, my latest and best creation. Within my soul are shooting the stars that proclaim its inauguration. Those stars inspired blaze wildly on, in torrents of flame, and with wonder I feel myself full of unearthly strength. I could rend en oaks asunder, since I on Germany's ground have trod. I'm pervaded by magical juices. The giant has touched his mother once more, and the contact new vigor produces. Caput II. Whilst heavenly joys were warbled thus, and sung by the little maiden, the Prussian douaniers searched my trunk. As soon as the coach was unladen, they poked their noses in everything, each handkerchief, shirt, and stocking. They sought for jewels, prohibited books, and lace, with a rudeness quite shocking. Ye fools, so closely to search my trunk, ye will find in it really nothing. My contraband goods I carry about in my head, not hid in my clothing. Point lace is there, that's finer far than Brussels or Mechlin laces. If once I unpack my point, 'twill prick and cruelly scratch your faces. In my head I carry my jewelry all. The future's crown diamonds splendid. The new God's temple ornaments rich. The God as yet not comprehended. And many books also you'd see in my head. If the top were only off it. My head is a twittering bird's nest, full of books that they gladly would forfeit. Believe me that matters are no worse off. In the library En of the devil. En Hoffmann of Faller's Leben 41 ne'er wrote any works that were half so evil. A passenger who stood by my side remarked that we now had before us the famous Prussian Zollverein. The custom house's vast chorus. The custom house's vast chorus. The Zollverein, thus he observed, will found our nationality, and join our scattered fatherland in bonds of cordiality. 'Twill give us external unity. That kind that's material and real, the censorship gives us the other kind, that's ghostly and ideal. It gives us internal unity, in thought as well as in feelings. A united Germany need we to rule our outward and inward dealings. Caput 3. In the old cathedral at Aix-la-Chapelle lie buried great Charlemagne's ashes. As the smallest of poets I'd sooner live at Stuttgart, by Neckar's fair river, than be buried as Emperor at Aix-la-Chapelle, and so be extinguished forever. In the streets of Aix-la-Chapelle the dogs are ennuied, and humbly implore us, O stranger, prithee give us a kick, and to life for a time thus restore us. I sauntered along in this tedious place for an hour, with great perseverance, and saw that the Prussian soldiery are not the least changed in appearance. The high red collar still they wear, with the same grey mantle below it. They are still the wooden pedantic race, in every motion displaying the same right angle, and every face a frigid conceit still betraying. They walk about stiffly, as though upon stilts, stuck up as straight as a needle, appearing as if they had swallowed the stick once used as the best means to wheedle. Yes, ne'er has entirely vanished the rod. They carry it now inside them. Familiar dew will recall the old wherein they were wont to pride them. The long mustachio nothing more than the pigtail of old discloses. The tail that formerly hung behind is hanging right under their noses. I was not displeased with the new costume of the cavalry, I must confess it. And chiefly the headpiece, the helmet in fact with the steel point above it, to dress it. It seems so knightly, and takes one back to the sweet romance of past ages, to the Countess Johanna of Mount Faucon, Tyche, Ulant, Fouque, and such sages. The Middle Ages it calls to mind, with their squires and noble inferiors, who in their bosoms fidelity bore, and escutcheons upon their posteriors. Crusades and tourneys it brings back to, and love, and respect at a distance, and times of faith, ere printing was known, when newspapers had no existence. Yes, yes, I admire the helmet, it shows an intellect truly enchanting. Right royal indeed the invention was. The point is really not wanting. If a storm should arise, a peak like this on your romantic head might attract the heaven's most modern lightning. At Aix-la-Chapelle, on the post-house arms, I saw the bird detested. Yet once again, with poisonous glare. Yet once again, with poisonous glare, his eyes upon me rested. Detestable bird! If thou shouldst fall in my hands, thou creature perfidious, I would tear thy feathers from off thy back, and hack off thy talons so hideous. And then I would stick thee high up on a pole in the air, thou wicked freebooter, and then to the joyful shooting match invite each Rhenish sharpshooter. As for him who succeeds in shooting thee down, the crown and scepter shall proudly reward the worthy, the trumpets will blow, long life to the king, shouting loudly. 42. Caput 4. 'Twas late at night when I reached Cologne, the Rhine was past me rushing, the air of Germany on me breathed, and I felt its influence gushing upon my appetite. I ate some omelets, together with bacon. And as they were salt, some Rhenish wine was by me also taken. The Rhenish wine gleams like very gold, when quaffed from out a green rummer. If thou drinkest a few pints in excess, 'twill give thy nose the colour of summer. So sweet a tickling attacks the nose. One's sensations grow fonder and fonder. It drove me out in the darkening night, through the echoing streets to wander. The houses of stone upon me gazed, as if wishing to tell me the mysteries and legends of times that have long gone by, the town of Cologne's old histories. Yes, here it was that the clergy of yore dragged on their pious existence. Here ruled the dark men, whose stories preserved by Ulrich von Hutten's 43 assistants. 'Twas here that the nuns and monks once danced in medieval gyrations. Here Cologne's own Menzel, Hoogstraten 44 by name, wrote his bitter denunciations. 'Twas here that the flames of the funeral pile both books and men once swallowed. The bells rang merrily all the while, and Kyrie eleison followed. And Kyrie eleison followed. Stupidity here and spitefulness, like dogs in the street, coquetted. In religious hatred the brood still exists, though greatly to be regretted. But see, where the moonlight yonder gleams, a form of a monstrous sort is, as black as the devil it rears its head. Cologne Cathedral in short 'tis. 'Twas meant a Bastille of the spirit to be, and the cunning papists bethought them. In this prison gigantic shall pine away German intellects, when we have caught them. Then Luther appeared, and soon by his mouth a thundering halt was spoken. Since then the cathedral no progress has made in building, the charm being broken. It never was finished, and this is as well, for its very non-termination. A monument makes it of German strength and Protestant Reformation. Ye cathedral society's members vain, with powerless hands have ye risen, to continue the work that so long has been stopped, and complete the ancient prison. O foolish delusion! In vain will ye shake the money boxes so bootless, and beg of the Jews and heretics too. Your labor is idle and fruitless. In vain will list on behalf of the fund, make concerts all the fashion, and all in vain will a talented king declaim with impetuous passion. Declaim with impetuous passion. Cologne Cathedral will finished be ne'er, although the Swabian Solons have sent a shipload full of stones to help it, nolens volens. 'Twill ne'er be completed, despite all the cries of the ravens and owls without number, who, full of antiquarian lore, in high church steeples slumber. Indeed, the time will by and by come, when instead of completing it rightly, the inner space as a stable will serve for horses, a change but unsightly. And if the cathedral a stable becomes, pray tell us how they will then tackle the three holy kings who rest there now, within the tabernacle. Thus ask they. But why should we, in these days, stand up as their supporters? The three holy kings from the eastern land must find some other quarters. Take my advice, and place them all in those three iron cages that high upon St. Lambert's tower at Munster have hung for ages. If one of the three should missing be, select in his stead some other. Replace the king of the eastern land by some regal western brother. 45. The king of the tailors 46 sat therein, with his two advisers by him. But we will employ the cages now for monarchs who greatly outvie him. On the right Balthasar shall have his place. On the left shall be Melchior's station. In the midst shall be Gaspar. I know not what when alive, was their right situation. The Holy Alliance from out of the East, now canonized so duly, perchance has not always its mission fulfilled quite properly and truly. Balthasar perchance and Melchior too, were men of but weak resolution, who promised, when sorely pressed from without, their kingdom a constitution. And afterwards broke their word. Perchance King Gaspar, who reigned o'er the moormen, rewarded with black ingratitude his foolish fond subjects, the poor men. Caput V. And when I came to the bridge o'er the Rhine, where the bastion its corner advances, there saw I Father Rhine flowing on in the silent moonbeams' glances. All hail to thee, good Father Rhine, now that I'm home returning. Full often have I on thee thought, with longing and deep yearning. Thus spake I, and heard in the waters deep a voice at once strange and moaning, like the wheezing cough of an aged man, with grumbling and feeble groaning. Thou art welcome, and as thou rememberest me, I see thee, good youth, again gladly. 'Tis 13 long years since I saw thee last, my affairs have meanwhile gone badly. At Bibrick many a stone I've gulped down, my digestion in consequence worse is, yet heavier far on my stomach, alas, lie Nicholas Becker's 47 verses. My praises he chants, as though I were now the purest and best behaved maiden, who never allowed any mortal to steal the crown with her purity laden. Whenever I hear the stupid song, I could tear my beard in a passion, and feel inclined to drown myself, in a curious fashion. That I am a virgin pure no more the French know better than any, for they with my waters have mingled oft their floods of victory many. Their floods of victory many. The stupid song and the stupid man. Indeed he has treated me badly, to a certain extent he has compromised me in matters political sadly. For if the French should ever come back, I must blush at their reappearance, though I prayed with tears for their return to heaven with perseverance. I always have loved full well the French, so tiny yet full of sinew, still wear they white breeches as formerly? Does their singing and springing continue? Right glad should I be to see them again, and yet I'm afraid to be twitted on account of the words of that cursed song, and the sneers of its author half-wit. That Alfred de Musset 48, that lad upon town, perchance will come as their drummer, and march at their head, and his wretched wit play off on me all through the summer. Poor Father Rhine thus made his complaints, and discontentedly spluttered, in order to raise his sinking heart. These comforting words I uttered. Oh, do not dread, good Father Rhine, the laugh of a Frenchman, which is worth little, for he is no longer the same, and they also have altered their breeches. Their breeches are red, and no longer are white. They also have altered the button, no longer they sing and no longer they spring, but hang their heads like dead mutton. But hang their heads like dead mutton. They now are philosophers all, and quote Hegel, Fichte, Kant, over their victuals, tobacco they smoke, and beer they drink, and many play also at skittles. They're all, like us Germans, becoming mere snobs, but carry it even farther. No longer they follow in Voltaire's steps, but believe in Hengstenberg 49 rather. As for Alfred de Musset, indeed it is true that he still to abuse gives a handle, but be not afraid, and will soon chain down his tongue so devoted to scandal. And if he should play off his wretched wit, we'll punish him most severely, proclaiming aloud the adventures he meets with the women he loves most dearly. Then be contented, good Father Rhine, bad songs treat only with laughter, a better song ere long thou shalt hear. Farewell, we shall meet hereafter. Caput 6. On Paganini used always to wait. A spiritus familiaris. Oft times as a dog, oft times in the shape of the late lamented George Harris. Napoleon, before each important event, saw a man in red, as they mention. And Socrates he had his daemon too. No fanciful mere invention. Eni, when I sat at my table to write, when the darkness of night had entwined me, have sometimes seen a muffled form, mysteriously standing behind me, hid under his mantle, a something he held. And when the light happened to catch it, it strangely gleamed, and methought 'twas an axe, an executioner's hatchet. His stature appeared to be under the mean. His eyes like very stars glistened. He never disturbed me as I wrote. but quietly stood there, and listened. For many a year I had ceased to see this very singular fellow, but found him here suddenly at Cologne. In the moonlight silent and mellow, I sauntered thoughtfully through the streets, and saw him behind me stalking, just like my shadow, and when I stood still, he also left off walking. He stood, as if he were waiting for me. And when I onward hurried, he followed again, and thus I reached the cathedral yard, quite flurried. The cathedral yard, quite flurried. I could not bear it, so turned sharp round, and said, I insist on an answer, why follow me thus in the silent night, and lead me this wandering dance, sir? I come across thee just at the time when worldwide feelings are dashing across my breast, and through my brain the spirit lightnings are flashing. Thou gazest upon me so fixedly, now answer me, what is there hidden beneath thy mantle that secretly gleams? Thy business say, when thou art bidden. The other replied in a somewhat dry tone, if not a little phlegmatic. I pray thee, exorcise me not, and be not quite so emphatic. No ghost am I from the days gone by, no grave arisen spectre, I have no affection for rhetoric, I'm no philosophic projector. I am of a practical nature in fact, and of silent resolution, but know, that whatever thy spirit conceives, I put into execution. And even when years have passed away, I rest not, nor suffer distraction, till I've changed to reality all thy thoughts, thine's the thinking, and mine is the action. The judge art thou, and the jailer am I, and, like a servant obedient, the judgments execute pleasing to thee, whether right or inexpedient. Whether right or inexpedient. Before the consul they carried an axe in Rome of old, let me remind thee, and thou hast also thy lictor, but he now carries the axe behind thee. Thy lictor am I, and follow behind, and carry in all its splendor the polished executioner's axe. I'm the deed which thy thoughts engender. Caput 7. I homeward went, and as soundly I slept, as if by the angels tended. In German beds one cozily rests, for they are all feather beds splendid. How often I've yearned for the sweet repose of my own native country's pillows, while I lay on hard mattresses, sleepless all night, in my exile far over the billows. One sleeps so well, and one dreams so well, in our feather beds delicious. The German spirit here feels itself free from all earth's fetters pernicious. It feels itself free, and upward soars to the highest regions Elysian. O German spirit, how proud is the flight thou takest in nightly vision! The gods turn pale, when thou drawest nigh. When soaring towards heaven's dominions, thou hast snuffed out the light of many a star, with the strokes of thine eager pinions. The land belongs to the Russians and French. In the British the ocean is vested. But we in dreams airy regions possess the mastery uncontested. The art of ruling practice we here, and here we are never dissevered. While other nations on earth's flat face to develop themselves have endeavored. And as I slumbered, methought in my dream, I was once more sauntering slowly in the moonlight clear through the echoing streets of Cologne's ancient city so holy. Of Cologne's ancient city so holy. Behind me once again my black and masked attendant speeded. I felt so weary, my knees well nigh broke. Yet on, still on, we proceeded. We onward went. My heart in my breast gaped open, and parted in sunder. And the red drops glided out of the wound. In my heart, a sight of wonder. I oftentimes dipped my finger therein. And often the fancy came o'er me to streak with the blood, as I onward passed, each doorpost lying before me. And every time that I marked a house in this very peculiar fashion, a funeral bell was heard in a tone of mournful and soft compassion. But now in the heavens the moon grew pale, and darkness came over me thickly, and over her face, like horses black, the stormy clouds sped quickly. and still behind me onward went my dark companion ever, his hidden axe grasping, on, still on, and pausing and resting never. We went and went, till we reached at length the cathedral precinct's center. The doors of the church wide open stood, and straightway did we enter. Within its capacious expanse but death, and night and silence hovered, while here and there a glimmering lamp the darkness plainly discovered. The darkness plainly discovered. I wandered long the pillars among, and heard the footsteps only of my attendant, who followed me still. E'en here in the silence lonely. At length we came to a certain place, with gold and jewels quite glorious, and illumined by the taper's sparkling light. 'Twas the Three Kings' chapel notorious. But the three holy kings, who were wont to lie quite still, and in order befitting O sight of wonder, were now upright upon their sarcophagi sitting. Three skeletons, decked in fantastic array, with crowns on their skulls dry and yellow, and each one held in his bony hand a scepter, beside his fellow. Like dancing puppets they moved about, their bones which so long had perished. They smelt of mold, and they also smelt of incense fragrant and cherished. One mongst the number soon moved his mouth, and uttered a lengthy oration, explaining the reasons why he claimed my respectful salutation. The first, because he was a corpse. Because a monarch, the second. Because a saint, the third, but the whole of little account I reckoned. I gave him an answer in laughing mood. In vain is all thy endeavor. I see that thou art still in every respect as strange and old-fashioned as ever. As strange and old-fashioned as ever. Away, away. In the deep grave alone your lengths ye ought to measure. Real life will shortly confiscate this chapel's mighty treasure. Hereafter the merry cavalry shall make the cathedral their dwelling. If ye will not go gently, then force shall be used, with clubs your exit compelling. When thus I had spoken, I turned me round, and saw where was glimmering brightly my silent attendant's terrible axe. And he read my meaning rightly. So he quickly approached, and with the axe remorselessly he shattered those skeletons poor of bigotry, and into atoms scattered. The echoing blows from the vaulted roof rang wildly, in countless numbers, while streams of blood poured out from my breast, and I awoke from my slumbers. Caput. From Cologne to Hagen it costs to post 5 Prussian dollars, 6 Groschen. The diligence chanced to be full, so I came in a chaise, though rough was the motion. 'Twas a late autumn morning, both damp and grey the coach in the mud groaned sadly, yet despite the bad weather, despite the bad road, sweet thoughts pervaded me gladly. 'Tis my own native air, and the glow on my cheek could bear no other construction. The very dirt in the highway itself is my fatherland's production. The horses wagged their tails like old friends, as they went along in a canter, their very dung appeared to me fair as the apples of Atlanta. We passed through Mulheim. The people are dull and busy, the town far from dirty. I last was there in the merry month of May, in the year 130. All things then stood in blooming attire, and the sunlight sweetly was blinking. The birds were singing their yearning song, while the men were hoping and thinking. Thus thought they, the lanky order of knights will depart from amongst us shortly, their farewell draught they shall drink from long flasks of iron, in fashion not courtly. And freedom shall come with sport and with dance, with the banner, the white blue-red one, perchance she will fetch from out of the grave en Bonaparte, even the dead one. En Bonaparte, even the dead one. Alas! The knights remain as before. More than one of those fools so derided, who entered the country as thin as a lath, are now with fat bellies provided. The pallid canaille, who used to look the pictures of faith, hope, charity, have got red noses by tippling our wine with the utmost regularity. And freedom has sprained her foot, and has lost for springing and raving all power. In Paris itself the tricolor flag looks mournfully down from each tower. The emperor truly arose again. Yet the English, fearing a riot, converted him into a peaceable man. And he let them inter him in quiet. Yes, I myself his funeral saw. The golden carriage so splendid, and victory's golden goddesses, who the golden coffin attended, along the famous Champs-Élysées, through the Arc de Triomphe stately, across the mist and over the snow, the procession wended sedately. The music was painful and out of tune, and frozen was every musician. The eagles perched over the standards looked down upon me in woeful condition. In ghostly fashion the men all appeared, all lost in old recollections. The wondrous imperial dream revived, awakening olden affections. Awakening olden affections. I wept on that day. Tears rose in my eyes, and down my cheeks fast fleeted, when I heard the long-vanished loving shout of Vive l'Empereur, repeated. Caput 9. I left Cologne on my onward road. At 7:15 precisely. We got to Hagen at 3 o'clock. And there had our dinners nicely. The table was covered. Here found I all the old-fashioned German dishes. All hail, thou savory sauerkraut, hail! The reward of my utmost wishes. Stuffed chestnuts all in green cabbages dressed. My food when I was a baby. All hail, ye native stockfish, ye swim in the butter as nicely as may be. One's native country to each fond heart grows ever dearer and dearer. Its eggs and bloaters, when nicely browned, come home to one's feelings still nearer. How the sausages sang in the spluttering fat. The field fares, those very delicious and roasted angels with apple sauce, all warbled a welcome propitious. Thou art welcome, countryman, warbled they, full long hast thou been delaying. Full long hast thou with foreign birds in foreign lands been straying. Upon the table stood also a goose, a silent, kind-hearted being. Perchance she loved me in younger days, when our tastes were nearer agreeing. Full of meaning she eyed me, cordial but sad, and fond, like the rest of her gender. She surely possessed an excellent soul, but her flesh was by no means tender. But her flesh was by no means tender. A boar's head they also brought in the room, on a pewter dish, for me to guzzle. The boars with us are always decked out with laurel leaves round their muzzle. Caput X. On leaving Hagen the night came on, and I felt a chilly sensation inside. At the inn at Una I first recovered my animation. A pretty maiden found I there, who poured out my punch discreetly. Like yellow silk were her comely locks. Her eyes like the moonlight gleamed sweetly. Her lisping Westphalian accents I heard with joy, as she uttered them clearly. The punch with sweet recollections smoked. I thought of my brethren loved dearly, the dear Westphalians, with whom I oft drank at Göttingen, while we were able, till we sank in emotion on each other's necks, and also sank under the table. That lovable, worthy, Westphalian race. I ever have loved it extremely. A nation so firm, so faithful, so true. Ne'er given to boasting unseemly. How proudly they stand, with their lion-like hearts, in the noble science of fencing. Their quarts and their tierces, so honestly meant, with vigorous arm dispensing. Right well they fight, and right well they drink. When they give thee their hands so gentle to strike up a friendship, they needs must weep, like oaks turned sentimental. May heaven watch over thee, worthy race. On thy seed shower down benefactions. Preserve thee from war and empty renown. From heroes and heroes' actions. From heroes and heroes' actions. May it evermore grant to thy excellent sons an easy examination, and give thy daughters marriages good. So amen to my invocation. Caput 11. Behold the wood of Teutoburg. Described in Tacitus pages. Behold the classical marsh, wherein stuck Varus, in past ages. Here vanquished him the Charician prince. The noble giant, named Hermann, 'twas in this mire that triumphed first our nationality German. Had Hermann with his light-haired hordes not triumphed here over the foeman, then German freedom had come to an end. We had each been turned to a Roman. Not but Roman language and manners had now our native country ruled over. In Munich lived Vestals, the Swabians as Quirites have flourished in clover. And Haruspex had Hengstenberg surely been, and groped about in the bowels of oxen, Neander 51 an auger, and based on flights of birds his avowals. Birch Pfeiffer 52 had tippled her turpentine, like the Roman ladies admired. Friend Romer 53 had been no German scamp, but a regular Roman scampatius. And Phrylograth written without using rhyme, like worthy Flaccus Horatius. The clumsy beggar, Father John, 54, had then been called Clumsianus. Me Hercule. Massman 55 would Latin have talked, as Marcus Tullius Massmanus. The friends of truth, instead of with curs in the papers, would in the arena have had to wage a mortal fight with the lion, jackal, hyena. One single Nero we now should have had, 'stead of 3 pieces of knavery, our veins should we have opened, and so defied the bailiffs of slavery. Thank heaven! The Romans were driven away. A glorious triumph was Hermann's. Both Varus and all his legions succumbed, and we remain still Germans. We Germans remain, and German we speak, as we before times have spoken. An ass is an ass, not Asinus. The Swabian line is unbroken. Friend Romer remained a German scamp in our northern German climate, and Phrylograth no Horace became, but in verse is accustomed to rhyme it. Thank heaven that Massman no Latin writes, Birch Pfeiffer writes nothing but dramas, and drinks no nasty turpentine like those lovely Roman charmers. O Hermann, for this we're indebted to thee. So at did mold 56 thy friends and extollers. A monument proud of late have designed, and towards it I gave a few dollars. Caput 12. Through the wood in the dark the post-chaise bumped on, when a crash took place, sudden and frightful a wheel came off, and we came to a stand, an occurrence by no means delightful. The post-ilion dismounted, and made all haste to the village for help, and I found me at midnight alone in the darksome wood, while a howling I heard all around me. The wolves it was, who wildly howled, with half-starved voices all wiry, like lights in the darkness brightly gleamed, their eyes so fierce and fiery. Of my arrival certainly knew the beasts, and to honor me, proudly they lighted up the forest thus, and sang in chorus loudly. I soon observed 'twas a real serenade, designed for my glorification. So threw myself in an attitude fit, and spoke with extreme animation. Brother wolves, it gives me great pleasure today to tarry a while midst your growling, where so many noble spirits have met, around me lovingly howling. My feelings just at the moment I speak are truly beyond all measure, this present hour I ne'er shall forget, so fraught with exceeding pleasure. I thank you for the confidence thus evinced beyond denial, and which by the clearest proofs ye have shown in every period of trial. In every period of trial, brother wolves, ye ne'er doubted that true I remained, ye set all the rogues at defiance, who falsely asserted that I had of late struck up with the dogs an alliance, and turned an apostate, and e'en in the fold as a counselor soon they would show me to answer such base assertions as these I feel to be really below me. The sheepskin that I for a time had on as a piece of warm clothing merely, believe me, will never make me love the sheep's race and Adam more dearly. No sheep am I, and no dog am I, no counselor, or such like, a wolf am I, and my heart and teeth a wolf's are very much like. A wolf am I, and with the wolves I ever will be a yelper, yes, reckon upon me, and help yourselves, and God will be your helper. This was the speech delivered by me, without the least preparation. In the Allgemeine Zeitung, I'm told. It appeared, though with much mutilation. Caput 13. The sun arose near Paderborn, with a look by no means brightening. In fact he leads but a sorry life, this wretched earth enlightening. As soon as he has lighted one side, and hastens with beams all sparkling, to lighten the other, already the first is getting gloomy and darkling. Poor Sisyphus stone keeps rolling down, the Danaid's bucket never gets filled, and to lighten this earthly ball in vain is the sun's endeavor. And when the mist of morning dispersed, I saw by the wayside projecting, in the early glow, his figure, who died on the cross, a death so affecting. I'm filled with dejection every time that I see thee, my poor relation, whose mission was to redeem the world, and be mankind's salvation. A sorry trick they played thee indeed, the lords of the council stately. Oh, why didst thou speak of church and state, in a manner to wound them greatly? To thy misfortune the printing art, to mortals had then not been given, or else a book had been written by thee, on the subjects relating to heaven. The censor would then have erased what satirical seemed in its diction, and so the loving censorship have saved thee from crucifixion. Have saved thee from crucifixion. Ah! If for thy Sermon on the Mount another text thou hadst taken, sufficient genius and talent were thine, and the pious thou needst not have shaken. Money changers and bankers thou drovest with the scourge from the temple, in just indignation unhappy enthusiast. Now on the cross thou dost suffer a sad expiation. Caput 14. The wind was humid, and barren the land. The chaise floundered on in the mire. Yet a singing and ringing were filling my ears. O sun, thou accusing fire! The burden is this of the olden song, that my nurse so often was singing. O sun, thou accusing fire, was then like the note of the forest horn ringing. This song of a murderer tells the tale, who lived a life joyous and splendid. Hung up in the forest at last he was found, from a grey old willow suspended. The murderer's sentence of death was nailed on the willow stem, written entire. The Vemgeric's avenger's work 'twas. O sun, thou accusing fire! The sun was accuser, 'twas he who condemned the murderer foul, in his ire. Ottilia had cried, as she gave up the ghost. O sun, thou accusing fire! When the song I recall, the remembrance too of my dear old nurse never ceases. I see once more her swarthy face, with all its wrinkles and creases. In the district of Munster she was born, and knew, in all their glory, many popular songs and wondrous tales, and many a wild ghost story. How my heart used to beat when the old nurse told how the king's daughter, in days now olden, sat all alone on the desert heath, while glistened her tresses so golden. While glistened her tresses so golden. Her business was to tend the geese, as a goose girl, and when at nightfall she drove the geese home again through the gate, her tears would in piteous plight fall. For nailed up on high, above the gate, she saw a horse's head o'er her. The head it was of the dear old horse, who to foreign countries bore her. The king's poor daughter deeply sighed. O Falada, hangest thou yonder? The horse's head from above replied. Alas that from home thou didst wander. The king's poor daughter deeply sighed. O would that my mother knew it. The horse's head from above replied. Full sorely she would rue it. With gasping breath I used to attend, when my nurse, with a voice soft and serious, of Barbarossa began to speak, our emperor so mysterious. She assured me that he was not dead, as to think by learned men we were bidden, but with his comrades in arms still lived in a mountain's recesses safe hidden. Kyffhauser is the mountain's name, with a cave in its depths benighted. by lamps its high and vaulted rooms, in ghostly fashion are lighted. The first of the halls is a stable vest, where in glittering harness the stranger, who enters may see many thousand steeds, each standing at his manger, each standing at his manger. They all are saddled, and bridled all. Yet amongst these thousands of creatures, no single one neighs, no single one stamps. Like statues of iron their features. Upon the straw in the second hall, the soldiers are seen in their places. Many thousand soldiers, a bearded race, with warlike and insolent faces. They all are full armed from top to toe. Yet out of this countless number, not one of them moves, not one of them stirs, they all are wrapped in slumber. In the third of the halls in lofty piles, swords, spears, and axes are lying, and armor and helmets of silver and steel, with old-fashioned firearms vying. The cannons are few, but yet are enough to build up a trophy olden. A standard projects from out of the heap. Its color is black-red golden. In the fourth of the halls the emperor lives, for many a century dosing on a seat made of stone near a table of stone, his head on his arm reposing. His beard, which has grown right down to the ground, is red as a fiery ocean, at times his eye to blink may be seen, and his eyebrows are ever in motion. But whether he sleeps or whether he thinks, for the present we cannot discover. Yet when the proper hour has come, he'll shake himself all over. He'll shake himself all over. His trusty banner he then will seize. And to horse, quick to horse, shout proudly, his cavalry straight will awake and spring from the earth, all rattling loudly. Each man will forthwith leap on his horse, each stamping his hoofs and neighing. They'll ride abroad in the clattering world, while their trumpets are merrily playing. Right well they ride, and right well they fight, no longer they slumber supinely, in terrible judgment the emperor sits, to punish the murderers condignly. The murderers foul, who murdered erst her whose beauty such awe did inspire, the golden-haired maiden Germania hight. O sun, thou accusing fire! Full many who deemed themselves safely hid, and sat in their castles cheerful, shall then not escape Barbarossa's fierce wrath, and the cord of vengeance fearful. My old nurse's tales, how sweetly they ring! How dear are the thoughts they inspire! My heart superstitiously shouts with joy. O sun, thou accusing fire! Caput 15. A fine and prickly rain now descends, like needle tops cold, and wetting. The horses mournfully waggle their tails, and wade through the mud with sweating. Upon his horn the post-Ilion blows, the old tune loved so dearly. 3 horsemen are riding out at the gate, its memory crosses me clearly. I sleepy grew, and at length went to sleep. And as for my dream, this is it. To the Emperor Barbarossa I, in the wondrous mount paid a visit. On his stony seat by the table of stone, like an image no longer I saw him, nor had he that very respectable look, with which for the most part they draw him. He waddled about with me round the halls, discoursing with much affection, like an antiquarian pointing out the gems of his precious collection. In the hall of armor he showed with a club how the strength of a blow to determine, and rubbed off the dust from a few of the swords with his own imperial ermine. He took in his hand a peacock's fan, and cleaned full many a dusty old piece of armor, and many a helm, and many a morion rusty. The standard he carefully dusted too, and said, My greatest pride is, that not e'en one moth hath eaten the silk, and not e'en one insect inside is. And not e'en one insect inside is. And when we came to the second hall, where asleep on the ground were lying many thousand armed warriors, the old man said, their forms with contentment eyeing, We must take care, while here, not to waken the men, and make no noise in the gallery. 100 years have again passed away, and today I must pay them their salary. And see, The emperor softly approached, while he held in his hand a ducat, and quietly into the pocket of each of the sleeping soldiery stuck it. And then he remarked with a simpering face. When I observed him with wonder, I give them a ducat apiece as their pay, at periods a century asunder. In the hall wherein the horses were ranged, and drawn out in rows long and silent, together the emperor rubbed his hands, while his pleasure seemed getting quite excellent. He counted the horses, one by one, and poked their ribs approving. He counted, and all the while his lips were eagerly moving. The proper number is not complete. Thus angrily he discourses, of soldiers and weapons I've quite enough, but still am deficient in horses. Horse jockeys I've sent to every place in all the world, to supply me with the very best horses that they can find, and now I've a good number by me. I only wait till the number's complete, then, making a regular clearance, I'll free my country, my German folk, who trustingly wait my appearance. Thus spake the emperor, while I cried, Old fellow, seize time as it passes, set to work, and hast thou not horses enough, then fill up their places with asses. Then Barbarossa smiling replied, For the battle there need be no hurry, Rome certainly never was built in one day, nothing's gained by bustle and flurry. Who comes not today, tomorrow will come, the oak's slow growth might shame us, chi va piano va sano wisely says the Roman proverb famous. Caput 16. The carriage's jolting woke me up from my dream, yet vainly sought I to keep awake, so I slumbered again. And of Barbarossa thought I. Again we went through the echoing halls, and talked of great and small things. He asked me this, and he asked me that, and wished to know about all things. He told me that not one mortal word from the world above had descended for many a year, in fact not since the 7 Years' War had ended. With interest he for Karstjen 57 asked for Mendelssohn, for Louis XV's mistress frail, the Countess du Barry notorious. O Emperor, cried I, how backward thou art! Old Moses is dead and forgotten, with his Rebekah, and Abraham too, the son, is dead and rotten. This Abraham and Leah, his wife, gave birth to Felix 58, who proved very steady, his fame through Christendom far has spread, he's a chapel master already. Old Karstjen likewise has long been dead, and Klenka, her daughter, is dead too, Helman Shady, the granddaughter, though, still lives at least she is said to. Du Barry lived merrily, keeping afloat, for Louis XV screened her as long as he lived, but when she was old they cruelly guillotined her. King Louis XV died in his bed, by the doctors attended and seen to, but Louis XVI was guillotined, and Antoinette the Queen too. The Queen the greatest courage displayed, and died like a monarch, proudly, but Madame du Barry, when guillotined, kept weeping and screaming loudly. The Emperor suddenly came to a stand, and stared, as if doubting my meaning, and said, For the sake of heaven explain what is meant by that word guillotining. Why, guillotining, I briefly replied, is a method newly constructed, by means of which people of every rank from life to death are conducted. For this purpose, a new machine is employed, I continued, while closely he listened, invented by Monsieur Guillotin, and guillotine after him christened. You first are fastened to a board, 'tis lowered, then quickly they shove you between two posts, meanwhile there hangs a triangular axe just above you. They pull a string, and downward shoots the axe, quite lively and merry, and so your head falls into a bag, and nothing remains but to bury. The Emperor here interrupted my speech. Be silent. May heaven confuse it, that foul machine, and God forbid that I should ever use it. That I should ever use it? The King and Queen. What? To a board both fastened. What a position! 'Tis contrary to all respect, and etiquette in addition. And who art thou, that darest to speak so coolly and so much, man? Just wait a while, and I'll soon clip thy wings, or I'm a Dutchman. My inmost bile is deeply stirred at words so out of season, thy very breath is full of crime and guilty of high treason. When in his zeal the old man railed, and treated me thus cavalierly, surpassing all bounds, I sharply replied, and told him my mind quite clearly. Barbarossa, I cried, thou art just as absurd as an old woman's silly fable. Go, lie down and sleep, without thy aid to free ourselves we are able. The Republicans all would scoff and jeer, and shake their sides with laughter to see such a spectre, with scepter and crown act as leader, while we went after. Thy standard, too, no more I respect, my love for the black-red golden has been quenched by the fools of the Burschenschaft, with their rage for the so-called olden. In old Kyffhauser 'twere better that thou shouldst pass thy days morosely. In truth, we've no need of an emperor now, when I view the matter closely. When I view the matter closely. Caput 17. I wrangled in dream with the emperor thus. In dream, I say it advisedly. In waking hours we never dare talk to princes so undisguisedly. The Germans only venture to speak when asleep, in a dream ideal. The thoughts that they bear in their faithful hearts, so German and yet so real. When I awoke, I was passing a wood, and the sight of the trees in such numbers, and their naked wooden reality, soon scared away my slumbers. The oaks with solemnity shook their heads. The twigs of the birch trees, in token of warning, nodded, and I exclaimed, Dear monarch, forgive what I've spoken. Forgive, Barbarossa, my headstrong speech. I know that thou art far wiser than I, for impatient by nature I am, yet hasten thy coming, my Kaiser. If guillotining contents thee not, retain the old plan for the present. The sword for the nobleman, keeping the rope for the townsman and vulgar peasant. Restore again the criminal court that Charles V invented, with orders, corporations, and guilds. Let the people again be contented. Let the people again be contented. To the sacred old Roman Empire again in all its integrity yoke us, its musty frippery give us once more, and all its hocus pocus. The Middle Ages, if you like, the genuine Middle Ages I'll gladly endure, but free us, I pray, from the nonsense that now all the rage is. From all that mongrel chivalry that such a nauseous dish is of Gothic fancies and modern deceit, and neither flesh nor fish is. The troops of comedians drive away, and close the theatres sickly, wherein they parody former times. O Emperor, come thou quickly. Caput 18. The town of Minden's a fortress strong, with arms and stores well provided. But Prussian fortresses, truth to say, I never have abided. We got there just as evening fell. The planks of the drawbridge sadly beneath us groaned, as over we rolled, and the dark moat gaped on us madly. The lofty bastions on me gazed, with threatening and sulky wonder. The heavy gate opened with rattling loud, and closed with a noise like thunder. Alas! My soul felt as sad as the soul of Odysseus, the world-renowned warrior, when he heard Polyphemus rolling a rock in front of the cave as a barrier. A corporal came to the door of the coach. For our names, I replied to this latter act, I'm nobody called, I an oculist am, who couch the giants for cataract. At the inn I found my discomfort increase. My victuals filled me with loathing. I straight went to bed, but slept not a wink, so heavy I found the bed clothing. The bed was a large, broad feather bed. Red damask curtains around it. The canopy wrought with faded gold, while a dirty tassel crowned it. Accursed tassel! Of all my repose, it robbed me all the night through. It hung overhead, like Damocles' sword, and threatened to pierce me right through. And threatened to pierce me right through. A serpent's head it often appeared, and I heard its hissing mysterious. In the fortress thou art, and canst not escape a position especially serious. Oh, would that I were, I thought with a sigh, of my peaceable home a sharer, with my own dear wife in Paris once more, in the Faubourg Poison era. I felt that a something oftentimes was over my forehead stealing, just like a censor's chilly hand, and all my thoughts congealing. Gendarmes, in the dresses of corpses concealed, in white and ghostly confusion surrounded my bed, while a rattling of chains I heard, to swell the illusion. Alas! The spectres carried me off. And at length with amazement I found me beside a precipitous wall of rocks. And there they firmly had bound me. Detestable tassel, so dirty and foul. Again it appeared before me. But now in the shape of a vulture with claws and black wings hovering over me. And now like the well-known eagle it seemed. And grasped me, and breathing prevented. It ate the liver out of my breast. While sadly I groaned and lamented. Long time I lamented, when crowed the cock. And the feverish vision faded. Perspiring in bed at Minden I lay. To a tassel the bird was degraded. To a tassel the bird was degraded. I travelled with post horses on. And free breath presently drew I. On the domain of Buckeberg. As by my feelings knew I. Caput 19. O Danton, great was thy mistake. And thy error was paid for dearly. One can carry away one's fatherland. On the solace of one's feet, pretty nearly. Of the princely domain of Buckeberg. One half to my boots clung in patches. In all my life I never have seen a place that in filth its match is. At the town of Buckeberg shortly I stopped to see the ancestral castle, whence my grandfather came. My grandmother though of Hamburg was part and parcel. I got to Hanover just at noon, and there had my boots cleaned neatly, and afterwards went to visit the town. When I travel, I do it completely. By heavens, how spruce the place appeared! No mud in its streets was lying. Many handsome buildings there I saw, in massive splendor vying. 59. I was mostly charmed by a very large square, surrounded by houses superior. There lives the king and his palace there stands, of a really handsome exterior. On each side of the door a sentry box had its station, redcoats with muskets there kept guard, of threatening and wild reputation. My cicerone said, here lives King Ernest Augustus, a Tory of the olden school, and a nobleman, very sharp, though his hairs are hoary. Very sharp, though his hairs are hoary. In safety idyllic here he dwells, for he's far more securely protected by the scanty courage of our dear friends than his satellites ever effected. I see him sometimes, and then he complains how very tedious his post is, the regal post, of which he here in Hanover now the boast is. Accustomed to a British life, and plagued by spleen, to cure it he finds it not easy, and greatly fears that he cannot much longer endure it. T'other day I found him at early morn by the fireside mournfully bending, for his dog, who was sick, with his own royal hands a comforting draught he was blending. Caput XX. In an hour from Harburg to Hamburg I went. The shades of evening were thickening. The stars in the heavens their greetings sent, and the air was soft and quickening. And when I reached my mother at last, she was well nigh frightened with gladness. She cried, my darling child, and clasped her hands together with madness. My darling child, full 13 years have passed since our last meeting, you surely are hungry, tell me now what you'll take in the way of eating. I've here some fish, and goose flesh too, and handsome oranges also. Then give me some fish, and goose flesh too, and handsome oranges also. And whilst I ate with an appetite good, my mother was lively and merry. She asked me this, and she asked me that. And her questions were awkward, very. My darling child, in your foreign home do you get all the things you require? Is your wife pretty skillful at keeping house? Are your shirts and stockings darned by her? The fish is good, my mother dear, but in silence one ought to eat it. 'Tis easy to get a bone in one's throat, pray leave me in peace to complete it. And when I had finished the excellent fish, the goose next made its appearance. My mother again asked for this and for that, with the same ill-timed perseverance. With the same ill-timed perseverance. My darling child, which land do you think is the best for people to dwell in, this place, or France, which nation's the best? What thing does each excel in? A German goose, my mother dear, is good as one of the courses, but the French stuff geese far better than we, and they also have better sauces. And when the goose had taken its leave, the oranges presently followed, and tasted so unexpectedly nice, that with pleasure they quickly were swallowed. But now my mother again began her questions with very much pleasure. She asked me 1,000 things, but some were awkward beyond all measure. My darling child, pray tell me now, if politics still you're inclined to? Which party in the state to support have you the greatest mind to? The quality, my mother dear, of your oranges cannot be beaten, the sweet juice I swallow with much delight, but I leave the peel uneaten. Caput XXI. They bit by bit are building again the hapless half-burned city. Like a half-shorn poodle Hamburg now looks, an object to waken one's pity. 60. Full many a street has disappeared, that mournfully one misses. Where is the house, wherein I kissed love's first delicious kisses? Where is the printing house, where I my Reisbilder printed? The oyster shop, where I oysters gulped down, with appetite unstinted? The Dreckwall too, where is it now? I now should seek it vainly. Where the pavilion, where I ate so many cakes profanely? Where is the town hall, wherein sat the senate and burghers stately? A prey to the flames. The flames spared not whatever was holiest lately. The people still were sighing with grief, and with most mournful faces. The history sad of the great fire told, and pointed out all its traces. It burnt in every corner at once, all was smoke and flames fiercely flashing, the church's towers all blazed on high, and tumbled in with loud crashing. The old exchange was also burnt, where our fathers in every weather were wont to assemble for centuries past. Were wont to assemble for centuries past, and honestly traded together. The bank, the silvery soul of the town, and the books which have always served us to note the assets of every man, thank heaven, have been preserved us. Thank heaven. In every land they made on our behalf large collections, a capital job, we got no less than 8 millions in all directions. The money from every country flowed in our hands, which were far from unwilling, and plenty of food they also sent, and we gladly accepted each shilling. They sent us clothes and bedding enough, and bread and meat and soups too. The King of Prussia, to show his regard, would fain have sent us troops too. Our losses in property thus were replaced, a matter of mere valuation, but then the fright, our terrible fright, admits of no compensation. I cheeringly said, my worthy friends, you should not lament and bawl so. A far better city than yours was Troy, and yet it was burnt down also. Rebuild your houses as fast as you can, and dry up every puddle, get better engines and better laws, that are not quite such a muddle. Don't put in your nice mock turtle soup so very much cayenne pepper. Your carp are not wholesome with so much sauce, or when eaten with scales, like a leper. Your turkeys will not do much harm, but be on your guard gainst disaster from the knavish bird that lays its eggs in the wig of the burgomaster. 'Tis not for me to tell you the name of this bird of bad reputation, when thinking about him, the food in my maw is stirred with indignation. Caput XXII. More changed than even the city itself appeared the people within it. Like walking ruins they tottered about, as if ready to tumble each minute. The thin still thinner than ever appeared. The fat appeared still fatter. The children were old, and the old were young. Full many that I had left as calves. as oxen were herding together. And many a gosling had now become a goose in fullest feather. The aged Goodall I found berouged, and dressed with siren-like brightness. She had procured some dark black hair, and teeth of dazzling whiteness. The best preserved of all was my friend, the paper dealer, good fellow. Like John the Baptist, round his head was floating his hair so yellow. I only saw a long way off. He slipped away so fleetly. I hear that his soul was burnt, but insured for a large amount discreetly. I also saw my old censor again, in the fog, and lowly stooping. I met him in the goose market by chance, and he seemed completely drooping. We shook each other's hands, and some tears in his eye appeared collecting. He was so pleased to see me once more. The scene was truly affecting. The scene was truly affecting. I found not all, for many a one had quitted the scene for ever. My Gumpolino, 61 mongst others, alas, was gone, to appear again never. That noble one had surrendered his soul to him by whom it was given, and now had a glorified seraph become in the blissful realms of heaven. In vain for the crooked Adonis I sought, who used to sell pots and pans in the street, a very cheap collection. And Sarah's, the trusty dog, was dead. A loss of a serious nature. Friend Camp 62 would sooner have lost a whole host of writers than this good creature. The population of Hamburg town has from time immemorial consisted of Jews and Christians. 'Tis also the case that the latter are rather close-fisted. The Christians all behave pretty well, and pass their time in clover, and promptly pay their bills of exchange ere the days of grace are over. The Jews are however divided again into two very different parties. The old one goes to the synagogue. In the temple the new one's heart is. The new party eat the flesh of swine. Their manners are somewhat dogmatic. They Democrats are, but the older school is much more aristocratic. I love the old, and I love the new. Yet I swear by the prophet Jonas that certain fish I love still more. Smoked sprats they are commonly known as. Caput XXIII. Though as a republic Hamburg was ne'er as great as Venice or Florence, yet Hamburg has better oysters. One gets the best in the cellar of Lawrence. I went there with Camp at evening time, when splendid was the weather, intending on oysters and Rhenish wine to have a banquet together. I found some excellent company there, and greatly was delighted to see many old friends, such as Chauffeur P. and new ones, self-invited. There Willa was, whose very face was an album where foes academic right legibly had inscribed their names in the shape of scars polemic. There Fuchs was also, a heathen blind and personal foe of Jehovah, who believed but in Hegel, and slightly perhaps in the Venus of Canova. My Camp was our amphitryon there, and smiled and enjoyed the honor. His eye was beaming with happiness, just like an ecstatic Madonna. I ate and drank with an appetite good, and these thoughts then crossed my noddle: this Camp is really an excellent man, and of publishers quite the model. Another publisher, I feel sure, would have left me of hunger to perish. But he has given me drink as well, his name I ever shall cherish. I thank the mighty Lord of all who this juice of the grape created, and Camp to me as a publisher gave, whose merits can't be overrated. I thank the mighty Lord of all who by his own mere motion created on earth the Rhenish wine, and the oysters in the ocean. Who also made the lemons to grow, the oysters' flavor to sweeten. Oh, may I peacefully tonight digest what I have eaten. The Rhenish wine makes my feelings soft, all quarrelsome thoughts congealing within my breast, and kindling instead a philanthropic feeling. It now compelled me to leave the room, and through the streets to wander. My soul sought a soul, and the sight of each dress of a woman made it still fonder. In moments like this, with grief I could melt, while my yearning makes me tremble, the cats appear to me all too grey, and Helen's the women resemble. And when I came to the Drebin street, I saw in the moonbeams glancing the noble form of a woman fair, with stately grace advancing. Her face was perfectly healthy and round. Her cheek like a damask rose was. Like a turquoise her eye, like a cherry her mouth. Like a turquoise her eye, like a cherry her mouth, while somewhat reddish her nose was. Her head was covered with a cap of snowy stiff linen, not ragged, but folded like a mural crown, with turrets and battlements jagged. She wore as her dress a tunic white, which down to her calves descended. And oh what calves! The pedestals they, of two Doric columns splendid. A very worldly naivete could be read in her every feature. But her superhuman hinder parts betrayed a superior creature. She now approached me, and straightway said, "To the Elba here's a welcome hearty. E'en after an absence of 13 years, I see that thou art still the same party. Perchance thou seekest the souls so fair who so often used to meet thee, and all night long in this beautiful place with their reveries loved to greet thee. By that 100-headed hydra, life, that monster fierce, they were swallowed, thou lt find those olden times no more, nor those friends once lovingly followed. No longer thou lt find those beauteous flowers, which enchanted thy youthful bosom, 'twas here they bloomed, they're withered now, and the tempest has scattered each blossom. Yes, withered, and stripped, and trampled down by destiny's footsteps appalling my friend, this is ever the fate upon earth. My friend, this is ever the fate upon earth of all that is sweet and enthralling. Who art thou?" I cried like a dream of old times, thy appearance doth strangely beset me, where is thy dwelling, enormous one? I'll follow thee there, if thou lt let me. The woman then smiled, and thus she replied. "Thou art wrong, I'm a decent and quiet and highly moral personage too, by no means given to riot. I'm none of your foreign laureates, my friend, and none of your common ladies, I'm Hamburg's goddess, Hammonia by name, and to watch o'er its welfare my trade is. Thou art startled perchance to bear this news, thou once undaunted singer? Art thou prepared to follow me still? Then quick, and no more let us linger." But I in reply laughed loudly and cried, "I'll follow thee instanter. If thou lt go in front, I'll go behind. Yes, even to hell in a canter. Caput XXIV. How I managed to mount the narrow stairs, I haven't the slightest notion. Perhaps the spirits carried me up with some invisible motion. But here, in Hammonia's little room, the hours passed swiftly o'er me. The goddess confessed the sympathy that she had ever felt for me. "Look here," said she, "in former days the minstrel who sang the Messiah was dearest to me of all the throng, with his piously sounding lyre. To this day the bust of my Klopstock stands on that chest of drawers, but though on it, for many a year it has only served as a block for holding my bonnet. Thou art my favourite now, and thy likeness hangs at the head of my bed in due order, and see, a fresh laurel now surrounds the cherished portrait's border. Yet thy attacks on my sons, I confess, repeated by thee so often, have sometimes caused me the greatest pain, thy language thou must soften. I trust that time has cured thee now of rudeness so cold-hearted, and somewhat greater tolerance for even the fools imparted. But say how thou camest to travel north at such an unclement season? The weather already is winterly quite. I fain would know the reason." "O worthy goddess," I said in reply, "in the bosom's inmost recesses are slumbering thoughts which often awake at a time which rather distresses. Externally things went on pretty well, but within I was weighed down with anguish, which every day grew worse and worse, for home I ceased not to languish. The air of France, so usually light, began to be oppressive, I longed to breathe some German air, to relieve this burden excessive. I yearned for German tobacco smoke, and the smell of German peat too, my foot impatiently quivered, the ground of Germany to beat too. I sighed all night, and I longed yet once again to view her, the old woman who close to the Dampthor lives, and Lottie, who lives close to her. The thought of that old and worthy man who always freely reproved me, and then his protection over me through, to many a sigh now moved me. I fain would hear again from his mouth the words young stupid, repeated, which always in my younger days my heart like music greeted. I yearned for the blue smoke that high in the air from German chimneys reaches, for the Lower Saxony nightingales. For the Lower Saxony nightingales, for the silent groves of beeches. I yearned for all the sorrowful spots, the places where once I resorted, where once I trailed my youthful cross, and my crown of thorns supported. I fain would weep where I formerly wept those tears so bitter and burning, the love of fatherland methinks they call this foolish yearning. I love not to talk of it, 'tis naught else but a whim of the imagination, shamefaced by nature, I hide my wounds from public observation. Oh how I detest the trumpery set who, to stir men's passion heated, of patriotism make a show with all its ulcers fetid. They're shameless and shabby beggars all, who live upon people's charity, for Menzel 63 and all his Swabians, here's a penn'orth of popularity. My goddess, thou hast found me today of a tender disposition. I'm rather ill, but a little care will soon recruit my condition. Yes, I am ill, and thou canst refresh my spirits in a minute by means of a cup of excellent tea, with a little rum mixed in it. Caput XXV. Some tea the goddess quickly made. And then the rum poured she in. But she herself preferred the rum. Without a drop of tea in. Against my shoulder she leaned her head. And rather tumbled her bonnet. Or mural crown, and gently she spake. While I reflected upon it. I often have thought with much alarm that in Paris, that wicked city, with the frivolous French thou art living still, 'tis really a very great pity. Without an object thou art passing thy time, and hast not even beside thee some faithful German publisher who as a mentor might warn and guide thee. And then the temptations there are so great, so many a sylph amuses, whose health is bad, and one's peace of mind one far too easily loses. Return not again, but stop with us, here modesty reigns still, and morals, and here thou mayest gather, e'en in our midst, in silence many fair laurels. In Germany stay, and thou lt relish things more than thou wert formerly able, we're fast advancing, and thou must have seen our progress so rapid and stable. The censorship even less rigorous is, friend Hoffman is milder and older. His youthful passion for cutting up thy Reisbilder is colder. Thou too art older and milder now, and many things quietly takest, and in a better spirit than once, past times thou now awakest. That matters in Germany used to go ill is a great exaggeration, one could always escape, like the Romans of old, from serfdom, by self-immolation. The people enjoyed full freedom of thought, for the masses it never was stinted, restrictions affected nobody, save the limited number who printed. No lawless despotism then reigned, the worst of demagogues never were deprived of their rights of citizenship, till condemned for some wicked endeavor. Things never in Germany went so ill, whatever disputes may have risen, believe me, no mortal was starved to death inside a German prison. In those long vanished days there bloomed full many a fair apparition of simple faith and kindliness too, now all is doubt and sedition. The practical freedom that's all outside will soon destroy the ideal that we bore in our bosoms, as fair as a dream of lilies, and not more real. Our beautiful poetry's fading fast, already 'tis somewhat faded. The Moorish king of Freilagrath, like the rest of the kings, is degraded. O couldst thou be silent, I soon would unseal the book of fate, free from all error, and suffer the future ages to see within my magic mirror. That which to mortal man I ne'er showed, to thee would I gladly discover. The future of thy fatherland. Thou wouldst tell it, though, all the world over. Good heavens, dear goddess! I cried with delight. It would give me most exquisite pleasure, oh let me the future of Germany see, I know how a secret to treasure. I'm ready to swear whatever oath thou soonest would have me swallow, as a pledge to thee of my secrecy, so say what form I shall follow. But she rejoined, thou must swear to me as by Father Abraham's order his servant Eliezer swore, when starting to cross the border. Lift up my dress and place thy hand upon my thigh below it, and swear that in speaking, the secret thou lt keep, and in thy works as a poet. The moment was solemn. I felt as though fanned by the breath of ages long perished, when I swore the oath in the manner ordained by Abraham, our forefather cherished. I lifted up the goddess's dress, and placed on her thigh below it my hand, vowing secrecy both in my words. My hand, vowing secrecy both in my words, and in my works as a poet. Caput XXVI. The cheeks of the goddess glowed all red, and she spoke in a tone in which sorrow was painfully blended. I'm fast getting old, I was born on the day of Hamburg's first foundation, my mother was a mermaid, who had at the mouth of the Elbe her station. My father was a monarch renowned, called Charlemagne the Glorious, he was still more wise than Frederick the Great, and also still more victorious. At Aix-la-Chapelle is the seat where he sat on the day of his coronation. The seat where he sat at night devolved on my mother, as nearest relation. My mother left it to me in her turn, a common-looking article, and yet for the whole of Rothschild's gold I wouldn't surrender one particle. Behold, in yon corner stands a chair, both old and weather-beaten, the leather that covers its arms is torn, and the cushion is sadly moth-eaten. Approach it now, and gently lift the cushion from the settle, thou lt see an oval opening then, and under it a kettle. That is a magic kettle wherein the magic forces are brewing, on placing thy head in the aperture, soon the future thou lt clearly be viewing. The future thou lt clearly be viewing. Yes, Germany's future there thou lt see, like wondrously rolling phantasmas, but shudder not, if out of the filth arise any foul miasmas. She spoke, and she laughed a singular laugh. But I undauntedly haste to hold my head over the terrible hole. And there I eagerly placed it. I'll not betray, for silence I vowed, the things that I saw and felt there. I scarcely dare to utter a word. Good heavens, of what I smelt there! With deep disgust I think to this day of that smell, which blended together in vile and accursed union, a stench of old cabbage and Russia leather. And heavens! The stink that afterwards rose was still more filthy and dirty, 'twas as though they had swept together the soil from closets 36. I know full well what was said by Saint Just. In the famous Committee of Safety, great illnesses cannot be cured by musk and rose oil, he told them with naivete. And yet this German futurity's smell was infinitely stronger than aught that my nose could have conceived. In fact I could bear it no longer. My senses I lost, and on opening my eyes once more, I found myself sitting beside the goddess, and leaning my head on her breast, in a manner befitting. On her breast, in a manner befitting. Her look it glistened, her mouth it glowed. Her nostrils twitched, with bacchantic excitement she clasped the poet, and sang with ecstasy fearful and frantic. Stay with me in Hamburg, I love thee full well, and will eat and drink with gladness the oysters and wine of present times, forgetting the future's sadness. Put on the cover, for fear lest the stench should all our pleasure cloud over, I love thee. No German poet had a more affectionate lover. I kiss thee, and I feel myself now by thy genius quite inspired, my spirit by a wondrous kind of paroxysm is fired. I feel as though I heard in the street the watchmen singing in chorus, 'tis wedding music and bridal songs, sweet friend, that are rising o'er us. The attendants on horseback also approach, with their torches flaring brightly, the torch dance they dance in dignified wise, and hop and spring about lightly. The noble and worshipful senate is there, and the elders according to station, the burgomaster clears his throat, preparing a lengthy oration. In glittering uniforms also appear the whole of the corps diplomatic, in the name of the neighboring states to present congratulations emphatic. Congratulations emphatic. A clerical deputation, too, comes, by rabbis and pastors guided, but, alas, here Hoffman also draws near, with his scissors, as censor, provided. The scissors rattle in his hand, and eagerly he races to seize thy body, he cuts thy flesh, methinks it by far the best places. Caput XXVII. When summer's pleasant days have come, I'll tell you all the history of the other wonders that came to pass in that long night of mystery. The old and hypocritical race, thank heaven, is rapidly dying. To the grave it is sinking, and owes its death to its ceaseless habit of lying. Another race is rising up fast, by rouge and by sin untarnished, of genial humor and thoughts, to it I'll tell my story unvarnished. The youth which the poet's goodness and pride appreciates, puts forth its blossom, and warms itself at his radiant soul, and against his feeling bosom. My heart is loving as the light, and pure and chaste as the fire. The noblest graces themselves have tuned the chords of my sweet lyre. 'Tis the self-same lyre that in his songs my worthy father uses, the poet Aristophanes, the favorite of the muses. In the previous chapter I tried my hand at copying the conclusion of the play of the birds, which certainly is my father's finest effusion. The frogs is also capital. This is now, in a German translation, performed, I am told, on the stage at Berlin. For His Majesty's edification. For His Majesty's edification. The King likes the piece. This shows his taste for the old-fashioned style of joking. The late King far more amusement found in modern frogs' loud croaking. The King likes the piece. But nevertheless, were the author still living, I kindly would counsel him to trust himself in Prussia not too blindly. The genuine Aristophanes would find it no subject for laughter. We should see him move, wherever he went, with a chorus of gendarmes after. O King, I really wish thee well. When this piece of advice I'm giving, do reverence pay to the poets who are dead, and tender be to the living. Affront the living poets not. With weapons and flames they are furnished, more terrible far than the lightnings of Jove, by the poets created and burnished. Affront the gods in Olympus who dwell, regardless whether they know it. Affront the mightiest Lord of all. But oh, affront not the poet. The deities harshly avenge in truth man's crimes, and allow him no shelter. The fire of hell is passably hot, and there he must roast and must swelter. Yet pious steps can the sinner release from the flames, for saying masses, and giving to churches with liberal hand. From torment a certain passes. From torment a certain passes. When the days are accomplished, then Christ will descend, and burst hell's gloomy portals, and though he may sit in judgment strict, he still will acquit many mortals. And yet there are hells from out of whose clutch there's no escape to heaven, no prayers there avail, and powerless too is the Saviour's pardon even. Is Dante's hell to the unknown, with its terrible trinary verses? The man whom the poet there has shut up will never escape from his curses. He ne'er will be freed from those musical flames by any God or Saviour, so for fear we condemn thee to such a sad hell, thou hadst better mind thy behaviour. Roman Ciro. Book I. Histories. When vexed by slander's treacherous breath, let thy faith soar the higher. And when thy soul is sad unto death, then strike thou the lyre. A flaming and glowing heroical song. The chords breathe discreetly. All anger flies, and thy spirit ere long will bleed to death sweetly. Rampsnitus. 64. When the king Rampsnitus entered in the halls resplendent of his daughter, she was laughing, as was also each attendant. And the black Kumoers, the eunuchs, followed in loud chorus after. And the mummies, and the sphinxes, seemed about to burst with laughter. Then the princess said, I fancied that I held the thief securely. But it was a dead arm only that my hand had seized so surely. I can see now how the robber to thy storehouse penetrated, and despite all bars and fastenings all thy treasure confiscated. He a magic key possesses, which the door of house or stable straightway opens, to resist it are the strongest doors unable. Now I'm really not a strong door, nor could I resist his pleasure, so this night, while treasure watching, have I lost my little treasure. Round the chamber danced the princess, laughing at this notion clever. And the maidens and the eunuchs laughed again as loud as ever. On that day all Memphis laughed too. And the crocodiles so bloody, laughingly their heads protruded from the yellow Nile stream muddy. From the yellow Nile stream muddy. When they heard the drums loud beating, and the full-wing proclamation, shouted by the public crier, on the bank, to all the nation. We, Rampsnitus, by God's grace King of Egypt, to our loyal well-beloved friends and subjects hereby send our greeting royal. In the night between the 3rd and 4th of June, the 1404 and 20th year before Christ, came a certain thief, who plundered many jewels from the storehouse where we kept them, and more lately further thefts has perpetrated, so that we have suffered greatly. To discover the offender, made we our beloved daughter sleep beside the treasure, but he robbed her too, and napping caught her. Now, to check this wholesale plunder, and to show our deep affection for the thief, our admiration and our grateful recollection, we will give our only daughter as his lawful wife, God bless her. And to princely rank promote him, owning him as our successor. Since our son-in-law's abode is unknown to us just at present, this our rescript shall inform him that we've now made all things pleasant. That we've now made all things pleasant. Done the 3rd of January 1326 years before Christ, here our seal we, King Rampsnitus, affix. And he kept his word, the thief he, as his son-in-law soon counted. And when he was dead, the robber, on the throne of Egypt mounted. And he ruled like other monarchs, trade and talent patronizing, and the fewness of the rob rise. In his reign was quite surprising. The white elephant, great Mahawazant, of Siam the king, has half of India under his wing. 12 kings, with the great Mogul, obey his rule, and acknowledge his sovereign sway. Each year with banner, trumpet, and drum, to Siam the trains with the tribute come. Many thousand camels, with backs piled high, with the costliest treasures of earth, draw nigh. When the camels he sees with their heavy piles, the soul of the king in secret smiles, but in public in truth he always deplores that his storehouses serve not to hold all his stores. Yet these storehouses all are so lofty and spacious, so full of magnificence, so capacious, the reality's splendor surpasses in glory the Arabian Nights' most wondrous story. The castle of Indra call they the hall, in which are displayed the deities all. The golden images, chiseled with care, and all increased to stead with jewels so fair. Full 30,000 their numbers are. Their ugliness passes description far. A compound of men and animals dread, with many a hand and many a head. In the hall of purple one wanderingly sees some 1,300 coral trees, as big as palms, a singular sight. With spiral branches, a forest bright. The floor of purest crystal is made, and all the trees are in it displayed. While pheasants of glittering plumage gay strut up and down in a dignified way. Strut up and down in a dignified way. The ape on which the monarch doth dote, a ribbon of silk wears round his throat, whence hangs the key that opens the hall, which people the chamber of slumber call. All kinds of jewels of value high, all over the ground here scattered lie, like common peas, with diamonds rare, that in size with the egg of a fowl compare. On sacks that stuffed with pearls appear. The monarch is wont to stretch himself here. The ape lies down by the monarch proud. And both of them slumber and snore aloud. But the king's most precious, costly treasure, his happiness, his soul's first pleasure, the joy and the pride of Mahawazant is truly his snow-white elephant. As a home for a guest so highly respected, a splendid palace the king has erected. Gay lotos-headed columns uphold its roof, all covered with plates of gold. 300 heralds stand at the gate, as the elephant's guard of honor to wait. And kneeling down with low bent back, there serve him 100 eunuchs black. For his proboscis the daintiest meat, on golden dishes they bring him to eat. From silver buckets he drinks his wine, well seasoned with spices sweet and fine. With perfumes they rub him, an otto of roses on his head, a chaplet of flowers reposes, the richest shawls that are made in the East as carpets serve for the dignified beast. As carpets serve for the dignified beast. The happiest life appears to be his. But no one on earth contented is. The noble creature, one cannot tell why, gives way to a deep despondency. The melancholy monster white is wretched, all this profusion despite. They fain would enliven and cheer him again. But all their cleverest efforts are vain. In vain with singing and springing there come the bayaders, the kettle drum and cornet, in vain the musicians play, but nothing can make the elephant gay. As matters continue to go on badly, the heart of Mahawazant beats sadly. He sends for the wisest astrologer known, and bids him stand before his throne. Stargazer, I'll cut off at once your head, thus speaks he, unless you can tell me instead what is it that my poor elephant needs, and why his spirit with sorrow so bleeds. The other one threw himself thrice on the ground, and finally spoke with obeisance profound. O monarch, I'll tell thee the actual fact, and then as thou willst, thou canst afterwards act. There lives in the north a woman fair, of lofty stature and beauty rare. Thy elephant's certainly handsome, sir, but still not fit to be likened to her. Compared with her, he only appears a little white mouse, her form she rears like Giantess Bimha in Ramajana, and like the Ephesians' great Diana. Her limbs are combined in a beautiful frame, two lofty pilasters support the same, and proudly and gracefully stand upright, of alabaster dazzling and white. This is God Amor's temple gigantic, in other words, love's cathedral romantic. As lamp there burns within the fane a heart quite free from spot and stain. The poets are nonplussed how to begin to describe the charms of her snow-white skin, en Gautier 65 unable to do it, alas, its whiteness all description surpasses. The highest Himalayas snow beside her seems ash-gray to grow, the lily that she by accident thumbs through envy or contrast yellow becomes. The Countess Bianca is the name of this enormous snow-white dame, at Paris she dwells, in the land of France, and the elephant loves her by singular chance. By strange and wondrous elective affinity she became through a dream his bosom's divinity, and into his heart this lofty ideal first crept by means of a vision unreal. Since then he's consumed by a yearning stealthy, and he, who was once so joyous and healthy, as a four-footed Werther sadly stands, and dreams of a Lottie in northern lands. Oh, sympathy's mysterious thrill! He never saw her, but thinks of her still. Oft tramps he round in the moonlight fair. Oft tramps he round in the moonlight fair, and sighs, oh were I a bird of the air. His body alone is in Siam, his mind in France with Bianca thou lt certainly find, and yet this parting of body and soul must greatly injure his health as a whole. From the daintiest morsels revolts his belly, he cares for nothing but vermicelli, he's coughing already, and fast grows thinner, his yearning will kill him, or I'm a sinner. If thou wouldst save him, preserve him alive, his return to the animal world contrive, O king, then send the renowned invalid direct to Paris, with utmost speed. When he on the spot in the actual sight of the beautiful lady can take delight of her who the prototype was of his dream, he'll soon be cured of his sadness extreme. There where his mistress's glances fall, his spirit's torments will vanish all, her smiles will the last of the shadows efface which in his bosom had taken their place. And then her voice, like a magical tune, will cure his distracted mind full soon, the flaps of his ears he'll joyfully raise, and feel as he felt in youthful days. All things are so very enchanting and pretty on the banks of the Seine, in Paris fair city. How thy elephant there will civilized be, amusing himself right merrily. But most of all, O monarch, take care that plenty of money he has with him there, and a letter of credit, all charges to meet. And a letter of credit, all charges to meet, on Rothschild Frères in the Rue Lafitte. For 1,000,000 of ducats or thereabouts, then Baron Rothschild will harbor no doubts about him, but say with an accent mellow, "The elephant's really a capital fellow." The astrologer thus discoursed, and then he threw himself thrice on the ground again. The king with rich presents sent him away, and stretched himself, his course to survey. He thought of this, and he thought of that. His ape beside him took his seat, and both of them fell asleep with the heat. What he resolved, I'll hereafter relate. The Indian mails are behind their date. The last of these which has come to hand was by way of Suez, and overland. Knave of Bergen. At Dusseldorf Castle on the Rhine. They're gaily masquerading. The wax lights sparkle, the company dance. The music their nimbleness aiding. The beauteous Duchess dances too, and ceases laughing never. Her partner is a slender youth, who seems right courtly and clever. He wears a mask of velvet black, whence merrily is peeping an eye just like a shining dirk, from out of its sheath half creeping. The carnival throng exultingly shout, as they whirl in the waltz's embraces, while Drix and Marizabille 66 salute with loud noise and grimaces. The trumpets crash, and the merry hum of the double bass increases, until the dance to an end has come, and then the music ceases. Most excellent lady, thy pardon I beg, 'tis time for me to go now, the Duchess said smiling, you shall not depart, unless your face you show now. Most excellent lady, thy pardon I beg, my face is a hideous creature's, the Duchess said smiling, I am not afraid, I insist upon seeing your features. Most excellent lady, thy pardon I beg, for night and death are my portion. The Duchess said smiling, I'll not let you go, I'll see you, despite all your caution. In vain he struggled with gloomy words to change her determination. At length she forcibly tore the mask from his face for her information. 'Tis the headsman of Bergen, the throng in the hall exclaim with a feeling of terror, and timidly shrink. The Duchess rushed out, her husband to tell of her error. The Duke was wise, and all the disgrace of the Duchess straightway effect he drew his bright sword and said, kneel down, good fellow, with accents hasty. With this stroke of the sword I make you now a limb of the order knightly, and since you're a knave, you'll hereafter be called Sir Knave of Bergen rightly. So the headsman became a nobleman proud of the Bergen knave's family founder. A haughty race, they dwelt on the Rhine, though now they all underground are. The Valkyries. 67. While below contending forces fight, above on cloudy horses, 3 Valkyries ride, their song through the air re-echoes long. Princes wrangle, nations quarrel, each would bear away the laurel. Conquest is the highest prize, highest worth in courage lies. No proud helmet gives protection, death brings all things in subjection, and the hero's blood is shed, and the wicked win instead. Laurel wreaths, triumphal arches. On the morrow in he marches, who the better won o'erthrew, winning land and people too. Senator and burgomaster go to meet the victor faster with the keys that ope the gate, and the train then enters straight. Cannon from the walls are crashing, kettle drums and trumpets clashing, bells loud ringing fills the sky, and hurrah, the people cry. On the balconies are standing smiling beauteous women, handing to the victor flowery wreaths, he with haughty calmness breathes. Hastings battlefield. The abbot of Waltham deeply sighed, when he heard the tragical story, that Harold the king had lost his life on Hastings battlefield gory. 2 monks, named Ascot and Aelric, he, as messengers then selected, to seek at Hastings amongst the dead, for Harold's body neglected. The monks went forth with sorrowing hearts, and returned with faces averted. "O Father, the world goes wrong with us now, we seem by fortune deserted. The better man has fallen in fight, o'ercome by that bastard demon, armed thieves amongst them divide the land, and make a slave of the freeman. The veriest rascal in Normandy now is lord of the island of Britain, a tailor from Bayeux with golden spurs we saw as gay as a kitten. Woe, woe to the man of Saxon birth! Ye Saxon sainted ones even, ye had better take care, ye are not safe from disgrace, e'en now in the kingdom of heaven." The meaning now we can understand of the blood-red comet which lately on a broomstick of fire rode through the sky one night, and astonished us greatly. At Hastings there was realized the evil star's prediction, amongst the dead on the battlefield there we sought with deep affliction. We sought with deep affliction. Till every hope had disappeared we sought in each direction, the corpse of King Harold, we grieve to say, escaped our close inspection. 'Twas thus that Ascot and Aelric spoke, his hands wrung the abbot, while moaned he then sank in deep thought, and finally said, as heavily sighed and groaned he. At Grendelfield, by the bard's old stone, in a hut in the forest, is dwelling her whom they Edith the Swan Neck call, in beauty once so excelling. They called her Edith the Swan Neck erst, because her neck in its splendour resembled the neck of the swan. The king loved the maid with affection tender. He loved, kissed, fondled her long, and then forgot, like a faithless lover. Time's fleeting on, full 16 years have since those days passed over. Now, brethren, go to this woman straight, and bid her return with you quickly to Hastings, her I will discover the king mid the corpses scattered so thickly. And when you have found his body, with speed to Waltham Abbey transfer him, that we for his soul do masses may sing, and like a Christian inter him. At midnight's hour the messengers reached the hut in the forest, saying, Awake, O Edith the Swan Neck, awake, and follow without delaying. The Duke of the Normans as victor hath come, and the rooted Saxons are flying, and on the field of Hastings the corpse of Harold the king is lying. Come with us to Hastings, we're seeking there the body beneath the dead hidden, to bring it to Waltham Abbey with care, as we by the abbot are bidden. Then Edith the Swan Neck girded herself, and not one word she uttered, but followed the monks, while her grisly hair in the wind all wildly fluttered. The poor woman followed with naked feet, and through marsh, wood, and briar on high they, till the chalky cliffs on the Hastings coast at the dawning of day descried they. The mist, which like a snowy veil the battlefield was cloaking, dispersed by degrees, the noisy daws were flapping their wings and croaking. Many thousand corpses were lying there, on the earth with blood bespattered, stripped naked, and mangled, with many a steed among the carcasses scattered. Poor Edith the Swan Neck in the blood, with naked feet now waded. No single spot the searching glance of her piercing eye evaded. Both here and there she sought, and she oft had to scare away the devouring black troop of ravens that preyed on the dead. Black troop of ravens that preyed on the dead, the monks behind her were cowering. She sought throughout the livelong day, till the shades of the evening were falling, when out of the poor woman's breast there burst a shriek both wild and appalling. For Edith the Swan Neck had found at last the corpse of the king, poor creature. No word she uttered, no tear she wept. She kissed each pallid feature. She kissed his forehead, she kissed his mouth, her arms encircled him tightly, she kissed the bloody breast of the king, disfigured by wounds unsightly. Upon his shoulder she likewise spied, and covered them over with kisses. 3 little scars that her teeth had made, the signs of their former blisses. and in the meantime the pair of monks some branches of trees collected. These formed the bier, on which they bore the body, with hearts dejected. To Waltham Abbey the body they took, to bury it rightly and duly. And Edith the Swan Neck followed the corpse of him she had loved so truly. The litanies for the dead she sang, in childlike pious fashion, and in the night they fearfully rang. The monks prayed, full of compassion. Charles the First. In the charcoal burner's hut in the wood sits the king, an object of pity. The charcoal burner's child's cradle he rocks, and sings this monotonous ditty. Eopopea, why rustles the straw? The sheep in the stalls bleat loudly, thou bearest the sign on thy forehead, and smillest in thy sleep so wildly and proudly. Eopopea, thou bearest on thy brow the sign, and dead is the kitten, when grown to manhood, thou lt flourish the axe, and the oak in the wood will be smitten. The charcoal burner's religion is dead, and now no longer receive they, Eopopea, the faith in a god, still less in the king believe they. The kitten is dead, and the mice rejoice and we from their presence are driven, Eopopea, I, monarch on earth, and God, the monarch in heaven. My heart grows sicker day by day, my brow grows sterner and sterner, Eopopea, my headsman art thou, thou child of the charcoal burner. My song of death is thy cradle song, Eopopea, thou lt fumble my grey locks about, and cut them off, thine axe on my neck will tumble. Eopopea, why rustles the straw? Thou hast gained a kingdom splendid, thou strikest off from my body my head, the life of the kitten is ended. The life of the kitten is ended. Eopopea, why rustles the straw? The sheep in the stalls bleat loudly, the kitten is dead, and the mice rejoice, my dear little headsman, sleep proudly. Marie Antoinette. The plate glass windows gleam in the sun. In the Tuileries castle gaily. And yet the well-known spectres of old still walk about in it daily. Queen Marie Antoinette still doth haunt the famous pavilion of Flora. With strict etiquette she holds her court at each return of Aurora. Full dressed are the ladies, they most of them stand on tabourets, others are sitting, with dresses of satin and gold brocade, hung with lace and jewels befitting. Their waists are small, their hoop petticoats swell, and from underneath them are peeping their high-heeled feet, that so pretty appear, if their heads were but still in their keeping. Not one of the number a head has on. The Queen herself in that article is wanting, and so her Majesty boasts of frizzling not one particle. Yes, she with toupee as high as a tower, in dignity so resplendent. Maria Theresa's daughter fair, the German Caesar's descendant. She, curlless and headless, now must walk amongst her maids of honor, who, equally headless and void of curls, are humbly waiting upon her. All this from the French Revolution has sprung, and its doctrines so pernicious, from Jean-Jacques Rousseau and the guillotine, and Voltaire the malicious. And Voltaire the malicious. Yet strange though it be, I shrewdly think that none of these hapless creatures have ever observed how dead they are, how devoid of head and features. The first Dame Deatour a linen shift brings, and makes a reverence lowly. The second hands it to the Queen, and both retire then slowly. The third and fourth ladies curtsy and kneel before the Queen discreetly, that they may be able to draw on Her Majesty's stockings neatly. A maid of honor curtsying brings Her Majesty's robe for the morning. Another with curtsies her petticoat holds, and assists at the Queen's adorning. The mistress of the robes with her fan stands by, the time beguiling, and as her head is unhappily gone, with her other end she is smiling. The sun his inquisitive glances throws inside the drape-ried casement, but when the apparitions he sees, he starts in fearful amazement. The Silchion weavers. 68. No tears from their gloomy eyes are flowing. They sit at the loom, their white teeth showing, thy shroud, O Germany, now weave we, a threefold curse we're weaving for thee, we're weaving, we're weaving. A curse on the God to whom our petition we vainly addressed when in starving condition, in vain did we hope, and in vain did we wait, he only derided and mocked our sad fate, reweaving, we're weaving. A curse on the king of the wealthy, whom often our misery vainly attempted to soften, who takes away e'en the last penny we've got, and lets us like dogs in the highway be shot, we're weaving, we're weaving. A curse on our fatherland false and contriving, where shame and disgrace alone are seen thriving, where flowers are plucked before they unfold, where batten the worms on corruption and mold, we're weaving, we're weaving. The shuttle is flying, the loom creaks away, we're weaving busily night and day, thy shroud, old Germany, now weave we, a threefold curse we're weaving for thee, we're weaving, we're weaving. Pomer. 1. All the gods of love are shouting in my heart, and blowing airy flourishes, and crying, Hail! Hail, thou mighty Queen Pomer! Not the Queen of Otahit, whom 'twas missionaries' duty to convert, no, she I mean, is a wild untutored beauty. Twice in every week appears she, all her subjects quite entrancing, in that dear Jardin Maybill, waltzes and the polka dancing. Majesty in all her footsteps, grace and beauty ne'er forsake her, quite a princess every inch, whichsoever way you take her. Thus she dances gods of love are, in my heart all blowing airy flourishes, and crying, Hail! Hail, thou mighty Queen Pomer! 2. She dances. How her figure sways! What grace her every limb displays! There's as much flitting, leaping, swinging, as if she from her skin were springing. She dances. When she twirls with skill upon one foot, and then stands still, at last with both her arms extended, my very reason seems suspended. She dances. 'Tis the very same that once Herodias' daughter came and danced to Herod. As she dances, her eye casts round it deadly glances. She'll dance me frantic. Woman, say, what shall be thy reward today? Thou smil'st? Quick, herald, to the gateway. Decapitate the Baptist straightway. 3. Yesterday for very bread, in the mire she wallowed. But today, with pride o'erbearing, in her carriage takes an airing. On its silken cushions she rests her head, and haughtily looks upon the thronging masses, whom on foot her carriage passes. When I see thee travelling so, then my heart is filled with woe. Ah, this carriage, so prepare thee, to the hospital will bear thee, where unfeeling cruel death soon will take away thy breath. And the student, with coarse greasy prentice hand, so free and easy, will cut up thy body fair, anatomically there, and at Montfaucon thy horses, at the knackers end their courses. 4. Thou hast been by fate befriended, better than at first I said. God be praised, all now is ended. God be praised, and thou art dead. In thy poor and aged mother's garret thou at length didst die. She, with love beyond all others, closed thy fair eyes tenderly. She a winding sheet bought duly, and a coffin, and a grave, somewhat close and wretched truly, was the funeral that they gave. No priests at that funeral lonely sang, no bell tolled mournfully. Thy frisure and poodle only, as thy mourners followed thee. Ah, the former sight, I often used to comb Pomer's hair, and her long black tresses soften, sitting in her easy chair. But the dog, away he scampered, at the churchyard gate anon, and was lodged and fed and pampered afterwards by Rose Pompon. She, the Provençaler, grudged thee thy hard-earned name of queen, as a hated rival judged thee, made thee victim of her spleen. Ah, poor queen of jests diurnal, with thy mud crown on thy head, thou art saved by God's eternal goodness, thou at last art dead. As thy mother, so thy father mercy showed thee from above. This he did, methinks, the rather, in that thou so much didst love the Apollo god. The convent stands high on the rocky steep, the Rhine beneath it glistens. The youthful nun doth eagerly peep through the lattice window, and listens. A bark of fable is sailing past, by the evening glow tinged brightly, while checkered pennons stream from the mast, with laurels and flowers crowned lightly. Amidship stands a beauteous youth, with flowing auburn tresses, of very ancient cut, in truth. His gold and purple dresses, before his feet 9 women lie, of marble lovely graces, a tunic fair and looped up high, each slender form embraces. The golden tressed one sweetly sings, and likewise plays his lyre. The song the poor nun's bosom stings, and sets it all on fire. She makes a cross, and once again the nun repeats the measure. The cross scares not her blissful pain, nor checks her bitter pleasure. 2. I am the god of music bright, revered in every nation. In Greece, on Mount Parnassus height, my temple had its station. In Greece I oft have sat and played, on famed Parnassus mountain, beneath the cypress pleasant shade, beside Castalia's fountain. My daughters sat around their pot, and raised a vocal chorus. They sweetly sang, la la, la la, while laughter floated o'er us. The bugle rang, tra-ra, tra-ra, from out the forest loudly. There hunted Artemisia, my little sister, proudly. And when so I took some sips, I can't describe it neatly, from out Castalia's fount, my lips burst into music sweetly. I sang my lyre, as it replied, o'er its own chords seemed sweeping. I felt as if I Daphne spied, behind the laurels peeping. I sang ambrosial incense streamed, and lightly o'er me hovered, and the whole world around me seemed by a bright halo covered. 1,000 years from Grecia's land have I been sadly banished, yet hath my heart in Grecia's land remained, though I have vanished. 3. In the costume of the begins, in the cloak with cap upon it, of the coarsest blackest serge, is the youthful nun enveloped. Is the youthful nun enveloped. Hastily along the Rhine banks paces she adown the highway, on the road to Holland, asking eagerly of every passer, hast thou chanced to see Apollo? He a scarlet cloak is wearing, sweetly sings he, plays the lyre, and he is my darling idol. None will answer her inquiry. Many turn their backs in silence. Many stare upon her smiling. Many sigh, alas, poor creature. But along the highway trotting comes a slovenly old man, making figures in the air. He keeps on singing through his nose. He a clumsy wallet carries, and a little hat 3-cornered. And with sharp and smiling eyes he listens to the nun's inquiry. Hast thou chanced to see Apollo? He a scarlet cloak is wearing, sweetly sings he, plays the lyre, and he is my darling idol. He however gave this answer, whilst his little head he waggled here and there, and comically at his sharp beard kept on twitching. Have I chanced to see Apollo? Yes, I certainly have seen him when at Amsterdam full often, in the German synagogue. In the German synagogue. He was there the leading singer, known by name of Rabbi Fabius, which in High Dutch means Apollo, but he's not my idol truly. Scarlet cloak. His scarlet cloak too I remember, genuine scarlet, and the price per L 8 florins, not all paid for to this moment. His old father, Moses Jitzshare, know I well, he's circumcisor to the Portuguese, I fancy, and to various sovereigns also. And his mother is a cousin of my sister's husband, trading on the Gracht in pickled gherkins, and in worn-out pairs of breeches. In their son they take no pleasure, on the lyre he plays not badly, but, I grieve to say, far better plays he at Tarik and Amber. He is likewise a free thinker, lost his place through eating swine's flesh, and then travelled round the country with some painted low comedians. In the shops and on the markets has he acted as Jack Pudding, Holofernes, or King David, but the latter most excelled in. For the king's own sorrows sang he in the king's own mother language, giving all the proper quavers in the proper olden fashion. In the proper olden fashion. Recently some wenches took he from the Amsterdam casino, and he's travelling with these muses round the country as Apollo. One amongst them is a stout one, squeaking very much and grunting. On account of her green laurel head dress, they the green so call her. Hymn to King Louis. 69. Behold great Louis, Bavaria's king. Few monarchs are half so splendid. In him a king the Bavarians revere. From an ancient line descended. He's fond of art, fair women to get. For their portraits to sit, is his passion. In this painted seraglio takes he his walks. In unique artistic fashion. A marble place of skulls hath he. Near Ratisbon constructed. And all the arrangements for every head. In his own royal person conducted. Valhalla companions. A masterpiece. Where the merit of every man is set forth, with his character and his acts. From Tut 70 to Skinder Hans. 71. But Luther, the blockhead, amongst them all, has no place in this proud mausoleum. The whale mongst the fishes is often left out in a natural history museum. King Louis is also a poet renowned. Whenever sings or plays he, Apollo falls down at his feet and exclaims, "Oh stop, or you'll drive me quite crazy." King Louis is also a hero renowned. Like his child, his little son, Otho, who was chosen to sit on the throne of Greece. When Louis dies, he'll canonized be at Rome by the Holy Father. A cat with ruffles a face like his, with its glory will look like rather. With its glory will look like rather. As soon as the monkeys and kangaroos are converted to Christianity, they'll make St. Louis their guardian saint. In proof of their perfect sanity. 2 knights. Krapulinski and Waszlapski. Poles in Poland born and bred. Fought for their dear country's freedom gainst the Russian tyrant dread. Boldly did they fight, and lastly found at Paris a retreat. Living, just as much as dying. For one's fatherland, is sweet. Like Achilles and Patroclus. David and his Jonathan. Loved the pair of Poles each other. Kissed, and said, Cochin. Cochin. 72. Neither e'er betrayed the other. Both were faithful friends and true. Notwithstanding that they Poles were. Born and bred in Poland too. They the same apartment dwelt in. In the self-same bed slept they. And in noble emulation, scratched themselves by night and day. In the self-same beer shop dined they. And as neither was content that the other paid his reckoning, neither ever paid a cent. 'Twas the self-same washerwoman did the washing for the pair, humming, for their linen came she every month to wash and air. Yes, they really had their linen. Each one had 2 shirts, well worn. Notwithstanding that they Poles were. Poles in Poland bred and born. Poles in Poland bred and born. They today sit near the chimney, where the flames a bright glow cast. Out of doors are night, a snowstorm, and the coaches driving past. They a mighty bowl of punch have drained already and devoured. Sorrow o'er their souls is creeping, tears their furrowed faces streak. With a voice of deep emotion, thus doth Krapulinski speak. Would that I had here in Paris my dear bearskin, my old cotton dressing gown, my catskin nightcap, in my fatherland forgotten. Thus to him replied Washlapski. O thou art a driveler true, of thy home thou art overthinking, catskin nightcap, bearskin too. Poland has not yet quite perished, still our wives to sons give birth, and our girls will do so likewise, and produce us men of worth. Heroes, like great Sobieski, like Skelmuski and Uminsky, Skrokwich, Skiobiaksky, and the mighty Eselinsky. Our Marine. 73. A dream of a fleet we lately dreamt, and enjoyed a sail delicious, far over the wide and boundless sea. The wind was quite propitious. We gave our frigates the proudest names that we in our calendar reckoned. One Hoffman of Fallersleben we called, and Prut 74 we christened the second. There floated the cutter Freilagrath, whereon was seen the figure of the Moorish king, which gazed below like a moon. There floated Gustavus Schwab as well, a Pfizer, a Kahl, a Meyer. On each of them stood a Swabian face, each holding a wooden lyre. There floated Birch Pfeiffer, a brig which bore on its mast the escutcheon olden of the famous German Admiralty, on tatters black-red golden. We boldly clambered on bowsprit and yard, and bore ourselves like sailors. Our jackets were short, our hats batard, and our trousers as big as a tailor's. Full many, who formerly sipped but tea, as husbands kind and forbearing, now drank their rum, their pigtail chewed, and, seaman-like, took to swearing. So bright was our vision, we well nigh won a naval victory splendid. A naval victory splendid. But when returned the morning sun, both fleet and vision had ended. We still were lying at home in bed, our limbs all over it sprawling. We rubbed the sleep from out of our eyes, the following wise speech bawling. The world is round, why seek to be tossed on the idle billows, faint-hearted? When we sail round the world, at last we return to the point from which we started. The golden calf, fiddle, flute, and horn uniting, to the idle dance inviting. Round the golden calf with springing, all of Jacob's daughters come. Brum brum brum, kettle drums and laughter ringing, girding up their tunics lightly, clasping hands together tightly. Noble maidens, offerings bringing, twist, like whirlwinds at the least, round the beast. Kettle drums and laughter ringing. Aaron's self joins in the mazy, circling dance with motions crazy. His concerns not looking after, skips he, in his high priest's coat, like a goat. Kettle drums and ringing laughter. King David, despots smiling yield their breath, knowing after their own death, that their slaves but change their master, and, if anything, work faster. Ah, poor race! Like horse and bull, they the wagon still must pull, and their backs will soon be broken, if they heed not what is spoken. David said to Solomon, on his deathbed, list, my son. My most dreaded foe of course is Job, general of my forces. This brave general many a year I have viewed with hate and fear, but, however I detest him, I ne'er ventured to arrest him. Thou, my son, of sterner stuff, fearing God, art strong enough, 'tis for thee an easy matter that set Job's brains to scatter. King Richard. Through the silent glades of the forest there springs an eager horseman proudly, he blows his horn, he laughs, and he sings exultingly and loudly. His armor is made of the brass most strong, but stronger still is his bosom, 'tis Coeur de Lion that's riding along, that Christian chivalry's blossom. Thou art welcome to England, each verdant bough exclaims with joyous assurance, we're heartily glad, O monarch, that thou hast escaped from thine Austrian durance. The king snuffs up the free air the while. Like a newborn creature lives he. He thinks of his Austrian dungeon vile, and his spurs to his proud horse gives he. The Asra. Daily went the wondrous lovely Sultan's daughter at the cooling hour of evening to the fountain, where the waters white were plashing. Daily at the hour of evening stood the young slave at the fountain, where the waters white were plashing. Daily grew he pale and paler. And one evening came the princess, and these sudden words addressed him, "Thou must tell me what thy name is, and thy country and thy kindred." And the slave replied, "My name is Muhammad, I came from Yemen, and my race is of those Ashras, who, whene'er they love, must perish. The nuns, who at night the convent walls passes, sees the windows brightly lighted up, for there the spectres make their gloomy circuit nightly. 'Tis dead Ursulines that join in the sad and dark procession, from the linen hoods are peeping faces young of sweet expression. Tapers bear they in their hands, glimmering blue dread and mysterious, strangely echo in the crossway. Whispers low, wails sad and serious. To the church the train moves on. Sitting on the wooden benches of the choir, their mournful chorus straight begin the unhappy wenches. Like a litany it sounds, but the words are wild and shocking. They are poor and outcast spirits, at the heavenly portal knocking. Brides of Christ we used to be, but by love of earth were chained, and we rendered unto Caesar things that unto God pertained. Charming is a uniform and mustachios smooth and shining, for the epaulets of Caesar were our hearts in secret pining. Antlers to the brow we gave by our shameless ill behavior, which the crown of thorns once carried. We betrayed our heavenly Savior. We betrayed our heavenly Savior. Jesus, mercy's very self, softly wept o'er our transgression, and he said, "Your souls be cursed for disgracing your profession." Grave-sprung spectres of the night, we must wander in these dreary walls, our folly to atone for, Misraer. Misraer. Ah, within the grave 'tis well. Though indeed 'tis far more cheery in the glowing realms of heaven, Misraer. Misraer. Jesus sweet, forgive at length our transgression sad and weary, let us feel the warmth of heaven, Misraer. Misraer. Thus the troop of nuns sing on. And a long dead clerk is playing on the organ. Hands of spirits o'er the keys are wildly straying. Paul's Gravinuta. The Paul's Gravinuta, in bark so light, is crossing the Rhine in the moonlight bright. The Countess speaks, while Rose the maid. Hast thou yon 7 corpses surveyed that, seeking to find us, are floating behind us? So sadly are floating the corpses. 7 knights were they, who their love confessed, and tenderly sank on my heaving breast, and swore to be faithful. So, certain to make that they their oaths should never break, I seized and bound them, and straightway drowned them. So sadly are floating the corpses. The Countess laughs, while the maiden rows. Through the air her laughter scornfully goes. From the water the corpses rise high as the thigh, and point with their fingers towards the sky, in token of swearing, with glassy eyes staring. So sadly are floating the corpses. The Moorish king. To the Alpuxerras exile went the youthful Moorish monarch. Silent and with heart full mournful, heading the procession rode he. And behind, on lofty palfreys, or in golden litters riding, sat the women of his household. Swarthy maids on mules were sitting, and 100 trusty followers rode on noble Arab horses. Haughty steeds, and yet the riders carelessly best rode the saddles. Not a drum and not a cymbal, not a single song resounded. Silver bells upon the mules, though, echoed sadly in the silence. On the height, from whence the glances sweep across the Duero valley, and Granada's battlements for the last time rise before one. There the mournful king dismounted, and he gazed upon the city, glittering in the light of evening, as though decked with gold and purple. But, great Allah! What a sight 'twas! In the place of that dear crescent gleamed the Spaniard's cross and standard, on the towers of the Alhambra. Ah! Deep sighs at this discovery broke from out the monarch's bosom. Suddenly the tears 'gan falling like a torrent down his cheeks. Sadly from her lofty palfrey downward gazed the monarch's mother, looking on her son's affliction. Proudly, bitterly, she chided. "Bobdile el Chico," said she, "like a woman thou bewailest yonder town, which thou neglectedst to defend with manly courage." When the monarch's dearest mistress heard these words, so harsh and cruel, hastily she left her litter, her lord's neck embracing fondly. "Bobdile el Chico," said she, "comfort take, my heart beloved one. From the deep abyss of sorrow blossoms forth a beauteous laurel. Not alone the glorious victor, not alone the proud triumphant favorite of the blind jade fortune, but misfortune's bloody son, too. And the heroic fighting warrior, who to destiny o'erpowering has succumbed, will live forever in the memory of mortals. Mountain of the Moors, last sigh to this very moment call they yonder height from whence the monarch for the last time saw Granada. Time has now fulfilled full sweetly his beloved one's prophecy. And the Moorish monarch's name is reverenced and held in honor. Never will his glory vanish. Never, till the last chord's broken of the last guitar remaining in the land of Andalusia. Geoffrey Rudel and Melisande of Tripoli. In the Chateau Blay still see we tapestry the walls adorning, worked by Tripoli's fair countess. Own fair hands, no labor scorning. Her whole soul was woven in it, and with loving tears and tender hallowed is the silken picture, which the following scene doth render. How the Countess saw Rudel dying on the strand of ocean, and the ideal in his features traced of all her heart's emotion. For the first and last time also, living saw Rudel and breathing her who in his every vision intertwining was and wreathing. Over him the Countess bends her, lovingly his form she raises, and his deadly pale mouth kisses, that so sweetly sang her praises. Ah! The kiss of welcome likewise was the kiss of separation, and they drained the cup of wildest joy, and deepest desolation. In the Chateau Blay at night time comes a rushing, crackling, shaking. On the tapestry the figures suddenly to life are waking. Troubadour and lady stretch their drowsy ghost-like members yonder, and from out the wall advancing, up and down the hall they wander. Up and down the hall they wander. Whispers fond and gentle toying. Sad sweet secrets, heart enthralling. Posthumous gallant soft speeches. Mincing erst times recalling. Geoffrey, at thy voice's music warmth is in my dead heart glowing, and I feel once more a glimmer in the long-quenched embers growing. Melisande, I awaken unto happiness and gladness, when I see thine eyes. Dead only is my earthly pain and sadness. Geoffrey, once we loved each other in our dreams, now, cut asunder by the hand of death, still love we, amor 'tis that wrought this wonder. Melisande, what are dreams? What is death? Mere words to scare one. Truth in love alone find we, and I love thee, ever fair one. Geoffrey, oh how sweet our meetings in this moonlit chamber nightly, now that in the day's bright sunbeams I no more shall wander lightly. Melisande, foolish dear one, thou art light and sun, thou knowest. Love and joys of May are budding, spring is blooming, where thou goest. Thus those tender spectres wander, up and down, and sweet caresses interchange, whilst peeps the moonlight through the window's arched recesses. Through the window's arched recesses. But at length the rays of morning scare away the fond illusion. To the tapestry retreat they. On the wall, in shy confusion, the poet Fergusi. 1. Men of gold, and men of silver. When a fool about Athoman talks, of silver he is speaking. And he means a silver thoman. In a prince's mouth, however. Or a shah's, a thoman's always golden, for a shah will only give and take in golden thomans. Worthy people have this notion. And Farjasi thought so also. The composer of the famous and immortal work Shanamet. This divine heroic poem. At the Shah's command composed he, who for every verse a thoman promised to bestow upon him. 17 times bloomed the roses. 17 times did they wither. And the nightingales sang sweetly. And were silent 17 times. And meanwhile the bard was sitting at the loom of thought, composing day and night, and nimbly weaving his sweet numbers giant carpet, where the poet interwove with skill his country's chronicles from times of fable, Farsistan's primeval monarchs, favorite heroes of his nation, knightly deeds, adventures wondrous, knightly deeds, adventures wondrous, magic beings, hateful demons, intertwined with flowers of fable. All were blooming, all were living, bright with colors, glowing, burning, with the heavenly rays illumined, from the sacred light of Iran, from the godlike light primeval, whose last pure and fiery temple, spite of Quran and of Mufti, in the poet's heart flamed brightly. When at last the work was finished, then the manuscript the poet sent to his illustrious